This young man was transported to the divine realm, a place where everyone aspires to become a god. Hanvu thought he would be a supreme genius, but the original owner of this body was just a good-for-nothing, only awakening at 18, while others showed their potential from birth. Although he awakened, he only received the weakest kin, the yellow locusts, and his god's domain was nothing more than a simple plain covered in young grass. On that smooth field was a swarm of grasshoppers, elegantly called the yellow locusts, which were Hanvu's core kin. Opening his status window, he saw his divine talent was heaven's favorite, and his divine abilities included accelerated growth and life sacrifice. His kin numbered up to 800,000 adults, not to mention 20 million unhatched eggs. Compared to the previous owner's memories, these two skills were completely unfamiliar. Clearly, this was a privilege Hanvu gained after transmigrating here. He clicked for more details. Heaven's favorite allowed him to gain a unique attribute ability with each level up, while life sacrifice exchanged living creatures for random items and could be used once per day. With these two special skills, Hanvu's life wasn't completely doomed. With enough effort, he could now fulfill his grandfather's dying wish. He continued to research his insects, discovering that not only did they reproduce constantly, but they also had an incredibly short lifespan of only 90 days. Combining the keywords of reproduction, growth, and sacrifice, plus the fact that one day in the real world equaled 1 year in his god's domain, Hanvu immediately understood the mechanics. He resolved to take a huge gamble this time. If he won, he would crush those who looked down on him. But if he lost, he would just go back to being a good-for-nothing like before. The next morning, Tansang approached Hanfu. She asked if he had made his decision yet, and whether he would agree to become her subordinate. She promised to protect him until the end of high school, ensuring no one would dare bully him, and even offered to arrange an early marriage for him. "I refuse," Hanvu said decisively, making Tansang's face darken with anger. She furiously threatened that without her protection, he would be sucked dry like a husk by the others. Despite understanding the danger, Hanvu remained firm in his refusal because he had his pride and couldn't spend his entire life hiding behind a woman's skirt. Unable to sway him, Tansang turned and walked away, tossing out a final warning that he would definitely regret his decision. Hanvu sighed in relief, having finally gotten rid of that troublesome woman. Immediately after, he was confronted by a sleepy-looking Truong Ban, who asked if he had prepared the 100 points of divine power. Yet, seeing his silence, Truong Ban placed a hand on Hanvu's shoulder, making him uncomfortable. Hanvu snapped, "Don't touch me." Truong Ban's face darkened, surprised that Hanvu dared to resist him today, and he threatened to destroy the core of his god's domain if he didn't hand over the divine power. "Then go ahead and try," Hanvu retorted with such force that it left Truong Ban stunned. He suspected that Hanvu must have found some powerful backing to be acting so tough all of a sudden. He glanced over and saw Tansang standing by without interfering, which proved she wasn't the one backing Hanvu. Truong Ban's lackeys started clamoring for him to challenge Hanvu, curious to see what the destruction of a god's domain core actually looked like. "If you've got a death wish, don't blame me," Truong Ban said as he pulled out an invasion card worth 10 points of divine power. This card locked onto a target and opened a portal into the opponent's god's domain, initiating an invasion. Hanvu was forcibly teleported into his own god's domain to face the challenge. Before him, a massive portal was tearing open. From within, countless fierce, glowing red eyes shone out menacingly. Truong Ban's army of dwarves was lined up in formation, awaiting the order to attack. In his spiritual form, Truong Ban, acting as the god of the dwarves, ordered his soldiers to destroy the yellow locusts and the core of this god's domain. The dwarves raised their arms and roared, their morale soaring as they prepared for battle. Outside, spectators watched on the screen as the dwarf army, numbering over 1,000, appeared a force strong enough to rank in the top 50 of the entire school. His army was fully equipped, and it was led by an elite creature that stood out far above the rest of the troops. To counter this, Hanvu unleashed his swarm of exploding locusts as his main force. Everyone was stunned by the sight of the fiercely swarming, bright red insects. Exploding locusts were elite creatures, but with a core kin of only common locusts, how could Hanvu possibly produce so many of them? Even though they were classified as elites, no one thought much of the exploding locusts' capabilities. Compared to the dwarves, their combat strength was significantly weaker. The two armies charged straight at each other, the impact shaking the entire dimension. The swarm of exploding locusts detonated violently like a barrage of grenades, causing Hanvu to nod in satisfaction. 1 day earlier, Hanvu had already prepared for this life-or-death gamble. He sacrificed his entire population of 2.5 billion locusts. He kept only 10 million of them to continue the species. After the sacrifice, the system offered him a choice of 3 rewards: 10,000 elite warriors, an eternal spring of life, or a level 1 sacred artifact called the Heart of Holy Water, which could produce core kin with explosive power. While the 10,000 elite warriors could solve his immediate problem, they were only a temporary force, and the Spring of Life was a long-term investment that wouldn't help him now. Hanvu chose the third option, investing directly into his core kin. A minute later, he received his very first exploding locust. It was a fanatical creature that only knew how to obey its god's commands and had a lifespan of 180 days. Hanvu picked it up and threw it just like a grenade. The locust exploded in mid-air, engulfing the area in blazing red flames. Although a single one couldn't take down a dwarf, Hanvu had a superior reproductive advantage, allowing him to crush his opponent with sheer numbers. The final outcome would only be clear once the smoke and dust settled. When the smoke cleared, the ground was littered with the corpses of dwarves. The only surviving elite creature was also swarmed by the exploding locusts, which gnawed it down to the point of exhaustion. Trongbon immediately ordered a retreat before his entire formation was completely wiped out by Hanvu, but it was too late. Hanvu ordered his kin to charge through the portal. The entire swarm poured into Truongban's god's domain. The exploding locusts set off a chain reaction of detonations, turning Truongban's god's domain into a fiery red inferno. Trongban screamed, ordering Hanvu to stop and withdraw all of his kin from his god's domain. Moments later, his elite units also fell one after another. Trongban panicked and begged for surrender, pleading for Hanvu to stop, an act that Hanvu found utterly ridiculous. He had just tried to destroy the core of Hanvu's god's domain, and now he was terrified to have the favor returned. He trembled as he warned that both of his parents were powerful demigods, and if Hanvu dared to make a move, they would not spare him. But Hanvu had already made up his mind. Today, he would destroy his core so that Truongban would never have a chance to rise again. Trongban burst into tears, begging to be spared and promising never to bully anyone again, pleading for Hanvu to name his conditions. "I don't need anything from you. I just need you to disappear," Hanvu said, his eyes cold and unwavering. Just then, a voice rang out. "That's enough. Hanvu, stop right now." A teacher appeared inside the god's domain, advising Hanvu not to push things too far. Truongban was overjoyed to see Teacher Lu arrive and immediately begged him to intervene, threatening that his parents would get involved. Before he could even finish his sentence, his core was shattered by the locust swarm, causing him excruciating pain. Teacher Lu looked over at Hanvu and ordered him to stop, but Hanvu just curled his lip into a cold sneer. He wondered why the teacher had appeared at this exact moment. As their homeroom teacher, he could sense the status of the students in his class. The teacher spoke as if he were responsible, but in reality, he had never once stepped in when Hanvu was being bullied. Inwardly, Teacher Lu thought Hanvu was naive. He didn't have demigod parents like Truongban, and he softly advised the boy to stop. Hanvu asked, "If I were the one whose core was being destroyed today, would you have come to save me?" "Teacher." The question left Teacher Lu speechless, and his silence was all the answer Hanvu needed. Although a bitter feeling filled his heart, Hanvu understood that this was simply the cruel reality of this world. The swarm of exploding locusts erupted in a brilliant display like fireworks, and the core of Truongban's god's domain shattered into countless pieces. The entire god's domain began to collapse uncontrollably. Hanvu coldly ejected Teacher Lu from the god's domain before the collapsing space could corrupt him. When they returned to reality, the space around them was still trembling from the aftershock. Truongban collapsed to the ground, whispering in despair, "It's all over. I'm a cripple now." An enraged Teacher Lu stormed into the classroom, shouting for Hanvu to get out, but Hanvu had already left, which made the teacher's blood boil with rage. He swore he would find a way to get Hanvu expelled from the school. Back in his god's domain, Hanvu calmly reviewed the results of the battle. His forces had been greatly diminished, so he resolved to breed more exploding locusts. He had also obtained the fragments from Trongban's god's domain and immediately integrated them into his own to see the results. After the integration, his god's domain expanded by over 160 square kilometers, and his core advanced to level 2. The rewards were quite generous, and it seemed that graduating high school was now well within his grasp. But the bigger question remained: could Hanvu stay safe at this school, now that he had destroyed Trongban's core? With both of his parents being demigods and Teacher Lu clearly on their side, Hanvu could only rely on himself. He planned to sell the loot from the dwarves to see if he could trade it for any useful items. Less than 5 minutes later, Hanvu received a response. The other party wanted to trade for a lava fire crystal, an item that boosts the endurance of fire-type kin and enhances their explosive power, making it a perfect match for his self-destructing locusts. Hanvu immediately agreed to the trade and used it to upgrade his locust swarm, evolving them into super explosive locusts. Their lifespan also increased to 250 days. Hanvu picked one up and threw it just like a grenade. The explosion from the locust was as powerful as a real grenade, and it even scattered lava for area of effect damage, making them a true mobile arsenal. Meanwhile, Truong Ban's parents had stormed the school to confront the administration. The teacher calmly explained that Truong Ban was the one who started the provocation and had frequently bullied his classmates, a serious violation of the rules. His father flew into a rage, practically screaming, "Are you saying my son deserved it? Isn't the school going to take any responsibility?" His mother, crying, demanded that the school expel Hanvu. Just then, head teacher Hua called Hanvu. He understood perfectly. The inevitable had finally arrived. Hanvu decided to face the situation head-on. Head teacher Hua informed him that Truongban's parents were pressuring the school to expel him. The two of them were acting arrogantly, as if giving orders. But head teacher Hua stood her ground. She made it clear that after a full investigation, the fault lay entirely with Truongban for trespassing in another's divine domain, and Hanvu had only defended himself with his own strength, so there were no grounds for expulsion. Truongban's mother, furious, got right in the head teacher's face and loudly accused the school of covering for the person who destroyed the core. Head teacher Hua responded firmly, "Mrs. Du, please don't twist the facts. Hanvu is an exemplary student, and we have plenty of evidence that your son has bullied him on multiple occasions." Furious at being refuted, his mother had to call her husband over to apply more pressure. Truongban's father said that if the school refused to punish Hanvu, he would take matters into his own hands to vent his son's anger. In the end, they proposed sending a squad of over 1,000 soldiers into Hanvu's divine domain to see if he could withstand the assault. A test head teacher Hua agreed to witness. Hanvu was grateful to Miss Hua for protecting him, and as for the battle, he promised to be there the next day to fulfill the agreement. This gave Hanvu even more reason to level up quickly in preparation for his next life sacrifice. And this time, the system presented 3 options again. The first was a Tier 1 holy relic, the Blood Demon Eye, which increases the birth rate of Blood Eye kin and enhances observational vision. The second option was a Tier 1 Fireball skill crystal, allowing his kin to learn this basic magic spell. The maximum mastery level was Advanced Fireball. The third option was the Iron-Cutting Swordmaster, a hero of the Swordmaster race, available in exchange for 48 billion locusts. Without hesitation, Hanvu chose the third option. A 4-armed old man with long, silver hair and a majestic aura appeared. This was the Iron-Cutting Swordmaster, currently 150 years old. The first words out of his mouth were a plea to his god to grant him a sword. Hanvu didn't hold back, having just spent 48 billion locusts to summon him. He was now ready to buy the man the best sword available. The past 2 days had been draining, and in the end, Hanvu only had 54 points of divine power left. So he went to the marketplace to search for equipment. The equipment system was divided into 4 grades: common grade, made from basic materials; faith grade, imbued with special energy; divine power grade, which possessed a soul and could self-evolve; and divinity grade, which could only be used by gods. Hanvu generously gave the Iron-Cutting Swordmaster a Storm Greatsword, worth 50 points of divine power. He gripped the greatsword tightly and gave it a few sharp, experimental swings. With 4 arms, the Iron-Cutting Swordmaster needed 4 swords of the same type to unleash his full power. Hanvu was stunned. 1 sword cost 50 points, so 3 more would be 150 points. Did the old man think he was some CEO with unlimited divine power? But the upcoming battle against a demigod's 1,000-strong army couldn't be taken lightly. So he gritted his teeth and resolved to find a way to get the swords for him. In Tan Sang's divine domain, she was diligently connecting with her thunder sparrows. In the midst of her training, Tan Sang recalled the past. When Hanvu had saved her from drowning in the La River, he had even performed artificial respiration, inadvertently stealing Tan Sang's first kiss. She sighed, chiding Hanvu for being so foolish and not seizing the opportunity. Her grandfather was a true god, and her family had 23 demigods. Why would he be afraid of the Truong family? Just as she was thinking of Hanvu, her phone rang. It was him calling, which startled her. As soon as she answered, Tan Sang brought up their past, asking if he had changed his mind and was willing to become her servant. Hanvu replied coldly, I just want to borrow some divine power. She scoffed. With your lowly bloodline, don't think you're so great just because you beat Truong Ban. Your locusts are just food for my thunder sparrows. Hearing that, Han Fu hung up immediately. Did she really have to insult him so harshly, just because he asked to borrow a little divine power? Tan Sang held her head in bewilderment, blaming herself for her slip of the tongue. She didn't mean it like that. He must have misunderstood. She then called back, asking for his account number to send him the divine power, saying he could have as much as he wanted. Thanks to her, the iron-cutting swordmaster now had all 4 great swords. Hanvu just hoped the old man's performance would be worth the effort he put in. The next morning, Hanvu walked into class amidst the whispered gazes of everyone, who were surprised he still dared to show up. Everyone was waiting to see him get crushed when his divine domain was attacked by the demigod's 1,000-strong army. Hanvu knew they were just there to watch the show. Tan Sang approached and advised him to back down, saying the demigod's celestial squad was strong enough to annihilate his entire locust swarm. But at this point, Hanvu had no path of retreat. Tan Sang tried again to persuade him to join her side, promising she would use her family's power to force the Truong family to back off. But Hanvu just smiled, thanked her, and declined, telling her to step back so he could prepare for battle. Just then, Lu Lokthian cheerfully opened the door, leading Truong Ban's parents inside. He pointed directly at Hanvu and introduced him as the one who had crippled their son. Truong Ban's mother angrily slammed the table and started cursing, forcing her husband to restrain her, while Lu Lokthian, backed by the Truong family's power, arrogantly ordered Hanvu to come over. But Hanvu stood his ground, waiting for head teacher Hua to arrive as a witness. There was no way he would trust that traitor. Lu Lokthian sneered. Why do you need the head teacher for such a small matter? My presence is more than enough. Let's get this started. Don't make me use force. At that very moment, head teacher Hua walked in and asked, Mr. Lu, who are you planning to use force on? He immediately feigned a casual laugh, claiming he was just teaching a student. Seeing that everyone was present, Truong Ban's father nodded, signaling for the event to begin. Hanvu clenched his fists, ready for the fight. As head teacher Hua announced the official start of the match, Truong Ban's mother activated an invasion card, unleashing an elite army of werewolves into Hanvu's divine domain. The leader of the wolf cavalry was an extremely rare elite creature, possessing terrifying power. They were combined with blue snails and mount wolves, equipped with state-of-the-art gear, making everyone think there was no way Hanvu could possibly survive this. Truong Quang's spirit manifested, his voice filled with killing intent. You shattered my son's divine domain core yesterday. Today, I've come to collect that debt. The wolf cavalry army was split into 2 combat units, with a total of 1,000 elite soldiers entering. This meant there were actually 2,000 units ready to attack. The Truong family was truly as treacherous as they come. The wolf cavalry thundered into Hanvu's army of lava explosive locusts, whose elite numbers had grown to nearly 7 million. Just yesterday, he only had 20,000. Their reproduction rate was terrifying. Even though they were a low-tier elite species, that number was enough to intimidate anyone. Unfortunately, Hanvu hadn't had enough time to develop, and today he might fall at the hands of Truong Quang. Millions of self-destructing locusts sacrificed themselves only to inflict a few scratches on the wolves. The power gap was just too immense. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered thickly, heralding an approaching storm. But this was a storm of lava locusts. The entire swarm roared down from the sky, attacking the wolf squad like a waterfall of fire. The lava locusts exploded, bringing a torrent of boiling red magma crashing down to the ground. Everyone was horrified. Their power far surpassed that of the Imperial Locust self-destruction. Head teacher Hua asked if anyone could scout this creature type and report back. A student finished their analysis and announced, "It's the lava locust, an extremely rare elite species." Both head teacher Hua and Tan Sang were stunned, never expecting that Hanvu could create another elite species in just one day. Truong Quang sneered. How can these insects compare to my wolf cavalry? He used his demigod power to energize 7 of the wolves. They opened their mouths and spewed out a cold mist that coalesced into a giant wall of freezing fog, blocking all the firepower. The power of a demigod was truly terrifying. A single move wiped out more than half of the locust army, leaving Hanvu with only 500,000. His chances of survival were slim. Truong Quang laughed maliciously. You're about to learn the meaning of despair. When your core shatters and your domain collapses, your fate will be mine to decide. He ordered his 1,000 soldiers to charge forward and destroy the core. Head teacher Hua could only sigh, unable to watch the scene before her, thinking this was the end for Hanvu. But then, someone shouted, Look, there's something in front of the divine domain's core. The figure of the iron-cutting swordmaster stood tall and imposing. The old master was waiting, his hand gripping the brightly glowing storm greatsword. A single sword cost 50 divine power, meaning 4 cost 200. And no one could understand where Han Vu acquired such a massive amount of resources. Director Hua realized that the Swordwind clan was a race born with superhuman bodies, although Truong Quang also had a wolf cavalry captain with a superhuman body. The director could sense that Ironcleaver Swordwind was a true hero, not just some ordinary creature. It took Truong Quang his entire life to raise a single hero, yet Han Vu, who was just a high school student, already possessed such a powerful retinue. He coveted Ironcleaver Swordwind's body. If he could just destroy Han Vu's core, that body would belong to him. Ironcleaver Swordwind spoke in a deep voice. With me here, who dares touch Han Vu's core, as he unleashed his Storm Slash and Phantom Wind Slash skills. In the blink of an eye, the wolf cavalry was slashed to pieces before they even had a chance to react. A blue snail roared, spewing a strange mist that quickly spread across the entire battlefield. This mist didn't cause any damage, but acted as a rallying call, driving the wolf pack into a frenzy as they charged forward like madmen. Ironcleaver Swordwind raised all 4 of his hands, but it wasn't a sign of surrender. It was to unleash his ultimate technique, the Ironcleaver art. He soared into the air, channeling his energy into a ball of light before hurling it down, shaking the entire divine domain and sending earth and rock flying violently. The sight left everyone stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. In a single moment, the entire wolf cavalry, along with their leader, was completely wiped out. Truong Quang gritted his teeth in fury. Having lost a heroic general, he immediately summoned even higher-level wolf cavalry, intending to level Han Vu's divine domain. But a calm voice suddenly rang out. Demigot, do you intend to break the pact, causing Truong Quang to turn around in shock? The principal had been standing there for who knows how long, and a single glance from him was enough to make Truong Quang order his troops to retreat. He looked down at Han Vu and said softly, "Not bad," though it was unclear if it was praise or a challenge. After that battle, Director Hua began to teach him a lesson in humility. She reminded him not to grow complacent because of his hero's strength, pointing out that he wasn't even in the top 3 of his class. After hearing this, Han Vu decided to switch classes and start over from scratch. Meanwhile, Lu Lok Thien was visibly scared and quickly tried to act friendly, saying, "Han Vu, I was wrong. From now on, I'll personally guide you with more care." He begged for a chance to make things right, but everyone understood he just wanted to ride Han Vu's coattails to gain benefits when he got into a top university. But Han Vu was a man of his word and insisted on transferring classes. Director Hua couldn't agree immediately. As school regulations forbid arbitrary transfers, the only exception was passing a special test organized by the school, which would grant an immediate transfer upon success. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Vu immediately signed up for the test. To everyone's surprise, Tan Song also demanded to take the test, declaring that she would follow Han Vu wherever he went. Lu Lok Thien's face darkened, but he forced a smile. "If you're unhappy with me, just say so. There's no need to make a scene." Tan Song replied coldly, "I'm not dissatisfied with anything. I just don't want to be in this class anymore." And it didn't end there. Another student raised his hand, also requesting to take the transfer test. Lu Lok Tien shouted angrily, "Truong Yulong, you're the class president. Are you just going to follow the crowd?" Truong replied politely, "Thank you for your guidance. See ya. But I can no longer remain here." Truong Hyolong maintained his politeness, but his real motive was not wanting to lose Tan Sang to another guy. Director Hua suppressed a laugh and scheduled the test for the next day, while Lu Lok Thien retreated to his office to drink some water and calm his nerves. When school let out that afternoon, the atmosphere was still thick with tension. Tan Sang ran after Han Vu, asking about Ironcleaver Swordwind's heroic nature. But he replied coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" She argued that since she had lent him 150 divine power points, she had a right to know. Han Vu looked at her like he was calling her bluff. "If you're collecting a debt, I'll pay you back with 5 points of interest. But if you want to know about my hero, dream on." With that, Han Vu turned and returned to his divine domain, leaving Tan Sang standing there, completely stunned. Back in his divine domain, Han Vu carefully took stock of the troops he had left after the last battle. His current forces weren't nearly enough to pass the next day's test. Just then, Ironcleaver Swordwind appeared to report that some wolf cavalry were hiding in the mountains and requested orders on how to proceed. The few dozen surviving wolves had undoubtedly been left behind by Truong Quang on purpose. While it was best to deal with them quickly, for someone as resource poor as Han Vu, Simply killing them would be a waste. He gave the order to capture the wolves alive, intending to use them for another purpose later. 2 hours later, the entire pack of wolves was bound before him. Hanvu decided to sacrifice 1 billion common locusts and the 24 wolf cavalry. It would be foolish to waste a gift. After the sacrificial ritual, the system presented him with 3 options. The first was an alpha mech. The second was a blueprint for a smelting furnace, which would increase the ability to craft faith equipment. The third was a set of 3 long-range watchtowers for detecting invasions. The mech was cool, but his locusts wouldn't know how to pilot it. The furnace was useless if no one knew how to operate it, and the watchtowers weren't suited for the plains terrain. None of the options were a good fit, which left him disappointed, until he suddenly remembered the hundreds of dwarves he had captured from Truong Ban. Hanvu activated his eagle eye skill to observe what they were up to. The dwarves were diligently tilling the soil, working very hard. Even though they were forced into hard labor, they thanked their god daily for giving them a better life. Hanvu was puzzled, as he had only told them to mine ore to pass the time. It seemed they were naturally more suited to smithing than fighting. When it came to crafting, the dwarves were clearly skilled, so putting them in charge of logistics made perfect sense. It looked like the smelting furnace would be useful after all. Hanvu immediately granted them a large smelting furnace to create better equipment. The dwarves were stunned for a moment before falling to their knees, thanking him as if he were a true god. Meanwhile, Lu Lok Thien called a meeting with the other homeroom teachers. He brought up the 3 students who had requested to transfer and proposed that they all plan the students' proficiency tests together. Although he was bitter, he was trying to save face. He didn't care about the test for Tan Sang or Trung Hu Long. His sole target was Hanvu. He wanted to crank up the difficulty of the test to the absolute maximum, hoping his colleagues would do him a favor. His honeyed words convinced the other teachers, who all agreed to help. Believing that Hanvu had been ungrateful to him, none of them knew he was secretly plotting revenge for the scolding he'd received from Director Hua the day before. The next morning, he handed out the test assignments to all 3 students. The tests for Truong Hu Long and Tan Sang were only level 1. They were required to stop 1,000 invading enemies, a task of negligible difficulty. When it came to Hanvu, his assignment was level 10. He had to stop 10,000 invading enemy troops. The anger on his face was obvious, and everyone knew Lu Lok Thien was playing dirty. Director Hua also sensed something was off, but Lu Lok Thien claimed it was a collective decision by all the teachers. Hanvu agreed right away, but not without throwing a sharp, sarcastic remark his way. Lu Lok Thien's face turned purple with rage, but there was nothing he could do about it. Tan Sang once again started whispering in Hanvu's ear about becoming his servant, repeating it so often that he had it memorized like a poem. Hanvu still flatly refused, telling her they could talk about it after the test. Tan Sang could only sigh, looking disappointed. Meanwhile, Truong Hu Long stood in the background, hoping Hanvu would fail so he could find an opportunity to make his move. The test began, and 10,000 red-skinned goblins stormed into Hanvu's divine domain with a thunderous roar. The onlookers all knew his test was the most difficult, and some took satisfaction in it since he had offended Teacher Lu. Meanwhile, Hanvu could only curse inwardly. This guy really fights dirty, throwing a horde of fire-type goblins at me. Lu Lok Thien stood on the sidelines, smiling with satisfaction, confident that the army of 10,000 goblins would completely crush Hanvu's divine domain. A nearby student offered his congratulations, but Lu Lok Thien kept up his act as a dedicated teacher, smiling as he said, "There's no such thing as a grudge between a teacher and his student. This test will surely help Hanvu understand my true intentions." Hanvu commanded his swarm of locusts to charge forward and clear a path, but the red-skinned goblins immediately unleashed their rain of fireballs skill. A dense shower of fireballs rained down, incinerating the locusts in fiery explosions. The common insects weren't strong enough to inflict any significant damage. Hanvu then sent in his squad of exploding locusts, which managed to take out about 400 of the red-skinned goblins. Meanwhile, both Truong Hu Long and Tan Sang had already completed their own tests with ease. Everyone began to grow genuinely worried for Hanvu, since locusts, after all, were fundamentally weak creatures. Hanvu deployed his tyrant locusts, but they only managed to wipe out another 3,000 red-skinned goblins before the rest of the horde closed in on his core. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, and everyone was on the edge of their seats, anxious for him. Even with Ironcleaver Swordwind on his side, it would be difficult for him to stop the rest of the goblin horde all by himself. From the sidelines, Director Hua offered some advice. If you don't think you can win, you can always forfeit. A single failure isn't the end of the world. But Hanvu didn't waver. He had decided to transfer classes, and he was determined to see it through to the end. He wouldn't give up. Even if he only had one warrior left, he still refused to admit defeat. Iron Cleaver Swordwind entered the fray, immediately unleashing his Storm Slash skill. A single slash wiped out several dozen more goblins. But the horde immediately retaliated with a unified barrage of fire, creating an explosion that completely engulfed him. The old warrior began to lose his strength, his body staggering within the fiery encirclement. Being dragged onto a battlefield like this at 150 years old was truly more than he could bear. Lu Lokthian couldn't hide his smug satisfaction, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Han Vu, this is the final lesson I have for you. Remember it well. But before his smile could fully form, the crowd suddenly shouted, "Look over there! What in the world is appearing?" An army of dwarves suddenly poured into the divine domain. It was the same group that had been abandoned by Truong Ban. They were armed with weapons forged from the smelting furnace that Han Vu had gifted them, and they shouted in unison, "We will protect our god." The red goblins stood frozen, staring at their former kinsmen who were now their enemies, and the entire school stadium erupted upon realizing the dwarves were once Truong Ban's main vassal race. Just a few minutes later, the red goblins were completely wiped out by the green goblins. Han Vu clapped his hands and cheered excitedly. Well played, that was a super close call. The whole stadium cheered for Han Vu's victory, while Lu Lokthian's face twisted in anger because all his schemes had failed to take the boy down. After the match, the teacher scrambled to recruit the 3 talented students. Trong Hyolong still wanted to follow Tan Sang, while she was waiting to see who Han Vu would choose so she could follow him. Han Vu asked head teacher Hua why his test was 10 times harder than everyone else's, a level 10 difficulty, while others had level 1. Hua replied that it was a joint decision by the teachers, and she herself didn't know the specific reason. Han Vu demanded to see the results of that day's vote. At this point, other teachers began to voice their blame towards Lu Lokthian, expressing regret for listening to him and agreeing. Only 2 people had opposed this difficult test. Han Vu was very grateful, but now he had to choose one of them to study under. One offered to give Han Vu a dwarf army of 10,000, helping him aim for the academy's top 10. The other argued that insects were the true core, and he possessed many resources to help the locust vassal race evolve completely. Han Vu chose teacher Dian Van's class, and right after, Tan Sang and Truong Hulong followed without hesitation, suddenly landing 3 outstanding students at once. Teacher Dian Van was overjoyed. Dreaming of this year's Outstanding Teacher Award, he immediately presented a special gift, a level 2 insect nest architectural card. The nest covered 1 square kilometer and could birth tens of millions of insects each year. Inlaying a sacred artifact into it would maximize its effectiveness. This gift was clearly meant specifically for Han Vu. If built within his divine domain and combined with the 2 sacred artifacts, the Heart of Violent Burst and the Fire Crystal Lava, this nest would reach its full potential, producing 10 million lava locusts every 5 days. After calculating everything, Han Vu bowed to thank teacher Dian Van. The teacher just laughed and said not to be so formal. He just needed Han Vu to get good results so he could get his own reward. Head teacher Hua clapped and reminded them that this was just a warm-up. The school-wide exam would take place in 7 days, with much more attractive prizes. Back in his divine domain, Han Vu reviewed his forces again. Now, he only had a little over 2 million locusts of various types. Seeing the drastic drop in numbers, he felt dejected. If he entered the exam with this army, he would surely rank last, which would deeply disappoint teacher Dian Van. Just then, Han Vu discovered that the dwarves had changed their name to the Crimson Furnace Clan, so he rushed to check on them personally, and sure enough, they had evolved into Siglo dwarves after that life or death battle. If they were his core vassal race, they would be absolutely top tier. Now, the only thing left was to speed up the recovery of his locust swarm to its former size. After 4 days of intense grinding, Han Vu accumulated over 7 billion locusts. He prayed to the high heavens that this sacrifice would yield some truly amazing loot. Finally, the system dropped the rewards. The first was a level 2 sacred artifact, the Law of Gluttony, which gave a core lifeform the ability to eat anything to evolve. Anything could become food, but it only applied to ordinary lifeforms. The second choice was a hero template for a transcendent lifeform to evolve into a hero. The last option was 1 divinity point. Han Vu's eyes lit up at the 3 divine gifts. He wanted to take them all. The Law of Gluttony was powerful, but required food to sustain. The hero template needed time to nurture, and the divinity point was as valuable as hitting the jackpot. In the end, Han Vu decided to choose the Law of Gluttony. If he couldn't feed the entire swarm, he would focus on the insect nest first. Investing 1 million locusts a year was still manageable. 3 days later, stepping into his divine domain, Hanvu could only scream. Were these locusts or dinosaurs in disguise? The locust swarm had transformed into combat helicopters. He named them the premium bursting magma locusts. The next day was the assessment exam. Tansong repeated herself. Just like always. Have you thought it through? Do you want to be my servant? Without resources, without backing, how will you ever surpass the other demigods? She continued to belittle his locust swarm as mere insects, adding that even if he tamed the dwarves, they weren't his main vassal race. And she just went on, but Hanvu still refused, making Tansang flush with anger, to the point she wanted to drag him home with her. Meanwhile, Truong Hulong felt bitter because she had never even glanced his way. Teacher Dian Van entered the classroom to announce the comprehensive exam, stating that anyone who achieved high marks would receive a sacred artifact as a reward. Then came the rules. The assessment would be divided into 2 stages. With the first stage being direct elimination, everyone would receive the same test. Those who passed would get 1 accumulated point, while those who failed would be expelled. The second stage was for ranking. Anyone who withdrew wouldn't be ranked, while those who continued would fight through consecutive rounds, with each cleared wave improving their rank. It sounded brutal, but Hanvu was actually looking forward to it, especially since passing also awarded a basic resource card. Additionally, the top 100 would all receive special rewards, and the number 1 spot would be awarded a divinity point. Hanvu was ready to dive headfirst into battle as the elimination round countdown began. Hanvu summoned his army of locusts and goblins, ready to attack. A horde of flesh golems slowly entered the divine domain. Hanvu was surprised the school was willing to go this far. Although flesh golems were ordinary life forms, their strength was on par with elite creatures. Their skin was as thick as armor, but they moved as slowly as turtles. Hanvu ordered 50,000 bursting magma locusts to attack, opening with their lava explosion skill. After just a few steps, the golems were blown to pieces. The smell of grilled meat wafted all the way to where Hanvu stood, and he suspected this was a side effect of the law of gluttony, turning them into food. Hanvu had the rickshaw dwarves go up and collect all the monopuppet corpses to serve as the main course for his locusts. Just 15 minutes later, all the corpses had been cleanly devoured by the locusts. Not a scrap of flesh left, as if it were a free meal delivered right to them. In the observation room, the teachers discussed this term's difficulty. 1/3 of Teacher Dian Van's class had already been eliminated. This time, the principal had brought the vice principal to the battlefield to contend with Mao Yen. They found the flesh golems interesting and added them to the test, figuring the demigods wouldn't need to worry. Dian Van watched excitedly as Hanvu turned the flesh golems into food, what others feared. The boy treated as a feast. Moreover, his locust swarm was immune to the toxins in the golem's flesh, which was truly rare. A few teachers started taking an interest in the locust swarm, thinking it could be a species worth studying, but Lu Lok Thien was merely contemptuous, scoffing that locusts were just flying insects. His jealousy plain to see. Dian Van immediately retorted that luck was also a form of power. And besides, the locusts' actual strength could not be underestimated. They have now evolved into transcendent life forms. Even though they're low level, they've still surpassed human limits. So what if they're transcendent life forms? Their overall strategy is no match for goblins. Dean Fan felt Mr. Lu's comparison was completely skewed, pitting the locust's weaknesses against another species' strengths. If we're talking about reproduction speed, who can compete with these breeding machines? Lu Lok Thien didn't argue, but simply placed a bet that Lu Mak and his goblin vassal race would surpass Hanvu. Dean Fan didn't back down for a second, immediately wagering 5 divinity points on Hanvu in front of everyone. It turned out Lu Mak was Lu Lak Thien's own nephew. The man had spared no expense, pouring resources into the boy, just to crush Hanvu and hopefully reclaim his own prestige. The elimination round concluded with 430 students passing, 300 advanced to the ranking round, while 130 gave up, prompting a sarcastic remark from Lu Lak Thien. Another teacher countered that even passing the elimination round was a commendable achievement. The ranking round began, with the first wave consisting of skeleton soldiers. The teachers were surprised, thinking it was a freebie wave. Hanvu sighed again. His locusts could only eat flesh. Bones were another story. He decided to send 1 billion locusts charging forward to see if they could even chew through them. 2 hours later, he yawned from sleepiness. The entire mindless horde of skeletons had been turned into a lively feast for the locusts. The second wave of skeleton soldiers was blown to smithereens the moment they appeared. Hanvu realized they couldn't swim and couldn't cross the lava river. So he ordered the dwarves to pour lava all over the ground. The amount of lava was so immense that it formed a river blocking the entrance to his divine domain. Any skeleton soldiers that stepped in were instantly sent to the afterlife. All the teachers had to nod in approval at Han Vu's strategy. His high-level thinking made Dien Van proud, but Lu Lok Thien remained stubbornly contrary. It's only the 7th wave. My student Lu Mak is doing just as well. At that moment, inside Lu Mak's divine domain, besides dwarves, there were also 13 arrow towers, 9 lightning towers, 12 fireball towers, and many other structures. Lu Lok Thien smiled with satisfaction. He had poured countless resources into Lu Mak to ensure he would take the top spot this time. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar as everyone's attention shifted to Tan Sang's divine domain. Her lightning towers alone had reached the 100 mark, and her army of lifeforms was staggeringly large. Compared to her, Lu Mak looked like new money, while Tan Sang was the heiress of an ancient, powerful family. Not even the teachers could compare their trump cards to hers. Embarrassed at being overshadowed, Lu Lok Thien didn't dare provoke Tan Sang and instead directed his frustration towards Han Vu. The 10th wave ended with only 18 students remaining. The difficulty of the next round spiked sharply when a bone controller, a hero-level creature that commanded skeletons, appeared at the gate of the divine domain. The skeletal remains of the fallen soldiers suddenly began to move under the bone controller's command. They gathered together, forming a terrifying, massive bone construct. He molded the pile of bones into a giant bone warrior, which demolished an entire defense tower with a single stomp. In less than 3 minutes, 8 panicked students had already withdrawn. The difficulty this time was truly beyond imagination. Lu Lok Thien stared intently at Han Vu's divine domain, wondering why the bone giant, there was only a single color. The giant skeleton clinging to the cliff trembled violently, with a river of boiling lava bubbling below. The entire skeleton had been melted, leaving the bone controller with no more materials to summon. Elder Swordwind suddenly appeared, swinging his sword and sending the bone controller flying. For the 11th round, Han Vu passed with ease, barely even yawning. Lu Lok Thien roared, accusing Han Vu of cheating, unable to accept reality. When asked for proof, he threatened to sue teacher Dien Van, citing Han Vu's strange behavior with the skeleton soldiers. Who cleans up the battlefield after winning? Those bone fragments are the very source of power for the bone controller's revival. Teacher Dien Van was speechless at this absurd reasoning. Pushed into a corner, he still tried to remain calm. Finally, Director Hua spoke up, revealing that the test was set by the principal himself, and even she didn't know the contents beforehand. If Han Vu knew, it could only be because the principal told him. She told him to go ask the principal if he had questions, which immediately deflated Lu Lok Thien, who reluctantly accepted. It was just luck. Director Hua shook her head, exasperated by his stubbornness. In this God's Domain Academy, absolute fairness doesn't exist. The more skilled person wins, as long as there's no cheating. If we're talking about fairness, Lu Lok Thien should be the one to reflect on himself. He used his authority to pump resources into his nephew, while Tan Sang had her whole family's support. So where's the fairness in that? Dien Van only now realized that Lu Mak was Lu Lok Thien's biological nephew. No wonder he dared to make such a big bet. But no guts. No glory. By the 11th round, Lu Mak was exhausted and had to give up. The result of the bet was clear. Han Vu advanced. Lu Mak was out. Dien Van gently reminded him about their wager. Although it pained him deeply, Lu Lok Thien had to hand over the card with 5 points of divinity to Dien Van, even making sure to tell him to keep it safe because he'd get it back one day. An hour later, only 3 people had passed the 13th round: Han Vu, Tan Sang, and Hoang Fi. By the 14th round, Hoang Fi requested to withdraw. In the 16th round, Tan Sang also threw in the towel and quit the game. Only Han Vu remained, standing strong until the 20th round. His marauder locusts grew more ferocious with each battle. The bone soldiers fell in droves, becoming a feast for the locusts. After 50 minutes of fighting, the God's Domain keyed down, awaiting the next, more difficult wave. A door slowly opened. Han Vu looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's huge." The appearance of the ancient scale spirit lord stunned the entire faculty room, who were shocked by the principal's bold move, reaching the final boss, only to have a spirit lord thrown at him. Han Vu was starting to get bored. He proactively raised his hand to withdraw. The ancient scale spirit lord, having just entered the stage without doing anything, was forced to retreat, which made it extremely annoyed. Han Vu was pulled out of the God's Domain by the system, his gaze still stubbornly fixed on the door. Suddenly, something flew past Hanvu's face, coming from the direction of the ancient scale spirit lord, followed by a massive explosion behind him. Before he could even understand what had happened, Hanvu was forced out of the god's domain. The moment he appeared, he saw his name shining brightly in the #1 spot, leaving him stunned. At the end of the competition, Teacher Dianvan's class was in the lead, while Lulak Thien's class had dropped to 8th place. He furiously cursed and raged. Hanvu held his head high, accepting congratulations from everyone. From being the one looked down upon, he was now at the top of the entire school. An hour later, the rewards were delivered directly to him. The array of rare exchange cards made everyone's eyes turn red with envy. Every card was tempting. Hanvu struggled, not knowing which one to choose. Luckily, Teacher Dianvan was there to offer suggestions, proving himself to be a truly reliable professor. First, he chose the God's Domain Territory card to expand his dense forest by another 20 square kilometers. Then he exchanged a level 1 Holy Relic card for the Poison Mist Pearl, gaining an additional Sacred Domain core and a complete level 1 temple. One exchangeable weapon wasn't enough for the destructive Elder Swordwind, so he decided to look for other equipment for the dwarf. Tihlo. To see if it was feasible, Hanvu saw the Purgatory Warhammer, which could only be used by a Fire-type hero lifeform who met the requirements. Jichlo didn't qualify right now, so he'd have to wait for his champion to find the right Fire-type hero to use it. An hour later, Teacher Dianvan and Levan were summarizing the exam session. The comprehensive exam class had been divided from the advanced general class. Those strong enough would be selected for the elite group. Teacher Dianvan called the top 3 students from his class to receive their trial rewards. During the exam, Hanvu excelled and won first place, earning 100 contribution points for the resource treasury. He was curious about what valuable items were inside. The item list appeared, including the Giant's Palm, the Spring of Life, a Mystic Iron Ore core, and several level 2 support skills. Hanvu chose the Spring of Life, which enhances life force, its waters nourishing and transforming the surrounding environment. During a break, a young man approached Hanvu, wanting to trade 105 million divine power for 1 point of divinity. Hanvu, of course, refused. Why would someone out of the blue want to trade for his point of divinity? No reason needed. Just nod your head, and you'll get 105 million divine power in exchange for your destiny, allowing you to live a life of luxury. The young man had money but no divinity, so he assumed Hanvu would agree. But Hanvu rejected him flat out. His family was poor, but not that desperate. The man pleaded again, saying his grandfather was about to ascend to a true god but lacked divinity. Besides the divine power, he would also owe Hanvu a favor. Over 100 million divine power was indeed a huge amount. If he got it, Hanvu could increase the number of his locusts tenfold, and then earning points of divinity would be a piece of cake. While Hanvu was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Tan Sang had just transferred 150 million divine power to him in exchange for one of his points of divinity. Just like a rich young lady, she transferred the money with a single call, as if it were nothing. But she didn't stop there. Tan Sang sent another message to Hanvu. Was 1 point of divinity really that valuable? Actually, this was basic knowledge. But since Hanvu wasn't from this world, he didn't know. To condense 1 point of divinity, one must use the power of faith from their kin. If it was mixed with the faith of another god, the effect would be greatly diminished. The current market price for a godhead was 145 million divine power, but no one was selling. After reading this, Hanvu realized he was almost scammed and immediately shooed the guy away. Now he was about to be swimming in money. 150 million divine power falling from the sky was truly intoxicating. In his god's domain, Hanvu observed the River Mountain region. The level 1 temple was placed next to the forge of the dwarf. Tsihlo. He placed the Spring of Life near the desert, and in time, that place would become fertile. Then he bestowed the Purgatory Warhammer upon the dwarf Xichlo, who received it with praises of divinity, thanking him for his grace. Hanvu also granted them a supergrowth seed. From now on, it would be called the Divine Hammer. He hoped they would soon become hero lifeforms worthy of wielding the Purgatory weapon. After settling things, Hanvu flew away like a god, preparing to inspect the poison pearl that Teacher Dianvan told him to choose. Unsure of its use, speak of the devil. His phone rang. Hanvu answered the call from Teacher Dianvan. Teacher Dianvan had just won his bet with Lu Laktien, receiving 5 points of divinity. Hanvu had carried the team to victory, so the teacher decided to reward him. In one hand, shimmered a divine card worth 150 million divine power. In the other rested a pitch-black egg that pulsed faintly with dark energy. It was the stillborn creation of the heavenly demon insect king, forged through forbidden methods. Though lifeless, it still oozed 10 liters of demonic embryo essence every day, enough to turn weak insects into low-grade heavenly demon insects. When Hanvu first enrolled, teacher Dian Van had promised to help him create a life essence potion for his clan's core. So now he was trying to keep his promise. Although many looked down on the Locust clan as the bottom of society, if they had a way to change their fate, they could evolve into heavenly demon insects. Their potential wouldn't match elite life forms like Tan Sang's, but it would be on par with races like elves or dwarves. Hanvu chose the demonic embryo egg because he wasn't short on money. And this item combined the heavenly demon insect with extreme toxicity. Teacher Dian Van further advised him to place the level 1 poison mist pearl inside it to create a surprising effect. Besides thanking him, Hanvu also asked if the teacher could provide a large quantity of meat, not necessarily high quality, because the meat sold in the marketplace was too expensive. The teacher guessed he was planning to raise his locusts and advised him not to buy from the marketplace, as the prices were high and the quality was poor. The principal had just conquered a demon abyss area, filled with demon corpses, so he could request support from there. Hanvu thanked him and hung up, continuing to wander his god's domain in thought. The level 2 holy relic consumed resources like a whirlwind. The locusts in the sacred domain were not enough to supply it, and even the internal production couldn't keep up. He needed to find a new supply source as soon as possible. Hanvu walked to the base of an ancient tree and placed the demonic embryo egg there, letting it naturally produce demonic embryo essence. He waited for the locusts to consume it and evolve. 2 days later, there was enough demonic embryo essence for the locusts to use. Hanvu waited anxiously for the result. An egg cracked open, and a mutated black butterfly shot out from the shell. It was a common-grade heavenly demon insect, with a lifespan of 200 days. Although it was only a common type, it was 100 times stronger than a regular locust. The only problem was that information on how to raise them was extremely rare. Heavenly demon insects needed demonic embryo essence to evolve. 1 drop could assimilate 1 locust. 1 milliliter contained 20 drops, and 10 liters equaled 200,000 drops. If things went smoothly, Hanvu could produce 200,000 heavenly demon insects per day, in just a few minutes. This one had already doubled in size. If the law of gluttony was effective, it would soon become an elite creature. The next step was to place the level 1 poison mist pearl into the core of the god's domain. To see the reaction, the heavenly demon insect immediately evolved into a poison mist type elite life form, its horrifying appearance a nightmare for anyone with a fear of insects. At the same time, the principal was tearing his hair out over a pile of rotting flesh and bones, unable to figure out how to clean up the school properly. Besides the bones, there were also fleshy demon corpses. Sealing them into cards would drain his spirit, but leaving them out would spread toxic gas everywhere. Just then, teacher Dean Fan called, even turning on the video feed, which startled the principal. The professor scratched his head awkwardly, embarrassed about the disturbance, but he still boldly asked the principal to let Hanvu use the demon corpses as food for his core familiars, the imperial locusts, which had eaten them during the exam without any issue. The principal suddenly remembered that Hanvu was the one who had fought the demigod Trung Kwang, and he never expected the tiny imperial locusts to be so useful. It was just a pity that the environment of the demonic abyss wasn't suitable, so he couldn't bring the swarm of imperial locusts to clean up the mess. In the end, the principal had no choice but to seal the demon corpses into a card and give it to Professor Dien Van to deliver personally to Hanvu. The next day, Professor Dien Van called again, saying that 1 million corpses weren't enough for his swarm of locusts, and he even asked for a continuous supply. The principal was so shocked he almost screamed, but he managed to maintain a calm expression. Ahem. I can provide them, the principal proposed, but in the long run, it won't be free. I suggest a trade of 1 point of divine power for 100 corpses, with a minimum purchase starting at 10,000 points of divine power. Just a few minutes later, Hanvu confirmed the order, swiping his card to spend 1 million points of divine power at once, which left the principal completely stunned. A few days later, the swarm of poison mist fiend bugs in Hanvu's divine domain had multiplied and grown fat and plump. Now it was time for them to offer their lives in gratitude. In return, Hanvu got to choose one of 3 rewards. The first was 5 giant warriors with transcendent potential. The second was a tier 3 skill crystal for the poison burst technique, which would allow a familiar to learn the skill at a basic level. It could be given to a hero class unit to master the high-level poison burst technique. The final choice was a decomposition machine, which could break down matter to create pure energy. It was well worth the effort of spawning 12 billion elite Imperial locusts to get this. The 5 warriors were all transcendent grade, and each could be sold for at least 10 million divine power points. However, the second option was just as tempting with the combo of the Tier 3 Poison Burst technique and the Fiend Bugs. But unfortunately, his divine domain was only at Tier 3. Since the Law of Gluttony and the Poison Mist Orb were already taking up slots, there was no more room for the Poison Burst technique. So Hanvu chose the third option. A massive decomposition machine dropped down in front of him. Hanvu tried tossing in a few chunks of iron ore, and 5 hours later, he received 3 iron crystals. This item could not only feed certain special races, but also serve as a crafting material. Each crystal was worth 5 points of divine power. This was truly a path to long-term wealth. The prayers of the Red Axle Dwarf clan echoed in the Divine Temple. They were being attacked by undead while mining. 3 of them were seriously injured, and the clan chief was still fighting, praying for their god to intervene and save them. Although he didn't understand why undead had appeared in his divine domain, he knew that anyone who dared to touch his people would pay the price. Arriving at the scene, Hanvu saw the clan chief battling a bone soldier. It seemed this bone soldier was a lord of some kind, as its actions were not mindless like those of ordinary skeletons. Hanvu didn't rush in to help. Instead, he found the bone soldier rather interesting, so he decided to try and check its information. The check failed because it wasn't one of his believers, and Hanvu didn't have a scouting skill. So, he summoned Godfather Kiem Fong to the battle. If he couldn't get the information peacefully, he'd just have to beat it out of the creature. Godfather Kiem Fong took action, and with a single slash, sent its bones scattering across the ground. But the pile of bones immediately flew back together, reassembling themselves. Hanvu ordered it to submit, promising to grant it a new body of flesh and blood in return. The little skeleton swung its arm to attack, but it was useless. Hanvu was like a spirit. To defeat his divine avatar, one would have to destroy his entire divine domain. Hanvu ordered the Red Axle clan chief and Godfather Kiem Fong to team up and fight the little skeleton until it finally submitted. After 3 days and 3 nights of being relentlessly pummeled, the skeleton finally knelt before Hanvu. He patted its skull and said, "If you just behaved earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer." It turned out this guy was a sealed lord of the Wind Spirit familiars, and its power of faith was still incredibly strong. With that settled, Hanvu went back to burying his head in his books to study for the exam. The upcoming exam was a major turning point that would determine the students' true strength and could even affect their entire future. This exam was tied to university admissions, which made Hanvu focus even more. His grandfather's dying wish was for him to enter the Imperial Capital Academy in the Chaotic Star Sea to find his parents, and this just happened to be a top-tier academy. His grandfather really knew how to set a difficult challenge. The students would be teleported to the Demon Realm at coordinate C793826, and with details to be sent via email upon arrival. Everyone had 1 hour to prepare. They all buzzed about the Demon Realm, a place filled with demonic energy, where outsiders could easily be corrupted. Only demonic creatures and the undead could survive there. Hugh Long was thrilled, feeling this was a playground tailor-made for his demonic familiars. Just then, Hugh Long received a call from an unknown number. Surprisingly, it was Lu Lap Thean on the other end. He wanted to ask Hugh Long to take care of someone. He didn't even need to say the name. Hugh Long already knew he was talking about Hanvu. If Hugh Long helped him this one time, Lu Lap Thean promised he would be handsomely rewarded. He even sponsored him with a long akma before the exam, a transcendent life form from a race on par with heroes, which showed just how serious he was. The competition began, requiring students to transform into one of their familiars. They were only allowed 1 summon per day. Each summon was limited to a maximum of 100 creatures, and the system awarded points based on completed missions. The list was incredibly long, so we'll just skip the details. First, they had to choose a form to transform into. If the transformed body died, they would revert to their human form, but if their true body died, it was game over for real. Hanvu had 4 choices: an Imperial Locust, a Red Axle Dwarf, Godfather Kiem Fong, or the weakened, Sealed Skull Lord. Since this was the demonic abyss, thick with demonic energy, Hanvu chose to transform into the skeleton lord of the undead race to avoid being affected by it. This was the first time Hanvu had ever experienced such a strange sensation of transformation. With a whoosh like a roller coaster, all his flesh and skin vanished, leaving only a skeleton in clothes. The demonic abyss was truly an ideal place for the undead and demonic creatures. Hanvu found his transformed body even more comfortable than his human one. Hanvu gave the order for 100 gluttonous imperial locusts to attack and sweep the entire area in front of him. But before they could even fly a kilometer, his entire swarm of locusts was corrupted by the demonic energy and dropped dead. Just as the rumors said, the demonic energy was the bane of most familiars. Hanvu could only rely on the 3 fiendbug brothers he had just nurtured. Their first mission was to find some food. He told the 3 brothers to go pick some fruit so he could see how the fruit in the demon realm differed from the normal kind. But as soon as they set foot in the forest, a horde of zombies emerged from the mud, growling as they charged toward them. Hanvu decided to test the little skeleton's strength, letting him face the entire horde alone. 10 minutes later, he had wiped them all out, even rewarding them with a chance at reincarnation. Meanwhile, the 3 fiendbug brothers gathered a basket of bone demon fruits, which were only worth 20 points. The boss was worth 100 points but was a demigod, so he chose to grind for quantity instead of risking his life. A day passed, and Hanvu had picked every tree in the demon realm clean, not leaving a single bone demon fruit behind. But since the points for that mission could only be claimed once, he came up with an idea. He posted in the class group chat, asking if anyone wanted to trade for 100 bone demon fruits for mission 49. Some people objected while others agreed. But finally, Professor Dian Van settled the matter. He announced that only items found during the exam could be traded, and 3 violations would result in disqualification. Hanvu looked at his skeletal form and grinned smugly. He was truly born to be a merchant. Now he had enough resources to make a big play. Meanwhile, a familiar face read the message and used it to pinpoint Hanvu's coordinates. He immediately gathered his wolf cavalry, preparing for a surprise attack. A few hours later, Hanvu's rank had plummeted because his familiars were weak. If he didn't complete a major mission soon, he would fall off the leaderboard entirely. The situation was getting tense. Suddenly, in the distance, he spotted a troop of skeletons moving towards him. He hid himself and observed them carefully, curious to see if his skeleton lord form could control them. "Do you recognize me?" Hanvu asked, slowly walking towards them. The bone soldiers immediately dropped to their knees, bowing their heads before him. Hanvu was stunned. He had subdued dozens of them with just one sentence. He then ordered them to rise and lead him to the bone soldier's lair. Less than an hour later, every bone soldier in the area had gathered before him. Among them was even a transcendent undead skeleton knight, majestically riding a wolf. Hanvu rejoiced silently. Luck was also a form of power. The knight explained that he once belonged to the #1 legion that fought against the flesh fiends. He had been separated from his unit and was holed up here. Resisting the fiends, his soldiers dwindled each day, forcing them to hunt bone demon fruits to maintain their strength. Now that they were his army, Hanvu planned to make them even stronger. A bold plan began to form in his mind. The next day, his rank had dropped disastrously to nearly 180. This was the perfect time to act. Hanvu gave the skeleton knight a bone marrow spirit stone and let them divide the rest of the equipment among themselves. 10 minutes later, the skeleton army was fired up and ready. They had located the flesh fiend's lair and were preparing for an all-out assault. There were between 8,000 and 1 million fiends in the cave. Hanvu initially planned to take on 1,000 of them himself, but knowing it would be difficult, he devised a stratagem. He sent a bone soldier to the cave entrance to taunt the fiends with a ridiculous dance. Sure enough, the fiends inside swarmed out in a complete frenzy. But by the time they got outside, the dancing skeleton was gone. All that was left was the ambushing army of bone soldiers, which charged in to attack. It was the perfect opening move, leaving Hanvu very satisfied. After the flesh fiends were defeated, they were turned into soldiers. The recruitment method of the skeleton race was truly unique. An hour later, the number of bone soldiers had swelled to 7,000, while only 3,000 flesh fiends remained in the cave. Now, it was time for a real battle. Hanvu ordered an all-out assault. 3 hours later, the skeleton knight presented him with the boss's heart. The mission was complete, and Hanvu had earned another 60 points. Meanwhile, Truong Hulong was still desperately searching for Hanvu, eager for just one glimpse of him, but having no luck. On the leaderboard, Hanvu had leaped from rank 180 to 108. Everyone guessed he had cleared out the Flesh Fiend cave, though Hulong dismissed it as nothing more than a lucky break. He made his way to the ruins of the Fiend cave and learned that Hanvu was hiding in the Shadowland, raising a skeleton army to farm points. He immediately released his hellhounds, intending to tear that army of skeletons to pieces. The skeleton army immediately rushed out to shield their master. Their bones were so tough that even hellhounds struggled to chew through them. It was only the second day, yet Hanvu had already built such a powerful army. If he was given a few more days, Hyolong feared no one would be able to stop him. So he was determined to end this today. He summoned his sub-dragon demon, which charged forward and bit a skeleton knight's body in half. Hanvu couldn't understand when he had made an enemy of this guy. For him to bring an army and attack so fiercely, Hyolong replied in an irritating tone that he had to die simply because he was an eyesore. Then his sub-dragon demon threw a straight punch that sent Hanvu flying. The troop of skeleton soldiers immediately rushed forward to attack the sub-dragon demon, seeking revenge for their master. Seeing the mindless skeletons is not worth his effort, Hyolong withdrew his forces. From the bushes, Hanvu clutched his chest and struggled to his feet. Thankful that his skeleton lord incarnation could revive him, seeing his skeleton soldiers standing there dumbfounded, he ordered the entire army to retreat from the area immediately. Only those who know when to advance and when to retreat can survive long. Today, Hanvu lost to Hyolong, but the next time they meet, he will give him a taste of hell. Hyolong thought Hanvu had dropped out of the exam, but his name was still standing tall on the leaderboard. Furious at being tricked by Hanvu's feigned death, he immediately set off to find him, determined not to let him survive again. But when he arrived, there was only an empty field. Hanvu and his legion had vanished without a trace. Hyolong ordered his pack of hellhounds to spread out and search a 100-mile radius. Meanwhile, Hanvu, with just over 5,000 skeleton soldiers left, gave them bone essence stones to accelerate their reproduction. Even so, their strength after absorbing the stones wasn't enough to make a significant impact. To get noticed by the Imperial Capital Academy, he needed to achieve a truly outstanding military feat. Hanvu scrolled through the mission board and saw Mission 64 eliminate the Fallen Demon Tribe for 80 points, and a level 2 Chain Fireball skill stone. These creatures were vicious but weak, and getting 80 points meant their numbers were at least 1 million. If he could turn them into skeleton soldiers, it would be perfect. He immediately set out. 2 months later, in the teacher's meeting room, everyone was boasting about their students. Someone asked Dian Van why his outstanding student, Hanvu, had suddenly disappeared. Lu Lokthian seized the opportunity to mock him, saying Hanvu was just a flash in the pan, a weakling spoiled into arrogance. Dian Van sternly warned him to watch his words, but Lu continued to provoke him. He called Hanvu useless, saying that no amount of resources could help him. Dian Van couldn't take it anymore and made a bet with him that Hanvu would win first place, wagering 10 divinity points. Lu Lokthian didn't have divinity points, but he had a divine authority. He had already set a trap, certain that Hanvu wouldn't survive, so he couldn't pass up this opportunity. He offered his level 3 sickness infliction divine authority as a wager, and the bet was sealed. Dian Van would win as long as Hanvu surpassed the 80-point mark. That was extremely difficult for an ordinary student, but achieving it would catch the eye of top universities. At the Fallen Demon Camp, which once held millions, less than 100,000 now remained. The rest had all surrendered to Hanvu, helping him expand his army of skeleton soldiers to 900,000. With another 100,000 left, they too would sooner or later bow before his legion. 20 minutes later, the entire skeleton army claimed a major victory. 3 skeleton soldiers used a wondrous spell to cast a magic formation. They transformed the remaining living fallen demons into transcendent skeleton spirits. Hanvu was surprised to find there was a type of skeleton even stronger than his skeleton knights. Furthermore, the resurrected skeletons could transfer magical power to their allies, making the entire army tougher. Hanvu's army was now nearly invincible. The skeleton knights cleaned up the battlefield and presented Hanvu with the spoils a level 1 fireball staff holy relic. Added to his divine domain core, it increased his kin's power to cast level 1 fireballs, turning them into divine weapons. There was also an abyss core that increased life force, a true treasure for Hanvu's swarm. With 1 million troops at his command, Hanvu no longer feared Hyolong. After receiving 80 points, he proceeded to select a 70-point mission in Maoyan to wreak havoc on the locals. 3 days later, after a string of victories for his skeleton army, Hanvu shot up from the bottom of the rankings to 4th place. No wonder Dian Van treated him like a prized possession. So what if he's in 4th place? It's not the top spot. Lu Lokthian remained disdainful. Just then, notifications from various universities arrived, inviting Hanvu for interviews. One second-tier school even offered him direct admission. Lu Lokthian was stunned and then shouted, "Why is it only Hanvu getting these notifications and no one else?" There were still 3 people ahead of Hanvu, but the rules required over 3,000 points and 1 80-point mission to qualify. Currently, only Hanvu had met that standard. Tan Sang had also just completed an 80-point mission, with a total score over 3,000, and received an invitation from another university. Lu Lokthian reassured himself that as long as Hanvu didn't take first place, he would still win the bet. He secretly contacted Hu Long, telling him not to kill Hanvu, but just to stop him from completing the final 3 missions. Hu Long nodded and chose a 90-point mission. Hanvu looked over the last 3 missions, clearing the evil man-eating tree forest, annihilating the fish demon tribe, and destroying the dark dwarf demigod. His current total was over 3,000 points, placing him 3rd. If he completed 2 more missions, he would surpass the leader. Though difficult, he had 20 million skeleton soldiers, 2 heroic units, and many transcendent life forms. Hanvu decided to eliminate the fish demons first. At that moment, in the fish demon tribe's territory, Hu Long, for his own benefit, had allied with another person to attack together. The fish demon relentlessly bashed the 2 of them on the head with its club. After an hour, they were still at a stalemate. Hu Long realized this wasn't going well. If they kept fighting, he'd lose his entire kin. He decided to retreat. If the 2 of them couldn't handle this mission, how could Hanvu possibly do it alone? Suddenly, the ground began to shake. They both turned around to see Hanvu's skeleton legion swarming towards them. One monster couldn't possibly fight against 1,000 skeletons. A battle was about to erupt. Hu Long and his ally charged forward to join the fray, thinking that while the skeleton soldiers were numerous, their strategy was weak. So they urged each other to rush in. Hanvu gave them no chance to interfere, immediately sending out 2 skeleton mages to meet the challenge. The skeleton mages summoned a giant skeleton knight, which swung its mace and hammered them one by one like playing whack-a-mole. The resurrected skeletons chanted a spell, turning all the surrounding corpses into new soldiers. The more they fought, the faster their numbers grew. Hu Long and his companion fled in a panic. At this point, their own lives were the most precious thing, but a skeleton knight blocked their path, its eyes glowing brightly as if asking who gave them permission to run. Standing on the shoulder of an earth fiend, Hanvu gave a cold smile and said, "Triong Hu Long. Tu Duan. It's been a while, hasn't it? So what if my kin is the Imperial Swarm?" Seeing Hu Long talking too much, Hanvu gave him a swift, spinning backhand slap. He panicked and begged for mercy, but it was too late to sue for peace. In just 1 second, Truong Hu Long was sent flying like a fallen leaf. Tu Duan trembled and pleaded, saying there was no grudge between them and begging to be spared, arguing that killing him would bring no benefit. Hanvu replied flatly, "Sparing you doesn't benefit me either." Shaking with fear, Tu Duan offered up half of his treasures in exchange for a chance to live. Hanvu shrugged. "If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have had to lift a finger." He nodded in acceptance, and Tu Duan tucked his tail and ran for his life. 5 hours later, the corpses of the fish demons were piled up like mountains. The remaining survivors all knelt and begged to become Hanvu's subordinates. The mission was complete. With an additional 90 accumulated points, Hanvu climbed to 2nd place, only 40 points away from the top spot. With 2 final missions ahead of him, as he was about to choose, the system announced that there was only 1 unaccepted mission left. It was likely that Tan Sang had already made her move. Hanvu wasn't surprised, as she was a young lady with extremely powerful backing from her family. To claim the top spot, his only option was to accept the mission to destroy the Dark Dwarf demigod. The difficulty was extremely high, but to catch the eye of the Imperial Capital Academy, he had to do it. Hanvu immediately ordered his entire skeleton army to form up and march straight to the Dark Dwarf's lair. By this point, 11 classes had completed the examination. Only 3 people from Dianvan's class remained: Tan Sang, Hanvu, and Tu Duan. Tan Sang was in 2nd place, 10 points ahead of Hanvu, while Tu Duan was in 7th. Dianvan worried about what his students were planning, while Lu Lokthian fumed because his plot to harm Hanvu had failed. No class had ever dared to attempt this mission before. Despite this, Dianvan had absolute faith in his students. Both Hanvu and Tan Sang were now challenging the final mission. Tan Sang arrived first and immediately sent out her flock of thunder sparrows to attack. The small birds unleashed powerful bolts of lightning, instantly incinerating several black frogs. The Dark Dwarf demigod was a talking, red-eyed frog. It immediately chanted a spell to create a protective barrier against the thunder sparrows. It let out a low growl. "You dare touch my tribe. I will make sure not even your corpses remain intact." Tan Sang realized it was charging up an extremely powerful attack, but before she could fly away, the blow had already landed. She was thrown into mid-air, thinking this was the end for her, but she managed to remain calm. Tan Sang managed to use her purification divine art in time to restore her energy and stamina. She gathered her strength and unleashed a lightning blast. Sending a giant ball of lightning crashing into the dark dwarf's protective barrier, the entire flock of thunder sparrows followed suit, launching their attacks relentlessly like a torrential storm. One blast wasn't enough, but the resonance of 100 of them shattered the shield. All that was left was to roast the frogs inside. But life is never that easy. The dark dwarf summoned the mountain-devouring demon frog, a colossal frog that opened its mouth, reeking of blood, and stood menacingly behind Tan Sang. In the eyes of that giant monster, Tan Sang was just a tiny fly. It shot out its tongue and caught her in an instant. Tan Sang flapped her wings to resist but couldn't escape, and was swallowed whole into the giant frog's stomach. Inside the slimy, foul-smelling mouth, her lightning had no effect. If this dragged on, she would be digested. In the midst of the crisis, her phone rang. It was Hanvu. She was so angry, she wanted to hang up, but she answered anyway. Hanvu chuckled and asked if the scene looked familiar, and hearing his voice just made her want to rush over and smack him a few times. Seeing her temper flare, Hanvu dropped the jokes and got straight to the point. Proposing a partnership, he warned that if she refused, her thunder sparrows would soon become frog food. Tan Sang thought it over and nodded in agreement. Her condition was that the dark frogman's divine body would be hers, while the rest of the spoils would go to Hanvu. Hanvu immediately agreed, telling her to send her coordinates so he could dispatch his skeleton army as reinforcements. Tan Sang said she was in some random rift, a location Hanvu couldn't reach, even if he ran all day. But she was just bluffing. In reality, she had already sent her legion of thunder sparrows to his position. A few minutes later, Hanvu saw the flock of thunder sparrows arrive, faster than an ex-girlfriend changing her mind. "Over here, my little birds," Hanvu called out, waving his bony hands at them. He then leaped onto the back of the lead bird and ordered the entire squad to move out, with the other skeletons climbing onto the backs of thunder sparrows to follow. Upon arrival, the flock of thunder sparrows simultaneously unleashed lightning down upon the swarm of red-eyed frogs. The dark frogman merely let out a hiss, and the resulting energy wave disintegrated Hanvu's skeleton troop. The entire battlefield was reduced to a pile of bone fragments, prompting Hanvu to immediately summon his bone crafter. Chanting a resurrection spell, he gathered the shattered bone fragments, merging them into a new life form. A giant skeleton knight with a fluttering red scarf appeared, its presence overwhelmingly powerful. The group of dark frogmen gathered to cast a ritual, summoning the swamp of hell. But the skeleton knight simply kicked 5 of the frogs away, laughing contemptuously as it fought. Hanvu continued to command his resurrected skeletons and the ox demon mage to advance. On one side were white bones, on the other, red flesh, and both charged straight into the frog army. The ox demon mage hammered the frogs one by one, sending them staggering, while the resurrected skeletons turned the frog corpses into new soldiers. The surviving dark frogmen found themselves being attacked by their own reanimated kin, although the outcome was still uncertain. With the support of the thunder sparrows, the odds were now heavily in Hanvu's favor. "I have underestimated you," the dark frogman roared, then chanted its dark divine art to summon darkest night. The sky turned blood red, and the life force was drained from the skeleton army, leaving only withered bones behind. With all his forces deployed, could it be that Hanvu was destined to fail here? Suddenly, a prayer echoed in his ear. "My lord, allow us to enter the battle." It was Godfather Kiem Fong and Chieftain Shichlo, 2 beings Hanvu had nurtured. If they joined the fight, the tide of battle could turn once more. The gate to the divine domain creaked open, revealing Godfather Kiem Fong wielding 4 greatswords, looking majestic and powerful. At the same time, the Crimson Legion of Shichlo dwarves charged forward. Even the swarms of locusts emerged to sacrifice their lives for their master. Hanvu no longer had tear ducts, but his heart was filled with emotion as he unleashed all his remaining power. This time, the system presented an excellent choice. Perhaps fate itself was on his side. Among the options was a holy relic called the Sacred Flame of Hope, which could dispel darkness, purify all negative energy, and increase the life force of his kin. Without hesitation, Hanvu took the torch of light, igniting a beacon of hope on the battlefield and leaving the dark frogmen stunned. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. After being tormented for so long, he finally had a chance to fight back. The dark frogmen still couldn't believe that a mortal like Hanvu could nullify its divine shadow magic. But such is the destiny of the Chosen One. Hanvu flew with the flock of thunder sparrows, holding the sacred torch high. Wherever its light passed, the darkness vanished, and even the red-eyed frog's eyes cleared. After flying around for a while, he reached the mountain-swallowing demon frog and suddenly remembered he still had to save Tan Sang. He'd been too busy striking poses with the torch like the Statue of Liberty, "Take that frog down now," Hanvu shouted. And Godfather Kiem Fong and Chieftain Shich Lo charged forward in unison. The two joined forces and sliced the giant frog to pieces. Tan Sang burst out from its stomach. Just seconds away from being digested, she immediately struck the demon frog with a massive ball of lightning, causing the very ground to explode. The giant monster convulsed violently, its entire body trembling as if it had been hit by a high-voltage current. The flock of thunder sparrows and the Shichlo dwarves rushed in to wipe out the smaller frogs, while the skeleton knight crushed any that remained. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the dark frogman demigod turned to flee, leaving behind the cliché line, "Just you wait. I don't like to wait," Hanvu replied, swooping down from above and slamming the sacred torch onto its head. The light completely devoured the darkness. Tansong followed up with a continuous barrage of lightning. The two worked in perfect sync, and the frog demigod was turned to black charcoal in an instant. With the mission complete, Tansang honored their agreement and took her share the demigod's body. The dark frogman, on the brink of death, begged for mercy, promising to give up all its wealth in exchange for its life. "Once you're dead, what's yours will be mine anyway," Hanvu said coldly as he finished it off. Half an hour later, the system's asset summary left him stunned. He never expected a frog to be so rich. As per their deal, the entire treasure hoard belonged to Hanvu. While Tansang only took the corpse for research, Hanvu placed a crown on her head. Considering it a payment for the emotional debt that had built up between them over time, Tansang's pride swelled. But she maintained her cold demeanor, saying thanks weren't necessary. The assessment was over, and teacher Dian Van called them back to meet with the leadership and university representatives. The entire skeleton army now belonged to Hanvu. On the way back, the teacher reminded his two students not to speak carelessly, because all the teachers inside were true gods. After leading them into the hall, the teacher withdrew. Hanvu secretly wondered if the three true gods would recognize him as a child of destiny who possessed the ability to sacrifice life. One teacher began by interviewing Tan Sang. She was the heiress of a true god's family with abundant resources, and this time she had even obtained a god's corpse. The teacher guessed she would use it to nurture a Lord-class life form. What he was most interested in was her current divinity value. Tan Sang answered honestly that she had 4 divinity points. Hearing this, Hanvu could only admire her in silence. She was already rich but still thrifty, truly the type to hog all the world's wealth. The evaluating teacher concluded that Tan Sang had met the requirements for all 3 universities. As long as she successfully nurtured her Lord-class life form, she could enroll, and was even offered a spot as a provisional student to experience university life early. She thanked them, although she had already expected this outcome. When it was Hanvu's turn, teacher Chu Sin's expression suddenly changed, making him feel that something was wrong. The teacher said he had reviewed Hanvu's file and confirmed that his core race was the locust. After Hanvu nodded, the teacher made a mark on the core race confirmation form. Next was the divinity point check. Hanvu had 1 point, so he still met the requirement. The final question made him a bit tense. How did his godfather Kiem Fong manage to find a skeleton lord in the demon realm? This question showed that they hadn't figured out his real secret, so Hanvu saw no need to reveal it. However, without a clear explanation, he would have an unmet condition. To get into those 3 universities, Hanvu would have to maintain his performance in the upcoming college entrance exam. Director Hua felt it was a pity that the teachers didn't recognize Hanvu's talent, but he wasn't bothered. His goal was the Imperial Capital Academy. Not these 3 schools. Teacher Dian Van patted his shoulder encouragingly, saying that Gateway Academy was also a top-tier school, and it was fine if he didn't get in. Many other schools were still willing to accept Hanvu as a provisional student, little knowing his sights were set only on the Imperial Capital. As soon as he stepped out, Tan Sang was waiting for him. She said that after nurturing her lord, she would enroll in a major university with suitable resources, then asked Hanvu which school he planned to attend. Hanvu answered concisely. His only goal was to go to the chaotic Star Sea in the Imperial Capital to find clues about the original body's parents. Tan Sang immediately changed her mind. If he was going to the Imperial Capital, she would follow, but as a provisional student, she would receive immense resources. When they met again, they might be rivals, so she advised him to become her slave now while he still had the chance. Hanvu couldn't understand why Tan Sang was so insistent on him becoming her subordinate. He had earned enough money to live comfortably for 3 lifetimes, so why would he need to bow down and serve anyone? Watching his cold figure walk away, Tan Sang became even more intrigued. She found his stubbornness, as unyielding as a skeleton, to be rather cute. Back in his divine domain, Hanvu used the divinity card. He now had 2 divinity points, and a large amount of divine power. His core had reached level 3. And besides the locusts, he had many other subordinate kin. A few new faces appeared, like the skeleton tribe and the demon tribe. Hanvu planned to upgrade their equipment, but the priority was to establish an evolutionary path for the locusts first. The first path was to create the abyssal locust by using abyssal resources to forge a path of defense and counterattack. After choosing this path, the locusts gained increased resistance, extended life, higher magic resistance, and better durability, evolving into abyssal locusts. The second path was to utilize the Dark Frogman's heart to create the Path of the Shadow Curse. Following this path, the locusts could fly in and out of stealth and came with effects that annoyed the enemy. They were called Shadow Curse locusts and specialized in assassination. Suddenly, the voice of a Shichlo dwarf echoed in his mind, lamenting that while disassembling ore, some idiot had accidentally disassembled a holy scepter as well, begging their god for forgiveness. Arriving at the scene, Hanvu saw the chieftain kneeling and crying, accusing his own younger brother of being the culprit and pleading for absolution. Hanvu sighed, simply reminding them to be more careful next time and not to rush to disassemble every shiny thing they saw. He waited to see the result of the disassembly. The system returned 2 fire essence stones and 1 golden essence block, materials that could be used to repair or upgrade holy relics. Hanvu was surprised. His law of gluttony happened to be malfunctioning. Perhaps these materials could be used to fix it, believing that trying was better than just hearing about it. And since it was already broken with nothing left to lose, he decided to experiment. The result was a partial repair. Before, it needed to consume energy over 1,000 times to evolve, but now it was down to 999 times. With more divine artifact materials, it could be fully restored. Hanvu checked the online community to see if anyone had a similar problem, and he found someone asking for help. This person had a broken divine artifact weapon that had lost all its divine aura, so he was looking for someone to help repair it. Everyone had refused because they had already tried and failed. But Hanvu had the materials, so he messaged the guy, telling him to get in touch if he needed help. He had barely sent the message when a call came in, as fast as a lightning strike. Hanvu wasn't sure if he could fix it but agreed to try. Since the other person had posted a long time ago, one more attempt wouldn't hurt. He told him to send the divine artifact over first. The other guy was afraid of being scammed, so he had installed the Divine Domain anti-scam app. He asked Hanvu what grade of divine artifact he needed. If it was below grade 4, he could send it immediately. But for anything above grade 4, he'd have to wait. Hanvu only needed grade 1 artifacts. As soon as he said that, a massive crate fell from the sky, nearly hitting him on the head. The speed was truly terrifying. Upon opening the package, Hanvu found 100 divine artifacts inside, and for a moment, he thought about just taking them and running for it. But then he remembered the other guy had installed that Divine Domain anti-scam app, which sounded pretty serious. So he dropped the idea. He gathered all 100 divine artifacts and threw them into the decomposition furnace. 2 hours later, the system returned 109 divine artifact materials to him. Hanvu skimmed 9 pieces for himself and sent exactly 100 pieces to the owner, hoping he wouldn't get caught. Less than a minute after he sent them, the guy on the other end was emotionally thanking him, calling Hanvu his great savior. Hanvu could only cover his ears from the shouting and laugh awkwardly, saying that helping others was its own reward. Meanwhile, at Teacher Dianvan's house, he was testing out the new grade 3 healing divinity he had just won in a bet against Lu Loc Thien. Lu Loc Thien's face was as red as a tomato, but there was nothing he could do except throw a few jabs to vent his frustration. Teacher Dean, it's a long road ahead, so watch your step. Just then, Hanvu called to ask about a small matter. He wanted to know how to obtain high-grade core resources to upgrade his divine domain, as he had searched all over online and found nothing. According to Teacher Dianvan, resources like divinities, godhood, and core fragments were so rare that major corporations would reserve them before they even hit the market, leaving nothing for ordinary people. However, if Hanvu helped him continue to win against Lu Loc Thien, he would give him his treasured collection. There was also another way. He had once participated in the Blood Crystal Tournament, where the winner would receive divine domain core fragments. But competing against creatures from other civilizations would result in heavy losses to one's kin. Though the rewards were extremely valuable, Hanvu had just invested a ton of resources into his kin and wanted to test their strength, so he decided to try his luck. He might be short on everything else, but he wasn't short on kin. The next morning, Hanvu and Teacher Dianvan entered the Blood Crystal Arena, fired up and ready to go. Before entering, they had to wear masks to hide their identities and avoid being tracked by other demigods. Then they filled out the registration form. The arena was divided into 3 tiers based on level divine creatures, demigods, and true gods. Normally, there was no cross-tier fighting without a special request. There was no limit on the number of kin. But to surrender, you had to lose more than half of your forces. As soon as he finished entering his name, Hanvu was instantly teleported into a multi-dimensional space. Faster than you can say boo, a strange voice echoed. Contestant A, I assume you're new here. His opponent this time was a young man who called himself Chwat Daijia. Despite the goofy-sounding name, he was known for being ruthless. And everyone felt sorry for Hanvu for running into him in the very first match. Hanvu heard all the chatter and felt a bit nervous about facing a big shot right from the start. Both received the command to prepare to release their kin. The battle would begin in 3 minutes. Chuo Daijia unleashed a swarm of mutated, long-tailed hamsters that squeaked annoyingly. He then laughed provocatively, thinking Hanvu would back down at the sight of their numbers. Seeing the rodents on the other side, Hanvu didn't even flinch and immediately summoned tens of thousands of locusts onto the field. Chua Daijia looked at the locust army and sneered, mocking that they were even worse than his own rats. He ordered his swarm of rats to form up, and they launched themselves toward Hanvu like a shower of arrows. Hanvu commanded the abyssal worms to form a defensive shield. Any rat that touched the shield was broken upon impact by the thick, sturdy wings. Chuo Daijia yelled for them to keep attacking without stopping. While Hanvu took the opportunity to send his Shadow Curse worms around the back, one of the Shadow Curse worms silently flew to the edge of the arena. It used 3 types of curses, causing the rats in the rear to stagger and screech. Seizing the opportunity, Hanvu sent the celestial demon worms charging forward. The cursed rats started seeing locusts everywhere, throwing their formation into chaos. The celestial demon worms shot poison from their tails, and the rats that were hit collapsed within seconds. As a result, Hanvu's kin remained almost entirely intact. While the rat faction was left with just over 20% of its forces, Chuot Daijia quickly surrendered. If the fight continued, his rats would go extinct. Hanvu won the match and received a shard of a God King's core as his reward. The moment he touched it, he felt a familiar sensation. Like the power of life sacrifice, he was teleported back to the waiting area, where teacher Dien Van clapped him on the shoulder in congratulations. The first match was such an easy win, and it had helped the teacher earn a ton of divine power. It turned out teacher Dien was a gambling addict and had bet on Hanvu to win. Since his kin losses were below the threshold, the teacher made a huge profit. He asked Hanvu if he wanted to keep fighting, and Hanvu agreed, seeing it as a good opportunity for his kin to get some practice. By the 32nd day, Hanvu had lost 100 million celestial demon worms but had won 89 consecutive matches, upgrading the fractured core to level 7, but getting to level 8 was much harder. The number of shards required was more than all the previous levels combined. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Teacher Dien Van suggested that Hanvu try fighting a demigod. If a divine creature managed to win, the reward would be increased tenfold. Furthermore, if Hanvu won after 90 consecutive victories, all his spoils would also be multiplied by 10. This meant he would receive up to 90 common divine domain core fragments. Hanvu thought for a moment before submitting an application to fight above his tier. The stands immediately erupted in chaos. Everyone was buzzing with the news that he dared to challenge a demigod. They knew about Hanvu's locusts, which had dominated the divine creature tier in just over a month. But demigods possessed divine artifacts and divine arts. Everyone thought he was being reckless. Teacher Dien Van was sweating bullets because he was the only one who had bet on Hanvu. The odds were 1 to 100. Hanvu then told him to bet 10 million divine power on him. The teacher only dared to bet 5 million, as it was his entire fortune. He silently promised that if Hanvu won, he would reward himself with a divine weapon. Hanvu was speechless. After hearing that, he thought the teacher was going to gift it to him. But instead, he was rewarding himself. He entered his divine domain to check. Even after leveling up, he still hadn't acquired any new divine artifacts. The law of gluttony and the venomous rain orb seemed to have changed. Vian Cheng was waiting in the divine domain, and as soon as he saw Hanvu, he asked if he planned on forging any divine artifacts today. Hanvu remembered what he had once said, that he had grade 4 and below divine artifacts as common as grass. So, Hanvu gave him a cunning smile and asked him to send over a few grade 2 items with poison, earth, dark, and fire attributes. Before he could even finish his sentence, a giant package fell from the sky. Hanvu sighed. A rich guy really is different. Inside were 2 grade 2 divine artifacts, the Scorching Fire Lava Sphere with earth and fire attributes that increased defense and recovery, and the Shadow Pin, which had the dark attribute and created a skill that pinned enemies in place by shooting their shadows. Both items were a perfect match for the Abyssal Worms and the Shadow Curse Worms. Hanvu immediately fused them, causing an explosion that lit up the entire divine domain. Hanvu's worms evolved again, their forms becoming significantly more ferocious. Just as the evolution finished, the arena was ready. Hanvu was experienced with the teleportation this time. The crowd was roaring, cheering for Tuang Chu to crush him. Tuang Chu, with his colossal, muscular frame, crossed his arms and looked at Hanvu with a contemptuous smile, saying it was his lucky day to meet such a fearless rookie. "You talk too much," Hanvu replied coldly. But Tuang Chu didn't miss the chance to throw in a few more taunts. "Come forth, my legion of giant mammoths," he roared, and a series of enormous elephants appeared, drawing a deafening cheer from the crowd. Tuang Chu mounted the largest lightning mammoth, looking majestic, and said with a smirk, "Now it's your turn." Hanvu released his troops as well. The swarm of celestial demon worms, nurtured in the brood chamber, began to move. The law of gluttony, combined with the venomous rain orb, the shadow curse worms with the shadow pin, and the new earthfire abyssal worms carrying the scorching fire lava sphere. All of this made Tuang Chu even more intrigued to see the locust's remarkable evolution. The two sides clashed fiercely, with Hanvu ordering the shadow curse worms to attack first. They fired shadow pins into the mammoth's shadows, immobilizing them. As the mammoths were held fast, the celestial demon worms immediately swarmed them. But Tuang Chu still appeared confident. He claimed that no matter how strong the locusts were, they could never pierce the mammoth's thick hides. "Are you sure about that?" Hanvu replied softly with a smirk. A second later, a terrifying explosion erupted, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Tuang Chu ordered his giant legion to charge forward and protect the surrounded lightning mammoth. Hanvu directed his squad of explosive magma locusts to engage in battle. The mammoths were hit by the scorching magma, their bodies charred as if they had been heated red hot. Tuang Chu gritted his teeth and used 3 savage divine arts to boost his army's armor and healing. The mammoth herd was revitalized and fought back fiercely. He laughed triumphantly, saying, "You've forced me to use my spells, but I'll allow you to surrender once more, then half of your army is dead." Hanvu wasn't the least bit afraid. That swarm of locusts was merely a grain of sand in his colossal army. "Surrender is not in my vocabulary," Hanvu declared, summoning the bull demon tribe to the battlefield. This was the first time Hanvu had unleashed a clan other than his locusts. Catching the elephant lord completely off guard, the bull demons charged with their axes, smashing each mammoth until they were nothing but piles of mangled flesh. Not stopping there, Hanvu summoned his skeleton army, followed by the skeleton lord, skeleton mages, and skeleton revivers. He then leaped onto the lord's shoulder to command them. The skeleton revivers held their staves and chanted resurrection spells. In the blink of an eye, the mammoth corpses were transformed into new skeleton soldiers, joining the Bone Legion. The elephant lord cursed in anger. He despised this kind of regenerating army. But he wasn't called a demigod for nothing. He roared, activating his war stomp skill. The elephant lord ordered his mammoth lord to charge forward and crush the skeletons in its path. Seeing the field littered with bones, Hanvu immediately had the bull demons retreat to make way for the Bone Weaver. The Bone Weaver gathered all the bone fragments on the ground, creating a colossal skeleton knight many times larger than a mammoth. This was also the strongest hero-level being in his lineup. The elephant lord froze like a statue upon seeing a clan member of this caliber appear. He was forced to enhance his thunder mammoth to fight on even terms. But as soon as it charged, the skeleton knight grabbed its 2 long tusks and held it fast. The skeleton knight let out a mighty roar and stomped its right foot hard on the ground. A decisive spin sent the thunder mammoth flying backward, slamming its back onto the ground. Before its opponent could even get up, the skeleton knight leaped high and unleashed a level 1 skill, delivering a punch that came down like a thunderbolt. But the mammoth used its long trunk to wrap around the skeleton knight's arm, blocking the punch. It immediately threw the skeleton knight back down onto the floor, retaliating for the earlier takedown. The mammoth lifted its 2 front legs, intending to stomp its enemy to bits, but the skeleton knight dodged to the side with lightning speed, completely avoiding the attack. In return, the skeleton knight threw a heavy punch, knocking the elephant's head sideways. Hanvu shouted, "Right now, finish it." The skeleton knight jumped onto the mammoth's head, tapped it on the forehead, and then proceeded to help it remove its left tusk. Like a truly cold-hearted teammate, the elephant lord was flustered, not knowing what to do besides yelling for the mammoth to get up and fight back. But before it could struggle to its feet, The other tusk was also broken off enough to set up 3 generations for a comfortable life. Although it fought fiercely, Hanvu knew the skeleton knight was getting a bit carried away. He made a mental note to retrain it later. Having lost both tusks, the mammoth had no will to fight anymore. It was kicked by the skeleton knight and sent flying right in front of the elephant lord, like a farewell gift. With no strong general left, the elephant lord switched to a strategy of overwhelming with numbers. He sent a herd of giant mammoths to swarm the skeleton knight, but they were like ants. Any that dared to get close were kicked out of the fight. The seemingly hopeless siege began to change when a few mammoths managed to get close to their target. The skeleton knight was surrounded, with the whole herd piling on like ants on a sugar cube. Hanvu immediately called for the bull demon king as backup. The entire herd of brawny bulls charged forward to break the encirclement. The giant mammoths that had just been taken down were immediately turned into skeletons by the skeleton revivers to serve in battle. Using numbers to fight turned out to be a fatal mistake, as the elephant lord had pushed himself into a corner. In the end, only a few surviving giant mammoths were left cowering in a corner, forcing the elephant lord to bow his head and admit defeat to Hanvu and the audience. A light emanated from the corpses of the giant herd, coalescing into an exquisite crystal. This was a fragment of a demigod's divine domain core, its quality far surpassing that of common items. Because of his spectacular performance, Hanvu was summoned by the management for a meeting. They had been paying attention to him since the match began. Despite using a few little tricks, Hanvu had proven his abilities and was fully qualified to become an heir to the Bloody Arena. This place was originally used as a trial ground to find the next master. Anyone who won against a higher level opponent had a chance to claim the title, so when he was suddenly offered ownership of this bloody place, Hanvu was completely shocked. Countless races gathered here every day, and divine power flowed like water enough to make him a tycoon. Now, being given the right to run the entire arena, something was clearly not as simple as it seemed. Hanvu took a deep breath to calm himself. Before making a decision, he wanted to know how many other people were currently eligible to become the master, what the benefits would be if he accepted, and what responsibilities he would have to bear. He analyzed the situation calmly, not letting the benefits cloud his judgment, which further pleased the management. Currently, there were a total of 349 heirs, of whom 221 were divine beings, 118 were demigods, and there were as many as 9 who had reached the level of true gods, with only one being a main god. If he became the master of the Bloody Arena, Hanvu would have a permanent coordinate here, allowing him to teleport in via a fixed point without any device. Each teleportation would cost 1 million divine power points, and he would also be allowed to build his own arena in his divine domain to train and raise his army. As for his duties, when the number of heirs reached 500, the arena would hold a succession ceremony by having all eligible candidates participate in a survival battle. Looking at the Bloody Arena's system, Hanvu immediately understood that the succession ritual was no easy pill to swallow. 500 people fighting each other for a single throne. He was only the 350th heir, still quite far from the goal. By the time the number was reached, Hanvu might have already become a god king. There was still a long way to go, so he nodded and accepted the challenge. Go big or go home. Suddenly, a beam of light passed through Hanvu's body. Teacher Dian Van popped out of nowhere, his face beaming as if he'd just won the lottery. "Hanvu, you are my lucky charm," he said cheerfully, shoving a phone into the boy's hand before he could even process what was happening. The screen clearly displayed an account balance with a long, trailing series of zeros. Figuring out how to spend 1 billion divine power points was a headache, so Teacher Dian Van suggested that he should first buy a proper divine artifact. Hanvu was hesitant because he was only a divine being and not yet skilled enough to wield a divine artifact. But Teacher Dian Van puffed out his chest and told him not to worry. He had just discovered a place that specialized in selling all kinds of divine artifacts, wholesale and retail. Sounding just like a professional multi-level marketer, finally found you, Twang. Chu rushed forward like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. Hanvu quickly ducked behind Teacher Dian Van, flashing a signal for help with his hand. Teacher Dian Van spread his arms to shield him, puffing out his chest to protect the student who had just scored 1 billion divine power. But Twang Chu quickly raised his hands in surrender, clarifying he wasn't there for revenge. It turned out he saw how powerful Hanvu was and wanted to get to know him and be friends. Introducing himself as a first-year student from West Capital Academy named Hangman, Hanvu shook Hangman's hand. Hearing the name West Capital, he instantly understood why the guy was so formidable. Hangman looked at the young Hanvu and guessed he must be a preparatory student. Only to be shocked that he was still in high school, Hangman was stunned and couldn't believe it. Thinking Hanvu was just pulling his leg, Hanvu asked Teacher Dian Van to vouch for him, and after clearing his throat a couple of times, the teacher confirmed that he hadn't entered college yet. Despite many offers, he only wanted to get into the imperial capital, but they hadn't noticed him yet. Hearing this, Hangman understood. He saw that Hanvu had great ambition and promised to report back to West Capital Academy to get him a chance at their entrance exam. He advised him to upgrade his core race as much as possible from now on, as he might even get picked by the imperial capital. Hanvu still couldn't believe that someone he had defeated was now actively trying to help him. Hangman burst out laughing and explained that having strong teammates makes it easier to ascend to godhood than going solo. Besides, if Hangman's recommendation was successful and Hanvu passed, he would also get a share of resources, which explained his enthusiasm. Hanvu was very grateful, and Hangman also advised him to invest his resources wisely, suggesting it was best to nurture a heroic life form to be ready for the imperial capital's examination. A short while later, Teacher Dianvan did indeed lead Hanvu to a treasure pavilion that specialized in second-hand divine artifacts. I'm not sure if the goods were any good, but the staff was top-notch, the kind that would make wives forbid their husbands from ever setting foot in the place. The teacher and student followed the female receptionist inside, saying they wanted to meet Master Tony. A lot of barbers share that name, so who knew what this Tony would be like as a salesman? Right now, they were standing in front of a teleportation gate. As soon as he stepped through, Hanvu came face to face with a portly plumber Annabelle Sell, muscular old man who was hammering away at a weapon. The man recognized Teacher Dian and immediately asked if he'd brought a fat sheep this time. Hanvu froze, suddenly wishing he could just go home to his mom. Teacher Dian told old Tony to be serious, explaining this was a student, not some boy toy. The old man smoothed his hair and stated his shop's mission: we only sell premium goods, and the prices are ridiculously steep. Hanvu cursed inwardly. What student would have the money to come to a place like this? He had to struggle just to earn that 1 billion divine power. Seeing Hanvu's bad impression, Teacher Dian explained that Tony might have a sharp tongue, but when it came to crafting, his work was the absolute best. But Teacher Dian didn't know just how venomous old Tony's mouth was. If it weren't for customer referrals, he would have been blacklisted long ago. Tony then led Hanvu to see the masterpieces he had crafted with his own hands. Behind a red curtain was a vast room, densely packed with incredibly flashy divine artifacts on display. Each item was personally crafted and stamped with a seal of authenticity by Titani. Teacher Dean followed along, telling Hanvu to pick whatever he liked, as he couldn't afford to buy it for him as a gift. Hanvu hesitated, thinking that if being poor meant being looked down on by the imperial capital, then the 600 million goo cultivation jar was a worthy investment. In the end, Hanvu decided on a level 2 divine artifact, the goo jar, which was specialized for goo cultivation. Inside, the divine artifact was a space that could hold up to 100,000 insectoids to begin the goo cultivation ritual, where only one creature would survive and evolve, culminating in a heroic life form. It also came with the insect lure divine art, whose range depended on the amount of divine power invested. Even though it was only a level 2 divine artifact, it was the most suitable for Hanvu. Teacher Dian was thrilled that he had a good eye for items. 4 divine attributes or 580 million. Either works. Are you paying with cash or transfer? Tony closed the deal so fast it startled Hanvu. Teacher Dean pulled him back, demanding a small discount for friendship's sake. We're old acquaintances. Can't you give me some face? He argued. Tony reluctantly nodded. In the end, Hanvu paid 600 million and got a bonus scouting eye thrown in. After making the purchase, Hanvu planned to bolt immediately, fearing he'd get fleeced for more if he stayed. But unexpectedly, Tony followed him to market a special divine artifact he had just completed based on a fragmented scroll from an ancient civilization. Teacher Dian narrowed his eyes to inspect the item. As soon as he finished looking, the teacher got angry. Seriously, Tony, I thought you were my friend, but you're trying to pull a fast one on me like I'm your enemy. Tony quickly waved his hands to explain, saying the artifact was called the Greedy Wolf and came from a lost civilization. It lived by devouring other divine artifacts, and each one it consumed made it stronger, even allowing it to learn new skills. This was precisely why it was once despised by the entire world, dragging its civilization down with it. For such an overpowered item, Tony was asking for a mere 1 billion divine power. Hanvu was also perplexed after hearing this. An item that could cause the downfall of a civilization was surprisingly cheap, which was highly suspicious. But since Tony only had the fragmented scroll, his recreated Greedy Wolf was flawed. Its speed of devouring divine artifacts was 10 times slower. It only retained a few passive effects, and its original divine art was unusable. Hearing this, Teacher Dian bluntly called it a piece of junk, making Tony blush. On the contrary, Hanvu still wanted it. But he was only willing to spend exactly 400 million, as it was all the money he had left. He really wanted to try out a divine artifact that was incredibly difficult to break, and could even weaken any opponent who dared to touch it. Teacher Dian tried to stop him, but Hanvu launched into a well-rehearsed speech. First, he praised Tony's craftsmanship, then lamented that he was broke with only 400 million left, which was exactly the kind of flattery Tony loved to hear. Tony was ecstatic from the flattery, and seeing how much he appreciated the artifact he'd made, he agreed to sell it for 400 million. Money can't buy you a kindred spirit, but it could buy the greedy wolf divine artifact, which now belonged to him. Hanvu returned home and immediately tested the 3 divine artifacts he had just acquired, dripping a drop of blood on each to activate the ownership bond. The Gujar reacted first. Hanvu immediately sent his locusts inside to reconstruct its internal structure. Suddenly, a green frog leaped out, swallowed a locust, and dragged it back inside. Meanwhile, the greedy wolf remained dormant, making Hanvu worry that Tony had scammed him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the greedy wolf suddenly began to glow. A small, adorable husky jumped out from within the aura. Hanvu saw that it was the complete opposite of the described gluttonous and aggressive beast. The goofy husky barked loudly, signaling that it urgently needed to be fed divine artifacts. It had been affected by the law of gluttony since birth. But Hanvu was completely broke. He had no choice but to take out a divine domain fragment to feed it for the time being. With food in its paws, the husky immediately sat down obediently and didn't move a muscle. He wondered what his races were doing right now. The locusts were sensing the celestial energy. The red dwarves were tirelessly mining for gold with their pickaxes. The minotaurs were diligently pulling half-ton weights. Every single creature was accelerating its training, thanks to the holy relic scammed from the final spiteful creature. Hanvu had upgraded his law of gluttony to level 3. Now, just having a full stomach was enough for them to evolve into elites. With steady recovery and leveling up, even ordinary life forms could become extraordinary. Not to mention, Hanvu's locusts had a surplus of food, meaning the entire race was preparing for a great evolution. His eyes lit up just thinking about it. A week passed, and it was now time to begin the ritual to sacrifice for a new law. Hanvu offered 13 billion locusts to the heavens and earth, and the rewards were as long as a royal scroll. There were 3 choices: 10,000 extraordinary night demon hunters, a 3-star divine artifact called Tyrant's Edge that came with a divine art, and a level 2 transformation stone that helped non-human races evolve into demi-humans. Hanvu clenched the transformation stone in his fist and crushed it. A brilliant light erupted from the transformation stone, engulfing the swarm of locusts, which then reformed into humanoid shapes. Hanvu's eyes shone brightly. This was a great leap forward in evolution. The locusts transformed into locust folk, all of whom reached the extraordinary level, possessed rudimentary intelligence, and had a lifespan of 10 years. Hanvu was overjoyed when he read their faith and reproduction stats. Who would dare look down on locusts now? Just then, Teacher Dian Van called to inform him that a teacher from the West Capital Academy would be coming to see him tomorrow. The next day, a male student from his class approached him, offering to sponsor Hanvu with resources. He even boasted that his family had demigods and rare resources that couldn't be found online. Opportunity had knocked. Hanvu immediately needed divine domain core fragments from level 7 to 10. The student nodded right away, but the price was a steep 400 million divine power points. Hanvu agreed anyway. No matter how poor he was, he had to take the risk. He cleverly suggested that Hanvu sell him 1,000 extraordinary skeleton knights to offset the cost. Hanvu agreed in a heartbeat. His domain was practically a farm for extraordinary skeleton knights. Seeing him agree so quickly, the other student regretted not asking for a heroic bone controller sooner. Just then, Teacher Dienvan arrived to take Hanvu to meet the examiner. The half-bald teacher from the other day was surprised to see Hanvu. As expected, he still didn't think highly of Hanvu, who had failed the preparatory test before. This time, the West Capital Academy's examination was much harder than any high school test. To prevent cheating, only the core race was allowed to participate, and Hanvu's was of the lowest tier. He had to infiltrate the border of the Giants' multi-dragon city, a place with a strict system of classes and ranks that would affect both him and his race. Because they would be classified as dangerous monsters, the class holders in the city would actively hunt him down and pursue him relentlessly. His mission was simple. He had to assassinate one of the hero protectors within Multi-Dragon City. Hanvu asked about the total population and the number of heroes. The teacher explained that although Multi-Dragon City was a border region, It had tens of thousands of residents, with over 10% being class holders. There were a total of 5 heroes. The rest he would have to find out for himself. He had only 1 hour to prepare. Hanvu immediately asked teacher Dien Van to exchange his accumulated points for 3 level 1 holy relics, inside his divine domain. Hanvu used the fragments from his battle with Hangman to upgrade his divine domain core. The divine domain reached level 3, expanding its space. And now all he had to do was integrate the 3 sacred relics given by teacher Dien Van. The first was the poison gland, which would allow his swarm to develop a poison attribute. The next item was the earth core, which increased defensive power through the earth attribute. Finally, there was the elf cluster bow, both a weapon and a sacred relic. It allowed his swarm to draw upon its power for combat energy, while Hanvu could summon the bow's physical form. Once the integration was complete, most of the demonic insects had gained poison glands. Half of the fallen insects had upgraded their defense, and the imperial insectoids could now use the cluster bows for combat. Hanvu was confident he had enough power to pass the trial. With his preparations finished, the admissions proctor activated the teleportation array, sending Hanvu to the outskirts of Dragonfall City. Experiencing teleportation through an energy portal for the first time left Hanvu slightly disoriented. He fell from the spatial gate, landing neatly on the ground, and an information panel immediately warned him that if he didn't leave the area, he would be classified as a hunted monster. His alias was the Demonic Emperor, the Spider King, level 80, and all of his personal information was displayed publicly. He took the opportunity to check the strength of the 2 newly spawned Imperial Insectoid heroes. The system panel showed they were level 60, but Hanvu didn't know how strong they truly were since he had never sent them into battle. Just then, an Imperial Insectoid warned him that a creature was approaching. Hanvu immediately climbed onto one of their shoulders to get a better view of the situation. The sky was suddenly filled with monsters, and even the second-class adventurer, Theron, began to feel uneasy, a first-class Rage Fist master. However, I was excited because more monsters meant more loot, while the Water Spirit user was gleeful after destroying a locust and seeing a core drop. Not to be outdone, the Fire Mage was busy roasting fragrant locusts right in the middle of the battlefield. The 4 of them coordinated in a tight formation to deal with Hanvu's swarm of Imperial locusts. Meanwhile, Hanvu circled high above, using glowbugs to scout, noting that Theron Evans was a level 3, second-class Dragonblood warrior. They all wore the same type of badge on their chests, but Theron's was a distinctive silver one, a high-grade item reserved only for the team leader. Clearly, Theron was the commander of this group. Seeing the swarm of locusts blackening the sky, Theron ordered a retreat, but it was too late. Hanvu had an Imperial Insectoid descend to block their path. The atmosphere instantly froze. The creatures they had thought were harmless turned out to be third-class monsters. Theron yelled for his teammates to scatter while he held off the giant monster. He swung his sword and unleashed a mighty cleave, but it dealt 0 damage, leaving only a faint scratch. The disparity in power was too great. There was almost no hope of victory. When Theron let his guard down, the Imperial Insectoid suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying 100 meters. After dealing with Theron, it immediately pursued the rest of the group. They fled in a panic but were captured within seconds. The 4 of them were quickly tied up and cornered. Hanvu appeared with a cold expression on his face as the Rage Fist Master's voice echoed with nothing but curses. "Stay away from me, you ugly monster," he growled. Those words wounded Hanvu's pride, as he had always been confident in his appearance. He told them that if they just answered a few questions, they would be allowed to live. Theron and his teammates gritted their teeth, glaring at him with resentment. As Hanvu asked what kind of person he was in their eyes, the Rage Fist Master scornfully said he would never answer a monster. Before anyone could react, the Imperial Insectoid beside them suddenly impaled the man, causing Hanvu to freeze in shock. He shouted, reminding it that he had only said to scare them, not to attack. The locust trembled, breaking into a sweat, while the 2 remaining adventurers turned pale with fear, not daring to move, annoyed by their screaming. Hanvu ordered the swarm of locusts to release their poison and take them down as well. Theron furiously asked what Hanvu really wanted. He repeated his earlier question, putting Theron in a difficult position. He answered honestly, but described the giant locust behind Hanvu instead of Hanvu himself. He mentioned its large eyes and long antennae, which made Hanvu suddenly understand. They probably saw the locust as the terrifying image he wanted to plant in their memories, which was exactly his intention. Satisfied, he told Theron to continue, and for the next 3 hours, Hanvu questioned him relentlessly. After gathering enough information, Hanvu untied Theron as promised. The man immediately fled for his life to report back to the Adventurers Guild. Although he had let him go, Hanvu quietly watched him from above. When he saw Theron approaching the safe zone, he ordered his locusts to finish him off, ensuring that no information would ever be leaked. With that taken care of, Hanvu began his new plan. According to the information he'd gathered, there were hundreds of thousands of adventurers here, with just 3 of them. They couldn't launch a direct assault. As he was contemplating, a horde of outcast goblins arrived awaiting orders. Hanvu was slightly disappointed, but accepted them nonetheless. Most of the goblins were low level, but their chieftain had reached level 62 and was already a 3rd class. The question was how they had obtained classes. It turned out their leader had devoured many adventurers who possessed class fragments, thereby absorbing their abilities. An idea sparked in Hanvu's mind. He would assign a class to his swarm of locusts. He immediately ordered them to hunt down adventurers and collect class fragments. 3 days later, enough class fragments had been gathered, and Hanvu decided to proceed with fusing a class for his locust swarm. He tossed all the fragments into the air, and the system immediately displayed a list of available classes to choose from. In total, there were 4 types: Adjudicator, Martial Artist, Warrior, and Archer. Hanvu chose Archer. As he needed a long-range attack force for his team of Imperial Insectoid heroes, he imagined the scenario where, with this power boost, taking down a hero would be as easy as flipping his hand. A locust flew over to report that it couldn't get near a distant mountain cave. Hanvu immediately ordered it to lead the way. When he arrived, he noticed the aura around the cave was dense, with energy mixed with divine power. Looking down, he saw an orange dragon, shackled and fast asleep. He remembered his teacher once, saying that ancient civilizations often sealed away enemies they couldn't destroy. Perhaps the black dragon before him was such a creature, imprisoned by a powerful being. Its name was Elphus, level 103. It was originally level 149, but had been weakened by the seal. It possessed the class the Renegade, and all information about its equipment and talents was hidden. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes. The Imperial Insectoids panicked and were about to flee, but Hanvu called them back. The entire swarm froze, trembling where they stood. Elphus, the renegade black dragon, rose to its feet, furiously preparing to attack Hanvu. He immediately ran, ordering his swarm of Imperial insects to scatter and evade as black smoke billowed around the cave. 5 minutes later, Hanvu poked his head out and asked if it was done with its attacks yet. His words only enraged Elphus further, and it immediately opened its mouth to gather a massive sphere of energy. Hanvu darted away to hide again. Elphus attacked continuously, but it seemed more like intimidation. For a full 10 minutes, it didn't hit anyone, and its exhaustion became apparent. At this point, Hanvu stepped out, saying he didn't come to fight, but to help. Though the dragon didn't believe him, it scornfully told Hanvu to leave before it lost its temper, or else it would crush him. Seeing that talking was useless, Hanvu drew his bow, pulled back the string, and fired an arrow straight at the dragon. The arrow hit its scales and ricocheted off. Elphus gave a cold laugh, boasting that its defense was unparalleled and Hanvu could do nothing. Seeing the bow was useless, Hanvu drew his sword. He charged forward and slashed powerfully, but the blade merely glanced off its scales without leaving a mark. He changed his angle of attack, channeling 10,000 points of divine power into a slash near the dragon's head. In order to negotiate, he had to make it feel pain. Hanvu channeled his defense-breaking slash and delivered a critical blow. The slash made the black dragon roar in pain for the first time. It roared furiously, daring him to harm the great renegade. As it tried to threaten him again, Hanvu said in a cold voice that he had even stronger weapons, and challenged it to see if it could survive. The black dragon lowered its voice and finally agreed to talk. Asking him what he wanted, Hanvu stated straightforwardly that he needed to eliminate a hero in Dragon City, but he wasn't strong enough on his own and required its assistance. Elphus explained that it had been sealed for hundreds of years and couldn't leave. The binding chains were made specifically for it, and not even dark energy could break them. Hanvu looked at the lock on the dragon's neck and asked if it was a divine artifact, which it confirmed. Hanvu created a fireball, thinking of a way to break the lock. Although he wasn't sure it would succeed, he still wanted to try. He pushed the fireball into the center of a chain link, cutting the chain in two. Under the black dragon's astonished gaze, seeing the chain break, Elphus immediately ordered him to cut the remaining sections, calling itself the Great Renegade Black Dragon. Hanvu's face turned cold as he asked it to repeat what it had just said. The black dragon arrogantly repeated its command, Hanvu grew angry, reminding it that he was helping because he needed cooperation, not to take orders. Finally, the Black Dragon agreed to help, saying that dealing with a hero was like brushing off dust for it. It urged Hanvu to remove the chains, but Hanvu had changed his mind, now demanding it serve him for 100 years to repay the favor. Elphys roared, calling Hanvu a delusional piece of trash. How could a mighty black dragon bow its head and become a servant? Hanvu calmly replied that since he could save it, he could also destroy it. If it didn't accept, it would become a stepping stone for him to increase his power. He added that a dragon's body is a treasure trove, and its bones could be used to forge weapons. Hearing this, Elphys shuddered and quickly bowed its head, agreeing to serve for 100 years in exchange for being freed from its shackles. Hanvu smiled, presenting a contract and demanding it sign. After reading it, the Black Dragon became furious because the terms were no different from a slave contract. It roared in protest. But when Hanvu held out a class fragment, its eyes were immediately drawn to it. He knew the creature was weak and therefore easily tempted. As expected, Elphys immediately extended its claw and signed, obediently accepting the contract, keeping his promise. Hanvu let the little wolf devour the chains, completely freeing the Black Dragon. After centuries of imprisonment, the rebellious Black Dragon Elphys was finally free. While back at the Multi-Dragon City Guild, a massive shockwave was unfolding. The 5 heroes immediately gathered upon hearing that the Black Dragon had broken its seal and escaped. They knew its power had not yet recovered, making this the golden opportunity to join forces and eliminate it. The hero Saintess believed the Black Dragon would find a hiding place to regain its strength. With the surrounding area being so vast, searching for it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. She suggested mobilizing adventurers for help, while the Icefire Swordmaster argued they had to strike first. Otherwise, the draconic aura would empower all the monsters in the region. The Windrunner casually told them they were overreacting, saying it was just one dragon that had escaped its seal, and there was no need to panic. Then turned to ask for the opinion of the Dragon Slayer, the one considered the strongest of the group. The Dragon Slayer replied sternly, "Why fear a mere dragon? I once single-handedly slew the 6 wind dragons without breaking a sweat." But the Infinite Saint warned that this dragon was unlike the others. According to ancient texts, it was a traitor to the dragon race and must not be underestimated. The Dragon Slayer narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Are you doubting my strength? I am a level 4 Dragon Slayer, chosen by destiny, born to kill dragons." His words silenced the Infinite Saint, who could not argue further. The Dragon Slayer decided to handle the Black Dragon himself, instructing the others to protect Multi-Dragon City, and everyone respected his decision. The Windrunner smiled and asked to accompany him as support. The Dragon Slayer walked away in silence, with the Windrunner following like a shadow. Meanwhile, Hanvu and the Black Dragon had already summoned all the monsters around the city to kneel at their feet. Hanvu rallied them to rise up, forming a monster alliance to counterattack the world of adventurers. With the sole objective of hunting the adventurers themselves, the monsters were stunned, unable to believe they would dare to defy humans. Given their own weakness, Hanvu thought for a moment, and then promised to help them grow stronger, offering energy crystals as a reward for joining the alliance. A few days later, the plan was set in motion, as the Black Dragon dripped its blood for Hanvu to bathe in and refine. The dragon's blood contained immense energy, helping Hanvu break through to his 3rd-class advancement. The Black Dragon half-jokingly said it would need 500 black crystals to replenish its blood. Hanvu knew it was just pretending to be weak, but nodded in agreement anyway. After finishing the absorption, the system notified Hanvu that he had advanced to a level 3 Black Dragon Warrior. His elemental resistance increased by 50%, and his powers erupted, especially the Black Dragon transformation skill, which he activated immediately, shrouding himself in purple smoke. In an instant, Hanvu grew 2 horns and a pair of black wings. He gained the new title of Demon Sovereign, level 125, and possessed a host of talents like the Chosen One and Dark Sense. He was now a true force to be reckoned with. He was confident he had enough power to face the heroes of Multi-Dragon City. Suddenly, the Black Dragon roared as 2 brilliant streams of red and blue light appeared in the sky. 2 figures landed. It was the Dragon Slayer and the Windrunner. They had tracked down the Black Dragon's hiding place. The Dragon Slayer targeted the Black Dragon directly. If he could take it down, his job class level would advance phenomenally. He ordered the Windrunner to erect a barrier to keep the other monsters out of the battle zone. The Windrunner immediately raised his hand, creating a storm barrier that enveloped the sky. The entirety of Multi-Dragon City glowed with a jade green light. Hanvu and the Black Dragon were trapped inside the barrier. Seeing the level 125 Demon Sovereign, The two heroes were shocked that such a powerful being existed outside the city. Hanvu had originally planned to train his skills before attacking the city, but fate brought his enemies to him. The Windrunner, whose real name was Cacksmith, was level 131 and possessed the Wind God incarnation talent, making him significantly stronger and putting Hanvu and the Black Dragon at a disadvantage. The battle began. Hanvu took the initiative, flying up and launching two wind blades towards Cacksmith. Cacksmith dodged them neatly and leaped into the air to pursue him. He appeared right behind Hanvu and launched an attack. It turned out he could create clones, and Hanvu was struck from both the front and back, leaving him dazed. On the other side, the Black Dragon was attacking frantically. While the Imperial Locust clan was also trying to break the barrier, Cacksmith was still maintaining the barrier while the Dragon Slayer fought the Black Dragon directly. Just when the dragon thought it had the upper hand, the Dragon Slayer suddenly appeared behind it and swung his sword with great force. A tragic roar echoed as its colossal body collapsed. Black Dragon was completely subdued. Bound by Dragon Slayer with the Dragon Soul, he ordered the Black Dragon to be taken back to the city, then turned and asked Cacksmith if he needed any help. Cacksmith confidently said he could handle it on his own. The Dragon Slayer nodded and left, using the Dragon Soul to escort the Black Dragon away. Hanvu relentlessly tried to break the storm barrier, determined to succeed, no matter the cost. The swarm of Imperial Locusts threw all their might into tearing the barrier apart piece by piece. After just a few minutes, the barrier was torn open by a rain of locusts. Cacksmith was stunned for a moment, then sneered, telling Hanvu he didn't know his own limits as he launched a fierce counterattack. But before he could even turn, he was completely surrounded by the swarm of Imperial Locusts from all sides. By the time he realized the danger, his energy was nearly depleted. It was too late to retreat. Of the 36 stratagems, running was his only option. But his escape route was already blocked. In an instant, the level 131 hero was devoured by the swarm of Imperial Locusts, his body disintegrating until only a dry skeleton remained. He was officially eliminated from the battle, which meant Hanvu's mission was complete. The system displayed a notification, along with a message from his teacher. The teleportation gate was open and ready for his return. But Hanvu had no intention of retreating. His gaze was still fixed on Multi-Dragon City. His teacher understood why. Hanvu wanted to charge in and save the Black Dragon because their 100-year contract meant he couldn't abandon it. He warned in a stern voice that it was a suicidal act, as Hanvu would have to face 4 heroes even stronger than Cacksmith, along with countless adventurers and militiamen. Even a demigod would struggle to survive, let alone a minor divine creature like him. Despite knowing the risks, Hanvu proposed releasing all the clans from the Holy Domain to fight, even raising the mission difficulty to conquering all of Multi-Dragon City. The teacher was stunned, thinking he was joking, but he still nodded and approved the audacious request. Before disappearing, he told Hanvu to survive at all costs, because his true body was on the verge of descending. Immediately after, a host of creatures appeared, led by a level 140 Iron Slasher from the Blade Wasp clan. Beside it was a level 113 Divine Forge Dwarf, who specialized in forging divine artifacts. There was also a level 135 from the Fish Demon clan, with a massive body, radiating killing intent. There were also the Withered Bone clan at level 132, a Bone Reviver at level 86, and a Bone Controller at level 75. Hanvu was pleased with the lineup, but while they were strong, he still lacked the numbers to face millions of adventurers. He needed more low-level allies to control. This was where the Monster Alliance came into play. Hanvu ordered the Locusts to spread the word and gather the army. The longer he delayed, the more danger the Black Dragon would be in. He called the Iron Slasher Blade Wasp and the Fish Demon Satman to follow him to a secret forest. In a corner of the forest, the monsters were discussing among themselves, thinking that with the Black Dragon dead, the alliance was meaningless. A wolf suggested they kill Hanvu and divide the energy crystals among themselves, but before it could even finish its sentence, it was struck down by someone, unable to even cry out. The remaining monsters trembled and looked at each other in terror. It was a warning from Hanvu. Anyone who dared to betray him would suffer the consequences. His ice-cold gaze silenced the entire forest. Only a green-skinned goblin remained defiant, pointing and shouting that he only served the Black Dragon and saw Hanvu as nothing. Hanvu immediately taught it a lesson. A single, decisive blow sent the goblin collapsing to the ground before it could react. He said coldly, "This isn't an invitation. It's an order. Anyone who doesn't submit can disappear." The goblins turned pale with fear and knelt in unison, begging to receive his orders. Hanvu's presence flared. He was determined to charge into Multi-Dragon City and rescue the Black Dragon at any cost. Inside the city, the Black Dragon was shackled by all 4 limbs as the townsfolk gathered to watch. The Dragon Slayer sat on his throne, a glass of wine in hand, admiring his prize. Someone came to report that the dragon's execution was ready, and Saintess Rose asked why the Windrunner hadn't returned yet. 12 hours had passed with no word from him. The Dragon Slayer just replied indifferently that he would go look for him after the execution was over. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The wine spilled from the glass in his hand, and even his throne trembled violently. Outside, Hanvu and his monster army had arrived. Alarm horns blared throughout the city. The citizens were ordered to evacuate, while soldiers and adventurers formed a defensive line to face the massive horde. Thousands of monsters poured in one after another. Mages were ordered to use magic attacks to hold them back, but before they could cast their spells, a rain of arrows descended, felling countless soldiers. It was a volley of arrows from the Locust Men in the sky. The mages counterattacked by firing beams of energy back up at them. However, they dodged nimbly, not suffering even a single scratch. Emboldened, the monster horde surged forward with even more ferocity, their combined might shaking the human defensive line. Hanvu commanded from the rear, ordering Little Withered Bone and the Bone Reviver to charge forward. The 2 powerful creatures swept through the troops before them. The giant Tron swung his enormous axe relentlessly, each blow making the earth tremble, but he couldn't touch Saintess Rose. As his attacks kept hitting empty air, Rose immediately counterattacked, summoning dense, tentacle-like roots that wrapped around him. The roots tightened their grip, completely obscuring his vision and causing Tron to roar in a frenzy. In another direction, the Dragon Slayer unleashed his fire sword, creating a wall of light to block the monster's advance. They were forced to halt. At the same time, the Infinite Saint commanded the soldiers to form up for a counterattack, coordinating their efforts to annihilate the monsters. The mages were called upon to cast a joint magic spell, and light flooded the sky. The pressure was immense, sending many goblins flying for miles and causing their formation to start breaking apart. The joint magic grew stronger, gradually cornering the monster army. The Dragon Slayer raised his head high, excitedly urging the adventurers into an all-out counterattack, while he personally went to finish off the Black Dragon. Seeing the tide of battle turn against them, Hanvu finally unleashed the Bone Controller to fight. Like a death mage, he chanted an incantation, summoning hundreds of bones that flew out like rain. They assembled to form a skeletal giant, its body crackling with high-voltage electricity, and it immediately charged toward the area sealed by fire. It swung its arm to crush the vines, tearing through the magic barrier as if it were paper. The monsters were reinvigorated, roaring in unison as they charged into battle. Hanvu's power seemed to reach its peak, and Elphys was about to be saved. Charging forward while shouting her name, Hanvu made Elphys snap her eyes open. In just an instant, he was right in front of her. The Black Dragon was utterly astonished to see him charge into such a dangerous place. From above, the heroes looked down with contempt, thinking he was an arrogant fool for daring to rush into their sacred ground. The hero, Infinite Saint, immediately dove down, intending to strike Hanvu down on the spot. But just as he was about to unleash his attack, he was slapped away by a member of the Fish Demon tribe. He tumbled to the ground, and before he could even curse, he muttered, "Treason. You deserve it to die." A pink-haired hero leaped forward, with spiky vines shooting toward him. But before they could touch Hanvu, she was blocked by the Divine Hammer, and the resulting electric shock tore the ground apart. The vines burst into flames in a sea of fire, leaving the girl speechless with shock. The Dragon Slayer lost his composure. He was just minutes away from leveling up, and now everything was falling apart. He unleashed his skill, summoning a Dragon Soul, but as soon as the Dragon Soul appeared, it was swiftly dealt with, unable to unleash its power. The tables had turned, and the monsters were gradually gaining the upper hand. While the Skeletal Tribe and the Dragon Soul were still locked in combat, the Bone Reanimator suddenly cried out that it was hungry. Without another word, it leaped onto the Dragon Soul's back. It took a bite so deep it reached the bone, causing the dragon to roar in agony. It had never imagined it would one day have its neck gnawed on by a living skeleton. The Dragon Slayer was furious. He charged forward to demand justice for his divine beast, yelling at the skeleton, "Are you asking to die?" A single sword strike sent the Bone Reanimator falling, the sound of breaking bones echoing. But in less than a minute, it had recovered and leaped up to bite again, stunning the Dragon Slayer. He couldn't believe how resilient this thing was, and the Dragon Soul took another hit. But the main goal was still to save Elphys. Hanvu ordered Greedy Wolf to unlock her cage. Having been trapped in an iron cage for so long, Elphys was overcome with emotion. She praised Hanvu as a great rebel and promised to remember his kindness for all eternity. Hanvu smiled and replied, "Then serve me for another 100 years," before tossing her 2 dark essence stones to help her recover. Though they were master and servant, they were like soulmates. Suddenly, Hanvu noticed something was wrong. The divine hammer was being attacked by a swarm of vines, and the situation was extremely critical. Hanvu immediately dispatched a swarm of locusts to reinforce the divine hammer, but if he didn't change the situation quickly, failure was inevitable. The Black Dragon noticed Hanvu's genuine concern and decided to give him a great gift, the title of the Rebel. Elphys raised her head, her eyes emitting a purple light as she gathered a spell to transfer power to Hanvu. Instantly, Hanvu's body surged with energy as 3 powers: Black Dragon Transformation, Shadow Infusion, and Tyrant Dragon Slash erupted all at once. He shot like an arrow toward the Dragon Slayer, launching a vicious attack that the man couldn't block in time. The force of the blow was so great that the Dragon Slayer coughed up blood, his body shaking violently. Before he could even recover, the skeletal tribe stabbed him through the heart from behind, ending his life on the spot. It then summoned the Dragon Slayer's soul, upgrading it into a mutated heroic blood skeleton. Hanvu didn't slow down either. On the other side, the Saintess was being completely overwhelmed by him. She struggled and screamed, calling Hanvu a heretic. He just laughed and declared that she was next, then ordered Denchi to settle all blood debts. After finishing her off, he rushed toward the Icefire sword. Hanvu ambushed him from behind, causing him to lose his balance. The Iron Sword Peak lifeform unleashed its ultimate attack, using Cross Slash to finish off the Icefire sword. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, the Infinite Saint panicked and tried to flee, but the entire city was surrounded by monsters, and before he could escape, he was blocked by the Blood Skeleton, a member of the Fish Demon tribe, holding a staff, descended from the sky to deliver the final blow. All the heroes were completely wiped out. Hanvu stood on high and announced their victory, declaring he would exchange spirit stones for every spoil of war each monster had won. He brought a bag of spirit stones and placed it before the Black Dragon as promised, hoping she would soon return to her peak. The Black Dragon was moved to tears, nodding in thanks and vowing to follow Hanvu for the rest of her life. The teacher's screen appeared, congratulating him on achieving an unprecedented feat. The teleportation gate was ready, and Hanvu had 3 hours to sort through all his spoils. He proposed that he wanted to build a permanent teleportation gate connected to his divine domain, and he was willing to offer all the loot he had just won in exchange for it. The teacher fell silent, understanding the potential risk of connecting to a new civilization. Enemies could use this very gate to counterattack, and if it fell, it would affect the very core of the divine domain. But Hanvu was determined, so he agreed. In 10 days, the gate would be stabilized, and he would be given a warning device for when powerful enemies teleported back. 10 days later, the teleportation gate was stable. Hanvu entrusted the City of Many Dragons to the skeletal tribe for management, leaving Jiaoma to guard it against any counterattacks. He spoke to the skeletal tribe like family, telling them the City of Many Dragons couldn't be saved and advising them to return to the divine domain soon to avoid further losses. The skeletal tribe nodded in understanding. Hanvu gave the order to open the gate and then returned to his life at the academy. Back at school, Hanvu's body had changed noticeably after the battle, especially his eyes, which were now a deep black, completely different from before. As he walked through the school grounds, Hanvu's strange eyes caught a teacher's attention, who immediately asked what was wrong with him. Only then did he realize the difference. He guessed it was caused by his rebel profession. He opened his status panel and saw that he had reached the level of a divine creature, and his new talent was clearly displayed as Rebel. Hanvu tried to check the details, but the system reported that his level was too low. He would have to reach demigod status to be qualified to inspect the details of this talent. The teacher informed him that he had completed the trial and earned the right to provisional admission, but to officially enroll in Jinxie Academy, he still had to meet a few conditions. Specifically, he had to meet at least 2 of 4 criteria. His subordinate race reaches the innate elite level, he raises a hero-level lifeform, his divinity exceeds 4 points, or he possesses a saint. Currently, Hanvu had met the second condition and needed 1 more. However, this information came too late, putting him in a difficult position. The teacher could only encourage him to keep trying, saying the academy's doors were still open. Hanvu immediately turned to the teacher next to him and asked for help getting 1 more divinity point, but he was refused because they were all gone. If he had asked a day earlier, he might have gotten 1. The teacher suggested he take an assessment in 28 days, with the reward being 1 divinity point Hanvu was skeptical, but the teacher swore it was all true. With no other choice, he had to rely on his own efforts and return to his divine domain to take a big gamble. As soon as he returned, Hanvu placed his hand on the ground and performed a life sacrifice to gain a divinity point, but the system returned a result of 0 points gained. He decided to wait until the next day to try again, but the result was the same failure. For 7 straight days, he diligently tried to get a divinity point, but he failed every time. He wanted to cry but had no tears left. Remembering a card he once had that he traded for 150 million divine power points. Now, he couldn't get it back even if he wanted to. Suddenly, the system notified him of a message from Vian Chung. Vian Chung asked about the origin of his current holy relic, but Hanvu immediately replied, asking to borrow a divinity point, even though he knew that if Vian Chung was a true god, he likely wouldn't have any to spare. Upon receiving the message, Vian Chung was surprised. He thought Hanvu must be at least a demigod, if not a true god, yet he was asking to borrow points. However, out of respect for a great master, he didn't dare refuse. Vian Chung immediately transferred a divinity point to Hanvu. Hanvu was overjoyed, but when he opened it, he found it was a divine river waste. Far from what he expected, he was speechless with anger. He immediately searched online, and countless pieces of related information appeared on the screen. The ruins of the divine river was an abandoned civilization where, due to excessive research, the land became contaminated with radiation. The creatures there mutated and survived by eating ore, which led to the formation of gene stones. These were extremely valuable items with the ability to nurture a subordinate race, on par with a Tier 3 holy relic, and highly sought after by demigods and true gods. A gift that seemed useless turned out to be incredibly powerful. Hearing a story about a god king who mistakenly bought waste ore, causing his farm, an investment of billions of divine power points, to collapse, only made Hanvu more excited. He remembered he had a decomposer that could even refine waste ore. After letting his mutant beasts absorb it, it would produce extremely potent gene stones. He immediately got to work. Hanvu arrived at a small town near the ruins of the Divine River. He was dressed inconspicuously and wore a black mask for safety. Someone approached him and offered to be his guide. Making Hanvu wary, he asked coldly, "Give me one reason why I should hire you." The man immediately showed off his extensive knowledge about the Divine River, boasting nonstop. After listening to him ramble for a while, Hanvu cut him off and asked directly if anyone was selling ore. The man was surprised to learn that a god would come here for ore. The blonde man told a story about someone who had mistakenly bought fake ore, boasting that he could have helped them if they had bought through him, which started to catch Hanvu's attention. Suddenly, a bald man approached and raised his hand to greet Hanvu respectfully. The blonde guy quickly introduced him as Mr. Hack, the biggest mine owner in the Divine River. This man, calling himself Hack 2, controlled over 70% of the region's ore and guaranteed his goods were never fake. Hanvu made his request, needing a sample of pure ore in exchange for 10,000 divine power points to take back for testing. And Hack 2 nodded without the slightest hesitation. The deal was quickly completed, exchanging 40,000 divine power points for 21 radiation crystals, which was a massive profit for a single transaction. Unable to wait any longer, Hanvu immediately began his experiment. The first test subject was a level 1 wild wolf suffering from genetic mutations and a common lifeform disorder. He tossed the crystal down for the wolf to swallow. The wolf snatched the stone, chewed it greedily, and then began to transform. In the blink of an eye, a horn and a coat of silver fur appeared. Hanvu was astonished that the wolf had mutated to level 2 just by lightly licking the mineral. The wolf then continued to eat more of it. Immediately after, it evolved another level, becoming a level 3 mutation. Hanvu was secretly delighted, planning to use this ore for his divine kin. But suddenly the wolf exploded, turning into a brilliant red crystal. Indeed, the energy released was too powerful. If it couldn't be controlled, the creature would self-destruct from its own power. That red stone was called a gene stone. It was capable of stimulating mutation but shortened the lifespan of the mutated creature to just 3 years. Suddenly, a threatening voice rang out from behind, demanding that Hanvu hand over the stone. It was the demigod Truong Quang. Hanvu asked in a cold voice, "And what if I don't?" Truong Quang sneered, saying that only death awaited him, and then raised his hand to summon his forces. A pack of fierce wolves charged from all sides, but Hanvu instantly transformed into a black dragon, his wings spreading wide as his aura surged powerfully. The wolves were stunned with terror. Before they could even react, they were met with a ferocious counterattack from Hanvu. Truong roared for the wolves to continue their assault, but Hanvu shot up into the sky, laughing coldly. "You fools! I can fly." Truong was annoyed by this provocation. He unleashed a no-fly technique, pulling Hanvu straight down from the sky. The fall left him dazed amidst the wolf pack, and trapped within the no-fly zone. His only option was to flee on foot. Ahead of him lay the Forbidden Sea, and with no other choice, Hanvu plunged right into it. He thought the wolf pack would stop, but they continued their relentless pursuit. Truong urged his wolf riders to keep up the chase. The situation grew increasingly dire, and all Hanvu could do was try to escape. He followed as well, furious that he still hadn't managed to take down Hanvu. When he caught up, Truong noticed the place's unusual aura and immediately ordered his beasts to withdraw. Hanvu hid beneath the water, waiting for them to leave before surfacing. The moment he broke the surface, he saw mutated fish floating everywhere, sending a chill down his spine. This place was definitely contaminated. He had to leave immediately. Checking his map, Hanvu discovered that this river wasn't marked at all, which meant he was completely lost. Just then, a group of mutated beasts appeared and blocked his path, forcing Hanvu to take a stance, ready to fight. He threw a few gene stones toward them, and in an instant, the entire pack exploded, allowing Hanvu to make a lucky escape. Night fell, and Hanvu found himself still lost in the middle of a dangerous, wild forest. He looked for a place to take shelter, and as he scanned his surroundings, he spotted an ancient building in the distance. According to records, this could be the ruins of the Divine River civilization. Resting inside would be safer than in the forest. So Hanvu transformed into a dragon and flew towards it. As he got closer, he realized it was an abandoned castle, covered in the dust of ages. Although his surroundings were quiet, Hanvu remained extremely vigilant, not knowing what dangers might be hidden inside. Venturing deeper, he saw several pieces of paper on the ground, glowing faintly, and the strange energy they emitted caught his attention. Before him, a group of people in black cloaks was gathered around a beam of light. Hanvu hid behind a wall to observe, and listening to them discuss a failed investment and how a god king had given them hundreds of millions to perform a ritual. They arranged blue stones in a circle, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. It turned out they were breaking the seal of the Divine River civilization. The ritual was a success. The Divine River seal had been breached. Hanvu remembered reading a document about the Divine River ruins, which were sealed due to an extremely high risk level. That God King must have been secretly trying to unlock it. But the Divine River ruins had their own restrictions. Only creatures with less than 10 life points could enter. The system issued a warning. The seal was opening, and the real danger was about to begin. The system issued a red alert upon detecting that the one breaking the seal was not a Divine River super soldier, immediately halting the process due to signs of an unauthorized intrusion. The anti-theft mode was instantly activated. Mutated beasts were released, and the template was temporarily locked. The Qinwen mutation was forced out of the seal and began to descend, causing the black-cloaked figures to scream in agony as sonic waves assaulted their minds. Hanvu stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. A strange voice rang out, shocking everyone. It was the Qinwen mutation. Announcing its name, it sought one among those who had just broken the seal to act as a conduit, inviting them to play a game of destiny. The sole winner would be chosen to become its host. One of the men in black reacted violently, refusing to play such a mad game. He even threatened that if they weren't released, the divine domain would level the entire place. But he had completely misjudged the situation. The entire group had been cut off from the divine domain, and a level 6 beast appeared, immediately sending everyone flying and spreading absolute panic. Hanvu raised his hand, explaining that he couldn't summon his divine kin because the connection to the divine domain was lost. The men in black were stunned, wondering where he had even come from. The Qinwen mutation gave a faint smile and said, "I will not disappoint you." It opened a portal to the divine domain for Hanvu. 3 hours later, the men in black stood frozen like statues, as their own divine kin had been utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, Hanvu was smiling triumphantly because he now possessed a rare decomposer. This device could process 6,000 radiation crystals, and right now, his grasshopper was only at level 3. Hanvu urged the grasshopper to devour as many blue stones as it could. After 3 months of intense grinding, it evolved from level 3 all the way to level 6. Everyone around them stared in utter astonishment. The Qinwen mutation immediately released the beast Gamora to test its strength. Gamora hunted ferociously, devouring everything in its path. As the Qinwen mutation laughed with delight and declared, "The weak do not deserve to live," Gamora then turned its attention to the group in black cloaks, and all of them fell into its maw. their cries for help echoing throughout the chamber. Now it was Han Vu's turn. The Qin Wen mutation shot him a provocative glance and said, "You're next." The grasshopper had completed its evolution. Han Vu named it a Kwang. It had absorbed all the gene stones, gaining immense power. But in exchange, its lifespan was reduced to a single day. But this was its one moment to prove its worth. Han Vu had thoroughly intrigued the Qin Wen mutation, which commanded Gamora to charge forward and attack. The beast shot forward like a rocket but was immediately met with a powerful counterblow from a Kwang, which drove it into a frenzy. Unwilling to back down, Gamora charged in again, this time breaking one of a Kwang's pincers. Then it laughed ferociously, as if victory was already in its grasp. But a Kwang's pincer instantly regenerated, making Gamora even more frantic. Even the Qin Wen mutation was impressed by this incredible pace of evolution. The two monsters battled for many hours, neither giving an inch. After 18 hours, the fight was still a complete stalemate. Gamora attacked relentlessly but consistently failed, gradually pushing itself into a dangerous predicament. The Qin Wen mutation smiled, satisfied with the battle, then turned to Han Vu. "You played the part of a proxy perfectly. Your pretense of weakness was almost chilling. What shall be done with this pure body?" The Qin Wen mutation then declared that from now on, Han Vu's body would be a shared host, and it began a chant to fuse itself with him. Immediately, his personal information panel appeared. The identity section now listed not only Han Vu's name, but also the Qin Wen mutation. He himself was no longer sure who he even was. A blue flame suddenly appeared and called out Han Vu's name. It was Qin Wen, the source of the super mutation now within his body. Although it was living parasitically inside Han Vu, it offered to make him stronger than the entire divine domain in return. They were now in a symbiotic relationship and had to work together to survive. The mutation rambled on, but all Han Vu wanted was to escape this bizarre place. Leaving now wouldn't be difficult, because the seal had been locked in reverse. The guardian beast, Gamora, was also dead, so they were completely free to leave. But once the seal disappeared, it would draw hordes of demigods and true gods from outside the ruins, who would come flooding in. Hearing this, Han Vu froze. If they all rushed in, he would have a hard time surviving. Being alone and unarmed, his only option was to run, so he immediately teleported to the bloody arena. A few minutes later, the seal collapsed, and just as predicted, the true gods and demigods came rushing in, but the place was already deserted. With no one in sight, only the traces left behind by A Kwang remained, leading Trong Kwang to suspect that Han Vu had been there. A man wearing a crown-like hat was furious that the treasure had been stolen. He ordered all of his divine kin to send out a signal. They had to hunt down that seed and bring it back, no matter the cost. At that very moment, Han Vu was hiding in the bloody arena. That last teleportation had consumed a full 1 million divine power points, and returning to the academy in his current state would be too risky. Suddenly, a challenge appeared on his screen from the inheritor of the evil dragon divine creature. If he refused 3 times, he would lose his right to compete in the arena. He had only just arrived and someone was already looking for trouble. Han Vu immediately accepted the challenge. The battle was about to begin. Han Vu faced his enemy, and their exchange of words only added fuel to the fire. He unleashed the skeleton tribe, surprising the heir of the evil dragon, who arrogantly declared that this time, Han Vu had messed with the wrong person. Han Vu released the locust swarm into the battle, shouting at his opponent to cut the chatter so they could finish this quickly and he could get some rest. His opponent also commanded his horde of half-dragons to prepare to charge and meet the attack. The locust swarm was now facing the half-dragons, not the skeletons, which infuriated the red-haired guy who felt he was being looked down upon. Han Vu sat back leisurely to watch, challenging him to get past the swarm of locusts before they could talk about what's next. The half-dragons on the other side roared, spewing fire that incinerated the swarm of locusts. Seeing the situation worsen, Han Vu couldn't just sit still. He continuously ordered the use of damnation locusts and heavenly demon locusts. But the enemy's fire grew fiercer, and hordes of locusts fell. The heir of the evil dragon reminded him that if he didn't play his trump card soon, there would be nothing left to save. The fact that his locust swarm would sooner or later be wiped out made Han Vu extremely anxious. Letting this continue would only lead to meaningless sacrifices. Han Vu considered summoning the divine hammer, Yao Mojia, but the source of mutation stopped him, advising him to use the power of the locust swarm to teach those half-dragons some manners. Han Vu argued that the locusts were no match for the half-dragons, but the source of mutation immediately refuted him, stating that the locusts were not weak at all. They were the ones who had destroyed the level 6 creature, Gamora. The source of mutation asserted that there are no weak races, only races that surrender, and then urged Hanvu to use the directional mutation skill to counterattack. Hanvu agreed, not because he was being obedient, but because he wanted to test this new power for himself. He began to cast directional mutation on the locust swarm. Wondering what the outcome would be, the source of mutation asked Hanvu in which direction he wanted his kinfolk's power to evolve. After a few seconds of consideration, Hanvu chose to enhance the durability of the damnation locusts so they could hold out longer than their brethren. The system presented 3 upgrade options. The stronger the upgrade, the shorter their lifespan. The highest level would only allow them to live for 24 hours. But the battle was so fierce that he was forced to take the risk. Hanvu chose the highest level, and the damnation locusts immediately mutated into a combat-type locust form. The giant swarm charged straight into the horde of half-dragons like a tornado, sweeping away everything in its path. Hanvu felt his spirits lift. The damnation locusts did not disappoint, delivering a relentless barrage of attacks that left the enemy unable to react. The red-haired guy, who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now stunned into silence. He thought they were using stimulants from the Piaoliang kingdom and confusedly called for the referee to intervene. On his side, Hanvu continued to command the locust swarm to attack, warning the little dragons to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, his arrow shot forward, throwing the half-dragons into chaos. The mutated locust swarm was then ordered to continue their assault on the enemy. The red-haired guy was so terrified he started to cry, begging Hanvu to stop and admitting his defeat. A spectator who had bet 500,000 divine power points on the half-dragons couldn't accept the outcome and screamed curses. Hanvu thought to himself that he should take a quick video as a warning against gambling. The rewards for the battle were 1 God's Domain fragment, 1 Mark of the Bloody Arena, and the special building, the Bloody Arena itself, which now belonged to Hanvu. It was a place where his kinfolk could train their skills. The victor would have a chance to level up, and more rarely, to pass a hero simulation and ascend to become a true heroic life form. This was truly a spectacular comeback. What seemed impossible had been achieved, and nothing could have been more surprising. The source of mutation suddenly appeared, scolding Hanvu for being lured by a small gain. Compared to the hidden potential, what he had just achieved was merely the tip of the iceberg. Out of respect, Hanvu didn't argue back and asked if he could upgrade now that it was over. But he was ordered to kneel. Hanvu was disgruntled, silently vowing that one day, when he was stronger, he would settle the score with that green guy. The life sacrifice ritual began. A green vortex swirled, and items appeared one by one. The level 4 holy relic was the storm battle garb, which allowed his kinfolk to summon storm armor. It also came with a level 3 building that could observe situations from 10,000 kilometers away. Along with that was a book for creating flesh puppets, which could produce zombies with powerful biological traits. The book caught Hanvu's eye, and he chose it immediately. Perhaps the time to rise up had finally come. After more than half a year in the god's domain, Hanvu had created a puppet of flesh and bone. Although its form was bizarre, its power was comparable to a heroic life form. He named it Xiao Kuang in memory of a Kuang, who had sacrificed himself in the battle against Gamora. Everything was ready. The time had come to accept a new challenge. Remembering his grandfather's words, Hanvu stepped through the gates of Jingxi Academy, determined to keep his promise to go to the Star Sea and bring his parents back. 3 days later, he arrived at the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy. He was overwhelmed by the sight, as most of the people walking around the campus exuded the aura of a demigod. A polite man called out to Hanvu, asking if he was a new preparatory student for Jingxi Academy. He was the one sent to pick him up. The man invited Hanvu to board the aircraft, which would take him to complete his temporary residency procedures. The aircraft landed in the Academy district, and the man led Hanvu to the dormitory where he would be staying. Stepping inside, he saw no one and asked about the teachers and other students. The man explained that this place was reserved exclusively for Hanvu, which stunned him with its luxury. His task done, the man left, reminding him to be on time for class tomorrow. Hanvu took a walk around the dormitory area, taking the opportunity to absorb divinity. The next day in class, he overheard other students gossiping unpleasantly. Assuming he had gotten into the school through connections, he ignored all the gossip, understanding that they were deliberately trying to bring him down. As he was lost in thought, a teacher's voice from behind him made him jump, nearly causing him to fall. It was Miss Lena, the instructor for the preparatory class Hanvu was attending. She led him into the classroom to begin the lesson. But as soon as he stepped inside, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face. The moment Tan Sang saw Hanvu, She joyfully jumped to her feet and called out his name. Her action immediately drew everyone's attention. The whole class started whispering, surprised that their goddess, Tan Sang, was so friendly with Hanvu. As Miss Lena was introducing Hanvu and mentioning that he had previously been classmates with Tan Sang, a student slammed his desk and interrupted, demanding to know why he was allowed into the preparatory class. It was Tu Thiet. Miss Lena's face turned cold, and she sternly reminded him that in her class, he had to raise his hand if he wanted to ask a question. Her stern gaze made Tu Thiet tremble as he apologized, admitting he had spoken out of turn. It was clear the students in the class both feared and respected her. Lena smiled again and said that anyone who wanted to know why Hanvu was studying here could ask him directly, which made Hanvu break out in a cold sweat. She then left, leaving the students to face each other. Tu Thiet was still not willing to let it go. He challenged Hanvu to a duel, but was flatly refused. Furious at being ignored, Tu Thiet rushed forward, ready to strike. Tan Sang couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her desk and yelled at the class to stop. Hanvu looked at her, thinking to himself that she drew attention wherever she went. But just a moment later, a group of students came over to start trouble with Hanvu again. 3 guys approached his desk. Before he could react, Tan Sang had already stepped in front of him, questioning what they were up to. She told them if they wanted to bully someone, they'd have to go through her first. One of them snapped at her to get out of the way. He then taunted Hanvu for only knowing how to hide behind a woman, which made him frown. He slammed his desk and stood up, ready to teach these punks a lesson. He walked up to them and calmly asked what they really wanted. He just wanted to study in peace. But these guys wouldn't stop pestering him. Tu Thiet asserted that Hanvu had gotten in through the back door and didn't deserve to be there, demanding that he voluntarily withdraw from the preparatory class. He even pointed and jeered, threatening to pressure him until he left. Hanvu scoffed, turned to Tan Sang, and said sarcastically that studying with these idiots was a disgrace. Tan Sang looked troubled, saying they weren't usually this unreasonable, and she didn't understand why they hated Hanvu so much. From that, Hanvu confirmed that Tan Sang wasn't close with Tu Thiet's group, which meant he could deal with them as he pleased. Tan Sang worriedly tried to stop him, telling him not to underestimate Tu Thiet. His kinfolk were the Ironhide people, an extremely powerful life form that even she found difficult to deal with. Hanvu smiled and told her not to blame him if he accidentally hurt them. Tan Sang nodded helplessly. Hearing this, Tu Thiet burst out laughing, boasting that his kinfolk would make Hanvu regret being born. The two of them headed to the arena. Hanvu wore a confident smile, certain that he would take down that arrogant guy. Tan Sang watched him go, wondering when Hanvu had become so stubborn. But she silently resolved to help him protect his pride. The system opened up 6 combat modes. Hanvu immediately chose the 10 vs 10 mode to test out his 10 upgraded Xiaoquangs. Tu Thiet sneered, calling Hanvu a fool for choosing a 10 vs 10 match instead of a legion battle. But before he could finish his sentence, he was dumbfounded to see 10 giant Xiaoquangs appear around Hanvu, their muscles bulging like war generals. Now it was Tu Thiet's turn to be bewildered. He never expected his opponent to exude such a powerful aura. He had to fight seriously, or risk losing face in front of Tan Sang. He then summoned his army of iron powerhouses, confident they could even crush an overlord. The entire academy watched the match on screens. Tan Sang was also astonished, never imagining that Hanvu possessed such powerful kinfolk. Her friend explained that they were hero-level biological puppets, but their chances against the Ironhide people were still up in the air. If they were destroyed, Hanvu would surely be heartbroken. Everyone assumed Tu Thiet would win, and waited to see how Hanvu would be defeated. The entire arena was abuzz with talk about the 10 puppets. Everyone knew they were incredibly expensive, and they couldn't figure out where Hanvu got the resources. Although Tan Sang was curious, all she could do now was wait for the result. This match would reveal everything. In the arena, the battle officially kicked off, as Tu Thiet commanded his Ironhide men to charge forward and overwhelm their opponent. The Iron Skin men rushed forward, continuously punching the two Quangs, each blow echoing like thunder. Tu Thiet laughed triumphantly, but his smile quickly vanished. The two Quangs that were being hit stood firm like statues, completely unscathed. He panicked and yelled, asking Hanvu what he had done to their bodies. Hanvu smirked and ordered his Tia Quangs to counterattack, letting the others have a taste of true power. The counterattack was so powerful that the Iron Skin men had no time to react and were completely overwhelmed. The audience outside was stunned. Even Tan Sang couldn't believe how quickly Hanvu had improved. The once weak boy had completely transformed. Hanvu taunted Tu Thiet while fighting, infuriating him even more. He roared, boasting that he still had a final move. and ordered the Iron Skin Men to combine. Hanvu scoffed until he saw them actually merge, and his expression immediately changed. After combining, the Iron Skin Man was 10 times larger, with an aura like an avalanche, and the match entered a breathtaking stage. Tu Thiet bragged about the power of his summoned race, confident he would show Hanvu the true strength of a reserve student. Hanvu feigned fear, raising his hands as if to surrender. Tu Thiet, thinking it was real, said he would spare the two Kwangs if Hanvu submitted. He began a 10-second countdown, but just as he reached 8, Hanvu cut in and counted straight down to 0, telling him to shut his mouth and stop wasting time. Tu Thiet froze as if turned to stone, veins popping on his forehead, still trying to threaten Hanvu with meaningless gibberish. While he was talking, Hanvu noticed that the injured two Kwangs had already healed themselves. They were smiling brightly as if nothing had happened. He immediately ordered them to attack and shatter the enemy's iron shell. One ripped out the wires, while another spat a special slime that caused the Iron Skin Man to short-circuit, contort, and then crumble into a pile of scrap metal. Tu Thiet's friends watching from the sidelines were horrified, admitting that the two Kwang's fighting style was truly terrifying. Tu Thiet was speechless, watching his summoned race get crushed into tiny pieces. He was stunned and collapsed to his knees, all hope gone. After his victory, Hanvu returned to the study area with a confident stride that made everyone turn their heads. A familiar voice called out from behind, calling him Grasshopper. The owner of the voice hugged Hanvu tightly. It was Manhwa, the one who had lost to him in the bloody arena, looking much younger than before. It turned out he used to disguise himself as an old man to avoid being bullied. But now that the school was full of female students, he had to change his image. The surrounding students apologized to Hanvu for their previous misunderstanding, and he happily accepted, quickly fitting in. Manhwa put an arm around his shoulder and introduced himself, saying his real name was Hangman, a first-year student. He promised to look out for Hanvu and then introduced him to his two friends, Ha Thien and Dieplin. Both of them gave him a friendly welcome. After the introductions, Hanvu also shared a little about himself. He humbly said that his victory against Hangman back then was just a stroke of luck. Dieplin laughed, saying luck was a form of strength, then got straight to the point. For the upcoming exam, reserve students would enter the low-level secret realm, Zombie Town, for a survival simulation. They wanted to ask Hanvu to help them retrieve an item from inside. He wondered why 3 demigods would need his help. Dieplin teased him not to be so modest, saying if he was a rookie, then Hangman was even worse, which made him cough awkwardly and change the subject. She explained that the Zombie Town secret realm was only for reserve students to train in, and demigod-level individuals like them were forbidden from entering. Hangman agreed, joking that if he went in, the secret realm would explode after just a few hits, making both Dieplin and Hanvu laugh. Dieplin said they just needed him to get the wisdom fruit, an item that enhances the cognitive abilities of non-humans, and they would pay him with divinity points. Hearing about divinity points, Hanvu was ecstatic inside, as if he'd struck gold, but he maintained a calm expression on the outside and agreed immediately. Dieplin gave him a seed, telling him it would be useful for the upcoming mission, considering it a mutually beneficial transaction. That night, Hanvu tossed and turned, thinking about the divinity points. Initially, he had planned to collect 6 points to perform the demigod ritual, but Miss Lena's words made him understand things on a whole new level. It turned out that reaching 6 points only made you a low-level demigod. Students from the imperial capital with real foresight would never stop there. They would usually continue to accumulate points, up to a maximum of 10, to be able to fuse with a level 5 divine function, making them many times stronger. Hanvu was excited, understanding why Lena had such high hopes for him. He was determined to complete the commission and earn a ton of divinity points. A few days later, while he was in class, a classmate mentioned the upcoming exam. Just as Hangman's group had said, Tu Thiet showed up again to challenge Hanvu to a bet. He said that if his score was higher, Hanvu had to stay away from Tan Song, but if he lost, he would give up on her. Hanvu smiled sarcastically, asking how someone with his IQ even got into the academy. Tan Song had never cared about him from the start, so this bet was just a farce. But Tu Thiet was persistent, insisting he would do anything to make Hanvu leave her. Just then, Tan Sang walked over and confirmed his words, forcing him to swear on his honor that he would stop pestering her if he lost. He had no choice but to bow his head and promise. Tan Sang asked Hanvu to help her with the bet, framing it as a personal plea. Hanvu nodded in agreement, but reminded her that the students here were all geniuses, so she shouldn't blame him if he lost. Tan Song remained firm in her belief that Han Vu would beat Tu Thiet. Just then, Miss Lena walked in to announce the start of class. The entire class was transported to the zombie town's secret realm, a bizarre place where hospitable zombies greeted people by biting their heads off. And at night, they would parade all over the place. Two students next to him started complaining about being hungry as soon as they arrived. But in this area, all spatial divine artifacts were sealed. Han Vu thought to himself that deities don't need to eat. But if divine artifacts were useless, this must be a survival test. He opened his system to check and saw his skills were still intact, meaning he had a way to survive. Han Vu invited Tan Song to take a walk around the town, and she happily agreed without any hesitation. Tan Sang summoned her peacock to fly over the town. She offered Han Vu a ride, but he declined. He said he didn't need one, then transformed into a black dragon, spreading his wings and soaring through the sky. Tan Zong followed right behind him, and the two of them explored to see what secrets Zombie Town held. After circling around for a while, they had ventured deep into the town's central area. While Han Vu was still looking around, Tan Sang's stomach rumbled loudly. He laughed and invited her to try some nearby eateries, making her blush and tell him to stop laughing. They chose a worn-down roadside diner. As soon as they walked in, the owner greeted them warmly. Han Vu awkwardly explained that they were from out of town and had lost all their money. Upon hearing this, the owner's attitude changed instantly. He pulled out a gun, pointed it at them, and started making threats. An angry Tan Sang was about to act but was stopped by Han Vu, who reminded her to stay calm so they wouldn't blow their cover. At that moment, Han Vu remembered the seed Dieplin had given him, something that could be useful in this secret realm. He took out the seed, placed it on the table, and asked if the owner was interested. The moment the man saw it, his eyes lit up like headlights. The owner's expression changed in a flash. Just moments ago he was cursing them, but now he was bowing and calling Han Vu a valued customer. He offered to buy the seed for 10 gold coins. Han Vu requested they serve the food first and settle the bill later, to which the man happily agreed. A short while later, the table was filled with delicious-smelling dishes, and neither of them could hide their excitement. While they ate, Han Vu took the opportunity to ask more about the situation in the town. The owner explained that it was a strange place where humans and zombies coexisted. Humans hunted zombies for resources and money. Meanwhile, the zombies ate human brains to grow stronger. At night, they flooded the streets, hunting every living creature. Besides firearms, humans also used special types of plants for defense. The owner said Han Vu's seed was a level 3, which was extremely rare, and he wanted to buy it at any cost. Han Vu realized this setting was exactly like a game he used to play. Level 1 plants were equivalent to common life forms, while level 3 was a transcendent life form. If they wanted more seeds, they could buy them at the town shop or get them by killing zombies. Han Vu looked at Tan Song, and they understood each other with a single glance. The nights here were too dangerous. They needed to find shelter first. The owner suggested they see the mayor to buy a house or rent a hotel room, but warned them never to go out at night. Having gotten the information they needed, the two left the diner immediately. Just as they left, another student walked in, begging for food. The owner instantly flew into a rage, pulling out his gun and firing to chase the student out, shaking the entire diner. Tan Sang felt a chill run down her spine as she witnessed this. Luckily, Han Vu had stopped her earlier, or she would have ended up just like that student. They quickly headed to see the mayor to buy a house. Here, even the cheapest house cost 1,200 gold coins. Hearing the price, Tan Song became flustered because she didn't have enough money. Han Vu just smiled and said he would pay for it. The mayor suggested they buy one together to save money, mentioning he had a beautiful house for 2,350 gold coins. The moment they saw the house, both of them were stunned by its beauty. It even had a large swimming pool. The two of them said in unison that they wanted to buy this house. Without a moment's hesitation, the mayor nodded and then said that town regulations only allowed married couples to buy a house together. Asking if they planned to get married, he stated with a serious face that if they weren't a married couple, they couldn't co-own a house, as casual relationships between men and women were forbidden here. Tan Song blushed, flustered, and pointed between them, stammering, We aren't. Yet, Han Vu understood the situation. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, How about we? Before he could finish, Tan Sang quietly agreed. She leaned against him. He wrapped his arm around her waist, and he told the mayor they agreed. Seeing them go along with it, the mayor excitedly gave a thumbs up, took out a form, and said that all they had to do was sign it to become a legally married couple. He brought out a gift tray, handed them the key and a bag of seeds, and gifted them an additional 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 sunflower seeds, wishing them a happy marriage. After filling out the form and receiving their items, the two left the building. Tansung grumbled as she walked. I had no other choice, so I reluctantly admitted to being in a relationship with you. Don't take it seriously. Hanvu smiled nonchalantly, resting his head on his hand. Got it. I absolutely won't take it seriously. Seeing his teasing expression, Tansung blushed with anger, thinking to herself, I told you not to be serious, and now you're treating it like a complete joke. On their way, the system panel popped up, announcing that they had become official residents of the town and awarding them 1,000 accumulated points. The leaderboard clearly showed. First place, Hanvu. Tansung. As soon as they arrived, Hanvu's eyes lit up at the sight of the luxurious villa. He exclaimed in awe. This place is huge. Tansung crossed her arms and shot him a contemptuous sideways glance, thinking, what a country bumpkin, who's never seen a mansion before. Inside the house, Tansung complained as she climbed the stairs, saying she was going to take a shower and go straight to bed. Meanwhile, Hanvu was excited about the bag of seeds in his hand, thinking it was time to see if these pea shooters and sunflowers could produce any special skills. As afternoon slowly faded, the house was bathed in the hazy glow of twilight. Hanvu walked down the hallway with his hands in his pockets, muttering to himself as he glanced at his watch. More than 1 hour had passed. He ran to Tansung's room and called out, Hey, about the pea shooter seeds. But before he could finish, he froze, his face flushing bright red when he saw her changing clothes. Startled, Tansung shrieked, Get out right now, panicked. Hanvu waved his hands frantically. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. After the awkward moment, the system displayed the plant information. The level 1 sunflower generates coins from death energy. 10 coins become 1 silver. 10 silver become 1 gold. And 1,000 gold become 1 diamond. With a lifespan of 1 year, the pea shooter fires 1 pea per second, dealing damage to undead creatures, and also has a 1-year lifespan. Hanvu was amazed. They grow so fast. I wonder how powerful they'll be. Tansung walked over and asked what he was muttering about. Startled, Hanvu blushed and stammered that it was nothing. She gave him a suspicious look and asked, Why are you blushing? Don't tell me you were thinking about... Hanvu's expression changed instantly, and he quickly waved his hands. No, I wasn't thinking about anything weird. Really? Tansung pointed a finger right at Hanvu's face, gritting her teeth and shouting, Don't you dare have any perverted thoughts. You didn't see anything. Just then, they both heard a strange sound. Turning around, Tansung narrowed her eyes suspiciously, then immediately raised her hand, channeling light and shouting, Light art. A horde of over 20 zombies suddenly swarmed towards them. They roared and shrieked like wild beasts, their sharp teeth glinting in the darkness. Hanvu crossed his arms and smirked. Let's see what you guys have got. Immediately, the pea shooters opened their mouths and rained a shower of peas on the zombie horde. The peas hit the zombies directly, but they didn't seem to inflict any damage whatsoever. Hanvu frowned. Who? Is that all they've got? What pathetic combat power. He immediately channeled his energy, summoning a green aura and infusing dark power into the plants to force an evolution. Instantly, a red light flared up. Afterward, the pea shooters transformed into their dark version, their auras erupting with immense power. The peas could now destroy the zombies. The system reported defeated a level 1 regular zombie. Plus 1 point. Defeated a level 1 flag zombie. Dropped a small flag. Plus 1 point. Defeated a level 1 social zombie. Plus 1 point. Watching the scene unfold, Hanvu scratched his chin. The dark skill drains stamina too quickly. If this keeps up, we'll be surrounded. Tansung suddenly cried out. This is bad. Toothiet got a house too, and his score is already at 1,300. At this rate, we're going to lose. Hearing this, Hanvu looked at the pea shooters with a grim expression. This won't do, he thought. I have to find a way to eliminate these zombies faster. An idea suddenly struck him. Plants are living organisms, so they must have genes, which means they can be mutated. Energy surged in his palm as red light burst forth and he shouted, "Directed mutation." The system flashed a menu. 1 boost range for lifespan cost. Max 13 times lifespan set to 12 hours. 2 boost firing speed. Each step costs 2 months of life. Up to 7 times faster lifespan set to 12 hours. 3. Add barrels for more damage. Each adds 3-month penalty. Max 5 barrels lifespan set to 12 hours. 4. Grow root size. Each double costs 6 months. Max 3 times. Lifespan set to 12 hours. Hanvu smirked. Not bad. In that case, let's just try them all at once. After the mutation, the pea shooters grew 2 extra eyes, radiated a murderous aura, and were enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. They fired giant, rocket-like peas that sent the zombies flying. The system displayed defeated level 1 intellectual zombie, plus 1 point. Defeated level Unapunk zombia. Dropped hair growth potion, plus 1 point. Defeated level 2 regular zombie. Plus 2 point. Just then, a gray-black leg as thick as a pillar stomped down hard, cracking the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. A horde of massive, muscular zombies advanced, their leader holding a flag high. Hanvu observed grimly. Looks like we've run into some high-level ones this time. The leader charged forward, gathering momentum to hurl its flag toward Hanvu and Tansang. With one heavy stomp, it leaned forward and powerfully hurled the flag at the pea shooters. The ground shook as a white cloud of dust billowed out. The leader stared in bewilderment, not understanding why no one was hurt. Its mind filled with question marks. Before it could comprehend the situation, the pea shooters unleashed a continuous barrage of red peas at it. Just as the flag zipped past their heads, Hanvu caught the flag and examined the pole. Noticing small sparks of lightning, he smiled. Made from hundreds of types of precious steel, what a waste. I'll be taking this. Then he turned to the sunflowers and commanded, "It's your turn now, all of you." Mutata. The system displayed the sunflower's mutation options. 1. Versatility. To increase production. Each doubling reduces lifespan by 1 month, for a maximum of 13 times, with the final lifespan being 12 hours. 2. Absorption. To increase the range for absorbing death energy. Each doubling reduces lifespan by 2 months, for a maximum of 7 times, with the final lifespan being 12 hours. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanvu yelled, "I want it all, the more coins." The better. Coins shot out like a downpour. Tansang looked at the leaderboard, shouting with excitement and joy. "We passed him, your score just surpassed 2 Thiets." Elsewhere, 2 Thiets stared at the leaderboard in horror. What Hanvu is in first place with 1,436 points, while I only have 1,313. He clutched a level 4 plant seed, a fire dragon grass, in his hand and muttered, "Hanvu, don't even dream of surpassing me. You never will." 2 hours later, the fire dragon grass had transformed into a giant green dragon. Its entire body emitted a golden aura as it let out a ferocious roar, opening its mouth to spew destructive flames at the zombies before it. The erupting flames completely engulfed the zombie horde, incinerating them in an instant before they even had a chance to dodge. 2 Thiet checked the system panel. His accumulated points had skyrocketed. First place, 2 Thiet, 1,610 points. Hanvu was now in second with 1,586. He laughed maniacally. "I've already investigated your background. You're just a nameless orphan. On what grounds do you think you can compete with a descendant of a true god like me? This time, I will utterly humiliate you." Just then, a giant, blazing fireball appeared from behind a mountain. Despite their attempts to shield themselves, the zombies were mercilessly incinerated by the flames from the massive fireball. The scene shifts back to Hanvu, where the ground at his feet is covered in gold coins. Tansang looked at him and asked, "Well, the first night is pretty much over. It's a good thing those plants were so powerful. How did you manage that?" Standing with his arms crossed amidst a sea of glittering coins, Hanvu calmly replied, "The truth is, I have the ability to direct the mutation of living organisms." Upon hearing this, Tansang exclaimed, "That ability is absolutely insane, but our score is still way behind." He opened the system to check the scores. 2 Thiet was in the lead with 201,000 points, followed by Hanvu with 128,000, and Tansang was in 5th place with 23,000. Hanvu reassured her, "This is just the beginning. We'll exchange all these coins for high-level seeds." Time passed quickly as the twilight faded, making way for the silent moon as it rose high into the night sky. Beside Hanvu stood 2 giant, murderous-looking plants. With a row of pea shooters in front, he nodded in satisfaction. With these level 2 and level 3 plants, we should be fine. From the roof, Tan Sang looked through binoculars and reported, "This wave looks tough. The zombies don't seem normal." In the distance, a troop of zombie knights on horseback was slowly approaching. She confirmed in astonishment. They're level 3 zombie knights. And even a level 4 dancing king zombie. One wearing a red vest with long hair appeared, causing Hanvu to exclaim, "A level 4 dancing king zombie. How are we even supposed to fight that?" panicked. Tan Sang asked, "So, what's the plan?" He thought for a moment before saying, "Turn off the lights. They're attracted to light. Hopefully, the dancing king hasn't spotted us yet." Tan Sang nodded, and immediately did as he said. The entire house was plunged into thick, oppressive darkness. The two of them hid behind a curtain to watch. Tan Sang whispered, "I think we're okay. There's no movement." Hanvu breathed a sigh of relief. They're heading to Mrs. Sa's house next door. Even so, they both kept a close watch, not daring to take their eyes off the slowly advancing dancing king zombie. Hanvu smirked. "If that's the case, let's launch a surprise attack. You use light art to lead the way." Tan Sang agreed. Understood. She immediately raised her hand to cast the spell, and a golden orb of light shot toward the zombies like a bolt of lightning. With their zombie comrades annihilated, the knights turned, roaring as they charged straight toward her. The pea shooters immediately opened fire, unleashing volley after volley of peas relentlessly. The relentless barrage of peas knocked the zombies back, but one spurred its horse and charged straight for Tan Sang. Just as the attack was about to land, a punch from a level 3 plant suddenly slammed right into the enemy's face. Hanvu crossed his arms as he checked the leaderboard. Tu Thiet was still in the lead, with 232,000 points, while he was in second with 140,200. Tan Kan Nien had shot up to 99,000. He frowned. Kan Nien. How did he climb the ranks so quickly? Just as he was pondering this, Tan Kan Nien's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, transfer student." Impressed by my speed, Hanvu turned to see him with an arm around Hana Salan. Laughing heartily, Hanvu thought bitterly, is this guy really just riding a woman's coattails? Just then, a group of agile zombies leaped high into the air like track and field athletes. Seizing the opportunity, Ton Khan Nin shouted, "Oakwood sharpshooters, attack." The sharpshooters immediately began spitting projectiles at the enemy. The grenade-like oak nuts struck the leaping zombies, and Tan Kan Nien laughed with glee. "Ha ha ha, bring it on. First place is mine for the taking." Seeing him gloat, Hanvu frowned in annoyance. "I can't believe a freeloader like him is interfering." Tan Sang couldn't help but tease him. "What's wrong, feeling a little jealous?" Seeing her teasing him, Hanvu retorted, "If I lose, you'll have to deal with that idiot Tu Thiet chasing you again." At that moment, the Jiangxi martial king clenched its fist and unleashed a grand summoning technique, instantly calling forth two new Jiangxi, one old and one young, with shimmering blonde hair. The three of them joined forces and began to advance deeper into the house. Hanvu stood at a distance, crossing his arms with a smirk. "Huh. A level 4 Jiangxi has already broken through that freeloader's line of defense." The martial king, leading the way, stepped on something green and cried out in surprise. The object sprang up violently, sending him flying backward. It turned out to be a spring bean trap. Hanvu's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the Jiangxi get knocked down, and he exclaimed, "What the heck?" With his mouth agape, he blurted out, "Dumb." He immediately pointed and commanded, "Pea shooters, concentrate your fire, take down that martial king now." The plants opened fire in unison, a storm of peas flying through the air, but the martial king stood as still as a statue, the peas just clattering uselessly against its body. It even curled its lip into a provocative smirk. Seeing this, Tan Sang suggested, "Let's retreat into the house. The plants can't hold them off anymore." But Hanvu shook his head. "If we retreat, we lose." He immediately transformed, a pair of wings sprouting from his back. "I can't accept such a humiliating defeat. I'm going in." With that, he charged straight at the martial king, throwing a punch. Before the Jiangxi martial king could even revel in its arrogance, it took a full-force punch to the face from Hanvu. After the thunderous punch, a black scorch mark was left on the Jiangxi martial king's face, with smoke billowing from the wound, but Hanvu still frowned. The damage was too light. "Looks like I have to go all out." He adjusted his stance, crossing his arms over his chest in the style of his idol. Joff, preparing to unleash his next move, he roared, relentlessly hammering his opponent's stomach with a rapid barrage of blows. Unleashing his cannon fist technique, The Jiangxi martial king couldn't take the assault. Its entire body bent backward as a gruesome cracking sound echoed from its neck. A single blow sent it crashing to the ground. Dead on the spot. The system announced the drop's one level 4 seed. A pair of crocodile leather boots. A clacket art book. And 500 accumulation points. Hanvu rubbed his aching hand and sighed. All that work for only 500 points. Not far away. Someone was watching the fight through binoculars. A faint smile on their face. This kid is quite interesting. That person was Diep Lin, who was disappointed that she couldn't see the leaderboard. Next to her, Hangman excitedly snatched the binoculars. Let me have a look. The moment he looked, he commented, "Your eye for talent is spot on this time. I never thought he'd be able to team up with the goddess of the prep class. He's got flair. Just like me back in the day." Ha Thien cut in. "Could you be any more narcissistic?" and then asked, "Do you think our junior will find the fruit of wisdom?" Diep Lin replied. "That depends on how well he understands this town. If he just sees it as a place to farm points, he'll never get his hands on any high-grade items." She smiled brightly with her hands on her hips. "But I am curious to see if he can climb to the number 1 spot. Or hey, maybe we should offer Hangman to Miss Lena in exchange for access rights." Haha. Before she could finish, Lena suddenly appeared and whispered in Diep Lin's ear. "Oh, am I really that scary in your eyes?" The familiar voice made Diep Lin jump in surprise. Lena crossed her arms, her expression unreadable, and asked directly, "So, who are you all placing your bets on?" Diep Lin and Hangman stammered. On Hanvu." Lena nodded. Satisfied, she turned to leave, saying, "Good. In that case, I'll grant you access to the board. Follow me." The entire group followed Lena straight into the main office. Lena raised her hand, and a screen instantly flickered to life, displaying a scene of Han Vu in combat. She crossed her arms with a faint smile, ready to enjoy the show. On the screen, Han Vu shouted as he closed in on an armored Jiangxi. "Pea shooter squad. Concentrate all your firepower and wipe them out for me." Following his command, they all unleashed a continuous barrage of projectiles at the target. He leaped into the air as a volley of peas shot straight toward the Jiangxi. Diep Lin remarked in astonishment, "The firepower of this pea shooter squad is as strong as a level 2 plant. It's no surprise Hangman lost to him." She suddenly frowned in confusion, wondering, "This is strange. Why would a level 3 Jiangxi appear in his territory? According to the rules, this place shouldn't attract monsters that powerful." In the screen, Kan Nian was standing behind Miss Sai. Hana Salon. In front of them was a series of spring bean traps, knocking back any enemy that approached. The group whispered amongst themselves, "That's a pretty nasty way to play. He's clearly just bullying them. Who is this reserve student? He's so strong." Lena calmly answered, "His name is Tan Kan Nian, and he has no sponsor." Hangman was skeptical. How can he be that strong without a sponsor? Seeing how close Kan Nian and Miss Salon were, Diep Lin gritted her teeth and cursed. What a leech. You really see all kinds of reserve students, willing to abandon their pride just for some points. The leaderboard popped up, showing Tu Thiet in first place with 314,000 points, followed by Tan Kan Nian with 213,000, and Han Vu in third with 198,000 points. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Who is this Tu Thiet to be leading by such a wide margin? Let's check out his battle. In the arena, a fire dragon grass was spewing flames, incinerating a horde of Jiangxi, while Tu Thiet simply stood with his arms crossed, laughing victoriously. "Ha ha ha. Han Vu, what have you got that can possibly compete with me?" Diep Lin recognized it instantly. That's a fire dragon grass. Tu Thiet must be sponsored by their rival, Hoang Thangquan. Hangmang fumed. Hoang Thangquan already swept through Jiangxi town and hoarded all its resources, and now he wants to exploit the students too. Lena nodded in confirmation. That's right. Tu Thiet and Hoang Thangquan made an under-the-table deal. Hoang Thangquan puts up the money, and in return, Tu Thiet gives him 70% of the profits from the town. Hearing this, the whole group erupted in a series of curses, calling him despicable and vile. Just then, the man they were cursing appeared, looking up to ask, "Who are you all talking about?" Hangman turned around and said his name, Hoang Thangquan. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to make a bet, brimming with confidence. He said, "So, you three also came to watch the students you're sponsoring. How about we make a bet on which one of them will achieve a higher rank?" Hangman wasn't easily fooled. He frowned and immediately refused. In your dreams. We're well aware that you're the one sponsoring Tu Thiet. Thang Quan stepped forward with a sneer. And you still don't dare to bet? What a bunch of useless cowards. To think the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy is filled with weaklings who just huddle together and form some loser club. It's a disgrace to be in the same school as you. Enraged, Hangman lunged at him but was held back by Deep Lin. He growled. Today, one of us is going down, Deep Lin quickly intervened. Don't act rashly, he's just trying to provoke you. Holding Hangman back, she turned to Hoang Thang Quan and said coldly, We established our club to gather resources and help students in need. What right do you have to look down on us? If you want to bet, fine. Let's see who backed the better horse. Thang Quan shrugged nonchalantly. Fine by me. The wager is 10 divinity points. Do you have the guts to play? Deep Lin's expression hardened. She pursed her lips and said, Deal. Why would I be scared? Thang Quan turned to leave, tossing a cold remark over his shoulder. Then we'll have Ms. Lena as our witness. Don't try to pull any tricks when you lose. Hangman, having calmed down, asked Deep Lin. Little Lin, are you sure that Tu Thiet guy seems incredibly strong? She replied without hesitation. The more they underestimate us, the harder we have to fight back. Besides, Hanvu is not to be underestimated. Lena nodded decisively and added, If Hanvu is the first one to uncover the secret of Jiangxi town, he will definitely win. On the second day's survival check-in, he gained an additional 2,000 points. Hanvu was sprawled on the ground, groaning. Oh man, I'm so exhausted I could die. I feel like I could just pee right here. Beside him was a pile of spoils. Tan Sang said with a gentle smile, All right, get some rest. I'll handle the cleanup. Inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Hanvu's power was still intact. Otherwise, they would have been goners last night. Hanvu closed his eyes, a mischievous grin on his face. My dear wife, I'm leaving it all in your capable hands. Hearing that, an enraged Tan Sang walked over and started kicking him repeatedly. You, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Hanvu yelped in pain while clutching his body, muttering, It's a legally recognized relationship under the local law. The least we could do is act the part. After kicking him, she turned away without a second glance at him, lying sprawled on the ground, muttering, I'm not even going to bother with you. You shameless yerk. A sneer echoed from behind them. Kanyan said sarcastically, I can't believe you two still have time for playful banter. He crossed his arms with an arrogant smirk. And here you are in third place. Even with a broken arm. You're nothing like me. Tan Sang pulled up the leaderboard and was stunned. Ton Kanyen had climbed to second place with 356,000 points. Tu Thiet was still in the lead with 535,000 points, while Hanvu had dropped behind with 302,000. She gasped in worry. The gap is over 200,000 points now. Hanvu wasn't worried in the slightest. He got up and yelled, It's no big deal, I haven't even used my ultimate move yet, hey. Tun. Whatever your name is, I'm better than you, even with a broken arm. While you look like you're about to break your middle leg, Tan Sang stifled a laugh and covered her mouth, chiding, You're being so inappropriate. Hearing this, Kanyen's face flushed with anger as he roared, Hanvu, you just wait. Tonight, my spring beans are going to pay a little visit to your house. Hanvu just sneered. Suit yourself. As long as you're happy. Suddenly, his eyes caught a red seed on the ground. He murmured in suspicion. Who? Is that a level 4 seed? The system information popped up. Level 4, bewitching mushroom. Its energy projectiles induce sleep, can control Jiangxi, and can also brainwash anyone who eats it. Then there was the level 4 corn cannon, which can instantly kill a level 3 Jiangxi and deals massive area of effect damage. He excitedly picked it up. The bewitching mushroom is a true treasure. It can both control enemies and track battle beasts. And the corn cannon is basically a guided missile. These are the perfect tools for racking up points. Seeing him rambling on, Tan Sang packed their things into a cart and hurried him along. Let's go. We should head to the spoil shop to see if we can trade for some better seeds. He was about to call her wife again, but remembering the kicks, he quickly corrected himself. All right, Ms. Tan. Tan Sang knew exactly what he was up to and just snorted. Just keep up. She thought to herself, if he'd actually said it, I would have killed him for real. An hour later, they had sold their items and were heading down the stairs. Hanvu Syed. I really thought the blueprint for the level 4 Dance King's Clack Kit dance was a treasure, but who knew nobody would want it? Her eyes sparkled as she held the bag of gold. In total? We got 243 gold coins, which is pretty good. The shopkeeper said Chief Chan specializes in collecting melee weapons. We should try going there to see what we can trade the pole for. Han Vu replied. The decision lies with the mistress of the Han residence. Tan Sang frowned, her cheeks flushing slightly. Why not the Tan residence, she asked. Han Vu replied matter-of-factly. Well, if it were the Tan residence, then I'd be the one in the subordinate position. At his words, Tan Sang flew into a rage and started chasing him. You've done it now, teasing me again. Han Vu scrambled away, yelling, Domestic abuse. This is domestic abuse. Right at that moment, at Chief Chan's house, a voice echoed. What's that? You want to trade for a weapon from my collection? The man looked them over, his tone gruff. That pole of yours is a rare piece, and I'm quite interested. If you want to make a trade, come over here and pick something. He didn't answer, remaining silent, and the atmosphere between the three of them suddenly grew heavy. Suddenly, Han Vu looked up as he felt a strange aura. Hey, he called out. I think that sword over there is calling to me. He walked over and picked up the sword, and a red-gold aura immediately flared around it. He stated with conviction, It's definitely resonating with the Huolong bloodline within me. Han Vu spun around, his eyes sharp and cold as he declared, Chief Chan, I'll take that one. Chief Chan nodded and added a condition. Your pole alone isn't enough for this trade. Do you have anything else to offer? Han Vu immediately pulled out the Clack Kit dance scroll and 2 level 3 seeds, saying they were his most valuable assets. Chief Chan shook his head. The scroll is useless to me. I want the 2 seeds. Seeing this as a good deal, Han Vu quickly agreed. The chief smiled and added, While that scroll is useless to me, it might be a treasure to the Queen of Dance. I'm talking about your wife. He slung the sword onto his back, turned, and started to walk away, saying cheerfully, All right, let's go pay a visit to Tonkon's sponsor. Just as they stepped outside, they came face to face with Tu Thiet and his fire dragon grass. Han Vu whistled in admiration. Now that's impressive. What a powerful presence. Tu Thiet spoke arrogantly. Han Vu, you've fallen to 3rd place. Why don't you just surrender? I might even let you and Tan Sang be classmates. Han Vu didn't even bother to answer him. He just stuck his hands in his pockets, took a step back, and asked Tan Sang, Hey wife, do you know this moron? She simply shook her head. Nope. Never met him. Hearing Han Vu call Tan Sang his wife, Tu Thiet instantly lost his temper and roared, What did you just call her? Are you asking for a thrashing? Ignoring his outburst, Han Vu casually took Tan Sang's hand and started to walk off, saying, Don't pay him any mind. Let's go. Watching them disappear hand in hand, Tu Thiet gritted his teeth. I'm not just going to win. I'm going to chop off your hands. By that time, Han Vu and Tan Sang had already arrived at a small house and were knocking on the door, calling out, Is Ms. Salon home? Hannah Salon and Kan Nian opened the door. Kan Nian put on a welcoming smile. Well, look who it is. Our friend Han Vu has come for a visit. Ms. Salon, assuming he was there to demand compensation, immediately cut him off. I already heard from my darling about what happened last night. Don't you dare expect me to compensate you for your own incompetence. Kan Nian chimed in as well. Han Vu, stop looking for trouble. Han Vu calmly replied. Ms. Salon, you've misunderstood. I came here simply to admire your elegance. I heard you were once a dance queen, and I happen to have an item that only someone of your stature deserves. Hannah didn't seem to care, retorting coldly, Don't think your flattery is going to make me change my garden layout. In your dreams. At her words, Han Vu took out a book and held it out. Ms. Salon, he asked, would this be enough to make you reconsider? Hannah eyed the book with curiosity, while Kan Nian scoffed dismissively. It's just a torn-up old book. But Hannah's eyes lit up as she cried out, This is the lost dance of the Dance King. I'll pay whatever it costs. Her excitement made Kan Nian start to panic. If Han Vu asked her to kick him out as part of the deal, he would be completely done for. At that thought, he instantly changed his tune, smiling warmly. Han Vu, we're fellow students, aren't we? Please, cut me some slack. Han Vu ignored his sycophantic display and handed the book to Hannah, telling her to treasure the dance and that he would send more scores if he found them in the future. Deeply grateful, she apologized for her earlier behavior and told him to call her Hannah Salon, adding that she was delighted to be his close neighbor. After giving her the gift, Han Vu and Tan Sang waved and took their leave. Hannah cheerfully waved back, calling out, "Don't forget to win." Han. A system notification appeared. Close relationship with Hannah Salon established. Friendship level 99. Personal shop unlocked. 30,000 points awarded. Han Vu was so stunned he stammered. 30,000. That's as much as killing who knows how many Jiangshi. Could this be the final reward for the whole Jiangshi slaying questline? Tanzang asked curiously. What's wrong? What did you just do? Han Vu smiled. I established a close relationship with Hannah and also got some points. Since we're married, you probably got a share of the points too. That's a huge gain. Thinking that, he teased her again. This is what a husband should do. No need to thank me. This time she didn't punch him. Tansang just blushed and walked away. You're so outrageous. I'm ignoring you. Seeing her leave, Hanvu opened the system panel to see what interesting things Mrs. Salon's shop had. The system showed that the shop had 3-leaf clover seeds for 30 points, a dance course for 20 points, a divine power outfit for 35 points, and a fruit of wisdom for 90 points. Hanvu was overjoyed. The fruit of wisdom was the commission his senior had given him, but it required 90 points. He'd buy it after the test. The scene then shifts back to their house. Hanvu stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the 2 level 4 seeds with predetermined mutations. Tonight he could really rack up some points. At the same time, a horde of zombies swarmed in to attack. Unfazed, he ordered the corn cannon to fire a rocket. A blazing golden orb shot down, exploding violently and pushing back the zombie horde. Hanfu wondered, why aren't there any high-level zombies today? These small fries barely give any points. Suddenly, he frowned, his eyes catching something, and he let out a soft snort. In the distance, Hannah Salon stood at the gate, waving and calling out, so that's what it was. She smiled brightly and shouted, Han, I've cleared out all the golden bullets for you. Consider it a thank you. He let out a soft sigh. It seemed he wouldn't be able to show off his skills tonight. Well, maybe taking a stroll through the streets would be nice. With that said, he transformed. His wings spread wide as he soared into the sky. Observing from above, Hanvu approached the group of zombies, chuckling to himself. These aren't zombies. They're just points. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and charged in to attack. A single sword strike slashed forward, landing right in the middle of the zombie horde as Hanvu unleashed his violent dragon slash. The slash created a gash on the zombie's face, revealing a golden coin. Hanvu spun around and flew off, the zombies chasing after him. He thought, I should go find a level 4 beast. These little ones are a waste of energy. 4 hours later, Hanvu was standing on the roof of a tall tower. He opened the leaderboard. Tone Kanyen was in first place with 831,000 points, followed by Tu Thiet with 757,000, and in third place was Hanvu with 723,000 points. He smiled. The gap is closing, but I still need to speed up. On the third day's check-in, he gained 3,000 points. When Hanvu returned home, he saw a man standing in front of his door and asked suspiciously, Who are you? The young man turned and smiled, introducing himself. I am Eric Grimm, a resident of this town and the captain of the protection squad. I saw you fighting bravely last night and came to invite you to join the team. Hanvu put a hand on his hip and asked, I've only heard of the Galaxy Guard team. What does the town's protection squad do? Eric Grimm replied, Our mission is to protect the entrance gate and stop level 5 zombies. And above, without us, this town would have been besieged long ago. Hearing about level 5 zombies, Hanvu got excited. That sounds like a battle worth a lot of points. Thinking that, he immediately said, Captain Eric, let me join the team. Eric smiled and patted his shoulder. Welcome. The protection squad needs people like you. Immediately after, a system notification appeared, establishing a friendly relationship with Captain Eric Grimm, unlocking his personal shop, and receiving 60,000 points. Joining the protection squad, unlocking the achievement shop, and gaining an additional 50,000 points. The leaderboard updated. Hanvu shot to the top with 836,000 points. Tun Kanyen was second with 834,000, and Tu Thiet was third with 761,000. He was stunned. I'm number 1 now. After recruiting him, Eric left with a wave. Remember to come tonight. As soon as he stepped inside, Tansang ran over and cheered. You're number 1. You're amazing. Tell me, what did you do last night? Hanvu was still in shock. only managing to stammer, Suddenly, a noise at the door made him turn his head. He frowned and opened the door. Who could be looking for me this early in the morning? In front of him was a blonde girl with a seductive smile, who said softly, "Han, you're so strong." Hanvu paused, trying to search his memory. He didn't know this person. So he asked, "Who are you?" She leaned in, still speaking in that sweet tone. "Watching you last night really got me excited." From behind, Tanzang glared. "Hanvu, what exactly were you doing last night? Someone's already come looking for you at our door." Hanvu broke into a cold sweat as the girl cut in. "Oh, and this is..." Tan Sang was embarrassed but still puffed out her chest and said, "I am Hanvu's wife." "And who are you?" The girl paid her no mind, moving closer to ask, "Han, you're married so young. Isn't it boring? I'm Jessica. If you're willing, I can be your mistress." With that, Jessica turned to leave, tossing back before she left. "See you at the protection squad tonight, Han." Tan Sang's face darkened, watching him still waving goodbye. She was so angry she could bite him. He pretended not to see her. Tan Sang grabbed his ear and snapped, "You scoundrel. Who were you flirting with in the middle of the night? No wonder your points shot up. Are you trying to follow in Tun Kanyen's footsteps?" Hanvu yelped, "I'm innocent. I just went out to hunt monsters for points. And the captain noticed me and invited me to join the protection squad. The points increased because of the rewards. There was no vixen involved." Hearing that, Tan Sang let go of his ear, slightly ashamed. "So that's what happened. I misunderstood because she said you were strong." Hanvu smiled and rubbed his hands. "Ah, so you were jealous. I was just trying to get more points to help you surpass Tu Thiet." Tan Sang blushed and argued, "Who's jealous? What does it have to do with me?" Hanvu took out a bag of seeds and handed it to her. "Tonight I'm going to the front lines to kill high-level zombies. I'm leaving the home base to you. These are high-grade seeds." She took them and whispered a reminder. "Then you have to be careful. Take care of yourself. Don't get..." Hanvu cut her off, smiling confidently. "Don't worry. I've already tested the black sword. Killing level 4 zombies is a piece of cake," he said and left. Tan Sang shouted after him, "I meant don't get seduced by a vixen." Night fell, and the town sank into silence. Hanvu headed to the meeting point, where Jessica was already waiting. Seeing him approach, she waved. "Han, you're here." She immediately clung to his arm, her voice soft. "It's been a few hours. Did you miss me?" The muscular man with 2 large axes behind them frowned. "Jessica, stop it. Han has a wife. I'm Joseph, the former commander." Beside him, David, holding a sword, asked, "Brother Han, what are your combat skills?" Hearing this, Hanvu didn't speak. He just transformed, a powerful aura radiating around him. Then he flew up, landing gracefully. "I can do a 2-stage transformation." Jessica stared, mesmerized, her eyes sparkling. "That's so cool. Totally my type. Captain, let me guide him. I like working with handsome guys." Eric nodded. "All right. Jessica will guide Han tonight." Then he said sternly, "You must listen to her. Fighting zombies is very dangerous." Jessica dropped her playful demeanor, pulling out 2 guns, one of fire and one of ice, along with her level 5 plant, and ordered, "Prepare for battle." Hanvu was secretly amazed. 2 level 5 plants. 1 shooting fire, 1 shooting ice. Joseph also transformed, his body bulging with rippling muscles. Next to him was a level 5 giant walnut. Fuse, his arms swelled up, muscles rippling like waves. In an instant, he transformed into a dark brown giant. David held a golden sword and a blue spear, summoning 2 high-level plants. He shouted, "Orchid Swordsman, Tower Guard, Fuse." Eric Grimm also transformed, his legs glowing with a faint green energy. His entire body glowed with an emerald light as he said coldly, "The zombies are here." As he finished speaking, he launched into the air. Jessica fired her guns rapidly, shooting continuously. "Come on, eat some bullets." 3 ferocious zombies were stopped in their tracks, their bodies riddled with bullets. Joseph from behind swung his axe and shouted, "Let me handle this." The axe came down on a zombie's head, but he froze when he saw the scene before him. The monster's head was completely unharmed, and from it sprouted clusters of slimy black tentacles. The tentacles shot out and wrapped tightly around Joseph. Before he could react, his body went rigid. Eric Grimm shouted, "Johnson, get out of the way," then launched a blast of green energy straight at the giant zombie. David brandished his spear and charged forward, yelling, "I'll take care of this side." Hanvu hovered in the air, observing, and thought to himself, "So this is the highest level of combat. It's time for me to stop standing on the sidelines." He dove down from the sky, his fist slamming hard into a zombie as he muttered, "I am Hanvu, the Godslayer." Hanvu drew his sword and slashed fiercely, shouting softly, "This is true power." Behind him, Jessica shouted a warning, "Be careful." Causing him to look back, he saw her running quickly towards him. She pushed him hard, making him fall to the ground, then raised her gun and fired. He was pinned down, gasping for breath and groaning softly. "What's going on?" The sound of a gunshot rang out, the bullet lodging in the arm of the zombie behind him. Jessica said as she fired, "Level 5 zombies have many times the resistance of level 4s. Even if they're injured, their attack power doesn't decrease." Hanvu came to his senses and smiled in thanks. Jessica replied, "Don't push yourself. Just cover me, and stay close behind." With that, she charged into the middle of the zombie horde, firing both her guns continuously. Hanvu got up and attacked, his accumulated points rising steadily, plus 3,000. Then another plus 3,000. He received a level 4 sunflower seed. 3 hours passed. Hanvu wiped the sweat from his brow, completely exhausted, and sighed, "I'm about to collapse." On the other side, the protection squad was still fighting without rest. He wondered, are they on some kind of stimulant? Saying him punting, Jessica teased, "Little handsome, tired already after just getting started. With stamina like that, how can you be worthy of being my lover?" Hanvu thought, if I still had my divine state, I could fight all night without a problem. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, "My representative. Guess who I am?" A blank white space appeared, with a blue speck of light beside him. Hanvu said, "Otherworldly source. You've finally shown up." It replied, "I smell the resentful aura of women around you. I heard your health has declined." Its voice was full of sarcasm. "My representative being called weak by a woman. I'll grant you a new authority, to stand firm against all female creatures." Chains and locks appeared as it said, "This power is called Gene Lock. Sit down. Let's begin." As soon as the words were spoken, the chains shattered and the locks burst open. A new stream of power flooded Hanvu's body, a golden light enveloping his entire being. His eyes lit up with excitement. It felt so refreshing, like he had endless energy. The otherworldly source explained that by unlocking the gene lock, he could borrow powerful biological strength for a temporary transformation. Hanvu glanced at the sunflower seed and thought he'd give the fusion a try. Without hesitation, he swallowed the sunflower seed. His body absorbed it, and a golden light spread out. Hanvu shot into the sky, carrying the brilliant energy of the sun. He spread his arms, creating a golden sphere that enveloped his body. The light shone down, incinerating the zombies, which shrieked in agony. On the ground, Jessica shielded her eyes and shouted, "That light is coming from him." Someone next to her exclaimed in shock, "An angel." The guard team immediately pressed their attack, and Eric Grimm yelled, "Full-scale assault." He took the lead, unleashing a barrage of attacks that decimated the zombie horde. Suddenly, a zombie made a desperate charge, its hand reaching out to crush Hanvu. Eric shouted, "Protect Han." "Stop it." Johnson rushed forward, but was violently swatted away, sent flying while groaning in pain. Seeing the danger, Eric yelled, "This is bad. That's a level 6 zombie. It's too strong, Han. Fall back now." Hanvu remained still, his eyes fixed on the incoming fist. His eyes blazed like the sun. He smirked slightly. Right on time. The fist made contact, and light erupted. The wave of light incinerated half of the zombie's body, and it let out a horrific scream. When the light faded, the zombie collapsed. Joseph's jaw dropped. "We won, Han. You're incredible." Everyone cheered. The system displayed a notification. Friendly relationship established with Jessica Smith. Personal store unlocked. Plus 50,000 points. Next were Dark Johnson and David Ham, each adding another 50,000 points. Defeated level 6, zombie plus 23,000 points. The otherworldly source chuckled. "So how's that gene lock high?" Hanvu replied excitedly. "Absolutely amazing." But then it reappeared, its tone serious. "I have some bad news for you. Hanvu frowned. Bad news. What else are you trying to squeeze out of me? I've got nothing left. The otherworldly source snorted coldly. I have no need for your pathetic things. The bad news is that the gene lock has a side effect. Hanvu sighed in relief. Just a side effect, but then he froze. Wait. A side effect? Why didn't you tell me sooner? What is it? The otherworldly source laughed. Calm down. You possess the ultimate mutation. You have nothing to fear. The side effect isn't dangerous. It added, it's just that you can't use the gene lock again for a while. As you guys would call it, the skill is on cooldown. Hanvu scratched his head. You even know about cooldowns. If it's just a waiting game, that's fine. But for how long, and what happens if I ignore it? It replied, with your weak constitution, you'll need to rest for 10 days for it to recover. If you overuse it, it will cause a permanent mutation. Care to try? Hanvu was horrified and shook his head frantically. No thanks. I don't want to become a living light bulb. Eric walked over and asked, Han, are you okay? He turned and smiled. I'm fine. Just a little brighter than usual. Jessica leaned in again, lifting Hanvu's chin with her finger, her voice as sweet as honey. Hey handsome, that fight just now really got my heart racing. You're finally qualified to be my man. Want to spend a memorable night with me? Hanvu blushed and stammered. Who? Duongsun saw this and shouted, Jessica. Stop teasing Han. Are you trying to drain him dry? He then said. Han, if you're tired, go rest. I'll take care of the rest. Hanvu smiled faintly. I am a bit tired. I'll leave this battle to you all then. I'm going to fall back and rest for a bit. He walked away, thinking to himself as he went, the gene lock is unusable for 10 days. I need to increase my base power. The guard team has its own private shop. I should go see if there's anything I can buy. He opened the system store, laughing gleefully. From now on, just call me the little overlord of splurging. Half an hour later, he selected the plant fusion skill. Overjoyed. Perfect. This can be a temporary replacement for the gene lock. The otherworldly source sneered. Huh. This pile of junk makes you happy. Plant fusion is just a cheap trick for linking weak organisms. Hanvu frowned. This cost me 70 friendship points. You know, it's not like that gene lock of yours is off cooldown yet. It burst out laughing. That's just because your body is weak. Believe it or not, I can tweak it to be stronger. All it takes is 2 divinity points. What do you say? Hanvu shook his head. No money. No deal. I guess we're done here. It put on an angry face. So sting fine. 1 divinity point. That's the lowest I can go. Inwardly, Hanvu sneered. Trying to bargain with me. The king of Hone Bak Market. You're still too green. Outwardly, he pretended to be reluctant. All right. Fine. It's a deal. Hearing that, it snapped its fingers with a soft click. The space above Hanvu's head split open, and paper confetti burst out, leaving him stunned and confused. Looking at the system panel, he almost cursed out loud. The new fusion technique could merge plants from level 1 to 3, and it even added a level 6 seed slot. It was insane. The otherworldly source reminded him, remember, you owe me 1 divinity point. Hanvu nodded. I won't bail on you. He inserted the attribute card into the slot. The darkness attribute was compatible with the level 5 pharmacist's flower. Survival check-in. Day 4. Plus 4,000 points. He crossed his arms and looked at the scoreboard with a bright smile. My score's gone up. Tansang is also climbing fast. Senza might overtake Tu Thiet in just 2 more days. The leaderboard displayed Hanvu. 1.4 million point. Don Hengyin. 1.2 million. Tu Thiet. 986,000. Tansang. 736,000 points. The scene shifts back to the house. Hanvu walked in to find Tansang busy and asked softly. Working on something, she looked up, her tone sarcastic. Are you done having fun with your little hot stuff? Hanvu scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. It wasn't like that at all. Tansang was sorting through some items. Seeing his bag, she tossed it over to him. This is yours. Go sell it yourself. Hanvu walked over with his sword and smiled. I don't need this stuff anymore. You can keep it. Why be so formal between husband and wife? Tansang's face flushed with anger. She lunged forward and punched him on the head. A split is a split. I don't take charity. And I don't need your pity. Hanvu raised his hands in surrender, wincing in pain. All right. All right. Seeing him yield, she huffed softly and turned away. I'm going to dance practice with Mrs. Salan. You stay here and rest. Hanvu rubbed his head and reminded her. Be back early. Okay, he thought to himself. She's so smart. Figuring out how to earn points by befriending the townspeople. She really has the qualities of a leader. The next morning, the town was bathed in sunlight, and the atmosphere was unusually peaceful. Hanvu approached with a smile. Morning. Everyone. Jessica waved. Hey there. Handsome. But everyone's expression was worried. He asked, What's wrong? Why does everyone look so tense? Jessica replied, You haven't heard, tonight is the lunar eclipse. The zombies will become more ferocious. The last time this happened, the team lost Jasmine. She died in that battle. Eric Grimm crossed his arms, his voice heavy. Jasmine's death was my fault. If I make it through tonight, I won't let anyone else fall on my watch. Johnson and David said in unison. Captain Eric. Jessica came closer and took Hanvu's hand. Her voice filled with worry. I might not be able to protect you tonight. Promise-me. If you're in danger, you'll run. Hanvu thought pensively. I'm the weakest on the team. I could be the first to die. But she's worried about me. He gave her a warm smile. I'm a man. I should be the one protecting you. Jessica blushed and smiled, whispering softly, Just be safe. Hanvu opened his system panel, thinking, At a time like this, I have to upgrade my equipment. Time to visit the merit shop. A brightly lit shop interface appeared. His balance was 95,000. He bought item after item until he was out of points. Then he selected the golden dragon grass. As soon as he activated it, dark markings spread across his face. He whispered, Golden dragon grass carries the bloodline of a great dragon. The black dragon within me is starting to react. His body transformed instantly, his power doubling. Eric looked up as the sky changed color and said grimly, It's time. Just as he spoke, Hanvu raised his head to see the sky being completely swallowed by darkness. The sunlight vanished, and the zombies below began to howl. They began to mutate, their gaunt bodies swelling with muscle, hovering above. Eric shouted, The zombies are mutating, their levels are rising, prepare for battle. Jessica gripped her gun, her eyes blazing with determination. Roger that. Captain. A now muscular Joseph nodded. Roger. Captain David, clad in armor, stood ready with his gleaming spear. Hanvu, hovering in the air, replied, Roger. Captain. The zombies roared and charged forward like a storm. Eric created and launched a green energy orb. Yelling, Hold the line. Jessica fired her gun repeatedly, riddling a zombie with bullets. But it remained unfazed. She kept up the suppressing fire, shouting, Take this, but the monster held strong. Johnson grabbed its arm and yelled, Captain. Jessica, provide long-range support. We'll hold them off up front. From a distance, Hanvu shot forward like a lightning bolt, thinking to himself, I can't just stand by and watch. He drew his sword and unleashed the Tyrant Dragon Slash, cleaving horizontally through a giant zombie. The zombies below saw Hanvu and charged at him. Without hesitation, he executed his flash kick technique, planting his foot squarely in the lead monster's face. From behind, Eric Grimm shouted encouragement. Han. Nice one. An hour later, zombie corpses were strewn everywhere. The monsters kept coming. Eric ordered, Jessica, go find Town Chief Schwarzenegger and call for reinforcements. She turned and shouted as she ran. Everyone, hang in there. On the other side of the battlefield, David was bitten on the shoulder by a zombie, blood pouring from the wound. As he let out a soft groan of pain, Joseph rushed over to block the attack, shouting as he fought, Don't worry about me, just worry about yourself. Seeing the critical situation, Eric also charged forward, providing covering fire. I'm here, hang on, he yelled, before landing a powerful punch on a zombie's face. Just then, the system announced the end of the cooldown period. Hanvu smiled. Just in time, he dashed to the front and said quickly, Captain Eric, let me hold them off. Everyone else, get ready. Eric warned worriedly. Han, don't be reckless. Retreat if it gets dangerous. Hanvu smiled. I'm a member of the guard team. It's my duty to protect this town. He opened the system panel and selected the gene tab. His body began to glow, a pale green energy enveloping him as he unlocked the gene lock. An immense power erupted from him, forming hundreds of spears that pierced through the zombie horde. Eric Grimm's eyes went wide. He gasped in amazement. What incredible power! As the horde of zombies collapsed, Hanvu let out a sigh of relief, but another one suddenly lunged forward, startling him into crying out. How are there still more? Jessica ran over from a distance, shouting, Han, hang in there. Behind her was a group of people who had just arrived as reinforcements. She yelled loudly. "We're here." Mayor Schwarzenegger led the charge, yelling, "Press our advantage. Kill them all." Jessica also sped up to follow. Suddenly, Eric Grimm warned from above, "Stop. There's something strange ahead." The mayor immediately took out his binoculars to observe. He frowned. "The fog is thick. This isn't good." Eric approached and reminded him, "Mayor, the fog has rolled in. I can see through darkness, but not through fog. Do you have any plants that can counter it? Use it now." Hearing this, the mayor took out a level 4 wind-blowing clover seed and planted it in a pot. Just a few seconds later, a lush green plant shot up. Hanvu watched in amazement. The growth speed was unbelievable. The clover plant immediately transformed into a giant fan, blowing powerfully towards the zombies. Hanvu activated his scout's eye, and the pot began to glow. The system announced, "Special ceramic pot. 100-fold growth. Hey Marvelet. It's truly a divine artifact." The mayor smiled kindly. "If you like it, I'll give you a few later. You did very well tonight. When the lunar eclipse ends, I will reward you." Hanvu replied, "Thank you, Mayor." The system immediately announced friendly relationship established with Mayor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Personal shop opened. Plus 100,000 points. Hanvu opened the list, his eyes shining brightly. The mayor's shop must be full of treasures. This is amazing. I can't miss this. The first item that caught his eye was the Black Death fungus, which could spray millions of spores that absorbed the zombies' death energy to reproduce. Hanvu immediately threw it towards the clover. Millions of spores spread, and the zombies shrieked. He grinned triumphantly. "Just a little more, and I'll have a new strategy." He watched the process. The fungus was spreading rapidly. Whether this battle is won or lost depends on it. Hanvu spread his wings and flew high, his entire body glowing brightly as he shouted, "Black Death fungus. Life sacrifice." A golden light enveloped the entire horde of monsters. The light exploded, and the zombies were blown to pieces. The system presented a choice first: a level 9 wisdom tree to maintain the god's domain. Second, a golden flower pot that makes plants immortal. Third, a level 4 plant treasury that creates random seeds. Hanvu looked at the options, annoyed. This system really loves to mess with people. He sighed and chose the golden flower pot, believing that with directed mutation in this pot, an immortal plant would be born, and level 9 seeds would come in the future. But just then, Eric shouted, "Trouble. The zombies are reviving. Everyone, get into position." Hanvu frowned. The Black Death fungus was still too weak. It had to evolve quickly. He looked at the golden flower pot and commanded, "Activate directed mutation." He planted the Black Death fungus in the pot. The system reported mutation successful. Increased spore spraying ability, increased activity, and increased growth speed. Hanvu laughed heartily and ordered, "Activate all 3 mutations at once." The clover swelled to a gigantic size. He hugged its stem tightly, yelling, "Amazing." Millions of spores once again exploded, spreading across the entire battlefield. Eric Grimm observed, overjoyed. The zombies' speed has been drastically reduced. Cheers erupted. The townspeople shouted, "This is great. We've won." But the mayor looked up at the sky and warned, "The lunar eclipse is about to end. The final counterattack will be extremely fierce. Everyone, be careful." Suddenly, Hanvu felt that something was not right. As the light of the lunar eclipse reached its zenith, the zombies grew horns, and their power skyrocketed. Like beasts sprouting wings, Mayor Schwarzenegger immediately raised his hand and signaled, "All units, retreat. Concentrate defenses at the entrance." The populace fled in a panic, their screams filling the air. "We're dead. We're done for. I'm so scared." Hanvu watched the scene and thought to himself, "Morale is plummeting. We're going to lose this battle. I have to raise their spirits." He flew high into the air and shouted, "The zombies are nothing to fear. We will definitely win." He circled around a small group of zombies and easily wiped them out. Seeing this, the people immediately got excited and cheered. "That was great. He's amazing. Kill them all." Hanvu looked down and smiled. But just as he was about to speak again, a strange green tentacle suddenly shot towards him. It wrapped tightly around his body, leaving him bewildered. He had no idea what was happening and yelled, "What is this?" Jessica saw Hanvu being dragged away and immediately rushed forward, calling out, "Hun." Eric Grimm held her back, saying in a stern voice, "If you rush in now, it's certain death. We need to work together before we can save him." He stepped forward and reassured him, "Hun, Hang on, we're coming for you. Han Vu became enraged. He spread his wings, tore the tentacle apart, and roared, "Let go of me. You disgusting thing." He flapped his wings and soared high into the sky, escaping the horde of zombies below. He looked around, calculating. If he flew in the direction he was being pulled, he should return to the small town. But after half an hour, he still couldn't find a way out. He was bewildered. How can every direction be wrong? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, don't you get it yet? You're trapped." He turned and asked Di Trin Wen, "Is there a way to escape?" It pondered for a moment, then said, "To me, a scene like this is nothing. For just one divinity point, you can get out immediately." Han Vu's voice deepened. "Do you want a divinity point? Or do you want to die? The choice is yours." Di Trin Wen gave a cold laugh. "In that case, I wish you luck. As a super gene, I'll give you some honest advice. Don't wait for dawn. Because when you entered the fog..." Time stopped. Han Vu looked around, thinking, if that's true, then I'm really stuck. North, south, east, and west are all wrong. Does that mean I have to charge into the sky? An idea flashed in his mind, causing him to exclaim internally, "Oh, right." He immediately changed direction and flew straight up into the sky, telling himself, all fog must have a source. A minute later, he stopped short, realizing there was something strange ahead. Is this a barrier? Han Vu swung his sword and slashed forward, shouting, "Did you think you could imprison me forever?" The barrier only sustained a small crack after the first blow. He was surprised, then unleashed a series of slashes, yelling, "This thing is tough. Let's see how long you can last." The barrier gradually cracked and then shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying everywhere. Han Vu looked at the scenery outside the barrier, stunned. What in the world is this place? Before him was a giant, ancient tree. A voice spoke. "Welcome, Outlander, to my domain." Han Vu tightened his grip on his sword. Suspicious. Could this ancient tree be behind everything? Moreover, how does it know I'm an Outlander? Didn't I hide my identity in the simulation test? Seeing his reaction, the tree reassured him. "Relax. I don't intend to kill you." He asked again. "Then why did you drag me in here?" The tree replied. "I need you to do something for me. I need you to save this world." Han Vu was surprised and lowered his sword, asking quietly, "You mean destroy all the zombies?" "Right," the great tree answered firmly. "No, it's to drive all the residents out of the small town." He sat down and asked seriously, "Why? Tell me the reason." The tree began its story. "I am the wisdom tree, the guardian of this secret realm. This place was once peaceful, until outsiders occupied the land and brought people to harvest the precious seeds I protect. They turned my descendants into commodities for trade, which broke my heart, but we have always lived peacefully and lacked the strength to fight back. In the end, I had to beg the god who rules over death, trading my freedom for power. From that day on, I gained the ability to turn corpses into zombies. Wave after wave of zombies appeared." The tree continued. "The war between humans and zombies lasted for thousands of years. Humanity gradually weakened. 30 years ago, I launched an all-out assault. I thought victory was within my grasp. But a powerful individual appeared out of nowhere. He used level 4 fire dragon grass, causing me heavy losses. For many years, I couldn't attack. I realized he might be an outlander. Seeing you today, I see that same similarity. You don't belong here either. So I ask you, are you willing to help me? If you agree, I will give you 10 fruits of wisdom." Han Vu froze. 10 fruits of wisdom. Is that equivalent to 10 divinity points? The tree quickly added, "And 3 ancient divine corpses. Their bodies are still perfectly preserved despite being thousands of years old." He swallowed hard, his resolve wavering. It was truly too tempting, but he thought about how the small town was a strategic base for the Imperial Capital Academy. If he betrayed them, the consequences would be unimaginable, and offending the gods would be even more serious. Han Vu turned away decisively, his voice cold. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Seeing him leave, the great tree immediately made a more tempting offer. "If you help me, I will lead you to meet His Highness, the God of Death." Hearing that, Han Vu immediately turned back and asked, "His Highness, the God of Death?" A thought flashed through his mind. If I were granted the rank 5 godhood of death, I would be revered by all the gods. Seeing this, the tree gave a slight smile. "That's right. So, do you agree now?" Han Vu turned away, hesitating, then replied softly, I will try, but I have one condition. I want to contact my god's domain and bring my clan here. It's impossible for me to do this alone. The great tree hesitated for a moment, then said, It's not impossible, but you must swear an oath before the god of death. If you break your word, your entire clan will be cursed to extinction. Hanvu was stunned. Then he suddenly understood. It must be afraid that I'm like the outlander who betrayed it before. But you underestimate the value of a rank 5 godhood. I agree. Hanvu raised his hand to make the oath, and an insignia immediately appeared on the back of his hand. He looked at his hand in confusion and asked, Who? So I've been marked just like that. Immediately after, the tree used its branches to weave a small circle. Hundreds of scouts' eyes flew out. Hanvu closed his eyes to feel the light of his god's domain. Thinking to himself, I should have been the Lord of Life by now. The great tree gently reminded him, All right, Outlander, I hope you complete our agreement soon. Then it shoved him forcefully back down to the mortal realm. Go on, he was pushed back down, yelling, May God. What is this? Hanvu landed in the middle of the zombie horde. He looked up at the sky and cursed angrily. That old tree is so rude. It didn't even offer me a cup of coffee before pushing me out. Now I have to figure out how to drive the townspeople away. But first, I need to get back. He immediately flew back to his original position. The moment he landed, Eric Grimm cried out, It's Han is back. Jessica also whipped around to look at him. Her eyes filled with emotion. He landed in front of the group, and Jessica rushed forward to hug him tightly, her voice trembling. Han, I'm so glad you're okay. While Hanvu was still blushing in embarrassment, Johnson and Eric ran over to pat his shoulder. Han, you were totally awesome. Mayor Schwarzenegger placed a hand on his shoulder and laughed. For your contribution this time, I will grant you the title of honorary citizen. Hanvu scratched his head and smiled. Oh, come on. It was nothing. The zombies disintegrated under the light as the townspeople cheered. The lunar eclipse is almost over. We've won. The system board appeared first. Hanvu with 12,300,000 points. Second, Tansong with 8,720,000. Third, Tan Kan Yen with 7,920,000. And fourth, Tu Thiet with 7,890,000. Tu Thiet gritted his teeth. What did he do to surpass me? A wicked thought flashed through his mind. If he couldn't win head-on, he would just have to resort to a stab in the back. Immediately after, Tu Thiet left his house carrying a large sack. 20 minutes later, he slammed the bag onto a table, looking at the assassin across from him and grinding his teeth. You're the strongest in this town. Right. Here are 8,000 gold coins. I want you to kill Hanvu. The assassin nodded firmly. Done. Just wait for the good news. As soon as he left the shop, Tu Thiet was being followed by a scout eye. The scene shifts to a villa, where Hanvu crossed his arms with a faint smile. Can't win in a fair fight, so you resort to dirty tricks. Huh. If that's the case, don't blame me for killing you, he commanded. Swarm brood. Go find them. The swarm brood immediately rushed in and began to destroy all the flowers. Not just the flowers. They shifted their target to all the trees around the house. With teeth as sharp as knives, they gnawed at the base of every tree. Seeing this, Tansang ran over and shouted, Those locusts are your brood, aren't they? Why are you letting them destroy everything? Hanvu looked at her and said softly, It's a secret. If I told you, I'm afraid I'd have to kill you. Tansang's face turned purple with anger as she pinched his ear. You little pretender, you dare threaten to kill me. Spit it out. Now Hanvu cried out in pain. Ow. Ow. That hurts. Just then, a strange noise came from outside, startling them both. Tu Thiet kicked the door open, pointed a finger, and roared, Hanvu, you dare say this has nothing to do with you? Hanvu burst out laughing. My, young master too. What did I ever do to make you so furious? The swarm brood immediately rushed towards Tu Thiet. He cowered in fear, but still managed to scream. Hanvu, you're such a coward. You don't have special plants like me, so you resort to destroying them. You think that means you can beat me? Hanvu looked at him and laughed. What are you talking about? What brood could possibly get in here? Try to make some sense. Besides, I'm bad at math, but I'm pretty sure 12 million is more than 7 million. Right, are you planning to catch up on your motorcycle? Then he mimed riding a motorcycle, taunting his opponent, who was so angry he gritted his teeth and cursed. Tu Thiet trembled. His eyes filled with hatred, and he swore to himself, Hanvu, I'll make sure you don't survive the night. The town's residents rushed to the store, yelling, "Sell us some pesticide, I need some too." "Hurry up," the shop owner replied with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, the pesticide is sold out. We'll make more soon. Please come back tomorrow." An old man lamented. "We're doomed. All the crops are gone." A young man next to him added, "Tell me about it. My level 4 man-eating flower has been sucked dry. How are we supposed to survive the night?" Mayor Schwarzenegger appeared and announced, "Dear citizens, the town will open the church as a temporary shelter for tonight. Please go there to rest." Seeing the man's delight, Hanvu began to plot. He had to take advantage of the townsfolk leaving to let the locusts wipe out all the special plants. Without the plants, they wouldn't be able to fight off the zombies and would be forced to leave this place. The scene shifts to another area. Eric Grimm was surprised to see Hanvu approaching. "Han, it's pretty quiet today. So many zombies died last night. You should get some rest." Jessica ran over happily and linked her arm with his, "If you want to hang out, you're always welcome here with us." Hanvu pointed behind him and said softly, "In that case, let me go look around and pick up any leftover items first." A scout eye rushed in with a report to Thiet, and the assassin were ready to make their move. After hearing this, Hanvu walked straight to the front lines. "All right, I'll wait for them in a place where we won't be disturbed." He sat down and watched the two figures approaching. "You're finally here." Hanvu looked up at them both. "You kept me waiting for quite a while." Tu Thiet glanced sideways, suspiciously. "Did you leak the information?" The assassin replied coldly. "You can question my character, but don't you dare question my professionalism." Tu Thiet immediately turned and snapped. "Whatever, the important thing is that you, Hanvu, are going to die here," Hanvu calmly replied. "And what will you tell the school after you kill me?" Tu Thiet gritted his teeth. "The assassin killed you. It has nothing to do with me." The assassin chimed in. "Why waste words on a dead man? Let's get this over with." The man immediately got into his stance and unleashed the ghostly lantern lash, a whip full of thorns that shot straight towards Hanvu. He rushed forward, jabbing his fingers straight at Hanvu's face, shouting, "Phantomfinger Jabe." A flash of light intercepted the attack, shattering the tips of his fingers. The man was startled. "What the hell?" Hanvu smirked mockingly. "Is this all 8,000 gold coins can buy?" The shocked assassin turned back angrily and cursed. "Tu Thiet, you dare set me up?" Tu Thiet frantically shouted. "Hanvu, how did you know about this?" Hanvu summoned his brood and laughed coldly. "Now it's my turn to counterattack." He turned and commanded, "My children, go entertain our guests." Tu Thiet screamed in panic. "Impossible, how can you control a brood?" Hanvu said nothing more, simply pointing and ordering, "Kill the assassin for me." The brood immediately swarmed forward, throwing the assassin into a state of desperate panic. Hanvu drew his sword and slowly advanced towards Tu Thiet, his voice low. "As for you, I'll deal with you myself." Tu Thiet backed away, shouting, "You can't kill me, the school will record this." Hanvu smirked. "You're right. In that case, I'll let the zombies handle you. No one can blame me then." Seeing the danger, Tu Thiet turned and ran for his life, screaming as he fled, "Stay away, help me." Just a second later, Hanvu dashed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him back. He gently threw him to the ground. Tu Thiet's face was bruised and swollen as he begged, "Stop hitting me. My family will get revenge." "You'll see what happens." Hanvu pulled him up with a cold smile. "Bring them on. I'll be waiting." With a flick of his hand, he sent him flying towards the horde of zombies waiting outside. Elsewhere, Hanvu was discussing his plan. He ordered his subordinate, "Tan Bao, check the area. Don't miss anything. Oh, and remember to leave some soup for me." Then he flapped his wings and flew off. "You guys take a break. I'll take over." The red sun slowly set. The scene changes to an emergency meeting in town. The people were in a chaotic discussion. "It's over. There are no plants left. How are we supposed to live now?" Mayor Schwarzenegger sat there, his face weary, listening to the citizens' complaints. "Mayor, we can't live like this. The church isn't big enough to hold everyone." The mayor was starting to lose his patience. "I know the situation is dire, but..." Before he could finish, Hanvu interrupted. "I have a way." The mayor immediately asked, "What way?" Hanvu smiled. "I want everyone to go to another world." Hearing this, the townspeople began to buzz with excitement. "Can we really go to another world? I'm so sick of this place." "That's right. The zombies attack constantly. I haven't slept in a week." The mayor was also startled and asked, "Han, but the portal was destroyed. And besides, we don't know where to go. Hanvu placed a hand on his chest and answered decisively. I can rebuild the passage to Dragonspire City. I just need some time. Hearing this, the man joyfully clapped him on the shoulder. All right. Han, just tell me what you need. I'll help in any way I can. The scene shifts to a wide, open space. Hanvu stood before a great tree and said, The townspeople have agreed to leave. As long as you reopen the portal, I will find a new home for them. The great tree laughed with joy. This day has finally come. Thank you. Outworlder, I will keep my promise. The moon is full tonight. Just bring them to the entrance of the secret forest. As night fell, the group led by the mayor arrived. He asked, Han, will the portal really appear? Jessica looked up at the great tree and asked softly. Everyone, look, isn't that the tree of wisdom? Everyone followed her gaze to a giant tree with a canopy glowing brightly under the full moon. That's right. It's the tree of wisdom. The portal immediately opened, and the townspeople cheered. It's appeared. They entered one by one, and Hanvu waved goodbye. See you all again? The people waved back emotionally. The mayor, with tears in his eyes, thanked him. Han, you are our savior. Jessica took the opportunity to give him a light kiss on the cheek, causing a surprised Hanvu to let out a small, She blushed, covered her mouth, and turned away. Han, see you again. Don't forget me. Immediately after, the portal slowly closed. Hanvu let out a long sigh. It's finally over. This assessment was way too long. Suddenly, Ms. Lena stood up with a serious expression. Students, the zombie secret realm assessment is now officially over. In the blink of an eye, the entire class was back in the classroom. She looked around and announced loudly, Congratulations on passing the trial. 2 students lost their lives in the secret realm. Let's hope they are stronger in their next lives. Hearing this, Hanvu thought to himself, so dying in the secret realm means dying for real. This kind of test is truly brutal. Tu Thiet. Don't blame me. As he was thinking, he was startled to see Tu Thiet glaring at him with pure hatred. He's still alive, how did he get back? Ms. Lena smiled and announced the scores. Everyone, please sit down. Here are the class results. In first place is Hanvu with 16 million points. Second is Tan Sang with 12,030,000. Third is Tan Kan Yen with 10 million. Tu Thiet shot to his feet. Ma'am, I accuse Hanvu of cheating. Hanvu turned to see the others smirking sinisterly. Ms. Lena then asked, Tu Thiet, do you have any proof? Tu Thiet glared at Hanvu and explained, We saw his locust brood appear in the zombie town with our own eyes. We also saw him summon a puppet. The other 2 immediately chimed in. That's right. We saw it clearly. Miss Lena smiled gently. This test is an off-world survival simulation, and summoning familiars isn't forbidden. Hanvu succeeded through his own strength and a bit of luck. Hearing this, Tu Thiet gritted his teeth. Miss, you're siding with him. I'll report this to the higher-ups. Her expression turned serious as she replied, Reporting it is your right, but as an instructor, I can punish students who disrespect their teachers. Tu Thiet froze. Why did her aura suddenly become so terrifying? Without another word, she shoved him into a time portal and declared, I sentence you to 1 year of hard labor in the Black Prison. Tu Thiet screamed in despair. No, I don't want to go. She turned to his 2 cronies with a smile. Does anyone else want to join Tu Thiet? One of them, pale-faced, stammered, You're absolutely right. Miss. The other nodded obsequiously. Who would dare disrespect a teacher? He totally deserved it. She cheerfully changed the subject. Next up is the award ceremony. Hanvu will receive a jadeite flower pot. And as for Tan Sang, after the award ceremony ended and class was dismissed, Hanvu was walking down the hallway when someone called out, Junior brother Hanvu. Over here, seeing 3 familiar faces approach. He greeted them in surprise. Senior brothers. Senior sister. I didn't disappoint. I brought back the fruits of wisdom. Hangman asked. How many did you get? Hanvu thought to himself. Asterisk. I exchanged all my points for 12 fruits, and already used 9 of them for divinity points. Asterisk. Outwardly, he humbly held out his hand. This is all I got. But 9 points isn't too bad. Right. Hathian gave him a thumbs up. Getting 9 fruits is amazing, Dieplin smiled brightly. Thanks to you taking first place in the exam. Junior brother. We won back 10 divinity points from Hong Thong Quan. So, You should keep these. Now, let's go get some spicy food. Haha. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Going out to eat, you sure know how to enjoy yourselves. Huang Thangquan walked up, his face grim. You're the one who made me lose 10 divinity points. Aren't you? Hangman stepped in front of Han Vu and shouted. What do you think you're doing? Han Vu, confused, asked. Brother man. What's going on? Diep Lin smiled and explained. Someone's just being a sore loser. Ha Thian chimed in. That's Huang Thangquan. He's never liked us. And he was running his mouth before the exam. So, we made a bet on who would get first place. Thanks to you. We won 10 divinity points. Han Vu looked at him and asked, Senior, who were you rooting for? Ha Thian answered for him. The kid who used the fire dragon grass. Hearing this, Han Vu let out a sarcastic laugh. You mean Tu Thiet, then you really backed the wrong horse. Huang Thangquan angrily yelled. Say that again? I dare you. Hangman and the other two stepped forward in unison, challenging him. So what if we say it 10 times? What are you going to do about it? Seeing the situation wasn't in his favor, Huang Thangquan turned and fled, shouting threats as he ran. The next class is combat practice, just you wait. I'll show you what hell is like. Hangman looked at Han Vu guiltily. Sorry about that. Our bet dragged you into a conflict with Huang Thangquan. We won't be able to protect you in the next class. Han Vu placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. It's fine. I've been threatened constantly for months, and I'm still kicking. Once this class is over, I'll take the chance to train. Diep Lin added. Han Vu, if you need anything, just find us. Ha Thian nodded in agreement. We'll always have your back. The scene shifts to a vast hall. Someone reports, Your Majesty. The God King. A demigod requests an audience. The God King's voice boomed. Bring him in. The God King sat majestically and asked, Demigod, what is it? The man bowed his head and reported, This humble one is Trong Quang. I've come to provide a clue regarding the God River ruins. I have a suspect. Hearing this, the God King shot to his feet. Speak quickly. If you're right, you will be handsomely rewarded. Trong Quang immediately opened a box, revealing the corpse of one of Han Vu's locusts. He presented it. I found this at the God River ruins. Han Vu is a locust controller, so I suspect he's involved. Hearing the name Han Vu, the God King frowned and asked, What else do you know? Trong Quang quickly provided the information. He's a high school student, an orphan, currently at the Imperial Capital Academy. His rank is a divinity-level creature. The God King erupted in anger. You think a mere student has the power to enter the ruins and take down 6 of my demigods? Trong Quang dropped to his knees, trembling. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I was skeptical at first, too. But when I took Han Vu's photo for verification, I confirmed that he had indeed been there. He continued his report. My investigation revealed that Han Vu purchased radiation ore. There's a record of the payment using divine power, and the market's registration device also has matching information. The God King's eyes narrowed as he threatened coldly. Themigot, you'd better not be feeding me false information, or I won't spare you. He then tossed a chest of rewards to him and gave an order. Take this signaling device and monitor Han Vu. I want to know if he took my treasure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If it really is him, I will turn him to dust. Meanwhile, Han Vu suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He wiped his nose and sighed. The weather must be getting cold. I need to level up in the next class. Looking at the jadeite flower pot Miss Lena gave him, he smiled. Its function is to bind special plant seeds. Each growth cycle produces a new seed, and the higher the level, the longer the cycle. After using it for the first time, he nodded in satisfaction. By combining a level 6 Phantom Shadow Lantern seed with the plant fusion art, I'll have a continuous supply of Phantom Shadow Lantern seeds. He looked at the 3 divine corpses before him and mused. Divine corpses can be refined into flesh and blood imbued with divinity, which can be used to evolve the Locust Lord. After that, I'll feed the Lord the fruits of wisdom to greatly enhance my strategy. Just then, a call from Miss Lena startled him. He answered with a hello, and she said gently, Han Vu, something bad has happened. He immediately asked, Is it about the zombie town? She replied. That town was a secret realm gifted to the Academy by Lord God Hua Hai. It's now lost because its coordinates were corrupted. And Teacher Hua has investigated and found you to be the culprit. He's furious. Han Vu was shocked and pointed at himself, stammering, So, am I getting expelled? Miss Lena chuckled and shook her head. No, It's not against the rules. It's just that Teacher Hua wants to duel you. The match is tomorrow, and I'll be the referee." Hearing that, Hanvu breathed a sigh of relief. "With you there, I know I won't be beaten to death." She put her hands on her hips and teased. "You little rascal. Just do your best. Teacher Hua won't make it too hard on you." Afterwards, he flopped down with a sigh. "Well, I'll just cross that bridge when I come to it. Time to get a good night's sleep and prepare for a fight." The scene shifts to the next morning at the Academy's arena. Seeing Hanvu step onto the platform, his 3 seniors hurriedly advised him, "Just do your best. If you lose, you lose. Don't push yourself too hard." Miss Lena made the introduction. "Hanvu, this is Teacher Huahai, a Lord God of the Academy." He greeted the teacher. Huahai replied sternly, "In this match, I will not use divine arts. Only control my summoned familiars. Win or lose, the matter of you destroying the secret realm will be dropped. Do you have any objections?" Hanvu smiled confidently and replied, "This student wouldn't dare. I will fight with all my strength and not disappoint you." "Teacher." Lena glanced at the system and calmly announced, "Very well. Let the duel begin. The location is Mausoleum Hills. Both combatants are permitted to summon their familiars." The atmosphere was electric as the death match was about to erupt. Huahai raised his hand behind him, and a green vortex immediately began to swirl like a storm. He shouted, "Charge!" One by one, figures from the formation behind him marched out. Right before Hanvu stood a grand army of wise men, their overwhelming presence like a hurricane. On the open field, Huahai's army stood in neat rows. Hangman's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he exclaimed in shock, "What kind of monsters are these? Why do they look so fierce?" Hathian crossed his arms, smirking at his friend's bewildered expression. "These are Homo sapiens, an extremely rare human variant. Their intelligence and potential are superior, and with enough effort, they can ascend to become heroic life forms." Dieplin sat with her legs crossed, watching silently. "They're not much weaker than heroic life forms." Hangman frantically yelled, "Little bro, just surrender. It's better to lose by a hair than get wiped out. Live to fight another day," Huahai shouted, cutting him off. Silence. He stood at the head of the Homo sapiens line, facing Hanvu's lone figure. Seeing him remain motionless made Hangman's heart ache as he thought, Asterisk, Hanvu must be terrified. Asterisk Huahai frowned and asked, "Student Hanvu, why haven't you summoned your familiars?" Hanvu suddenly made a hand signal, and an army of self-destructing locusts instantly appeared behind him. He declared loudly, "Let's fight, I'm not afraid." In front of the green portal, the Homo sapiens stood still and solemn, ignoring the swarm of locusts surrounding them. At first, he had looked dismissive, but now Huahai was stunned, silent. The sight struck him like a bolt of lightning. Transcendent life forms, the sheer number is horrifying. Before he could recover from the shock, his eyes widened in disbelief once more. What in the world is that? Before his eyes, an incredibly powerful entity stood out among the swarm of self-destructing locusts. The presence of a spirit lord life form left him dumbfounded. Then, behind them, fierce red dwarves appeared, led by yet another spirit lord. Everything Hanvu summoned was exceedingly dangerous. Even the bull demon tribe was present, but how could they also be spirit lord life forms? Following the formidable army was the iron-slicing sword wind. Its appearance made Huahai choke. A sword wind tribe spirit, Lord 2, just how many familiars do you have? I'm almost speechless. From a portal with a barrier, white skeleton soldiers marched out behind a skeleton commander. Their aura was not to be underestimated. Huahai was completely shocked. The skeleton tribe, too, 5 types of spirit lord life forms, and the skeleton commander is as strong as a heroic life form. Even a demigod couldn't assemble this lineup. Is that kid really just a divinity-level creature? Hangman was shocked while munching on snacks. He whispered to Hathian, "I thought I was going to lose badly, but now I see I wouldn't even have had a chance." Hathian comforted him. "Who knows? There probably aren't many male students who can do what Hanvu does." Unlike the 2 chatterboxes, Dieplin watched the match intently with an admiring gaze. She thought to herself, Asterisk, if he gets into the Imperial Capital Academy, he'll surely soar to new heights. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts, but they were all cheering for him enthusiastically. "Go, little bro Hanvu, show them what you've got," spurred on by Hangman's encouragement. Hanvu gave the command. Self-destructing locusts. Attack, receiving their master's command. The swarm of locusts immediately shot towards the motionless Homo sapiens, attacking with a sword rain. The Homo sapiens remained completely unfazed, simply raising their hands in unison and muttering a few words. As the chant ended, a barrier materialized, blocking all the attacks. The Locust's assaults were completely ineffective, and Hanvu cried out in panic. What is this? After creating the shield, the Sapiens immediately launched a counterattack. As exploding fireballs targeted the swarm of flying locusts, the counterattack was so powerful that it devastated Hanvu's army. He was stunned and quickly shouted, "This is bad, self-destructing locusts. Fall back, lava locusts. Take their place." Immediately, a swarm of larger locusts appeared, obeying their master's command and continuing the mission. But no matter how they attacked, they couldn't inflict any damage on the Sapiens. Huahai let out a scornful laugh. How can such a weak defense possibly stop my Sapiens? In the crimson twilight, Huahai's army stood like an imposing fortress. He gave a signal, and the Sapiens simultaneously raised their hands to attack, unleashing their skills. Hanvu stood at a distance, his eyes wide and his jaw dropped as he saw the energy converging within the barrier. He yelled in shock. What the hell is that? Is that a spirit bomb? Has this master seen Dragon Ball before? Huahai raised his hand, a surge of power emanating with his command. Fire. The army immediately launched a decisive attack that vaporized everything in its path. Seeing the dire situation, Hanvu went all out and summoned the Divine Warhammer. I can't let this continue. I have to break the Sapiens' defense, Divine Warhammer. Appear. Receiving the order, the Divine Warhammer immediately hefted its giant hammer and brought it crashing down on the Sapiens with a mighty huya. The force of the swing left its figure suspended in mid-air, a blazing red silhouette against the sky that captured everyone's attention. With a ferocious expression, the Divine Warhammer slammed its hammer down, creating a terrifying wave of energy that struck the Sapiens' barrier, causing it to crack visibly. As soon as the shield cracked, Hanvu shouted triumphantly, "It worked. Lava locusts. Charge." Hearing the command, the locust swarm immediately surged forward, tightly surrounding the army of gray-boned Sapiens. The three spectators cheered with delight, shouting encouragement non-stop. Hanvu did it. Even though Huahai saw his defense shatter, he remained calm, thinking to himself, the game has only just begun. Across the vast sky, dense black clouds formed by the locust swarm gradually began to envelop the Sapiens' army. Hanvu observed the situation, knowing full well that despite his superior numbers, his army's combat power was still low. But even killing a few of them was enough to ignite a spark of hope. His gaze shifted behind him, to where the withered Bone Lord stood majestically. "That is my escape route." He gestured with his hand. "Advance." Withered Bone Lord. His eyes then returned to the battlefield where the Sapiens were furiously counterattacking, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. These Sapiens are so strong. All of their combat skills are at the maximum level. Realizing the battle was tilting heavily in the Sapiens' favor, he fell silent, his face pensive. This isn't good. Too few Sapiens have died. I need to increase the Locust's damage output. Activate the source of mutation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, startling him. The warning left him stunned. This opponent is far too high level. To avoid being exposed, I will temporarily go into hiding. Directed mutation is temporarily locked. See you later. After hearing Qinwen's words, Hanvu flew into a rage and screamed, "Are you kidding me? You're just a coward who preys on the weak and fears the strong. Get out here." But no matter how loud he yelled, there was no reply, and his heart sank into an abyss. He could only mutter grimly, "The targeted evolution is a lost cause now. You've got to hang in there, little skeleton." The withered Bone Lord crushed one Sapien after another. Step by step, Hanvu watched with all his hope and anticipation, betting everything on him. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire army of withered skeletons was immediately bathed in a brilliant, mystical light. Hangman grew excited as he saw Hanvu gaining the upper hand, his heart pounding with anticipation. The ultimate move is about to be unleashed, but unexpectedly, the withered Bone Lord, standing behind the skeleton army, was silently making a strange gesture. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area in thick dust and smoke. Hanvu stared at the scene, frozen, and uttered in horror, "What is happening?" Huahai stood high above, his voice as steady as a rock. "Yang Hanfu, the Wind Spirit tribe is truly fearsome. Their war feeds war strategy terrified countless civilizations for tens of thousands of years. He let out a mocking laugh, then said coldly, "But that's ancient history. The divine domain has endless ways to crush wind spirits. Everyone's got a hidden card untouched by your tricks. If you think this is your ultimate move, your future's gonna be rough." Hanvu froze. His locusts lost power. The dried skeletons couldn't move. The little ones and puppet masters were trapped, and the ox demon and dwarf lacked strength. Do I really have to admit defeat? At this moment, Iron Slicing, Swordwind, and Ox Demon Satman were still fighting frantically, the sound of clashing metal echoing across the battlefield. Fake blood splattered as the bodies of sapiens were sliced in half by the blade of Iron Slicing Swordwind. The colossal Ox Demon Satman swung its arms, knocking down sapiens one by one. It looked like they were winning. But in Hanvu's eyes, they were fighting alone against thousands of enemies. He said worriedly, "This is not good. They're slowly getting exhausted." The sapiens' army had already closed the encirclement. If this dragged on, his summons would die from exhaustion before they could even launch a proper counterattack. Knowing the situation was critical, Hanvu immediately summoned his strongest unit. Huang Zhongran drew the Dangduong bow. "By my master's command, Dark Emperor, attack." An arrow brimming with energy shot forth. The arrow tore through the wind, soaring into the sky and merging with the brilliant light, drawing the gazes of all the sapiens. In the blink of an eye, the arrow split into 10,000 smaller projectiles, raining down like a storm. Phantom arrow rain. The black arrows carried a corrosive and immobilizing poison, paralyzing the sapiens on the spot. Hanvu watched the attack in awe. What a difference! The Dark Emperor has evolved tremendously. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Slicing Swordwind and Ox Demon Satman charged into the sapiens' army, wiping out everything in their path. The small bodies of the sapiens were sent flying like broken dolls, falling in heaps across the battlefield. Despite being continuously struck down, the sapiens quickly revived, standing up to form new ranks. Hanvu frowned. Their recovery speed is too fast. Suddenly, something flew over his head. Hanvu looked up in surprise to see the black dragon Amphius somersaulting in the air, laughing heartily. "Your great comrade has come to help you." Amphius's colossal body cast a shadow over the battlefield. With just a flick of his tail, a series of enhanced clones appeared. The 10 little strong ones had arrived. The scene left the 3 spectators stunned. Dieplin tugged on Hathian's sleeve and pointed. "Hathian, look, a black dragon, a pure-blooded great dragon." Hangman's jaw dropped as well. "Me god, that's a pure-blooded dragon. It could evolve into a monarch in the future." Hathian teased Hangman. "Serves you right for losing," causing him to crouch down and draw curse circles on the ground. Meanwhile, Huahai silently watched the black dragon Amphius, filled with admiration. He's just a reserve student, yet his power is already this terrifying. He smiled and said, "Young Han Fu." His gaze shifted to the 10 little strong ones summoned by Amphius, and his expression tensed slightly. What species are these? They look unsettling. The appearance of these bizarre creatures flustered him, but then he slowly lowered his voice. "A student is still a student. Your combat power is too high. Continuing this will lead to heavy losses." He decided to speak up. "Young Hanvu, why don't we stop here?" Hanvu looked at Amphius, who was preparing to dive in for an attack, and asked doubtfully, "Stop." Fighting Amphius roared fiercely. Clearly disagreeing, Hangman jumped up and shouted, "Did I hear that right? Master Huahai is asking to stop the fight," Hathian added. "Could it be that even the teacher is wary of our junior?" "Hanvu," Dieplin cheered excitedly. "If this news gets out, won't Hanvu become—" A familiar voice sounded from behind her. "Hanvu will become what?" Lena walked over and said firmly, "You guys don't understand anything. If Teacher Hua went all out, Hanvu wouldn't stand a chance. He's just valuing his talent." Dieplin was surprised. "Miss Lena." Lena smiled confidently. "The power Hanvu has shown has been recognized. Teacher Hua won't overlook a precious seed like him. Young Hanvu is about to be highly regarded." Huahai walked forward, his voice gentle. "Young Hanfu, I don't want to drag this out any longer. Continuing to fight is pointless. I want to gift you my entire army of sapiens." The black dragon Amphius roared in protest. "No way, we have to keep fighting." Hanvu turned to him with a frown. "Stop making trouble." Then he smiled and asked, "Teacher Hua, are you serious?" Huahai clasped his hands behind his back and said sternly, "I will gift you the Sapiens clan. But on one condition, when you enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you must accept me as your master." Hanvu's eyes widened as he pointed to himself. "Become your disciple." Lena immediately pulled his shoulder. "Hurry up and thank him. Teacher Hua is one of the top 3 instructors in the Imperial Capital. He's both powerful and a great teacher. She gave an example. During every admission period, the line of students wanting to become Teacher Hua's disciple stretches for half a kilometer. Hanvu smirked. What's 500 meters? With 2 people per meter, that's only 1,000 people. Lena replied proudly. Exactly. Because the academy only accepts 2,500 students each year. Upon hearing this, Hanvu immediately bowed 90 degrees. Teacher, I agree. I can perform the discipleship ceremony right now if you need me to. Huahai smiled gravely. Very good. I'll take that as you accepting my condition. I'm entrusting these 820,000 Sapiens clansmen to you. But we'll wait for the official discipleship ceremony until you've formally entered the academy. He raised his head, his voice resounding. I don't care about anyone else. But if you want to be my student, you must aim for the highest goal, reach the perfect demigod level before you enroll. Hanvu nodded in response. Understood. That means I have to reach a divinity score of 10. His voice lowered. One more thing. You must find clues related to the god of death. Complete these 2 tasks, and you will officially be my student. Hangman and the others ran over, cheering. Junior Hanvu. Congratulations. Huahai's face turned serious. Have you eavesdropped enough? What you saw today must absolutely not be leaked to anyone, especially not to your teacher. Understand? Hathien grinned mischievously. We know what our teacher is like. Who would dare not to tell, knowing their intentions? Huahai just grunted softly before tossing each of them a golden card. The 3 of them looked at each other and grinned with delight. Hathien chuckled. Understood. We won't say a word, even if we're beaten for it. Lena interjected. You 3 really have guts. Daring to tease a master. The scene then shifts to a building the next morning. Tan Sang stood there flustered, wringing the hem of her skirt as she spoke in a soft voice. Hanvu, could you help me with something? She continued hesitantly. My family wants a marriage alliance with the Tu family, and I'm the one being forced into it. Hanvu frowned. Something like that still happens in this day and age. Did your parents agree to it? Tan Sang explained sadly. My parents just reached the demigod level, so they can't go against my great-grandfather. He's the only true god in our family, and his word is law. Hanvu asked, is the marriage partner Tu Thiet? She lowered her head and mumbled. It was supposed to be him, but after he failed the exam, his older brother, Tu Kwang, took his place. Hearing this, Hanvu understood. He said softly, it seems the Tu family is determined to have you. If you need any help, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I'll do everything I can. Tan Sang was moved and replied softly. Thank you, Hanvu. Hanvu turned to her and teased with a smile. What are you thanking me for, after all? We were husband and wife for a little while. Upon hearing that, Tan Sang blushed with anger and slapped him right across the face. Shouting, shut up, Hanvu clutched his stinging cheek, his eyes welling with tears. But then he chuckled softly. Now that's the real you. Don't be afraid anymore. If you don't want this, I'll go back with you and break off the engagement. His words made her heart tremble. Tan Sang closed her eyes and said in a soft voice, okay, I agree. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the Tan family manor. In a bustling city at sunset, 2 voices could be heard arguing. Are you a princess or something? The other replied. It might not be the imperial capital, but the Tan family manor is still in a major city of 10 million people. Just then, a servant approached and said respectfully, Young miss, the master and madam sent me to pick you up. They are waiting in the main hall. It was Uncle Trung. Tanzong greeted him politely. Thank you, Uncle. This is my friend, Hanvu. The man was surprised. Ah, a classmate of the young miss. Then you must also be a preparatory student at the Imperial Capital Academy. Forgive my lack of respect. Hanvu returned the courtesy. You're too kind, Uncle Trung. They exchanged a few quick words before getting into the car and setting off. In the car, Tan Sang was silent, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. Hanvu, sitting beside her, gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what happens. Hearing this, she let out a soft sigh and replied quietly, okay. Before long, she looked out the window, her face tense, and whispered, we're here. The car stopped in front of a tall iron gate. Lights blazed from the mansion, and the sound of arguing echoed from within. Last year's profit sharing didn't include me. And now you want to marry off my daughter for an alliance. No way. Whoever wants to get married can go themselves. My daughter isn't going anywhere, sixth brother. Don't say that. The girl has benefited from the family's resources since she was a child. She has to learn to contribute. Behind the door, the two of them could hear every word clearly. Third brother said, "Whose daughter doesn't use the family's resources, why don't you share some of yours? She only got into the prep academy through connections. So marrying her off would save us resources." Another voice interjected. Sixth brother, watch your words. Don't be disrespectful to your third brother. Hanvu frowned. What a bunch of people. Treating a person like a commodity. Tansang couldn't take it anymore and burst in, shouting, "I will not marry into the two family." The house was filled with guards. Third brother, dressed in red, slammed the table in anger. Insolence, adults are talking. This is not your place to interfere, guards. Take the young miss to her room, a man with glasses interjected. Little sang, you are a member of this family, and you must sacrifice for the family. The two family is rich and powerful. You won't want for anything if you marry into it. The guards immediately rushed forward, but Tansang's father leaped in front of his daughter to shield her. His voice boomed. I'm standing right here. Let's see who dares to touch my daughter. Third brother took a drag from his cigarette and sneered. Sixth brother, spoiling her like this will be her undoing. The father retorted angrily. She's my daughter. I'll spoil her if I want to. She's a preparatory student at the Imperial Capital Academy with the potential to become a true god. I won't let anyone ruin her future. The eldest, Tianjiang, pointed a finger and yelled, this is rebellion. Sixth brother, do you really want to force the true god ancestor to come out and beg you? His neck veins bulged and his face turned beet red as he screamed. Your daughter might be talented, but she's just a mortal. It could take hundreds of years for her to become a true god. Right now, the Tan family has only one true god, and we must hold on to him, no matter the cost. His voice trembling, he continued, if the Tan family loses its true god, what do you think those other families, circling like wolves, will do? You know better than I do. That is a consequence you cannot bear. Outside, Hanvu caught every word. He turned to Uncle Trung and asked, so how's the marriage alliance tied to the true god? Uncle Trung sighed. The Tan family's only true god is trapped in an outer world and only another true god can save him. The two families' true god is the only one willing to help. Hanvu's thoughts raced. So the two families using marriage as a cover to draw Tan Sang to their side. Clever move. Wait, isn't Vian Trung a true god too? With that thought, he immediately pulled out his phone and called Vian Trung. On the other end, Vian Trung was sipping tea and asked leisurely, are you short on divinity again? Hanvu shook his head. No. This time I need you to rescue a true god imprisoned in an outer world civilization. Before he could finish, Vian Trung cut him off. I know the place. The true god there is strong, but still a little weaker than me. Hanvu was overjoyed. So you'll help, he replied nonchalantly. That depends on the payment. I'm not going if it's too low. Hanvu stepped away and thought to himself, hiring a true god won't be cheap. If I let the Tan family pay, they'll surely resent Tan Sang for it. If I'm going to help, I might as well go all the way, he said in a low voice. Payment will be in sacred origin crystals. How much is enough? Vian Trung asked. Then smirked. I just spent 30,000 sacred origin crystals repairing my divine gun. So let's just make it the same this time. Hanvu replied concisely. Done. 30,000 for the rescue of one true god. I'm sending you the coordinates. Let's sign the contract now. In the main hall, third brother was still yelling angrily. Little sang, you are being too selfish. Suddenly, a voice called out, wait a moment. Hanvu strode in confidently. Third brother glared and shouted, who are you? Kid, how dare you barge into the Tan family's main house? Guards, throw him out. Seeing this, Tan Sang immediately stood in front of Hanvu, her voice trembling but firm. He is my classmate. He's here to help me. The man with the glasses frowned. A classmate? He looks more like your lover. No wonder you refused to marry into the two family. She retorted angrily. That's nonsense. The eldest brother furrowed his brow and interjected, Little sang, you are the descendant of a true god. You must find a partner of equal standing. Kid, let me ask you, does your family have a true god? Not wanting everyone to argue further, Hanvu spoke bluntly. I'm an only child. My family has no true gods. Not even a demigod in sight. Just a few bottles of six gods floral water. Hearing this, Tan Sang couldn't help but blurt out, oh, for goodness sake. Hearing him speak, the eldest snorted mockingly. With not a single true god to your family's name, How can you support a wife if my niece marries you? Won't she be eating dirt for the rest of her life? Here's a card with 500 million god power. Enough to live on for half a lifetime. Take the money and stay away from little Sang. Hanvu gave a faint smile. Very well. I'll consider this money a fee to hire a true god to save the old master of the Tan family. Seeing his calm demeanor, the eldest turned to Tan Sang with a disdainful laugh. 500 million is all it takes to see a man's true colors. You hear that? He even claims he'll use that money to hire a true god to intervene. The man with glasses laughed mockingly. You want to hire 10 true gods with 500 million. Do you think true gods are vegetables at the market? I think this kid is just trying to stall for time. Although he didn't approve, Tan Sang's father reminded her gently. This boy truly has feelings for you. But don't say such unreasonable things. Before he could finish, Tan Sang interrupted. I believe in Hanvu. If he says he can do it, he will. The eldest became furious. If you're so capable, then go ahead and summon a true god. Let's see how you do it. Feeling their scornful gazes, Hanvu said coldly, Who said I was planning to invite the true god from the Tu family? Is he the only true god in the world? The eldest snapped in anger. You've taken the money, so get lost. If you weren't Little Sang's classmate, I would have thrown you out long ago, but suddenly, the third brother cried out in alarm. Eldest brother. Wait a moment. Just then, the eldest also felt it. It was unmistakably the aura of a true god. Hanvu smiled. The true god I invited has arrived. The third brother's eyes went wide. It's really true. The Tan family has been renowned for so many years. Would no true god really help them in their time of need? The man with glasses also chimed in. Just wait until the true god gets here. We'll see how your lies get exposed then. Hanvu waved his hand in annoyance. Yes. Yes. You're all so clever. Just wait and see. And you can ask him yourself. Vian Chung had been standing silently up high, observing the entire scene unfold without a word. When he descended, everyone rushed out in a panic. The eldest of the Tan family hurried to greet him. We welcome you. True God, you must have heard about our ancestors' predicament and come to help. Vian Chung looked at him without a hint of respect. Why would a mere demigod be worthy of my concern? Hearing this, the eldest turned away in shame. Hanvu covered his mouth to hide a smirk, not wanting to waste any more time. Vian Chung asked directly, Who is Hanvu? From a distance, Tan Sung's father frowned in doubt. Could this true god really be the one my daughter invited? Both the third and the fifth were dumbfounded. Did that kid actually manage to summon a true god? Hanvu nervously raised his hand. That's me. Vian Chung was surprised. Oh, really? He studied the boy's face. Just a demigod who hasn't even achieved divinity. Am I really supposed to call him brother? Then he asked. Are you truly that Hanvu? The boy blurted out. Who? Hanvu took out an object and confirmed with a smile. If it's not me, who else could it be? Old Vian. You recognize this sacred relic of origin, don't you? Vian Chung clapped Hanvu on the shoulder. I never expected you to be so young. Hanvu immediately shot back. You don't look much older yourself. Stepping into the guest hall, Vian Chung glanced around and asked, Are these people your relatives? Hanvu turned to the eldest of the Tan family. No, they have nothing to do with me. His gaze sent a chill down the eldest's spine. Who thought, this kid really knows how to hold a grudge. The eldest glanced nervously at Tan Sang's father and said quickly, Sixth brother, young Hanvu is your daughter's classmate. You should remind him to help the Tan family. The third chimed in. That's right. Sixth brother, we're all family. In times of crisis, we must put personal matters aside. The fifth also added, as long as that true god takes action, your daughter won't have to be married off anymore. Isn't that what you want? Not knowing what to say, he looked at his daughter, who was also staring blankly at the three of them. Then, Tan Sang's father whispered, Daughter, you've done so well, choosing someone more capable than that other family. If your grandfather is saved, you'll be the #1 hero of this family. Who would dare to force you into a marriage then? Tan Sang blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Dad, what are you saying? We don't have that kind of relationship. Seeing his daughter's shyness, he burst out laughing. It's only a matter of time. I know you better than anyone. Why would you bring him home if you didn't have feelings for him? He seems like a bright young man. 2. Go on. Go talk to him. Tan Sang hesitantly called out. Hanvu. But before she could say anything, he turned to her. Tan Sang, come here. He's agreed to help. Quickly inform your family to bring the token and information about the true god. He's ready to set out immediately. Tan Sang was surprised. So quickly, what about the proper etiquette, and was it really 500 million god power before she could finish? Hanvu covered her mouth. Don't worry about the formalities. Just do as I say. She thought to herself, how could 500 million be enough? Hanvu must have secretly paid the rest himself. He's so good to me. Vian Chung glanced at the eldest of the Tan family and reminded him, don't forget what you promised me. The old man nodded hastily. Of course. I remember. A moment later, Vian Chung departed. Hanvu raised a hand and called after him. Don't worry. Old Vian, I can handle things here. The 3 Tan family members were beaming. The eldest said warmly, Hanvu, you've worked hard. Have you eaten yet? The third also offered. Let me give you a tour of the Tan family estate. Hanvu pulled Tan Sang closer. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be here. So all the credit belongs to Tan Sang. You should all be thanking her. In the distance, Tan Sang's father nodded proudly. Well said. This kid is pretty decent. Scene change. 2 days later, at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the hallway, Tu Thiet blocked the path of other students, asking, have you seen Hanvu and Tan Sang? The person on the left replied, not at the sports field. The person on the right also shook their head. They're not in the cafeteria either. Hearing this, he got angry and cursed. This is weird. Haven't seen them for 2 days. They must have gone back to the Tan family estate. The scene shifts to the Tu family, where an angry shout rings out. Grandmother. I'm sure of it, Tan Sang really took that Hanvu guy back to the Tan family. Old Ancestor 2 and his 2 sons were burning with rage. Your betrothed is running around with another man. If word gets out, it will be a great humiliation, Tu Thiet. Tu Kwang, follow me to the Tan family estate. The 2 gritted their teeth and said in unison, yes. Father Tu Thiet clenched his fists tightly. Hanvu, this time, I'm going to finish you. Meanwhile, Hanvu and Tan Sang were sitting and meditating peacefully. Hanvu thought to himself, 500 million exchanged for over 100,000 sacred relics of origin. I'll keep 30,000 and use 70,000 to upgrade my laws. Soon, I'll have a powerful locust army. Tan Sang looked over and saw him smiling so wide he was drooling. So she asked, what are you thinking about that's making you so happy? Suddenly, Uncle Trung ran in frantically, shouting, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. Seeing his panic, Tan Sang asked worriedly, Uncle Trung, what's going on? Uncle Trung quickly reported, the true god of the Tu family is here with Tu Kwang and Tu Thiet. The 6th master told me to tell you 2 to hide immediately. From inside, a voice was heard. According to the formation's prediction, they will arrive in less than 10 minutes. The Tu family's true god wouldn't come here for no reason. It's most likely about the marriage alliance. Tan Sang retorted in frustration. Someone is already saving our ancestor. So the marriage alliance isn't necessary anymore. The eldest sighed in response. 6th brother, you're thinking too simply. The Tu family's true god is no pushover. If he finds out the truth, he'll use it as an excuse to cause chaos and drag the entire Tan family into turmoil. Hearing this, Tan Sang's father's face turned purple with anger as he growled. Then we'll hide it. Just stall for time until the old ancestor returns. The 3rd brother interjected coldly. You think it's that easy? The Tu family's true god came in person. He's definitely thought this all through. The 5th let out a long sigh. Right now, we have no true god to protect us. If the Tu family really forces the marriage, we should just agree. If we anger them, the 10 seconds of millions in the Tan family estate will suffer. Tan Sang's father pounded his chest. I will never sell out my son-in-law. Don't forget, the true god he invited is the one saving our old ancestor. He is our true benefactor. The 3rd snapped 6th. Brother, do you want the whole clan implicated because of your daughter? He immediately pointed at the 3rd brother and roared, I've had enough of you implicated in what? Spell it out for me. The eldest stomped his foot and yelled, will you 2 please grow up? Your fathers yourselves. And you're still acting like this. The eldest calmly proposed. We can't afford to offend either side. Why don't we hold a martial arts competition to select a husband? Whoever wins gets to marry Tan Sang. The 3 of them were stunned. Tan Sang's father roared in anger. Are you treating my daughter like an object to be traded? The 5th gave a thumbs up. I think that's a great idea. That way, the Tan family offends no one. The 3rd tried to persuade him. 6th brother, don't hesitate. This is the only way to save our family. Just then, a stern voice rang out, freezing everyone in place. Where are the juniors of the Tan family? Is no one going to come out and welcome this true god? The eldest quickly led everyone out to greet him. Old Ancestor 2, your presence brings great honor to our humble Tan family estate. Old Ancestor 2 boomed. Enough with the pleasantries. I am here to marry off my grandson before I depart to rescue your family's ancestor. Bring Tan Sang out now. The eldest stepped forward and said quietly, Old Ancestor 2. The girl's friend has already invited a true god to save him. Please be magnanimous and let this matter go. Hearing this, the ancestor's face flushed with anger, and he roared, A mere demigod dares to act so presumptuously in my presence. Do you think I am without wrath? A blinding light exploded in the courtyard, bringing with it a terrifying pressure that crashed down like a tidal wave. The entire crowd dropped to their knees, pleading in unison, Please, Old Ancestor 2, withdraw your divine power. Just then, Tan Sang rushed in, screaming, Stop it, don't destroy my home. Tu Thiet pointed at the approaching Han Vu. That's him, that's Han Vu too. Kwang nodded coldly. Very good. He D's today. Old Ancestor 2 stepped towards Tan Sang, his voice dripping with menace. If you want me to spare the Tan family, then you will obediently become my grandson's wife. I won't treat my own family poorly. Tan Sang exploded with anger, shouting, Who on earth would want to marry your grandson? Keep dreaming. The third jumped in, waving her arms and begging her father to stop. Don't rile Old Ancestor 2. The eldest piled on. Please calm down. The girl is naive. We will punish her when our ancestor returns. Old Ancestor 2 jabbed a finger at Han Vu and roared, Is this your benefactor who dares wreck the marriage alliance between our families? If you do not explain clearly, do not think of leaving alive today. Han Vu replied coolly, I was only helping a friend. Is that banned in the divine realm? Tu Thiet immediately rebuked him. Han Vu, you are too arrogant. How dare you be insolent to my grandfather? Han Vu laughed. I'm just speaking fairly. Is that considered disrespectful? Is the true god of the Tu family really that petty? Tu Kwang's eyes widened as he cursed. Han Vu, if you know what's good for you, back off now, and the Tu family will let this go. Otherwise, consider this a declaration of war. Han Vu stared right back without a hint of fear. So what if it's war? I'm not going anywhere. Tu Kwang immediately raised 2 fingers, preparing to strike. You've got goods. Then you'll die here today. Tan Sang's father rushed forward to stop them. Wait, but Tu Lao, to raised a hand to block him. This is a matter of the Tu family's honor. It's best if the Tan family stays out of it. Immediately after, Tu Kwang charged towards Han Vu, unleashing a wave of divine power that sent a shock through Han Vu. He opened a portal and appeared right in front of Han Vu, smirking mockingly. Is your divine domain still a barren wasteland? How rustic. Hundreds of soulless, iron-armored warriors appeared. They were the ironclad soldiers, a transcendent race of familiars, possessing the ability to transform their bodies with thick armor. Han Vu narrowed his eyes, analyzing them. The ironclad soldiers were balanced in both offense and defense, and could even change their physical structure, far surpassing Tu Thiet's iron-skinned troops. Tu Kwang spread his arms and roared, Ironclad soldiers, annihilate every last one of those creatures for me. Han Vu immediately summoned his locust men, his challenge ringing out. Bring it on. The 2 sides clashed in a ferocious battle. One of the locust men charged forward. Aiming its attack directly at the first ironclad soldier, it drew its sword and swung, unleashing a powerful strike. The ironclad soldier quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. But another locust man immediately stomped down hard on its back from above. Tu Kwang gritted his teeth in anger. I underestimated you. But no matter how good you are, you can't overcome what I've prepared. He raised his hand and shouted, Divine ironclad soldier. To battle. A colossal arm descended from the void. Tu Kwang smirked triumphantly. The divine ironclad soldier has been summoned. The eyes of this giant monster glowed crimson, brimming with killing intent. It raised its sword and charged straight into the formation of locust men. Its very first slash severed a locust man's arm, sending blood flying everywhere. Han Vu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. That was a high-level Lord-class unit that had eaten a fruit of wisdom, possessing immense potential. Tu Kwang burst out laughing. A Lord-class creature that can't even take a single hit. What a bunch of weak grasshoppers. Han Vu gave a strange smile. Weak, you say? Then keep watching. I'll show you true power. He activated directed mutation, and the swarm of locust men immediately began to transform. Tu Kwang exclaimed in horror. What is that? Han Vu pointed his hand straight at the battlefield and ordered an all-out assault. He shouted, Mutated locusts. Charge. The entire squad surged forward as one. Seeing the situation turn dire, Tu Kwang hastily ordered a retreat. Fall back and form a defensive line. Now, The divine ironclad soldier calmly sheathed its sword as its body transformed into a colossal shield, its greatsword disintegrating and reforming into a barrier. Hanvu gave a faint smile. This is just the prelude. The real counterattack has only just begun. He spoke softly. And immediately, the swarm of mutated locusts activated their primal essence, transforming into evolved locust men. An evolved locust man unleashed an incredibly powerful slash, cutting straight through the divine armor, causing Tu Kuang to cry out in fear. How could it break through that defense? Hanvu laughed and said loudly, "Answer me, are the grasshoppers still weak?" Seeing Tu Kuang remain silent, his voice turned cold. "Not talking, then watch closely." He threw a core towards an evolved locust man and commanded, 1,000 poison cores, avenge yourself instantly. Its body was enveloped in a green, toxic gas, the poisonous aura shroud. The evolved locust man's severed arm immediately regenerated completely. Its eyes glared as the system displayed a new ability, extremely corrosive poison. As soon as its arm was restored, the evolved locust man launched a counterattack, striking the divine ironclad soldier with its full power. But the soldier still had a protective barrier. Even so, that barrier began to crack and crumble. Tu Kuang's face went pale as he screamed, "What the hell is this retreat? Get back to the divine domain." Hanvu smiled. "This territory isn't a place you can just come and go as you please." Tu Kuang trembled and stammered, What are you planning to do?" When he saw the silhouettes of 4 creatures standing behind Hanvu, he panicked and stammered, Four great lords." Tu Kuang collapsed to his knees, backing away slowly, his mouth trembling as he muttered, "How can monsters like this even exist?" The divine domain's gate suddenly trembled, and the black dragon Amphios emerged, making him go limp with fear as he repeated, "How can such a terrifying creature exist?" On the other side, the fish demon Lord Tatman launched a ferocious barrage of unrelenting attacks. Another lord also charged in, its power no less formidable. The withered bone lord raised its hand, controlling hundreds of soulless skeletons and summoning the skull knights. Tu Kuang clutched his head and screamed, "I give up. I'll withdraw from the divine domain. Stop attacking." Hanvu's voice turned stern. "Is your invasion over? Now it's my turn. All familiars, advance into Tu Kuang's divine domain." Tu Kuang backed away, his heart filled with dread. "This is bad. If I don't stop him, my divine domain will be destroyed in the counterattack." He gritted his teeth, made his decision, and raised his hand to command, "Close the portal now." The portal began to close, its faint light slowly fading away. But a few of Hanvu's locusts had already slipped into Tu Kuang's divine domain undetected. The divine ironclad soldiers fled in a panic. Tu Kuang let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was finally safe. Just then, the great gate burst open again. He was stunned and screamed, "What the hell is going on?" Hanvu walked forward slowly and said, "A few of my low-level locusts can build a bridge between divine domains. As long as they're alive, you'll never be able to sever the connection. Just you wait until I devour your entire domain." He collapsed to his knees, begging in despair. "End this, I've lost. Please withdraw your troops," Hanvu replied coldly. "You were the one who invaded first. It's only fair that you face a counterattack. My intelligent legion has already entered your divine domain." He turned back and shouted angrily, "Hanvu, pull all your familiars out of my divine domain. I've already conceded. Don't forget, my grandfather is out there. He's a true god. Do you dare to defy him?" Hanvu scoffed. "Do you think I'm stupid? If I retreat, your grandfather will crush me with his divine might. Right now, you're the hostage. He wouldn't dare make a move while I have you." Tu Kuang's tone changed in panic. "Please, spare me. I promise my grandfather won't do anything to you." Hanvu raised a hand to silence him. "Shh. Don't speak. My locusts have already found your divine domain's core." He then smiled smugly. There it is." 1 hour later, Tu Lao To was pacing back and forth, frowning. Why is it taking so long? Could something have gone wrong? A sense of unease spread through him, and he decided to open a virtual screen to check. The third elder turned to the first elder and said, "Hurry, open it and let's see." The entire group stared at the screen, stunned into silence. On the screen, Tu Kuang was suspended in midair, his face pale and filled with discomfort. The divine ironclad soldiers were being dragged away one by the evolved locust men. The third elder cried out. "What is happening?" The first elder replied. Tu Kuang's divine domain core has been seized by Little Han. The locust men are now standing on top of it. Tu Lao To's phantom appeared, roaring with fury. "Little Han, release my grandson's divine domain core this instant." Hanvu turned around, his voice indifferent. Are you trying to threaten me? I'm not amused in the slightest. Then he called out, My familiars, he commanded. Accelerate the annihilation of all divine ironclad soldiers Tu Lao. Tu raged. What in the world do you want to let Tu Kwang go? Hanvu crossed his arms and smiled lightly. True god of the Tu family. You've got it wrong. The question you should be asking is, what I need to do for you to spare me. Tu Lao, Tu gritted his teeth and swore silently to himself. Fine. You little brat. Once Tu Kwang is free, I'll make you wish you were dead for 3 days and 3 nights before I finally finish you. Suddenly, Hanvu felt the aura of a true god descending and was immediately delighted. Grand Minister Vian has returned. And another true god. That means Tan Lao To is back as well. The members of the Tan family, watching through the screen, cheered with joy. The old ancestor is back. The first elder of the Tan family clasped his hands in a salute and said with a smile, Tu Lao To. Our old ancestor has returned today, and the Tan family is holding a grand banquet. Why don't you stay and raise a glass with us? Tu Lao Tu was furious, but still replied coldly. There's no need. Inside the divine domain. Tu Lao Tu roared in anger. Han Vu. The true god you were waiting for has arrived. Why haven't you released my grandson's core yet? Han Vu gave a faint smile. I'll let go once all my friends are back. Who knows if someone might launch a sneak attack? Grand Minister Vian stepped forward to assure him. I am here. No one will dare to touch you. Han Vu looked at him in surprise. You're back, that's great. Han Vu understood immediately. The true god of the Tan family had also returned. He smiled and announced, Poison Emperor. Order all familiars to withdraw from the divine domain core. We're pulling back. He immediately dispelled his divine domain. Tu Kwang strode forward angrily. Han Vu, you better remember my face next time. Only one of us will leave alive. Han Vu laughed coldly. Worry about rebuilding your iron armor soldiers. They're too weak to even be worthy of fighting me. Enraged, Tu Lao to slap Tu Kwang hard across the face. Shut up, haven't you lost enough face already? Get back home. Seeing them flee, Tan Lao to shouted, You despicable cowards, daring to bully a descendant of the Tan family while I was away. From this day on, the Tan and Tu families are finished. The engagement of Sang Ni is hereby cancelled. Everyone from the Tan family looked up and watched the 3 generations of the Tu family flee in disgrace. Feeling a great sense of satisfaction, Tan Lao to handed an item to Han Vu and smiled. Young friend, thanks to you, the Tan family was saved from disaster. Please accept this gift as a token of our gratitude. He looked down and saw it was a primordial stone fragment, which could help any living being restore its ancestral bloodline. He furrowed his brow in thought. If I use this on the locusts, they could revert to their most ferocious ancestral form. That would be truly terrifying. 3 days later, a voice called out, Han Vu, we've brought some intel for you. Ha Thien and 2 others called out loudly. Over here, Han Vu smiled and walked over, asking, Brother man, Brother Ha Thien, Sista Deep Lin, what's so interesting? Haman said excitedly, the new course is about to start, and Hong Tang Quan will definitely target you. This is the intelligence handbook we prepared for you. Ha Thien nodded. You have to be careful. He's the strongest first year. He flipped through the documents, recalling his swarm of goblins, and silently praised him. To lead the weak goblin race to this level. He's a true genius. Deep Lin smiled. You led the common locust race to such results. You're much better than he is. Ha Thien agreed. Right. He only has a few hundred lords, 3 monarchs, and 3 god-tier units. So don't worry. Han Vu was surprised. And that's not supposed to be scary. The 3 of them pretended not to hear. The scene shifts to Han Vu's home, a quiet and cozy space. He sat cross-legged, cultivating, and thought to himself, Hong Thang Quan will target my 3 locust lords, and I can't afford to lose any of them. Tu Kwang's regeneration ability can help keep them alive. But that alone isn't enough to fight him. He looked at his Hack 2 mushroom pot. It was effective as a debuff against the zombies before. If I can increase its area of effect damage, I'll be safer. He opened the system search, and a few minutes later, he exclaimed, Found it. He placed the newly purchased item in his hand, and the system announced, Order successful. He began to fuse the Hack 2 mushroom and the new item into a single entity. The scene shifts to a hallway in the Imperial Capital Academy. Miss Lena pointed to the board and said, This lesson will test your divine domain defense capabilities. The top first-year students will be the attackers, and they will only use the strength they possessed last year. Those who defend successfully will be rewarded, and those who fail will face the black prison trial. Get ready. The invasion is about to begin. A large portal of light appeared in front of Hanvu. He slowly stepped into the glowing area, where someone was already waiting for him. Hoang Thangquan sneered. I told you. Hanvu, today you will taste hell. Before he could react, Hoang Thangquan gave the order. Kill. Hanvu's eyes widened in silent admiration. What a magnificent formation. Before him stood an army of elite goblins. The old Ligan combat unit. In another direction, ranged goblins were lined up neatly with ferocious eyes, while the red goblins formed the Blazing Flame Squad, and the blue goblins formed the Frostbone Squad. All of them, superhuman tier. 2 goblin leaders riding large wolves advanced leisurely. Hanvu identified them as Lord-level lifeforms. He charged forward, shouting, In that case, my Locust Legion will also enter the fray. Hanvu spread his arms and commanded his Locust Legion to form up by unit type, consisting of regular, Sky Devil, Fallen, Dark Curse, and Primeval Locusts. Finally, the Locust Lord appeared, its presence overwhelming. Hoang Thangquan shivered slightly. To become so strong with such a weak race. He grew very. I can't underestimate him. He immediately gave an order. Frostbone and Blazing Flame Goblins, prepare to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of magical projectiles flew forward, and Hanvu's locusts were caught in the dense barrage. He observed, thinking to himself, trying to overwhelm me with sheer force, not that easy. Then he ordered, Fallen Swarm, form a defensive line, Sky Devil Swarm, and Dark Curse Swarm. Circle around the flanks and attack the ranged goblins from the rear. The army immediately obeyed his command. Moving into their designated positions, the goblin squad in the front fired their crossbows relentlessly. Hoang Thangquan realized the situation was turning bad and quickly shouted, Melee squad, fall back and defend. Hanvu smiled and gave the order. Let it rain. Prime Val Locusts. Counterattack. Instantly, the swarm of locusts descended, crashing straight into the panicking goblins. Hanvu charged forward, issuing rapid commands. Sky Devil Swarm. Dark Curse Swarm. Attack the ranged goblin formation. Hoang Thangquan's face darkened, but he sneered. Do you think I'm like Hathien or Haman? Let me show you my true power. Hoang Thangquan pointed and ordered. Attack 3rd and 4th formations. Switch to fire magic. Concentrate all firepower. The moment he spoke, a massive volley of mana projectiles shot towards Hanvu. Hanvu's barrier cracked. He thought anxiously. This is bad. The shield is about to break. Hoang Thangquan didn't stop, continuing to shout. 3rd and 4th formations. Fire at full power. The ground exploded. The locusts outside the defensive barrier were hit by the magic projectiles and scattered everywhere. He spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. Let's see if Hanvu can handle the price of angering me. Goblin Lords. To battle. 2 Goblin Lords immediately appeared, swinging their swords towards the Locust army, ordered to destroy the enemy lords. Hanvu observed and analyzed, with 2 lords holding the formation. My heroic Locust units can hardly deal any damage. Mobilizing them now would be disadvantageous. He changed his plan. Locust Lord. Lure the 2 Goblin Lords away from the formation. Receiving the order, the Locust Lord turned and charged away, and the 2 Goblin Lords immediately gave chase. With the Goblin Lords led away, Hanvu immediately commanded, Locust Army carrying Black Death Mushroom Spores. Infiltrate the Goblin formation. The 5 Black Death Mushrooms in the air simultaneously gave the command, and countless black spores flew down, clinging tightly to the Goblin forces. A pitch-black mushroom sprouted on the head of one of the lords. Hoang Thangquan cried out in alarm. What is that thing? Hanvu smiled as he watched the lords pull the mushrooms off themselves, thinking, the time has come. The real show is about to begin. Less than a second later, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the goblin formation. He shouted in terror. What kind of attack is this? When the smoke cleared, the stunned goblins hadn't yet understood what had happened. Seeing that the goblins were still standing, Thangquan burst out laughing. This magic is too weak. Are you trying to tickle my army? Hanvu calmly said. This move is called the Regenerative Chain Cannon. It will explode continuously, each time stronger than the last. How many rounds do you think your army can withstand? As soon as he finished speaking, the next explosion resounded. Goblins collapsed to the ground, each one screaming in agony. Realizing he'd been tricked, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand. A stream of green energy shot out as he shouted, Divine wood. The green energy spread out, enveloping the goblin squad, and a restorative light shone forth. It was a wide area healing divine art. Hanvu saw that his own locusts were also being healed by the spell, and laughed loudly. So you're my ally. Senior Thang Quan frowned. You think this is a game, you blow one up. I save one. Let's see who loses. Before he could finish his sentence, another explosion erupted in the middle of the goblin formation. He stared, stunned, at his collapsing army, their bodies strewn everywhere. The losses were too heavy. He couldn't believe it. Thang Quan's jaw dropped. Impossible. Didn't you say it would only get a little stronger? Hanvu scratched his head and smiled. That's right. But thanks to your divine art, it's growing much faster. He gritted his teeth in anger and asked, What? A goblin looked up, a huge black mushroom growing on its head, and stared at him with wide eyes. Thang Quan was startled. Wah! What is that? Hanvu sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. Based on the current situation, the next explosion might just wipe out your entire team. He broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, this exam was supposed to be my chance to prove myself. If I lose here, my reputation will be ruined. Even if I have to use all my trump cards, I can't be defeated. He looked up and said, Hanvu, you're strong, but it's still not enough. Hanvu raised an eyebrow. You still have another move. The ground suddenly flashed with light as divine art formations appeared, increasing morale, endurance, and reducing the sensation of pain. Thang Quan held up 2 fingers as purple light spread out. Chanting, Divine war art. The goblins' eyes blazed with fire as they bared their fangs and attacked. They could absorb 25% of damage to heal themselves, and the excess was converted into energy to increase their speed. He raised his hand again and shouted, Divine earth art. Instantly, each goblin was enveloped in a membrane of light, creating a shield that absorbed damage and drew energy from the earth for continuous regeneration. Thang Quan wiped away his sweat and said softly, All right, now it's my turn. The black mushrooms on the goblins' heads fell off. Hanvu was shocked. My ultimate move was nullified. The goblins raised their swords as holy light spread, chanting in unison, By the grace of the goblin god, destroy the enemy. They charged forward in unison, shouting as they ran, Kill for the glory of our god. Hanvu held out his hand and ordered, All locust forces, counterattack. The sound of beating wings filled the air. Lena and the other teachers were still watching the battle on a screen. She asked softly, Teachers, what are your thoughts on the scoring for the prospective students? The bald teacher said, I support Tan Sang. Her golden-crowned thunder sparrow is qualified enough to enter the academy. The teacher with glasses chose Toothiet instead. His Iron Man is excellent, and I heard his older brother possesses the rare steel armor clan. We might be able to recruit them both. The teacher in the brown coat stroked his chin and said, Tan Kan Yin's foxfolk are weak but intelligent, suitable for the logistics department. A true talent. Lena suddenly asked, And what about Hanvu? What does everyone think? All eyes turned to the screen, where Hanvu and Huang Thang Quan were still locked in battle. The teacher with glasses commented, This match is a clear failure. Hanvu's abilities are still lacking. The bald teacher shook his head. Not necessarily. Huang Thang Quan was forced to use his full power within the rules, which proves Hanvu is strong enough. Lena crossed her arms and gently reminded them, Don't forget, he still has 5 vassal races he hasn't deployed. To fight like this with just his locust race is already commendable. Even if he loses, he still deserves a high ranking. As she finished speaking, the entire class voiced their agreement in unison, with murmurs of approval echoing throughout the room. On the battlefield, Huang Thangquan angrily pointed and roared, Goblin squad, wipe out all the enemy lords for me. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed in the sky, signaling the end of the match. Both sides looked at each other, stunned. Is it really over? Miss Lena's voice rang out. The assessment is now officially over. Huang Thangquan gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath. I was so close, I brought a massive army this time, and now only half are left. I lost both heroes and lords. And Hanvu, his team is still intact. This is a huge loss. On the podium, Lena smiled and announced, Any student who did not pass will be eliminated. Next, we will announce the results. Those with outstanding achievements will be sent to the Outer Realm War. She tapped the board lightly, and a list appeared. Tan Sang, Du Hiet, Don Kang Yin, Tian Lulu, Nu Fuang, Han Vu. Sitting below, Saihid, I probably failed. I lost so badly. Beside him, Toothiet crossed his arms, looked up, and sneered. Is this all you've got? Hanvu, Tan Song tried to console him, saying it was okay. Everyone saw how strong he was, and that losing to the strongest upperclassman was nothing to be ashamed of. But Toothiet just sneered, saying a loss is a loss, and there's nothing to justify it. But when he heard Hanvu's name called among the outstanding participants, his eyes went wide and his face paled as if he'd just taken a punch, letting out a choked gasp, unwilling to accept it. Toothiet raised his hand and said, "Ma'am, I have a question." Lina tilted her head, asking what was on his mind. He then turned to Hanvu and demanded loudly, "I want to know the evaluation criteria for this test. How can someone who lost still receive a high score?" Lina smiled, explaining that the results were decided jointly by her and the other teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy. Even though Hanvu lost, she said, his performance earned praise from all of us, so he fully deserves it. Then she looked at him directly, her gaze as sharp as a knife, and asked, "Do you have any other objections?" Toothiet, the hair on his neck stood on end, and he quickly shook his head, stammering, "No, nothing else." "Ma'am," Lina slammed her hand on the table and declared, "If that's the case, then it's settled. Those who passed have one day to prepare. Tomorrow, you will be taken to an otherworldly plane for actual combat." With that, she turned and left, the force of the closing door shattering the table. Toothiet broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, "Ms. Lina is terrifying. Even a table made from a 10,000-year-old tree couldn't handle that." Beside him, Tozo mumbled, "She really is the war goddess of invasion." He then shot up from his seat and walked away, saying coldly, "Hanvu, don't get too happy just yet. Just you wait and see." Tan Kan Yen secretly ran over and tapped Hanvu on the shoulder, whispering, "I heard Toothiet is teaming up with Hoang Thong Quan to come after you, so watch your back." Then she smiled and waved. "Well, I'm off to find my rich big sister." Tan Sang watched her go and remarked sarcastically, "If you admire her so much, why don't you just go with her for good?" Hearing this, Hanvu turned his head and pouted. "I can't stand people who are just moochers, always freeloading instead of relying on themselves." Tan Sang put her hands on her hips and nodded in agreement. "Yup." Outside the door, Hangman poked his head in and waved, calling out, "Hanvu, come on, let's take a break." In a temple, a voice rang out. "The Imperial Capital Academy is invading 3 otherworldly civilizations." Ha Thien continued, "They are the Rune, Totem, and biomechanical civilizations. There are some things we can't tell you, but we have a gift for you." Diep Lin handed him a brocade pouch, instructing carefully, "Inside is information on the 3 civilizations and some support items. Don't open it until you're on the other side." Hanvu accepted the 3 brocade pouches, thinking to himself, "To join Master Hua Hai's sect, I have to ascend to a perfect demigod. I can't afford any mistakes in this trial." Diep Lin's group raised their pom-poms to cheer him on, shouting, "Go, Hanvu, you can do it." The next day, Lina gave 2 bracelets to Hanvu and Diep Lin, explaining, "These are Divine Realm login devices. They help divine beings like you, reserve students, connect to the Divine Realm. Everyone is waiting on the rooftop. Let's go." Afterwards, they boarded the spaceship. The spacefaring vessel shot through a wormhole, entering the vastness of the universe. The journey continued like this, with the ship gliding through the infinite expanse of space. Inside the cabin, Hanvu looked out the window as the system announced, "The otherworldly war has begun." The ship stopped in a desolate region. He stepped onto a large rock to survey the area, then took out the brocade pouches and whispered, "Let's see what's inside these." Suddenly, 2 of the brocade pouches disintegrated into dust and vanished. His eyes widened as he cried out, "What? They're gone. Is there only one left?" Curiously, Hanvu opened the remaining red brocade pouch, muttering, "What in the world is in here?" Inside the pouch were a scroll and several runes. He opened the scroll and read that this plane was ruled by the Rune civilization, where runes were the source of all power. There were 26 basic characters which could be combined to create billions of variations. Stable combinations were known as the language of runes, capable of world-altering feats. After reading, he took out 10 runes and immediately understood this was origin energy, a special power that helped level up life forms during the otherworldly war. The more origin energy one had, the higher their level, The most common way to obtain it was by hunting the creatures here. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand and commanded, "The 5 strong ones, come forth." Hanvu's gaze turned cold. The hunt was on. An hour later, he sat down to rest with a satisfied grin. "I've already gathered 0.5 units of origin energy in just 1 hour. Time to pick up the pace." Looking at the remaining rune pouch, Hanvu immediately summoned more. Still have 5 cards left. He called forth 50 primal locusts. From below a cliff, he observed his surroundings, selected a target, and shouted, "Let's move out." My pets, the army of locusts received the command and flew straight down to swarm the target. Far away, Tuthiet held a box and chuckled to himself. Hoang Thangquan really has everything. This ironclad demon is beyond lord level. It'll definitely be able to take care of Hanvu. From his pocket, he pulled out a small plastic bag containing a strand of black hair. According to Hoang Thangquan, all he had to do was place Hanvu's hair inside, and the ironclad demon would lock onto its target, without hesitation. Tuthiet placed the strand of hair into the box. As soon as he put it in, the box began to glow with a purple light, startling him. He then handed it to his subordinate and ordered, "Go smash that thing." The man obeyed. Smashing the box on the ground, it shattered, releasing a thick cloud of purple smoke. From within the purple smoke, a massive creator emerged. It was the unsealed demon. The demon saw Tuthiet's lackey and immediately lunged forward, tearing him to shreds. Tuthiet roared with excitement. "Excellent, Hanvu. Your day of reckoning has come." Without another word, the demon turned and roared, "The one who imprisoned Ano for 1,000 years. I will wash away this humiliation with your blood." Meanwhile, Hanvu had just finished off a pack of wolves and was holding 10 units of origin energy. He closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's time for a breakthrough. Unlock Black Dragon Transformation." Hanvu took out a rune, consumed 5 more units of energy, and summoned the rest of his minions, completing the formation. The 10 strong ones entered the fray. Suddenly, a pair of giant wolf paws slammed onto the ground, followed by the appearance of a red-eyed wolf with a prominent mark on its forehead. He immediately shouted, "The 10 strong ones, attack!" A ferocious roar echoed through the dense forest. Deep inside the Wolf King's cave, there was a scroll, a fang, and 4 stones engraved with symbols. Hanvu was stunned when he saw them. "This is..." He curiously picked them up to examine them, his jaw dropping in surprise. He couldn't believe it was the rune of contract. Hanvu sat down, arranged the stones he had collected, and formed 7 runic characters. The system announced rune language. Wild nature. Low grade. Increases strength by 10%, defense by 20%, and recovery by 20%. If applied to a bladed weapon, it increases attack speed, lifesteal, and the chance to cause bleeding. After arranging the runes, he took off his shirt and felt his body change. He thought to himself, "Wild nature has fused with me," testing his power. He felt his strength surge. Current Primal Locust 2. Suddenly, a noise outside the cave made Hanvu frown. "What's going on?" He rushed outside like a powerful torrent. As soon as he landed, he called for reinforcements. Just then, a cat appeared out of nowhere, leaping up to attack one of the strong ones with a loud meow. It swung its sharp claws, slicing one of the strong ones in half. Unleashing its grand pouncing slash technique, Hanvu narrowed his eyes, assessing the creature. Aked Demon. Lord-level life form. All strong ones. Prepare for battle. He ordered his entire army to charge. The cat demon showed no fear, diving in and tearing through the strong ones with its claws. Hanvu was also hit in the process. But what stunned the creature was that Hanvu's leg regenerated in just a few seconds. The cat demon gritted its teeth. Its cold, sharp eyes locked onto Hanvu. It roared and lunged forward with its claws extended. But suddenly, Hanvu's aura surged. He said coldly, "Perfect timing." The cat demon moved at extreme speed, rushing straight towards Hanvu while hissing. Meow. Hanvu clenched his fist, his eyes glowing intensely as a red aura erupted around him. The Black Dragon transformation skill had been activated. Before its claws could touch him, a thunderous punch shot out, sending the cat demon flying. It died on the spot. The system announced, "Successfully eliminated a Lord-level creature. Receive 2 units of origin energy." Hearing the system notification, Hanvu smiled in satisfaction. "Good. Now I can summon the Bone Clan. If things go smoothly, I might be able to ascend to demigod right here in this otherworldly plane." 3 days later, a locust buzzed near Hanvu's ear, reporting that a fire crystal mine had been discovered up ahead. He took the lead and commanded his grand army, advanced towards the target immediately, then quickly moved ahead of the group. As he neared the cave, a wisp of purple smoke drifted out, making Hanfu pause. He grew suspicious. A human presence. Could someone have discovered this place before me? He proceeded cautiously into the cave, carefully observing his surroundings with every step. A sudden heat wave blasted him before he could react. So hot, he cried out. Before he could recover, a fire-scale lion appeared, and his expression changed. This is bad. Hanvu immediately activated his black dragon transformation, his body enveloped in a red aura as he roared. Bring it on, lion. The charging fire-scale lion suddenly screeched to a halt, leaving Hanvu confused. It turned out there was a girl behind it, holding its tail and pulling it back. The fire-scale lion broke into a sweat as the girl yanked hard and yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" It tried to flee, but its legs were held fast, and it let out a pleading roar. Hanvu looked closer and was shocked to recognize her. It's Nu Fuang. She was still holding the lion's tail, ignoring its tearful eyes, and roared at him. "This is my territory. Get out." Hanvu sneered. "Let's not even discuss whether this is your territory or not. Even if it is, I'll take what I want. Do you think you can stop me?" Provoked, Nu Fuang let go of the fire-scale lion and charged, screaming, "I've shown you enough courtesy. If you won't leave, then die." Hanvu stood his ground as a green aura exploded around him. Great Tear of Death Plant Fusion, Ghostly Shadow Lantern. He prepared to meet her attack. Vines sprouted all over Hanvu's body as his energy surged violently. Nu Fuang frowned in surprise and asked, "What kind of skill is that?" Hanvu drew his sword and replied coldly, "The one that's going to take your life." She threw an incredibly powerful punch at Hanvu, but it only hit the ground. Hanvu had used Ghostly Shadow Flicker to vanish. Nu Fuang was stunned, unable to believe he had dodged it. In the blink of an eye, Hanvu was standing behind her. He said coldly, "Next time, I'll aim straight for your neck." Hearing this, she held her breath and turned her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After a few seconds of silence, Nu Fuang sighed and conceded, "I lose. The fire-scale lion is yours." Hanvu sheathed his black sword. "I don't need the lion. It's just a low-level lord. I want the entire fire crystal mine." She pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right. The lion is mine. Let's work together from now on." Hanvu turned and gave an order. "Bone Clan, go mine the ore." Just then, the sky turned dark as black gas flooded in, and an intense dark aura poured out from the cave. Nu Fuang frowned and looked over, asking, "Is this also part of your army?" Hanvu chuckled softly. "This seems a bit much even for me. I think an elemental is about to be born." A pair of blazing red, clawed feet suddenly appeared in the hazy smoke. The Iron Thorn Demon, holding a skull in its hand, charged at Hanvu the moment it saw him. It swung its long iron thorns and roared with hostility. "Ano will wash away this shame with your blood." Hanvu immediately transformed, unleashing his golden dragon grass technique to merge with the surrounding plants. The two dragons behind him roared, unleashing a golden dragon breath that sent the Iron Thorn Demon flying. Seeing its attack broken, the Iron Thorn Demon sneered, "You think a golden dragon can stop this?" He activated the supermass of iron thorns, his clothes tearing apart. But Hanvu wasted no time, counterattacking with the ghostly shadow toad. Beside him, Engu Fuang clasped her hands to chant a spell, and a great fireball erupted, attempting to incinerate the iron thorns. Hanvu frowned, realizing that the fire element could counter this demon. So he immediately summoned the Red Furnace Golem Divine Hammer. He activated a rune and burned an origin card, and the Red Furnace Golem immediately materialized. Hanvu pointed and commanded, "Divine Hammer, smash that demon to pieces for me." The Divine Hammer, with its sharp, cold gaze, replied in a resonant voice, "As you command." "May God." He raised his weapon as a purple aura billowed around him. The Iron Thorn Demon snorted, unleashing a volley of shuttle arrows and screaming, "For Lola, D." A swarm of snakes emerged from behind the Divine Hammer, lunging forward to intercept the attack. The Iron Thorn Demon couldn't react in time and had half its body torn apart by the snakes. It begged in terror, "No, stop attacking." The Divine Hammer ignored its pleas, raising its hammer and bringing it down along with the swarm of snakes. A massive explosion kicked up a thick cloud of dust and smoke, obscuring everything within. Hanvu cheered from the sidelines. Great job, don't stop. Keep smashing him. Hearing this, the excited divine hammer brought its hammer down for another decisive blow. Hanvu covered his face with his hand and exclaimed, "Dumb. That's brutal." The iron thorn demon lay flattened on the ground. Watching the hammer slowly descend upon it, he signaled it to stop and walked over to look at the demon's trembling soul on the ground. The grasshopper said, "His soul is still intact." Hanvu nodded. "This one is really persistent. If we keep him around, he might come back for revenge someday." Hanvu said in a cold voice, "Let the hollow bone devourer consume his soul." The iron thorn demon hastily stammered, "A no surrenders. I'll be your slave. Just please spare my soul." Hanvu crouched down and pointed at him. His words made the demon break out in a cold sweat. "I don't trust you. Not unless you sign a contract with me." The demon trembled and replied, Okay. Hanvu immediately opened the system and drafted a slave contract between Hanvu and the iron thorn demon, standing nearby. Ngu Fuang's eyes widened in admiration. "You're even more cunning than a professional scammer." He pointed at the iron thorn demon, and a sparkling blue light flowed into its body. The contract was complete. Hanvu looked at him and asked, "What skills do you have?" The demon replied timidly, "Ano is a demon with the reset bloodline. I can shapeshift and reset both metal and life." Hanvu turned away. "Your abilities are decent, but there are many fire-type users in the god's domain. Your weakness is too obvious." Seeing Hanvu about to leave, he pleaded, "If you don't mind, Ano can transform into a weapon. With my reset bloodline, I can merge with any weapon I touch." Hanvu paused it, considered it, and then nodded. "All right, do it." Hearing his master agree, the demon breathed a sigh of relief. Hanvu drew his sword and plunged it into the demon's soul, and it immediately merged into the blade. Hanvu happily slung the sword over his shoulder. With this new weapon, his strategies would be several levels stronger, making his path to becoming a demigod even more certain. Now, he just needed to continue fighting to expand his origin. The scene changes to a large forest several days later. In a clearing, someone in a green cloak was hiding in the shadows of the trees. Observing, he gasped in shock. "Me God. It's the Undead Legion." Looking at the massive army, he shuddered. The number of undead had reached 500,000. He had to report to the city lord immediately. With that thought, he turned and ran back to the city to report to the lord of East Wolf City. When the lord heard the number, he became furious and shouted, "What did you say? 500,000 undead?" The subordinate broke into a sweat, trembling as he kowtowed. "My lord, that army is currently a few dozen miles away." The city lord fell into deep thought. His forces here numbered less than 50,000. Even with mercenaries, he could only gather 100,000 troops. If they were attacked by 500,000 undead, the consequences would be unimaginable. His face paled as he immediately gave the order, "Send word to the neighboring cities for reinforcements." The subordinate acknowledged the command and left. A day later, on the city wall, a subordinate reported, "My lord, the reinforcements have arrived, a total of 300,000 soldiers and 50,000 clerics from the church." The city lord stood on the city tower and shouted excitedly, "Excellent, the clerics specialize in countering the undead. This time, we have a chance to wipe them all out, guards, mercenaries, and clerics. Prepare for battle and defend the city." Below, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Protect our homeland, destroy the undead." The city lord, clad in silver armor, raised his hand high from his horse and gave a rallying cry, "Grand Army, march out, destroy the undead legion." At the same time, Hanvu and Ngu Fuang were sitting under a tree listening to a report. The messenger informed them, "A human army of 350,000 is approaching." Hanvu jumped up excitedly. "Oh, so they want to pick a fight with me, do they?" Ngu Fuang asked in bewilderment. "What's going on?" He jumped up, cracking his knuckles and grinning with fighting spirit. "My scouts report, a large army is coming to surround and kill us. So, I want to fight a big battle and earn some more planar origin." Ngu Fuang frowned. "Are you trying to use me as a tool? I'm not that stupid." Hanvu ignored her and stealthily crawled closer to the enemy army, lying low to observe. Hearing a noise, he turned to see Ngu Fuang also sneaking nearby and asked in surprise, "I thought you said you weren't going to fight." She scowled. "I'm just here for fun, not to help you." Hanvu burst out laughing and patted Ngu Fuang's head like she was a pet. "I like your feisty attitude." She angrily slapped his hand away and yelled, "Don't touch me, they're almost here." In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed into the sky. as the mounted army advanced in an incredibly orderly formation. Seeing the time was ripe, Hanvu leaped up and roared, "Skeleton Legion, ambush them now!" A panicked soldier screamed, "It's an ambush! Quick, get into formation!" The entire army trembled, their faces pale, as they cried out in despair, "We've been trapped, oh God! I want to retreat." From the distance, a storm of skulls and sharp claws rushed toward them. The Skeleton Legion charged into a deathmatch with the soldiers, controlled by the nation controller. They attacked relentlessly without stopping. The general of East Wolf City saw this and urgently shouted, "Holy Clerics, act now!" The group of Holy Clerics immediately unleashed a spreading wave of jade-green energy. The energy quickly enveloped the skeleton army, weakening them. Hanvu frowned and yelled, "This is bad, we have to take out the Holy Clerics first." Ngufuang immediately accelerated, rushing past Hanvu like a whirlwind. He transformed as well, his eyes burning with determination. "There's no way I'm letting you get ahead of me." She charged into the group of Holy Clerics who were channeling energy, striking them down one by one, while Hanvu swung his sword to cut down the rest. The two of them stood back to back as Hanvu roared the command, "Into your army, charge!" Hearing the command, the Skeleton Legion launched an all-out assault on the human army. A soldier staggered in to report to the city lord, unable to speak clearly. "My lord, we've been routed. The Undead Legion." Hearing this, the city lord rushed to the balcony, and seeing the slaughter, he screamed, "We're done, for full retreat." A few hours later, Hanvu said wearily, 350,000 skeleton soldiers for one planar origin. What a waste. Ngufuang, however, held her cheeks gleefully. "We've struck it rich this time." Hanvu threw cold water on her excitement. "Is that all you care about? There are some runes among the loot. Let's divide them." Hanvu's system scanned Great Strength Rune, plus 40% muscle, Mace Enhancement, Shatter Effect, Raging Fire Rune, plus 20% Fire Resist, plus 15% Affinity. Staff gains Raging Fireball, plus 20% damage. Armor gets Protective Shield, negative 30% fire damage. Aegis Rune Light Aura for armor, plus 50% durability. He thinks 4 empty slots left. Save for my kin. The woman beside him snags the Raging Fire Rune. Her body erupts in a red glow. She grins. "I'm one step closer to Monarch Lifeform integration. Thanks." Hanvu, hearing that, Hanvu winked and replied with a smile. "It was nothing." Ngufuang put her hands on her hips and chuckled. "You sly kid. It seems Henzi Tan has really taken a liking to you." In a dark castle, a shocked voice rang out. "Is it true?" The king gripped the armrest tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. "Did the Undead Legion really attack East Wolf City?" The soldier below nodded firmly. "The information is accurate. Not only East Wolf City, but the 4 surrounding cities have also been destroyed. The Undead Legion numbers nearly 10 million. The king leaped to his feet in a rage and roared, immediately summoned the archbishop and the rulers of the elves, the fishmen, and the werewolves. In the council chamber, the king and his ministers discussed their plans. Everyone was stunned. How dare the Undead Legion cause such chaos? The werewolf representative proposed an alliance. The werewolf Grand Army is ready for battle. The Elven Queen nodded, as are the elves. The king frowned. Our 4 nations and the church will join forces to annihilate them. In the princess's chamber, Ata and Ton Kanin were being intimate. The princess sat on top of him and whispered, "My father will definitely form an alliance with the clerics, elves, fishmen, and werewolves to destroy the Skull Army." Kanyan opened his eyes, pressed his lips against her chest, and asked, "Is that true?" In his mind, he was already plotting against Hanvu. Who else could command the Skull Army but him? "Hanvu, in just a few days, you've turned into an enemy so powerful that 4 nations must unite to face you, a truly worthy rival." He stared into the horizon deep in thought. After so long beside the princess, he'd finally uncovered a clue to reaching demigod status. In the civilization of the god's domain, one only needed divinity, but outside it, one must also obey the world's law. He had always dreamed of becoming a demigod to surpass Hanvu. But in this rune-based civilization, ascending required a special grade incantation, something that not even the royal family possessed, which just goes to show how incredibly difficult it was to acquire. Kan Nian thought to himself, "Hanvu, I plan to join forces with you. I have the clues, and you have the army. If we cooperate well, we can obtain the special grade rune, so you absolutely cannot be in danger. I must ensure the allied forces can't lay a finger on you." Seeing him distracted, the princess pouted. I'm talking to you and you're not even listening. Tomorrow, the Elf Queen will be meeting with my father. Her words snapped him back to reality. He smiled gently. The Queen, so what, she could never compare to you, he said, as his hand secretly caressed her waist. He thought gleefully, excellent. The Elf Queen. There isn't a woman alive I can't handle. He turned and gently pushed her down, and she playfully chided him. You are so naughty. The scene immediately cuts back to Hanvu. The news from the Dragonfly Messenger left him stunned. An allied army of 4 nations, and the church are hunting me. Qiu Fuang placed a hand on his shoulder. What's the big deal? You've got a massive skeleton army. But he shook his head. Their numbers mean nothing. They're too weak. They'll be completely crushed by a well-trained allied force. Hanvu rubbed his chin. This time, I'm in real trouble. The source of mutation appeared with a wide grin. When push comes to shove, I'm always the one to bail you out. Hanvu asked impatiently. Do you have a way out of this? It seized the opportunity. I do. But payment is required up front. 1 point of divinity. Hanvu trembled with anger. You're demanding payment before you've even told me the plan. Is asking for divinity points all you know how to do? He snapped. Tell me the method first. Then I'll decide if it's worth a divinity point. It chuckled slyly. Actually, I know of a rune incantation that is extremely effective at enhancing mutations. Hanvu asked hastily. What kind is it? Spit it out. Seeing the logic in its proposal, Hanvu reluctantly conceded. Handing over 1 divinity point with a grudge, the creature took it gleefully. Thanks for your business. And then leaned in to whisper in his ear. After listening, Hanvu crossed his arms and smirked coldly. How interesting. Let's give it a shot. He thought. This divinity point wasn't a waste after all. Seeing his expression shift, Niu Feng asked curiously, Did you come up with a plan? He narrowed his eyes and let out a laugh. Just you wait and see how I turn the tables. Over on the human army's side, they spotted the approaching skeleton army, accompanied by a swarm of locusts filling the sky. The commander gave the order, attack. Both the skeletons and the locusts are with Hanvu. As soon as the order was given, the human soldiers began cutting down the locusts with their swords. It was so easy that they started to cheer, thinking it was already over. But as the locusts' blood splattered, the spores of the Black Death mushroom clung to the soldiers, spreading a strange black smoke. Black mushrooms began to sprout from anyone who was hit, causing the soldiers to scream in panic. What is this? One curious soldier pulled a mushroom off his body. Instantly, his entire body erupted in a black and red aura, and the color drained from his face. The skeleton army stared on with glowing red eyes as the human soldiers turned pale with fright. Moments later, the ground was littered with corpses. Hanvu and Niu Feng approached, and he smiled faintly. Just as I thought. I didn't even have to lift a finger. The Black Death mushroom spores worked better than I could have imagined. Hanvu burst out laughing, completely satisfied. That was a piece of cake. Totally worth the divinity point I spent. The source of mutation boasted smugly. When combined with the rune, the Black Death mushroom spores transform into a relentlessly spreading virus. Using the intermediate-level plague rune language, he muttered an incantation over a mushroom and pressed it against his own body, instantly becoming a host. Now, every one of his cells would carry the virus through their metabolic processes. With that taken care of, Hanvu coldly commanded, attack. The skeleton army immediately surged forward, loosing a rain of arrows. The enemy soldiers had no time to fight back and were slaughtered in droves. Aided by the plague rune, it took Hanvu only 3 days to completely crush the allied forces, conquering 10 cities and summoning 5 undead heroes. The king roared in fury. Is there any other option? At this rate, our kingdom is doomed. He gritted his teeth and proposed. Our only option now is to negotiate for a ceasefire. Lan Yen sighed in agreement, but the king was hesitant. Negotiate with whom? We still don't even know who's leading this skeleton legion. Just then, the doors swung open, and Kan Nian walked in with the princess and the elf queen. Kan Nian smiled and said, Leave the negotiations to me. Your Majesty. The Gilman was confused. You've never even set foot on a battlefield, yet you want to meet the mastermind behind the skeleton army. The king looked at Kan Nian's scholarly appearance with contempt. A weakling like you has no part in this. Kan Nian wasn't angered by the insult, he simply offered a calm and confident smile. The princess stepped forward to persuade her father. Father, I believe he can do this. Seeing her stand up for him, Kan Nian said boldly, Surely, Your Majesty, you don't distrust your own daughter. The elf queen nodded in agreement. He is more intelligent than all of us here combined, Both the princess and I consent to letting him try. The king's voice softened. We are out of options. Very well. Let him try. Arriving in the skeleton army's territory, Kan Nien, now in charge of the negotiations, walked in alone and saw Han Vu sitting a short distance away. Sensing a pair of eyes on him, Han Vu turned and called out in surprise. Is that you? He leaped down and clapped him on the shoulder. What brings you to the outer realms? Kan Nien laughed. It's a long story for another time. Right now, I'm here on behalf of the 4 nations and the church to negotiate a ceasefire. Han Vu's brow furrowed. So you're mixed up with them now. Well, if they want a truce, let's see what price they're willing to pay. Kan Nien nodded. Naturally. Just state your conditions. Han Vu winked. Gold and silver are the least of my concerns. I want rare rune languages. Plus rune stones. At least a 5-figure sum. Kan Nien began the negotiation. All right. Tell the king his compensation will be 20 rune languages, including 1 high-grade one, plus 200,000 rune stones. He thought to himself, the princess has been by my side for a while now. I should show her some consideration. His eyes grew sharp. The elves will have to pay double that amount. Same for the wolfkin, the gilman, and the church. So Kan Nien was two-timing, involved with the princess, while also being intimate with the elf queen. He mused to himself, now that I'm involved with her, I can't let her people get a bad deal. Han Vu slung an arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. Thanks for coming all this way. I'll make sure you get your cut. Kan Nien replied cheerfully. My whole reason for blending in with the humans was to find clues about ascending to demigod status, and I've just found my first lead. As he spoke, he leaned in close to Han Vu's ear. We just need to find the ruins of the ancient gods. Han Vu nodded. Deal. We'll cooperate. With their business concluded, Kan Nien prepared to leave. I'm heading back to announce your conditions. I'll see you again after I've handled them. Han Vu nodded. And make sure you tell them. If they refuse to pay up, I'll lead my army of monsters to flatten their cities and turn every last one of them into undying spirits. Back at the castle, the Gilman representative cried out upon hearing the terms, where are we supposed to get that many high-grade runes? Kan Nien raised an eyebrow. If you don't have enough, you can substitute them with information about the ancient gods' ruins. Or, you could trade points of divinity. The elf queen took his arm, protesting. The reparations for my people are far too high. Why are the humans paying so little? Kan Nien replied. Because many humans have already been turned into his spirit monsters. Surely you don't want the same fate to befall the elves. The princess on his other side leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, My father says he'll follow your lead completely. He gave her a charming smile. Since the negotiations went so well, don't I get a reward? She blushed and stammered in response. Of course you do. Before she could finish her sentence, the door burst open and the God King stormed in, bellowing, You are being openly extorted, and you're just going to accept it. The righteous church will never surrender to some spirit monster. Kan Nien just shrugged nonchalantly and said, Sound yourselves. The Gilman and the Wolfkin leaders shared a thought, let the church fight one more battle. If they win, we're free from paying. If they lose, we can still pay the price then. Outside, the Skeleton Legion was already in formation, poised to strike. The God King stood atop the city wall, lost in thought. In the previous attacks by the Spirit Army, even though they had deployed numerous paladins, they had yet to commit the church's core military strength. Now, for this holy war, he had summoned all of the elite paladins, along with 3 main army legions. Their captains were warriors on the verge of becoming demigods, who had never once tasted defeat. This battle would be the decisive turning point. In the city known as the Port of Light, light crystal stones sprouted everywhere. The entire fortress was constructed from them, radiating a holy power that was extremely effective at suppressing undead creatures. Han Vu, draped in a black cloak, observed the human army from a distance, thinking to himself, the Pope already gave me all the intel on this elite legion. Han Vu frowned. Their combat power was truly fearsome. The Port of Light was currently fortified like a steel fortress. It's lucky I chose to simply surround it instead of launching a full frontal assault. He thought, if I want to take this place, I'll have to find an opening. But how am I going to deal with the Port of Light now? He took out a purple crystal stone and swallowed it without a second thought. Instantly, vibrant green vines shot up from the ground around him as a new power awakened. Activating a hidden gene, Han Vu closed his eyes, and a demon shadow lantern, wrapped in thick roots, materialized in front of him. He gripped it firmly, Thinking to himself, time to see what this thing can do. With a solid grip, Hanvu swung his arm, and the demon shadow lantern shot forward. Looking at the weapon now in his hand, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was even more powerful than he had anticipated. He sprang forward, the thorny demon shadow lantern held tight in his hand, ready to engage the paladins in battle. Hearing the commotion, several paladins turned around. "Who's there?" one of them shouted. "Don't move." Hanvu raised his sword, the demon shadow lantern glowing behind him. Without a single word, he swung both his blade and the spectral weapon directly at them. Two of the paladins were too slow to react. Standing frozen as the attack came crashing down, the demon shadow pierced through one man's wrist, making him scream in agony as dark energy gushed from the wound. Seeing his comrade wounded, the other paladin shouted, "Purification," but the injured man just shook his head and trembled. It's no use." Hearing the screams, nearby soldiers rushed to the scene and, upon seeing Hanvu, yelled, "Zaitsa him!" One fearless soldier leaped high into the air, hurling his spear toward Hanvu with all his strength, as if to say, "Let's see you escape this." As the axe head swung right towards his face, Hanvu remained as still as a statue, making no move to evade. But the moment the axe struck the earth where he'd been standing, his image flickered and vanished. The ground shattered from the impact, leaving the soldier stunned. "But I hit him." Before the man could process it, Hanvu reappeared at his flank, his sword slicing clean across his abdomen. The soldier, having suffered a fatal wound, clutched his stomach and writhed in pain as blood poured out between his fingers. He staggered backward, swinging his polearm in a wide arc as he hissed with rage. "Damn you to hell." The axe head of the polearm came hurtling toward Hanvu again, but with a mere glance, his form flickered out of sight, reappearing behind the soldier like a ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanvu brought his sword down, delivering the final, fatal strike to the soldier's back. The man collapsed, still clutching his wound. As Hanvu turned away coldly, he glanced back with a faint smile. Only one soldier remained before him, standing as firm as a stone wall, completely fearless, with a brilliant golden aura radiating from his body. Hanvu glanced at the golden light and immediately recognized it as holy light. He grew wary. This was bad. That stuff suppresses undead energy. While Hanvu was distracted, two clerics unleashed a mana formation, shouting, "Now's our chance, get him." Hanvu whipped around and charged straight at the two of them, his sword slashing across their necks without hesitation. His plan was to take them down first, but before he could retreat, the soldier with the holy light lunged forward, and two more clerics closed in from behind. After some time, a thick purple mist rose from a nearby building. The ground was littered with the bodies of clerics, their corpses piled high in layers, perched on the trunk of a phantom demon tree. Hanvu narrowed his eyes calculatively. The time had come. He immediately gave the order for the Dry Frost Legion to attack the city. The army obeyed, and the sky-filling purple mist surged forward like a violent tide. A streak of green light shot past, incinerating rows of skeletons, while another soldier was infiltrated by the purple mist, screaming in agony before disintegrating completely. A great battle erupted in the Port of Light. Over 2 million clerics were killed in action. 3 main legions were wiped out, and 15 million skeleton soldiers vanished. The God King was stunned. The losses were too great. What in the world was happening? He tormented himself with regret. Should he have chosen to pay reparations from the very beginning? Could it have saved the church? What now? The God King opened his eyes, his forehead drenched in sweat, wondering whether to continue resisting or to surrender. Just then, a strange voice came from the door. "Your Holiness, the Pope. I have a way to defeat the skeletons." The Pope turned in surprise. "Who's there?" The one who entered was Tuthiet, Hanvu's mortal enemy. Outside, the battlefield was nothing but ruins as the clerics hurried to treat the wounded. Suddenly, a squad of giant skeletons attacked, causing the soldiers to scream in terror. "They're back." Hanvu's face darkened as he ordered through gritted teeth. "Everyone, charge." The giant skeletons obeyed, surging forward like a flood. The two sides clashed violently, and the royal army quickly found itself at a disadvantage, being smashed to pieces by the giants. Just then, a spiritual figure appeared. The Pope had descended upon the battlefield. He roared, his voice both boosting his troops' morale and issuing a warning. "Hanvu, stop this at once. Withdraw from the Port of Light, and you might live. If not, the gods themselves will punish you." The skeletons paused for a moment, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Suddenly, countless mystical specks of light fell from the sky. From within iron spheres, an army of iron men emerged, their every step shaking the ground. They were the iron arm of justice, here to crush the undead. Hanvu stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Iron men. He gritted his teeth and looked around suspiciously. Since when did Tuthiet team up with the Pope? From a hidden corner, the Pope watched in secret as the ferocious iron men charged forward, using their brutal strength to crush the skeletons' necks. The clerics regained their morale and summoned their power, shouting in unison, "Kill all the undead, avenge our fallen comrades. Glory to the gods." Hanvu's expression hardened. He raised a stone in his hand and commanded in a deep voice, "Jian skeletons, attack." From the sky, a purple mist descended, forming a colossal giant that radiated a killing intent, so strong it made the very air feel thick. At the same time, from the opposite direction, an object shot past like a flash of lightning. A Haze aura appeared, and wherever it passed, the Iron Men shattered into countless pieces. A giant Iron Man lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at the skeleton giant's body. The Pope watched intently and then nodded. "Tuthiet, keep releasing the Iron Men. I'll provide as much planar essence as you need." Tuthiet watched the battle through a communication orb. Laughing with gleeful excitement, he immediately nodded. The deal is a success. As soon as he finished speaking, a new legion of Iron Men began to slowly descend from the sky. Rewinding a few minutes, in the Pope's office, Tuthiet had confidently proposed a partnership. "I can counter the skeletons, but I need planar essency." The Pope was skeptical. "Why should I trust you?" He gave a sly smile. "I'll let you test them first. Hanvu will definitely be back tomorrow." Back in the present, thanks to the army of Iron Men, the Pope's side had gained the upper hand. The clerics immediately launched a pursuit, hunting down the remnants of the skeleton army. Hanvu narrowed his eyes as he assessed the battlefield. He knew he couldn't risk it any further. Continuing would lead to heavy losses. He had no choice but to order a retreat, deciding that dealing with the church would have to wait. With his mind made up, Hanvu shouted, "Retreat!" The skeleton legion quickly withdrew into the forest. Gu Fuang stepped out from behind him and asked curiously, "The Port of Light is heavily guarded by those Iron Men now. What's your next move?" Hanvu gritted his teeth in anger. "I should have dealt with Tuthiet sooner." She reminded him in a serious tone. "This isn't the time for that. The merfolk and werewolves are siding with the Pope, and they've declared an alliance to attack our legion again." He shook his head slightly, his voice ice cold. "Those turncoats are nothing to worry about. I'll deal with all of them when the time comes. It's just..." Suddenly, a skeleton arrived with a report the human king had sent an envoy who wished to see him. Hanvu's expression grew grim, but he nodded for them to be let in. Wary that the humans were trying to fish in troubled waters, Kanmin approached calmly, stating that the king agreed to the reparations, asking only that Hanvu no longer attack human territory. Hanvu laughed in satisfaction. He knows his place. We'll do as he asks. He put an arm around Hanvu's shoulder and asked wittily, "So, how do you plan to handle the church?" Hanvu gave a faint smile. "Let the Pope enjoy his victory for a few days. I'll take out his minions first." Kan Mien excitedly agreed. "I'm in. I have some personal business too. I've found a divine relic. We can go together after this is over." In the following days, the skeleton army relentlessly swept across the werewolf territory. Those foolish wolves couldn't hold out. After 5 days and nights of fighting, their entire army collapsed. Unable to withstand the deadly mushroom poison and the skeleton's ability to resurrect, in the end, over 2 million werewolf soldiers were assimilated, becoming new skeleton soldiers in the Legion. Under Hanvu's command, a small nation vanished from the map. The werewolf kingdom had fallen. Seeing this, the terrified Minotaur kingdom immediately surrendered. Hanvu crossed his arms and sneered. "Scared now, it's too late. Double the reparations, or I'll flatten your entire country." The Minotaur king trembled as he knelt, begging for mercy. "I agree," in his heart. He seethed with regret for following the church and the werewolves, realizing he had truly dug his own grave. After settling these trivial matters, Hanvu returned to the magic formation, standing thoughtfully with his arms crossed amidst a dazzling aura. All 10 high-grade runes were precious, but his body had its limits. He had to choose the most useful ones. After contemplating for a moment, he pointed and made his choice. "These are the ones. Hanvu opened his hand and blazing energy surged through him. The Imperial Rune language amped up his skill power. The Berserker Rune grew stronger with every creature he slew. The Blood Essence Rune heightened all his abilities at the sight of red. And the Nature Rune let him commune with every living being. Power roared inside him. High-grade runes were on a whole different level. His entire body overflowed with unstoppable strength. He curled his lip into a slight smile and leaped high into the air, his voice booming. We march on the Port of Light again, to wash away our shame. The entire skeleton army assembled in unison, their morale soaring, awaiting the order to depart. His brows furrowed, his eyes as cold as steel, as he vowed internally, "Tu Thiet, this time, I will make you pay." The scene shifted. At the Port of Light, just as they arrived, Hanvu ordered a halt. Kan Mian stood stunned in horror, unable to believe his eyes. Not a single person survived. Who could be so cruel? Hanvu walked over to examine the body of a nearby cleric. Looking at the deep, gaping wounds, he could see the man had clearly been beaten to death with bare hands. The two exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing, the Iron Men. Suddenly, a weak voice called out, "Skeleton! Legion!" Startled, Hanvu followed the faint sound. He was shocked to discover the Pope, lying on the verge of death in a pool of ritual blood. Hanvu rushed over and demanded, "Where is Tu Thiet?" Remembering the betrayal. The Pope replied with a tremor in his voice. He's gone," he whispered through gritted teeth. He drained the church of its essence, and ordered the Iron Men to slaughter all the clerics. "I want revenge." Kan Mian tilted his chin and scoffed. "Weren't you the one who invited the wolf into your own house?" The Pope had no strength left. His eyes rolled back. He coughed up blood, and then he stopped breathing. Hanvu sighed softly. So the church was silent because it had been completely wiped out. Kan Mian crossed his arms nonchalantly. "Well, whatever. Let's hurry and find that divine relic. This place is a total ruin." Hanvu chuckled and agreed. "But we can't just leave these essence crystals behind. They're far too valuable to pass up." After collecting all the spoils of war, they ventured deep into the dense forest. Hanvu reminded him quietly, "This great tier divine relic site will be full of traps. We need to scout ahead carefully." Before long, they found the location. A mystical purple aura emanated from above. Kan Mian whispered, "I had the fox people mark the path in advance. We just need to avoid their signs, and we'll be fine." The guide arrows led them deeper into the forest, and the air grew colder with every step. When they reached the final arrow, a biting wind made them both shiver. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared, startling them so much they barely had time to react. "Watch out." The situation grew tense. As Hanvu and Kan Mian faced the misshapen creature, it charged at them silently, swinging a powerful iron arm, which Hanvu luckily managed to dodge. Hanvu immediately counterattacked, activating the Imperial Rune language. His power instantly doubled, and his body radiated a terrifying pressure. With a burst of power from him, the monster's life force seemed to drain away, and it collapsed to its knees before him, not missing the opportunity. Hanvu pulled his companion away to retreat. Kan Mian was still full of praise. "That imperial power is incredible." Hanvu cut him off in a serious tone. "Stop talking. Let's go." Soon after, they reached a path leading down into a cellar. There, they ran into several more giant monsters, all of which immediately took an attack stance. Hanvu frowned in annoyance. "More of them," he muttered, forced to activate the Nature Rune language to open a conscious communication link with the creatures. He closed his eyes and sent a telepathic message. "We're only here for a trial. We mean no harm. Please let us pass." The monster horde roared back in fierce protest. Hanvu said, then stomped his foot and launched himself into the air. "If you won't take the easy way, you'll have to learn the hard way. So don't blame me." He slammed his fist straight into the monster's chest, right where its core was located. It didn't even have time to react before it collapsed instantly. Hanvu let out a low growl as his body swelled in size, his voice turning cold. "Anyone else want to try?" The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward and delivered a devastating punch, taking down another one in the blink of an eye. Seeing an intruder dare to not only break in but also take down two of their comrades, the monsters roared in unison and surged forward to surround Hanvu. The roars shook the entire cave, but seeing Hanvu just grin with excitement, Kan Mian could only sigh and say with a frown, "That's enough." Hanvu wasn't satisfied yet, but thinking of their larger plan, he waved his hand and summoned his skeleton army. Kan Mian also snapped his fingers, calling forth his squad of foxkin to join the fray. The two armies of skeletons and foxkin coordinated perfectly. rushing forward to block the monsters. And the battlefield instantly became a blazing inferno. Taking the opportunity, Hanvu and Kan Nian quickly retreated to the lower level. Kan Nian glanced back at the fierce battle and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, that was close. If I hadn't managed to drag him away, we'd probably be dead by now. Deep inside the cave, countless vortexes of light floated among the stalactites. Kan Nian exclaimed, this is it. The trial area. If we pass the challenges here, we can become demigods and receive a special rune. Just then, the sound of frantic clashes echoed from behind them. It was clear the monsters were closing in fast. Hanvu glanced around, his heart heavy. There was no way to retreat. They had to risk it. Kan Nian had already shot forward like an arrow. He stopped in front of a blue vortex and said excitedly, this one suits me. Then he turned back to remind Hanvu, be careful. Okay. Watching him disappear like the wind, Hanvu shrugged. He sure knows how to make a quick exit. He observed for a long while before choosing a suitable vortex and deciding to enter. The scene before his eyes was a land of cracked, dry earth with a skin-searing wind. The system displayed a notification. Food scarce area. You must eat regularly to survive. Hanvu's stomach immediately growled. He sighed. This really is a place of starvation. I just got here and I'm already hungry. Luckily, I can still connect to my divine realm, so I won't be short on food. But the system remained silent, and the connection signal grew weaker. Hanvu frowned. Why isn't there a mission? Could it be that my link to the divine realm has been severed? While he was still bewildered, he sensed something approaching. He turned to see a horde of misshapen, bony monsters. They were the hungering dead, the souls of humans who had starved to death. His mission was to fend them off and avoid starving himself. Hanvu's face hardened. So, he had to both kill them and eat their flesh to survive. What a twisted trial. The hungering dead roared, swaying as they advanced to surround him. One of them lunged forward first, but Hanvu had already anticipated it. He summoned a skeleton to block it and then finished it off cleanly, simultaneously planting a strange seed in the ground. In an instant, the ground trembled slightly, and a young sprout burst forth. It rapidly grew into a colossal plant, a deathly grand tear flower, a complete dragon herb, and a ghostly shadow vine. Hanvu sat at the center, letting the plant envelop him. He thought to himself, I refuse to eat human flesh. I'll use this plant to draw nutrients from the soil to survive. My skeletons will handle defense. While I enter a state of hibernation to reduce energy consumption, all I need to do is last for 30 days to win. Meanwhile, the royal city was shrouded in a sea of smoke. With ruins and devastation everywhere, the Iron Automaton army had taken over the entire city. In the palace, Tu Thiet sat casually on the throne, laughing arrogantly. The humans' royal city now belongs to me. The church, humanity, and the Oxkin have all been crushed. As for the elves, they're only holding on thanks to their magic circles. How long can that last? An iron automaton escorted Ngu Fuang before him. Tu Thiet stepped down and lightly touched her face with a cold smile. I never expected to catch you in the Oxkin country, planning to be their queen. Were you? Well, too bad for you. You've fallen into my hands. Ngu Fuang shouted in anger. Just wait until Hanvu returns. We'll see who has the last laugh. He caressed her cheek, his voice flat and cold. He won't be coming back. Kan Nian led him to the ancient divine ruins, a place no one survives. He couldn't even handle my ironclad demonic automaton, so surviving that place is just a dream. Then he ordered her to be locked up, ignoring her screams and curses. Not long after, another iron automaton entered to report that, as ordered, Tianlele had surrounded Tan Sang in the valley. Tu Thiet recalled the arrogant expression on Tianlele's face. He let out a satisfied laugh. Excellent. Tianlele may be greedy, but she takes her work seriously. Thinking of Tan Sang, he whispered smugly, you won't escape this time. In a quiet forest, a loud explosion suddenly echoed. Drawing closer, one could see the army of ironclad demonic automatons clashing fiercely with Tianlele's forces. Tan Sang's eyes widened. Tu Thiet's automatons, why is he here? Fighting Tianlele. Then a smile spread across her face. It would be best if they both suffer a crushing defeat. That's my only way out. But just then, the battlefield exploded once more. The frantic sounds of battle suddenly fell silent, replaced by a terrifying quiet. She shivered. Why did it get so quiet? Suddenly, a voice called out, Classmate Tan Sang, I knew you'd be here. Tu Thiet appeared with a gentle smile. I heard Tianlele was trying to harm you, so I rushed here to help. I'm glad you're safe. She's already fled. Tan Sang gave a curt reply. Thank you. But he stepped closer, his voice sickeningly sweet. Classmate Tan Sang. You're being too formal. It was nothing. Sensing his intentions, she quickly moved to her giant bird and ordered it to fly. He asked curiously, Are you planning to leave? He smiled and suggested, Why don't you stay and cooperate with me? We can fight the native forces of this rune civilization together and split the spoils. But inwardly, he was sneering. I spent so much money to stage this play. I can't just let you walk away. Previously, he had met with Tian Lele to negotiate. She had loudly demanded her payment. I've cornered Tan Sang in the valley exactly as you asked. Now pay me the rest of the money. Tu Thiet nodded in praise, then forced her to act out one more scene, telling her she'd only get the full amount if she did it well. She asked suspiciously, What play? He replied coldly. Pretend to be defeated by my iron automaton army. Tian Lele pointed a finger in fury. I have 2 million giant stone golems. Do you know how many planes I had to conquer for them? How can you just tell me to lose? Tu Thiet calmly stated. If you'd like, I have 30 million iron automatons we can discuss this with. Frustrated, she had to concede. Fine, but I'm keeping 500,000 of my stone golems, and you have to double the payment. Inwardly, she was calculating confronting him was suicide. His automatons outnumbered hers, and if she defied him, she'd have nothing left to lose. Having reached an agreement, he smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then it's settled. Back in the present, Tan Sang firmly refused. Classmate 2, I appreciate your kindness, but I have personal matters to attend to. Let's part ways here. As she turned to leave, his voice turned cold. You're planning to find Han Vu, aren't you? I'll be honest with you. Is dead. Killed by my ironclad demonic automaton. Tan Sang didn't believe it and immediately retorted. Han Vu is very strong. An ironclad demonic automaton couldn't necessarily defeat him. And besides, he has his skeleton army. Before she could finish, Tu Thiet cut her off. His skeleton army is nothing. Against my automaton legion, they'd be wiped out in a single blow. Furious and unwilling to argue further, Tan Sang yelled, I don't have time to talk to you, I'm leaving. The moment she spoke, the ground began to shake violently. She turned back and saw her giant bird being restrained by an ironclad demonic automaton. She screamed in anger. Tu Thiet, what are you doing? He dropped the pretense and smirked. Keeping you here. Of course, I'm the strongest one now. My word is law. If you defy me, you can forget about ever leaving this place. He reached out, grabbed Tan Sang by the throat, and lifted her into the air, his eyes full of defiance. Let's see you run now. She screamed and cried in terror, calling his name. Han Vu, save me, save me. That call startled Han Vu in his dream. He shot up, gasping for air. It was just a dream. He realized, I wonder how Tan Sang is doing right now. When he looked down at his own skeletal hands, Han Vu froze in stunned disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Looking at his current state, his face filled with confusion. How did I end up like this? The sounds of his skeleton army fighting the hungering dead snapped Han Vu out of his thoughts. He pushed himself up, causing both sides to freeze. Looking at the carnage before him, he let out a laugh. Just like that, 30 days have passed. Having passed the harsh trial, Han Vu acquired the special grade Rune of Famine, which granted him control over the ability to digest life force. He lifted the rune to examine it, a satisfied smile flashing across his face. Without hesitation, Han Vu absorbed the rune. A small, brilliant vortex appeared in his mind, merging with his consciousness. In just a few seconds, energy surged through his entire body. Han Vu felt it for a moment, then whispered, The demigod realm. I've reached it. At the same time, an exit opened. Han Vu turned and saw the doorway leading outside. Thinking of Tan Sang, he made an instant decision. I'll get out first and figure things out from there. He then led his skeleton army forward. As soon as he left the secret realm, the door behind him closed. Han Vu took a deep breath, eager to test his new power. The system immediately responded. Identity Han Vu. Origin mutated. Level Outer Realm Demigod. Grade 3 Super Gene Warrior. Divine Ability. Directional Mutation. Skills Ultimate Power Slash. Shadow Possession. Dirun Dragon Slash. Black Dragon Transformation. Emperor's Triple Aura. Divinity, 9 points. Currently absorbing the remaining 5 points. Upon completion, will achieve Perfect Demigod. Divine Power over 30 million. also possesses numerous high-grade sacred artifacts. Hanvu scratched his head and sighed lightly. I reached the demigod realm and only got one new divine ability. How stingy. But oh well. At least it's an evolution. Once I absorb all the divinity, I'll be complete. Before he could finish speaking, a swirling portal suddenly appeared above his head. Before he could react, Kan Nian fell out of it. He landed on Hanvu with a thud, laughing dazedly as he said, I finally became a demigod. Hanvu caught him and sighed softly. You're unbelievable. Just go to sleep. Then he tossed him back into the portal. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted near the exit. Hanvu immediately shot to his feet, his gaze fixed warily in that direction. Outside, Tianlilei's soldiers were fighting the monsters guarding the gate. Hanvu ran over and was stunned. She's here too. Knowing Hanvu and Tan Sang were connected, Tianlilei smirked. I have some news about her. A matter of life and death. You want to know? The price is 100,000 planar essence. Without hesitation, Hanvu immediately transferred 10,000 planar essence and urged her, spit it out. Tianlilei, slightly regretting her low price but still keeping her word, revealed that Tan Sang was trapped in a valley by Tu Thiet and might not make it out alive. Hanvu was shocked and yelled, What? A surge of anger and worry washed over him, and Hanvu immediately summoned his wings. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his beastman form and shot off to rescue Tan Sang. Hanvu sped through the mountain range, continuously calling her name. Tan Sang. Tan Sang. Before long, he arrived and landed gently on the valley's peak. He scanned his surroundings, then focused his spiritual power to search for her aura, thinking to himself, First, I need to find her location. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense a thing. Hanvu gritted his teeth in frustration, annoyed that he couldn't track her presence. Just as the tension peaked, something shot past his back, startling him into a sharp turn. It was the golden thunder rock. He was shocked to see its feathers fluttering down everywhere. At the foot of the mountain, the thunder rock was being pinned down and captured by Tu Thiet's iron men. Without hesitation, Hanvu spread his serpent wings and activated the incantation. Runic script glowed on his abdomen, and a fierce gale from his wings sent the iron men stumbling. He ground his teeth in anger, preparing to unleash another strike. Hanvu didn't hesitate to test his new power, and immediately a surging wave of energy shot forward. The Divine Desolation skill unleashed its might, forcing the iron men to the ground, and the thunder rock seized the opportunity to break free from their grasp with a powerful flap of its wings. Before it could celebrate, the thunder rock shivered as it sensed an immense power approaching and quickly turned to investigate. The one who had just arrived was Hanvu. He clung tightly to its tail and gave a firm command. Don't worry. Just get me to Tan Sang. We're running out of time. The thunder rock understood immediately, lowering its body for him to climb onto its back before rocketing through the sky. At the same time, a small, shimmering cave entrance appeared deep in the forest. Inside the cave, Tu Thiet was losing control. He tore her clothes open as Tan Sang struggled desperately, screaming, Let me go. He flashed a vile smile, about to make his move while taunting her. Let's see who dares to stop me. Tan Sang was too exhausted to resist any longer. Just in the nick of time, Hanvu arrived, grinding his teeth as he kicked a large rock straight into Tu Thiet's face, who couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. Interrupted, he clutched his head and spun around, yelling, What the hell? You dare sneak attack me? Seeing Hanvu standing there imposingly, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can it be you? Weren't you already dead? Hanvu didn't bother to answer. His blood was already boiling with rage, his emotions erupting. He lunged forward and slammed a punch into Tu Thiet's face, replying coldly, Even if I die, you won't live in peace. Blood poured from his enemy's mouth, his eyes filled with murderous hatred. He smirked nonchalantly, a contemptuous smile on his face. You think you can kill me? Without another word, Hanvu immediately activated his new skill, Desolation. A glowing seal appeared above Tu Thiet's head, and he instantly felt a strange sensation in his body, clutching his stomach and groaning. Hungry. So hungry. Why am I this hungry? He gritted his teeth and stared at Hanvu. You did something to me, didn't you? Hanvu didn't bother to reply, simply landing another cold, hard punch to his gut. Unable to bear the pain, Tu Thiet collapsed, drenched in sweat, and stammered, Have you really become a demigod? Hanvu summoned a blazing red sword, deliberately informing him, Your demonic iron beast couldn't kill me, and now it has become my slave. As he spoke, he struck. The blade flashed across Tu Tiet's terrified gaze. Now it's your turn to taste what it's like to be gnawed on by metal. Blood splattered everywhere. After dealing with him, Hanvu rushed to help Tan Sang up, calling her name gently. I'm here now. She managed a shy smile and whispered in reply. I'm okay. Hanvu fixed her clothes and then carried her out like a princess. Outside the cave, the Thunder Rock was still waiting. While the Iron Men were in a state of chaos and panic, he glanced at the Iron Men with a cold gaze. Tu Tiet is dead. His clan can no longer sense him, and no one can control them anymore. Then he quickly leaped onto the Thunder Rock's back and commanded, Go. In the air, Hanvu held Tan Sang and asked softly, Feeling better? She nodded weakly and replied quietly, Much better. Did you really become a demigod? He grinned, giving her a teasing thumbs up. You could say that, Tan Sang happily added. That's amazing. Hanvu gently stroked her hair and said, I know a place with an ancient divine ruin. We can gather more planar essence, and once you have enough for your familiars, you'll be able to level up too, she asked worriedly. Most of the nations have been destroyed. Only the Elf Kingdom is barely hanging on. Where will we get the essence? He replied confidently. Simple. We just need to roam the wastelands and try our luck. A short while later, the Thunder Rock flew over a mountain studded with sparkling purple rock formations. Upon seeing it, Hanvu shouted excitedly, An iron ore mine. We can use a decomposer to extract essence metal stones. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. Tan Sang warned. Listen, there's a giant bear at the foot of the mountain, and it's charging this way using sonic waves. Hanvu snapped his fingers gleefully, smiling with confidence. What great luck. There's a source of planar essence right in front of us. He was about to jump down and attack when he turned back, and Tan Sang stopped him. Don't rush in there by yourself. After she spoke, she smiled and snapped her fingers. And immediately, all the birds in the vicinity swarmed towards them. The Thunder Rock majestically led the charge, diving down first with the flock of birds following close behind. It swooped in to dodge an attack, and while it was at it, delivered a few slaps that tore up the bear's face, leaving it staggering to defend itself. From within the dense fog, glowing red eyes began to appear one by one. And right after, countless skeleton soldiers charged out, surrounding the bear. One bear had been infected by bacteria from a poisonous mushroom. Its pupils were completely white as it tilted its head back and let out a ferocious roar. Its body was covered in wounds as it staggered towards another bear. Then without hesitation, it suddenly bit down hard on its opponent's shoulder. Chaos erupted as it went on a frenzy, biting every single bear it could reach, biting madly, biting indiscriminately, not distinguishing between friend or foe. The system has successfully absorbed 0.003 units of planar essence. Seeing the positive result, Hanvu and Tan Sang high-fived in celebration. The Thunder Rock slowly landed, and the group disembarked, with a formidable legion of skeletons behind them. He gently touched his forehead to hers and advised, Just rest here. We'll move on after we've gathered enough planar essence. Tan Sang blushed and nodded in agreement. Time passed quietly, and 10 days later, the team of dwarves was still diligently mining the iron ore. Tan Sang, slightly embarrassed, pushed away the spoonful of porridge. Hanvu was feeding her and said softly, We've gathered quite a bit. I want to go to the ancient city ruins. But he just smiled, continued feeding her, and insisted that she just recovered and needed more rest. Just then, Kan Yin suddenly appeared from a spatial rift, stretching and yelling, I slept so well. Tan Sang quickly greeted him. Classmate Tun. Long time no see. But Kan Yin frowned and looked around, his blonde head swiveling as he sized them up, asking blankly, Where is this? How did you two meet up? Hanvu's face was ice, cold as he cursed inwardly. Why did he have to wake up at this exact moment? Hanvu frowned and dropped a bombshell as cold as lightning. You have the nerve to worry about us. The Jade Princess was killed by Tu Thiet, and the Elf Queen is on her deathbed. His words left Kan Yin completely stunned. He blurted out, What did you say? Hanvu sighed and briefly recounted the recent events. Kan Yin was boiling with rage, screaming, That bastard Tu Thiet. I was only asleep for a few days and he already destroyed the two nation and the one sect. My poor princess. The two of them just stood there, speechless at his ridiculous display of emotion. After yelling, he turned and rushed off. If I couldn't save the princess, I have to help the Elf Queen. We had a thing. After all, as soon as he finished his goodbye, He vanished. Tan Song watched him go and sighed. I didn't expect Kan Yin to be so sentimental. Han Vu cut in. I think he's just crazy. Anyway, just ignore him and rest for a few more days. Suddenly, Tan Sang remembered something and looked over at him with worry in her eyes. You killed Tu Thiet. The Tu family will definitely cause trouble when we get back to the academy. Han Vu had already anticipated this and replied calmly. They wouldn't have spared me, even if I hadn't killed him. I'm just worried about the punishment from the Imperial Capital Academy. Just as he finished speaking, Lena suddenly appeared, her voice sharp. Han Vu, Tan Sang, return to the academy at once. Something important has come up. Tan Sang glanced at Han Vu reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here. Meanwhile, things were getting heated at the academy. Tu Thiet's father slammed his fist down hard on the table. He furiously pointed at Lena and roared. That brat with the surname Han must pay for my son's life with his own. Beside him, Tu Thiet's mother sobbed in agony, calling out her son's name. At that moment, Han Vu placed a hand on Tan Sang's shoulder, advising her, your wounds just healed. You shouldn't go through the trial right now. Don't force yourself just to help me. Tan Sang smiled confidently. Who said it was for you? Ascending to a demigod was my dream, even before I entered the Imperial Capital Academy. Looking at her radiant face, Han Vu's words of protest caught in his throat. Unexpectedly, Tan Sang playfully reached out and touched Han Vu's lips. Don't worry. You've already told me everything about the map and the information. I'm sure I can pass. Left with no other choice, Han Vu could only nod. Okay, I'll wait. Tan Sang ran to the spatial gate, giving him a final instruction. Let's go back to the academy together after this. Okay. After she disappeared, Han Vu sighed fondly and ordered his skeleton soldiers to protect her. Receiving their orders, they immediately shot towards the time-space portal. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Han Vu still stood before the spatial gate, waiting, his heart burning with anxiety. Why hasn't she come back out yet? Han Vu immediately analyzed the situation. The skeleton soldiers went in and lost contact too. I'm afraid something bad has happened. It's been too long. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the portal. As soon as he stepped through, Han Vu found himself facing countless giant beasts lying in wait, completely unfazed. Han Vu transformed into a demon and commanded in a deep voice, "Get lost." Instantly, a colossal dragon appeared, its overwhelming presence making all the monsters tremble and prostrate themselves. He quickly flew up to search for Tan Sang. Just then, Han Vu spotted a sphere floating in midair. He reached out and touched it, his expression darkening. This trial gate is locked. It can't be opened from the outside. If I can't open it, then I'll just have to break it. Han Vu gathered his strength and charged at the sphere, but was immediately knocked back. He frowned in confusion. Could it be that someone who has already passed can't enter again? Unwilling to give up, Han Vu unleashed his ultimate move, simultaneously activating all three of his seal incantations to attack Honor Alteramus. The three techniques shot out at once, and the sphere couldn't withstand the assault. Cracking open a small fissure, finally, Han Vu managed to squeeze inside, but before him were countless portals, each one emitting a different color. He paused in confusion, unsure which portal Tan Sang had entered. Realizing he was being too reckless, Han Vu took a deep breath to calm himself and used his divine sense to find the strongest trace of Tan Sang's aura. Just then, a portal high above flashed with light. Immediately after, Tan Sang stepped out from the glowing portal. Seeing that she was safe, Han Vu couldn't hold back and shouted her name. He rushed to catch her as she landed, and Tan Sang came to her senses in his arms as Han Vu asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Unfortunately, Han Vu's foot tripped on a small rock on the ground. He lost his balance, causing them both to fall hard onto the ground. When they collected themselves, the scene was enough to make anyone blush. Han Vu was still holding her, their lips almost touching. Tan Sang, beet red, quickly pushed him away. "Let go." Han Vu awkwardly scratched his head. Right." She excitedly summoned her sigil, boasting, "Look, I've leveled up. It's the unique Thunder class, increasing my lightning skill's power 5 times. And I've even grasped the domain of thunder." Han Vu smiled and praised her. "Your energy is now close to that of a monarch-level life form." Suddenly, Lena's stern voice came through. "Han Vu, the academy requires your immediate return." The signal cut off abruptly. Tan Sang firmly grabbed Han Vu's hand and said, "I'll go back with you." Elsewhere, 3 people stood before a teleportation gate. their expressions cold and the atmosphere heavy with pressure. As soon as the gate fluctuated, the headmaster ordered through gritted teeth. Arist Hanvun sight. The two of them stepped out of the glowing ring with powerful auras. Tan Sang stood protectively in front of Han Vu and quickly explained. Tu Thiet was trying to do something horrible to me. That's why he acted. Tu Thiet's father roared in protest. That's a baseless accusation. His mother also questioned her furiously. What gives you the right to defend him? Tan Sang stepped before the headmaster and pleaded, Sir, you can view my memories. I'm not making this up. The headmaster nodded and used his ability to look into her memories. The images appeared clearly, Tu Thiet forcing himself on Tan Sang, and Han Vu appearing to stop him. Tu Thiet's parents still denied it frantically. Impossible, the headmaster gestured with his hand. Guards, please escort them out. He turned and said sternly, Han Vu, even though you were saving someone, you used excessive force. Your punishment is suspension until the university entrance exams. Han Vu was surprised. Is that all? Tan Sang worried. Suspension is already a heavy punishment. Han Vu smiled reassuringly. It's fine. I was planning to take a break to focus on absorbing divinity and reach the demigod level in the god's domain. 15 days later, he stood before the ancient statue and reported, Absorption complete. Divinity has reached 10 points. I request to ascend to a perfect demigod. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue erupted in a brilliant light. A golden beam shot out from the statue's central eye, and pure energy enveloped the space. A crystal entered his body directly, and power surged around him. Han Vu was overjoyed. It's divine light. My prayer has been answered. The divine light contained the power to transform all things, and with proper cultivation, it could even nourish his god's domain. He blurted out, So, have I leveled up? He tried to sense it. The powerful energy transformed his aura. He could now reach the monarch-level lifeform without even needing his black dragon transformation. Suddenly, Adim, dark light appeared, putting him on alert. What is this? A new information panel lit up, clearly displaying name Han Vu. Rank demigod. Class level 2 supergene warrior. Talents, divine talent. Child of heaven's choice. Unique. Rebellious. Abilities directed mutation. Unique life sacrifice. Skills fusion. Giant force slash. Violent dragon slash. Black dragon transformation. Along with a host of other god-level abilities. Han Vu mused aloud. Ascending to demigod has unlocked my rebellious divine sense and awakened the guardian soul pupil. What I'm seeing are the free souls in this space. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Fusion. Is this my divine power? After that, he tried combining all his skills, auxiliary seals, black dragon transformation, plan fusion, and emperor's aura. The streams of energy swirled around and merged into a completely new power. His physical form changed, sprouting a pair of wings and a curving black tail. He swung his arm, unleashing a massive blast of energy that tore through the air. The stone wall cracked apart. Han Vu smiled. This power is extraordinary. I'll call this move Black Dragon Metamorphosis. Reverting to his normal form, he summoned a Tazi insect emperor to test the fusion on a living creature. A cloud of black energy enveloped the monster. A light flashed, and its body underwent a drastic transformation. Before him stood a giant beast. Han Vu praised it. Excellent. It has reached the hero-level life form, strong enough to wipe out the hero-level fish demon tribe in an instant. He nodded in satisfaction. But the fusion consumed too much divine power. A few attempts had already cost him several million. Looking at his remaining energy, an idea struck him. Fire crystals. The energy condensed into a brilliant red crystal. He calculated mentally, one fire crystal could be sold for 1,600,000 divine power. If he crafted one per day, he could earn hundreds of millions in a year. Enough to exchange for 1 point of divinity. Han Vu laughed excitedly. I found another way to earn divine power. He continued practicing fusion. A few days later, at the academy gate, a guard stopped a stranger. No entry for non-staff or students. It was Ho-Hai. He frowned and muttered, But I'm a true god. He decided to let it go. This is the Imperial Capital Academy. There are true gods and even god kings here. Causing trouble would be foolish. He thought to himself, the signal responded so quickly. That means I'm very close to the thief who stole the god king's treasure. Ho-Hai hesitated, wondering if the Han Vu inside this academy was the one he was looking for. He needed to find a way to get inside. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard Tu Thiet's father shouting at the gate, accusing the academy of harboring a murderer. While Tuthiet's mother cried and screamed Hanvu's name, an idea struck Hohai. He approached them with a smile. You two can help me. My target is also Hanvu, and the reward will be generous. Later, in a reception room, they had somehow gotten inside. Tuthiet's parents continued to cause a scene, claiming Hanvu murdered their son. Lena replied coldly. The cause of death has been determined. Persisting like this is pointless. Hohai stood quietly in a corner, activating a device and aiming it straight at Hanvu. A strong reaction wave emanated from Hanvu's body. Hohai smirked in satisfaction. So it really is the one who stole the God King's treasure. If I can capture him, the reward will be immense. Now I just need to figure out how to lure him out of this place. Tuthiet's father cursed furiously. Hanvu, you won't die a peaceful death, his mother chimed in. Lena frowned and warned them. The academy is not a place for you to cause trouble. Get out now, Hohai casually interjected, pulling the other two away. All right, that's enough. Let's go. As the door closed, Tuthiet's father asked urgently, Lord True God, we helped you get in here. Are we just going to let that brat Hanvu off the hook? Hohai replied confidently. Leave it to me. You two will get the justice you deserve. But don't interfere. Knowing it was useless to argue further, the two left resentfully. Hohai stayed behind, secretly pressing his ear against the door to listen. Inside, Lena's voice was gentle and reassuring. Hanvu, don't pay any mind to their words. She smiled encouragingly. Tuthiet's death was his own doing. You did nothing wrong. Hanvu nodded. Don't worry. They can't affect me. If anything, they just make me want to become stronger. Lena laughed. Pleased. That's my student. Now that you're a perfect demigod, focus on cultivating your divine sense and prepare for the assessment. If you fail, you'll be expelled. She held out a golden insignia, saying, This is a ticket to the outer battlefield. You can go and try your luck. That place is the ideal environment to adapt to the aura of a demigod. Hanvu accepted it gratefully, his spirit soaring. I definitely won't disappoint you. Outside, Hohai heard everything and smirked slightly. The outer battlefield. Interesting. He watched Hanvu's departing figure and muttered, See you in there. On his way back, Hanvu suddenly remembered that each ticket allowed 2 people to enter. It would be a waste to go alone. He immediately called Dian Van. The phone had just started ringing when his teacher picked up, smiling as he asked, Hanvu, how's life at the academy? He replied cheerfully, Mr. Dean, I've ascended to a perfect demigod. I'd like to invite you to join me in the outer battlefield. Are you free? Dian Van was both surprised and delighted. A demigod, that's amazing, of course I'll go. Hanvu nodded. Then, let's meet tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the Imperial Capital Teleportation Station. Back home, Hanvu was busy packing, thinking, I'm leaving tomorrow. I should just pick a few useful holy relics. In the end, he selected a few items that he was satisfied with. They included the level 4 Holy Relic Seal of Violent Attributes, the level 2 Holy Relic Petrification Touch, the level 4 Holy Relic Tome of Replication, and the level 4 Holy Relic Thunderfire Explosion Orb. He looked at the pile of items with a determined gaze. This trip must be a success. He suddenly thought of Tan Song. She's probably in seclusion, absorbing divinity right now. The scene changes. It's night, and a soft knock sounds at Tan Sang's door. She quickly opened the door and was surprised to see who it was. Hanvu. What are you doing here? Come in. He shook his head slightly and said seriously, No need. I'm going to the outer battlefield to train tomorrow. I just wanted to come say goodbye. Tan Song was stunned for a moment, her voice tinged with sadness. Leaving so soon, Hanvu scratched his head shyly. By the time I get back, you'll probably have leveled up too. I'll see you then. As he turned to leave, she grabbed his hand. Come for a walk with me. And so, the two of them walked side by side under the lights. Tan Song smiled. It's a good thing my seclusion doesn't start until tomorrow, or I would have missed this goodbye. Hanvu laughed. We must be on the same wavelength. She didn't reply, instead asking with concern, Are you fully prepared? The outer battlefield is very dangerous. She then took out a holy relic and gave it to him. This nether seal has its limitations, but it's useful. Take it with you. It was a level 4 holy relic that could revert a summoned creature below the hero life form back to its soul form before death. Hanvu was slightly taken aback, his eyes shining. The nether seal could help his rebellious divine sense devour souls to level up. It was truly a precious item. He smiled gratefully. Thank you. Hearing that, Tansang emotionally hugged him tightly, her voice trembling. I can't go with you this time. You have to be careful. Hanvu gently placed a hand on her shoulder. He leaned down and gave her a surprise kiss. But, unexpectedly, Tansang didn't pull away and even deepened it. Hanvu's heart filled with joy. She hadn't rejected him. After that kiss, they both understood each other's feelings. He held her one last time. Reluctant to leave, Hanvu blushed and told her softly, "Wait for me to come back." She blushed and nodded, reminding him, "Be careful." The next morning, Hanvu met Tianvan at the teleportation station. "You're here early." "Teacher." The old man laughed. "Couldn't sleep, so I came to wait." "Let's go." Both of them bit their fingers. They dripped blood onto a golden emblem to activate the guiding portal. As soon as the blood fell, the emblem flared brightly, and a dark red stream of spiritual power coiled around it. The swirling energy formed a space portal. The two looked at each other, nodded, and stepped through together. Passing through the portal, they were teleported to the ancient battlefield. As soon as they arrived, a guard was already waiting. He briefly showed them their temporary quarters and then left. Hanvu frowned at the tattered tent. Annoyed. "You call this a place to stay?" He called out after him. "Get us a different place," but the man just laughed and walked away. In contrast, Teacher Tian remained calm. He placed a hand on Hanvu's shoulder. "Don't get worked up. Let's go inside and see what it's like first." The two tensed up as they pulled back the flap, but they were stunned by what they saw inside. It was a spacious interior with full amenities. Leaving Hanvu in disbelief, he nodded reluctantly. "This place is truly a different world from the outside. I guess staying here for now is acceptable." Suddenly, he noticed a guidebook placed right in the middle of the room. They read it together. The more he read, the more stunned Hanvu became. It turned out the tent could hide them from the scans of the ancient battlefield's will. The arena allowed summoning familiars but limited their numbers. He angrily threw the book down, thinking, "If I can't rely on numbers, how am I supposed to fight?" Tianvan narrowed his eyes as if remembering something. He pointed out, "Wait. The book says this tent can link to its own operating system. Let's check it out." Hearing that, Hanvu opened his system panel to check. Sure enough, a series of options appeared. From hundreds of thousands of elite life locusts, to a few warlords, frost soldiers, knights, or even a robotic intelligence lord. The number of choices was incredibly rich. After careful consideration, he decided to choose the option with the largest numbers. Tianvan also finished his selection. He snapped his fingers, and a whole pack of spirit rabbits appeared. The system prompted only core familiars can be summoned inside the tent. No new units can be added during combat. Divinity fragments will appear on the ancient battlefield. The rarer they are, the higher their value. Identical fragments can be combined into a complete divinity, which can be used to exchange for materials to upgrade the tent. Understanding the mechanics, Hanvu eagerly suggested, "Let's gather divinity fragments and upgrade the tent." "Let's go." The two left the tent and headed onto the battlefield. As they walked, Tianvan explained, "Divinity fragments are generated by deities. To get them, we have to defeat them. The deities are divided into multiple levels, distinguished by the halo at their feet. White is level 1. The weakest. Blue is level 2. The strongest are the deities with a red halo, which produce level 5 divinity fragments." As he was speaking, Hanvu suddenly heard a noise. He signaled for silence and hid with his teacher behind a boulder. He smiled slightly and pointed in one direction. "Teacher, look over there." Tianvan had just looked up when he saw a streak of light flash by. Before them was a deity standing on a white halo. Its aura was weaker than a red one's, but still powerful. Tianvan was secretly pleased. They had just arrived and already found an ancient spirit. He assessed, although it's low level, its halo is quite bright. It must be a good one among the weaker types. Hanvu immediately gave the order. "Shadow Emperor, go, test your strength against it." The moment he spoke, the giant insect appeared. It flapped its wings and charged straight at the target. Its speed so fast that only a trail of dark energy tearing through the air was visible. The armored deity sensed the danger and seized the opportunity to launch a precise counterattack to block it. The blow sliced off one of the Shadow Emperor's wings. Enraged, it roared and unleashed a series of attacks. The dark spiritual power seemed to have a mind of its own. Focusing its assault on the armored deity, a portion of the dark energy fell to the ground, then suddenly took root, sprouting into vines that wrapped around the target. By the time the armored deity realized what was happening, it was tightly bound, its body almost completely immobilized. The Shadow Emperor seized the opportunity to dash forward, its claws piercing through the deity's chest and shattering its spirit core. The armored deity cried out in pain as its body began to disintegrate into light. From the wound, several level 1 divinity fragments floated up into the air. Tianvan cheered excitedly. Excellent, quickly. Collect the fragments. Even though they're only level 1, there are 8 of them. That's a great haul. Hanvu walked over, picked up a fragment, and examined it. He pondered. So this is the godhood contained within the fragments. Even though it's only level 1, its value isn't bad. Tianvan nodded and analyzed. The godhood of valor, although low level, carries a useful divine art. Its value is double that of ordinary fragments. Hanvu laughed happily. Having you with me really multiplies the harvest. Teacher. Just as he finished speaking, another swarm of Shadow Emperors flew back to report. They had discovered new prey. Hanvu smirked. Good. Let's continue the hunt. Before them was a herd of spirit beasts, cornered and surrounded by a swarm of Shadow Emperors, but the materials they dropped were only low grade. Hanvu was about to ignore them, but Tianvan stopped him. Even a small gain is still a gain. We can't be wasteful. Seeing his teacher's point, Hanvu smiled. Then let's wipe them all out. Tianvan also sent his spirit rabbits into the fray. The Shadow Emperors let out a deafening roar, unleashing a ferocious sound wave. The battle erupted, with explosions and tremors echoing throughout the area. In the end, Hanvu and Tianvan wiped out the entire herd of spirit beasts. Looking at the sky full of floating divinity fragments, the harvest was meager. Tianvan assessed. A dozen or so deities only yielded 30 fragments, and level 2 fragments are rare among them. Hanvu sighed. If we keep going this slowly, who knows when we'll have enough to assemble a high-level fragment. Suddenly, a Shadow Emperor flew over and landed on his shoulder to deliver a report. Hanvu's expression turned serious. He quietly said to Tianvan, Behind you, at a 30-degree angle, there are 2 people watching us. It looks like they want to steal our fragments. What should we do? His face grew cold, and the corner of his mouth curled into a provocative smirk. If anyone dares to make a move, let them try. I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. The 2 stalkers behind them were still gleefully plotting. Big bro, look at their setup. They're obviously newbies. An easy meal. The fat one stopped him. They've only killed a few weak deities. Not much loot yet. Let's let them fatten up before we slaughter them. The skinny one clapped his hands in praise. That's a great plan. But Tianvan was worried, not wanting any trouble. He softly suggested, Hanvu, maybe we should go back to the base first and sort out these fragments. He put an arm around his teacher's shoulder and smiled calmly. Don't worry, teacher. I have the situation under control. The Shadow Emperors will keep a close eye on their movements. Seeing how composed he was, Tianvan felt temporarily reassured and nodded, but he found it strange. He was the teacher, yet he was being comforted by his student. Before he could fully process it, Hanvu had already ordered a Shadow Emperor to continue scouting. As they crossed the desert, both remained silent and on guard. Suddenly, a Shadow Emperor returned, carrying extremely important news. After hearing the report, Hanvu's face lit up. He told Tianvan, There's a deity with a purple halo up ahead. Hearing this, his teacher also got excited. Purple means it's at least a level 3 godhood. If we work together, we'll definitely win. Let's go. When they arrived, they were greeted by a thick cloud of dust that covered everything. On the ground lay a heavily injured person, motionless, their fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the purple deity stood tall, its aura overwhelming. Hanvu and Tianvan hid and watched, guessing that it had just fought a fierce battle. The familiars killed by it were all Lord-class lifeforms. It's clearly a wind element user. Teacher, your spirit rabbits can hold it in place. The 2 began to set up their formation. Hanvu would use clones combined with a self-destruct skill, while Tianvan would control the spirit rabbits to fire a continuous barrage of missiles, employing a strategy of attrition. But Hanvu just shook his head and scoffed. This opponent isn't worthy of me using so many tricks. Tianvan asked worriedly, What are you planning to do? But before he could finish, Hanvu had already transformed into a demon, shot straight into the sky, and yelled, I'm taking it head on. The armored deity noticed him and raised its fan in a defensive stance. On high alert, a stream of spiritual power from the sky converged on the fan he was holding, but Hanvu didn't hesitate at all. He flew closer and unleashed a weakening skill, shouting, Burn, before the armored deity could understand what was happening. It was locked in place. and a vortex appeared on its chest. He immediately summoned a radiant divine sword. A powerful slash aimed straight at the target. The blow carried immense pressure, forcing the opponent to its knees. Its body was crushed, and its divinity disintegrated into pieces. The two stalkers in the distance also caught a few stray fragments. Overjoyed. Wow. We actually picked up some level 3 fragments. Meanwhile, Hanvu had already gathered all the remaining fragments. Seeing this, the skinny guy grew greedy and whispered, "They have 8 fragments. What a waste." The other one stopped him. "Forget it. Did you see how he fights? You still dare to mess with him?" The fat guy understood the situation and nodded. "The level 3 fragments are good enough. Let's bounce." But before they could take a step, a dark shadow fell over them. Hanvu had appeared out of nowhere. He blocked their path, his eyes as cold as ice. "You dare take my things," the subordinate shot back. "This is the ancient battlefield finders keepers. Do you have any proof?" Hanvu let out a contemptuous laugh, calling them daredevils. Not bothering to argue, he unleashed a giant dragon slash straight down on the two of them. Their defenses crumbled before his overwhelming power. Two of them couldn't even react before being struck down, their bodies shattering into pieces. A series of godhood fragments dropped from their bodies, which Hanvu immediately pulled toward himself. He caught each fragment and muttered, "With this level of skill, you dare to compete with me for achievements." Dien Van approached from a distance and began fusing the fragments. After finishing, he turned happily and said, "This is enough to sell to the base. We can upgrade our tent." The scene shifts to the military encampment where they are stationed. A space-time vortex appeared in the air, and Lac Thien stepped out. "Flattering. Brother Truong, you're truly amazing. You even managed to get a ticket to the ancient battlefield." Truong Quang chuckled lightly. That ticket was a small matter. But inwardly, he was brimming with pride, having received so many precious resources for reporting to the God King. Suddenly, both of them froze, clearly sensing that something was amiss. It turned out that nearby, Hanvu was cheerfully talking to Dien Van. "These godhood fragments are enough to expand the tent's perimeter to 2 kilometers. Let's go find more to upgrade further." Just as he turned, they unexpectedly came face to face with Lac Thien and Truong Quang. Both sides stood frozen, speechless. Dien Van reacted quickly, offering a polite smile in greeting. "Brother Truong, Teacher Lac, I didn't expect to see you two here." Lac Thien snorted coldly, his face clearly showing his displeasure. Truong Quang maintained a friendly demeanor, his eyes glancing at Hanvu with a hidden warning. "Teacher Dean, it's a pleasure to see you again. And you, Hanvu, I've had a hard time looking for you since we parted at the Divine River ruins." Hanvu gave a faint smile, pretending to be clueless. "I don't understand what Mr. Truong is talking about." He wondered to himself how he knew he'd been to the ruins. Since he was clearly wearing a mask at the time, he probably didn't have any solid proof. Seeing his silence, Truong Quang forced a smile and continued, "Perhaps I mistook you for someone else. But your progress is truly astonishing. You're the same age as my son, yet you've already reached the demigod level." Though he was smiling on the outside, he was screaming internally with regret for his useless son, whose godly domain had shattered, dooming him to be a commoner for life. Dien Van quickly ended the conversation. "Mr. Truong, Teacher Lac, Hanvu and I have something to attend to, so please excuse us." He glanced over warily, thinking they needed to leave immediately, as any more conversation would surely lead to conflict. Seeing no reaction from the other party, Dien Van immediately pulled Hanvu away. When they were at a distance, Lac Thien asked angrily, "You're just letting that brat go. He's the one who crippled your son." Truong Quang replied coldly, "There's no rush. As long as he's in the ancient battlefield, we're bound to run into him again." With that, he turned and left. Lac Thien continued to watch Hanvu's retreating figure, smirking smugly. "True. Once the silver tent is upgraded, we'll crush them with our familiars. I refuse to believe a newly minted demigod can stand against us." Back at the tent, Dien Van frowned and warned, "You don't have a divine art yet. Fighting Truong Quang is very dangerous. You must avoid conflict." Hanvu frowned, unconvinced. "Teacher, don't overestimate him. We got here before them, so we have many advantages. I don't think he's that strong." Dien Van sighed and explained, "You still don't understand Truong Quang. I heard he's recently been backed by a major power and has even cultivated a monarch-level life form." He patted Hanvu's shoulder, advising, "You have the entrance exam for the Imperial Capital Academy soon. Conserving your strength should be your top priority." But Hanvu stubbornly refused. Teacher, you know how precious this trip to the battlefield is. I can't give it up because of Truong Quang. Dien Van was furious, thinking, this kid is so stubborn. Han Vu turned his head and grinned slyly. That's why we need to get even stronger. It seemed he was already prepared. In just a few days, Han Vu used his Soul Guard's eye to enhance his heretic godhood. He now possessed a completely new form. After 6 consecutive uses, the heretic godhood had accumulated enough experience and successfully upgraded. Satisfied, he awakened his heretic divine art once again. Before him were 2 choices: the Blade of Heresy, a summoned weapon that could convert between physical and magical damage, and could also fuse with rare weapons, or the Dual Guns of Heresy, which could switch range damage between physical and magical, and fused well with gun-type weapons. Holding the sword in his hand, Han Vu frowned. Why can I only choose one, he wondered. Should I go the way of the warrior or the gunslinger? Or perhaps both paths had their own unique potential for growth. After a moment of thought, Han Vu smiled. Having made his decision, he raised the sword high and chose the Blade of Heresy. With his skills leaning towards close combat, a great sword was the best choice. This sword could also change its form, making it a perfect fit. He gently stroked the blade and was delighted to discover that the more souls it absorbed, the more its shape would change. His preparations complete, he stood up, pushed aside the tent flap, and strode out with the sword slung over his shoulder. Full of vigor, he channeled energy into a basic test swing, and the sharp arc of the blade instantly snapped the tree in front of him. Staring at the fallen tree, Han Vu was stunned. He clearly hadn't used any attributes, yet it still caused immense damage. What was happening? He swung the sword again. Determined to investigate further, the sword lit up and sliced cleanly through the tree trunk. But this time he had tried to apply a corrosion effect, and nothing happened. This left him even more confused. To figure it out, Han Vu swung the sword down at the ground to test it. The strike cracked the earth, sending dust and stone flying, and a shattering effect, like that of a heavy weapon, appeared again. He raised the sword to examine it closely. It clearly had the dark attribute, but it didn't produce its usual effects. The Blade of Heresy was truly heretical. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he used this to misdirect his opponents, it would surely be incredibly effective. Dien Van appeared from behind him, announcing excitedly, Han Vu, we've been allocated our god points. It's enough to upgrade the tent. He then looked at the surrounding scene, startled, and asked, what are you doing? He grinned and replied, I just developed a divine art that's a perfect fit for me. He then recounted everything. The art defied common sense and worked in completely unexpected ways. After listening, Dien Van's jaw dropped. Something like that can actually happen. Han Vu slung the sword over his shoulder and declared confidently, if Truong Quang dares to cause trouble, I'll take care of him. Dien Van gently reminded him, you should still be careful. But Han Vu, exuberant, paid him no mind and pulled him along. Let's go see how the tent upgrade looks. Dien Van could only offer a wry smile. A short while later, they arrived at the newly upgraded campsite. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on the successful upgrade. Combat area expanded to 4 square kilometers. Han Vu stepped inside, his eyes lighting up as he looked around. Han Vu was thrilled. 4 square kilometers, that's enough to summon more familiars. Dien Van nodded in agreement. We have to make every minute count. Afterward, both of them entered a state of serious cultivation. Han Vu focused all his energy on developing his swordsmanship, and just a few days later, his heretic godhood experience skyrocketed. Dien Van also acquired a powerful, lord-level life form. Both were satisfied, unaware that Ho Hai had appeared silently, secretly observing Han Vu and planning to capture him to present to the God King. Behind him, another spatial gate opened. 2 Thiet's parents appeared, asking urgently as soon as they stepped out, Lord True God, can we really kill Han Vu? Ho Hai frowned and replied, since I've brought you 2 here, I will certainly help you get your revenge. Hearing this, they finally nodded in relief. Unexpectedly, another portal opened, and Truong Quang and Lac Thien also arrived. Lac Thien greeted them cheerfully upon seeing them. He smiled and asked, we've been watching Han Vu for a long time. When do we make our move? Ho Hai calmly replied, no rush. Let him get used to the battlefield first. Inwardly, he felt annoyed. A true god and 4 demigods having to deal with a newly promoted kid was ridiculous. But it was an order from the God King, so he had to comply. He gave a faint, confident smile. Han Vu, this time, there's no escape for you. In the following days, Hanvu and Dianvan continued to hunt divine spirits, with the Shadow Emperor tightly surrounding the enemy. Upon receiving the command, the red-winged Shadow Emperor and Dianvan's rabbit spirit charged in from two directions. The divine spirit couldn't react in time and disintegrated moments later. The spirit form vanished, turning into a floating stream of spiritual energy, which Hanvu neatly absorbed. He smiled. Now I can summon more, strategize better, and upgrading my godhood is smoother too. Dianvan also absorbed the spiritual energy and praised him happily. The effect is remarkable. You've gained 3 divine arts in just a few days. Suddenly, the wind picked up, carrying 2 figures with it. Hanvu narrowed his eyes and greeted them. So, you two have arrived as well. The moment Tuthiet's parents saw him, they gritted their teeth in furious hatred. Without another word, Hanvu immediately launched himself forward, thinking, they're definitely here for revenge. I'll strike first to gain the upper hand. Tuthiet's father drew a green sword from thin air, gripping the hilt tightly, ready for battle. The two clashed, and Hanvu's blade of heresy gradually shattered his opponent's sword. The man roared in fury. You bastard, you killed my son and broke my weapon, I'll tear you to shreds. Hanvu smirked. You won't have to wait long. I'll send you both to join your son right now. Then, he transformed. Pointed wings and purple skin appeared as his monarch-level life form emerged. The other two were shocked. He was only a demigod, yet he had already reached the monarch threshold. If they didn't eliminate him now, the future consequences would be unimaginable. He shouted, summoning an army of iron men that charged forward. Hanvu smiled and dodged aside, gesturing lightly with his hand to prepare an attack. Dianvan, worried, immediately summoned his rabbit spirit to provide support. Tuthiet's parents summoned a seal, and a dark green orb of magic swirled into existence. The army of iron men instantly merged into a single, colossal figure. Hanvu smirked and called forth his Shadow Emperor, which immediately charged forward for a direct assault. But the Iron Giant shattered the Shadow Emperor's armor with a single swing of its sword, its body crumbling to pieces. The couple laughed gleefully. Not so arrogant now, are you? Don't even dream of surviving this time. Hanvu frowned slightly, but kept his smile. It was just as he planned. Instantly, a swarm of other Dark Emperors swooped down from the sky. Before the Iron Man could react, it was annihilated, its body trembling before completely disintegrating. The other two screamed and charged at Hanvu. Yelling, Justy, he leaned to the side to dodge, then swiftly circled behind and landed a powerful blow to the back of Tuthiet's father's neck. A resounding thud echoed as the man collapsed on the spot. Tuthiet's mother's eyes widened in fury as she charged in a frenzy. Dianvan suddenly appeared behind her, intervening to stop her and then delivering a fatal stab. She crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Hanvu flew over with a radiant smile. Thank you, teacher. That was a perfect move. Suddenly, a strange aura descended. Dianvan's face paled as he warned, we need to get out of here. Now, but it was too late. Trong Quang and Lak Thien appeared in the distance, riding their beasts with ice-cold gazes. There's nowhere to run. Dianvan clenched his fists warily. What are you planning to do? All around them, charred bodies lay scattered and motionless. Lak Thien sneered mockingly, his eyes darkening. Teacher Dean, Hanvu, you two have really improved these past few days, killing 2 demigods without shedding a single drop of blood. The bodies of Tuthiet's parents were still warm. Hanvu narrowed his eyes, considering their options. Their Spring Clan numbers were overwhelming, and his side had already lost their kin. Fighting now would be disadvantageous. Seeing his hesitation, the teacher thought to himself, it'll be good enough if I can save one of you. Dianvan seriously proposed a plan. In a moment, I'll risk my life to open a path for you. You just need to fly high into the sky to escape. Hanvu was moved, his gaze fixed on his teacher. You're going to risk your life for me, the man replied sternly. Don't talk nonsense. I'll only make one move, so you have to seize the right moment. Hanvu squeezed his teacher's shoulder reassuringly. Teacher Dean, the situation isn't that dire yet. I can still turn this around. Just trust me. All we need is to be careful. Lak Thien scoffed. Turn this around with what against this mighty Spring Clan army? You two are nothing but trash. Trong Quang stood tall with a dignified air, his voice deep and gruff. Teacher Dean, we are only targeting Hanvu this time. If you don't interfere, you won't be involved. Dianvan was resolute. As a teacher, I cannot stand by and watch my student be harmed. That is my principle in life. Lak Thien narrowed his eyes coldly. Dinvan, you think you're so noble. When your entire clan is wiped out, let's see if you can still hold on to your principles. Truong Quang interjected. What a pity. You and I could have been friends. The order was given, and the pack of wolves snarled, baring their teeth as they closed in. The wolf riders charging forward. Dinvan immediately turned to summon a flock of rabbit spirits, activating their magic bombs. The rabbits spun rapidly, transforming into a white whirlwind that crashed into the wolves. But the ferocious wolf riders swung their claws, tearing them to shreds until they vanished. Dinvan gritted his teeth, shutting his eyes tightly, unable to bear the tragic sight. The rabbits he had raised and cherished like his own life were now being slaughtered. Hanvu frowned, took out a magic leaf, and put it in his mouth and swallowed. The sword in his hand immediately transformed. Its sharp tip retracted, enveloped in a dark green smoke, and a tree trunk grew out from behind him as he let out a challenging roar. Hanvu maintained a cold expression, delivering precise slashes at the wolf pack, each one howling before turning to ash. From the bodies of the fallen beasts, twisting vines sprouted and coiled tightly. Thorny vines shot out, blocking the wolf riders. Truong Quang gritted his teeth, thinking bitterly, this kid is really full of tricks. He pointed, and the largest green-furred wolf stepped forward, with blazing red eyes. Its claws tore through all the vines, leading the wolf pack to surround them. Hanvu instantly dashed up from behind it, smiling to himself. You've fallen right into my trap. The largest vine suddenly whipped down, and red blood splattered everywhere. He soared into the air with an axe blade, unleashing a furious attack. Hanvu let out a grim laugh, his eyes provoking his opponent without a hint of fear. He raised his weapon and charged straight at Truong Quang and Lak Thien, yelling, Di Truong Quang. Enraged, took out a fan-shaped gem. The downward strike of the scythe's blade slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave spread, and the gem in Truong Quang's hand cracked and then disintegrated. He panted. Luckily, I still had a defensive divine artifact. Suddenly, blood sprayed into the air. He turned around, frozen in shock to see Lak Thien beheaded, collapsing beside him, dead with his eyes wide open. Hanvu's hand suddenly trembled. He felt a bit dizzy from a strange sensation. He turned his head and realized the time limit for the phantom shadow lock was up. Dinvan urgently shouted, Run now. Truong Quang roared in fury. You think you can run after killing my wolf riders? A giant wolf, as large as a mountain, charged out as he yelled, Fan Li Ni. Stop them. The massive wolf swung its claws, and both of them were sent flying into the distance. At that exact moment, the vines on Hanvu's body also vanished into thin air. He closed his eyes as he fell, screaming in agony. The gene lock has worn off. I can't use it for the next 10 days. His eyes were sunken and dark as he struggled to crawl up, asking in a panic, Teacher Dean, where are you? Before him, Dinvan was lying motionless amidst the rubble. The large wolf bent down, snatched them both in its jaws, and brought them before Truong Quang. He gritted his teeth, his icy gaze fixed on Hanvu. This was his only chance to finish him. Just then, Ho Hai suddenly appeared in midair. Truong Quang, what do you think you're doing? I told you to capture him alive. Sweat poured down his face as Truong Quang hurriedly explained. Lord True God, I misunderstood. I was just about to bring him to you. Ho Hai's lips curled into a cold smile. He lifted Hanvu up and said, Remember to collect your reward from the God King later. Hearing this, Truong Quang was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. He glanced at Dinvan, thinking with a cold smile, killing this demigod will surely be beneficial too. Hanvu trembled, mustering his last bit of strength to press a sharp blade to his own neck, threatening, If you dare kill my teacher, I'll self-destruct right now. Truong Quang frowned, smiling contemptuously. In your dying state, do you even have the strength to self-destruct? Hanvu gritted his teeth and looked straight at Ho Hai, his voice cold. If I do, you'll have no one to report your results to. As he finished speaking, a strange green energy spread across his body. He activated the divine self-annihilation technique. Ho Hai was startled and yelled, Don't touch him. Leave with me immediately. Truong Quang clenched his fist and turned away, his face filled with annoyance. I'm not getting involved. Whether you live or die is your own problem. Ho Hai grabbed Hanvu's wrist tightly and pulled him into a space portal, preparing to return to the God King. Truong Quang pointed at Hanvu being dragged on the ground and said mockingly, Lord True God, it's a long way back. Do you plan on carrying him the whole time? Ho-Hai gave a faint smile. Don't worry. I've already sealed all of his power. After saying that, he threw Hanvu into the widening, swirling black portal. The moment he was pulled in, the vortex closed and vanished completely. Not long after, a purple portal appeared in the sky, dropping him onto the ground before shutting. Ho-Hai let out a grim laugh. Welcome to my divine domain. You'll be well taken care of here. Hanvu, aching all over, struggled to sit up. Before him stood a towering beast with a tiger's head and a human's body. Startled, Hanvu immediately turned, intending to use magic, but his entire body suddenly froze. He was shocked to find that all his skills had been sealed. He couldn't even muster a shred of power. No wonder he dared to lock me in here. Suddenly, a bowl of water was offered to him, leaving him surprised and confused. The kin held out the bowl of water. Hanvu shook his head, refusing. He was wary, thinking, so they're the Tiger Clan. It's best to stay on guard. He said coldly, I'm not drinking. The Tiger Kin said nothing, simply grabbed him by the collar and poured the water straight into his mouth. Hanvu struggled and thrashed about, yelling, I said I'm not drinking. Ho-Hai appeared in midair, frowning as he reminded him, Honyan can't hear, nor can he speak. I'm not going to harm you, so just cooperate. Hanvu wiped his mouth in annoyance. So he's both mute and deaf. He's really taken precautions, hasn't he? Suddenly, the source of mutation appeared above his head. It asked cheerfully, Host, need some help? Hanvu was pleasantly surprised. You weren't sealed, it giggled. I just need to absorb divinity. Once I'm done evolving, I'll help you recover and get out of here. Hanvu pursed his lips and thought, that's right. I still have divinity. My only choice now is to take this gamble. It eagerly asked, so, I'll start absorbing now. He quickly communicated telepathically. Don't speak. Just do it quickly. If we get caught, we're done for. He recalled Truong Kwang's words, Lord, true God. In 3 days, you will meet the God King. You will surely be rewarded. Hanvu gritted his teeth and screamed inwardly. Only 3 days left, can you make it in time? The mutation's aura was beginning to change color. The energy within his body began to surge violently. Hanvu sat in the middle of the divine domain, looking up as he awaited the coming transformation. The source of mutation reported happily, Host, the evolution was a success. You are now a level 3 gene warrior of the Divine River Civilization. Hanvu asked calmly. What are the benefits? It explained. Your new ability is gene combination. You can combine multiple types of genes without destroying the original one. Hanvu was still confused. How do I use this? A beastly hand suddenly offered a steamed bun to him, though a bit surprised. Hanvu still nodded with a forced smile. The situation was stable for now. At least he had food. Suddenly, he grabbed the Tigerkin's hand. As if an idea had just struck him, Hanvu turned its palm over, examining every detail. Ignoring its confusion, he smirked slyly. Just as I predicted, even though I'm sealed, my body is already on par with a hero-level lifeform. The Tigerkin suddenly let out a loud roar, immediately calling its pack for backup. A white tiger and his subordinate menacingly approached, his voice a warning. Watch yourself. Hanvu calmly grabbed his hand, quickly examining every muscle fiber. Excited inside. Attention physique. Perfect for an experiment, he shouted. Activate gene combination. A change appeared on the orange tiger's head. The activated spiritual power caused a pair of complete ears to gradually sprout. Meanwhile, the white tiger lost both of his arms. He bewilderedly tried to touch his head, while Ho-Kam was stunned to hear strange sounds around him, thinking it was an illusion. But it was clearly real. Hanvu smiled and explained, Thanks for the water and buns. Consider these arms a return gift. Ho-Kam suddenly knelt before him, showing his loyalty. This scene gave Hanvu an idea if this clan could become his followers. He could convert more of them, lead them to attack the center of the divine realm, and then escape. The armless white tiger roared in anger. Give them back to me. Hanvu glanced over, coldly turned, and kicked him hard in the stomach. Seeing the surrounding subordinates closing in, he shouted, Ho-Kam, come here. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Ho-Kam obediently held out his hand. Hanvu channeled his power to activate the transformation, simultaneously parrying and fighting back. As Ho-Kam was reborn into a transcendent life form, an old green tiger roared, pointed directly at him, and yelled, He is an evil god, an offense to the deities. Capture him alive now. Hanvu chuckled, offering no reply. Ho-Kam stood in front, roaring threateningly. "Whoever dares to touch my god shall die," before unleashing his power on the tiger horde. The rest were no match for him and were crushed in an instant. After wiping them all out, Hokam knelt in submission, begging Hanvu to accept him as a follower. Hanvu placed a hand on his shoulder and stated his condition. "All right, but you must help me escape this place. First, tell me where the center of the divine realm is." Hokam hesitated slightly, only knowing that the center was guarded by masters. He wasn't concerned, just nodding. "We'll figure it out after we find it." Just then, a powerful aura swept past. A sharp sword appeared, along with a booming voice. These two seem interesting. A large tiger stepped out and ordered his subordinates to capture them alive. The gang of tigers immediately charged forward, intending to corner Hanvu and Hokam, but the two managed to split up, skillfully dodging the attacks. The enemy's weapons were destroyed. Blood was spilled, and bodies collapsed onto the sand. One of them was so terrified that he dropped to his knees, begging for his life. The rest also stammered out pleas, vowing to submit completely. He summoned the light of faith, his voice stern. "As my followers, you must obey my commands. Defy me, and no one will be spared." They all shouted in unison. "We obey." Hanvu thought to himself, "I'm short on manpower right now, so taking them in for now is fine." He began recruiting more followers, expanding his influence, and probing deeper into the Tiger Sea Divine Realm, tracking the core of the Divine Realm. Hokam reported, "My lord, the Divine Realm's core is hidden in the Forbidden Land outside the Tigerkin Royal City. It's protected by dozens of kings and hundreds of lords. Any stranger discovered will be killed instantly." Hanvu frowned. "With that many, we'll definitely be spotted if we break in. Unless, go catch some birds and moles. It's time for more gene combination." The scene shifts to the Tigerkin Royal City. With Hanvu flying in, leading his gene-spliced creations, he had secretly arranged to splice mole and bird genes into the tigers, allowing them to fly and burrow for an easy, undetected approach. Hokam carried him to the location and reported, "The divine core is below. At the top of the tower, 3 tigerkin are guarding a glowing stone." Hanvu quickly assessed the situation. Those 3 are at least king-level life forms. Dealing with them won't be simple. Hokam suggested, "My lord, tomorrow is the royal city's life celebration festival. The king will be presenting offerings, so the guardians of the Forbidden Land will probably leave their posts." Since he hadn't fully recovered his strength, he nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll adapt to the situation tomorrow." Time passed quickly, and the festival arrived. Hanvu observed from a high vantage point. His eyes glowed as he activated his divine eye to get a better look. There's still 1 guard left, but getting rid of 2 opponents is good enough. Hanvu pointed and commanded, "Jump down, aim for the divine core, and destroy it." Immediately after, he leaped onto Hokam's back to approach the target area, but it was daytime, and with a large group flying, the tiger guard quickly spotted strange shadows on the ground. He immediately looked up and shouted an alarm. "Intruders in the Forbidden Land, eliminate them." Beams of light from his eyes sliced off several pairs of wings to avoid widespread casualties. Hanvu commanded them to veer left and dodge. Hokam immediately carried him closer, right above the stone. He instructed, "Keep him busy while I find the divine core." The two then split up. With Hokam engaging the tiger guard, Hanvu felt power flowing into his hands and rejoiced inwardly. It's time for the mole genes to shine. The guard was still roaring. "Stop right there." He didn't bother to reply, placing his hand on the ground next to the stone to sense the core's location. Hokam was giving his all to hold back the enemy, and Hanvu grew anxious. He needed to act fast, fearing his side couldn't hold out much longer. The mole genes formed a path that burrowed deep into the rock. Suddenly, he flinched as a realization flashed in his mind. Found it, Hanvu immediately pulled his hand back, clenched his fist, and stepped forward as the light around his hand transformed into black claws. He stood straight, swung his hand in a powerful slash, and a torrent of black energy tore through the air, rushing downward. That power pierced straight through the ground, colliding violently with the nucleus of the divine realm. The green stone only cracked slightly. Hanvu clenched his fist. "I've already assimilated the tiger's claws, so why is it still ineffective?" The entire Tigerkin royal city suddenly began to shake violently. Ho-Hai noticed the disturbance, opened a portal to the divine realm, and yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" He was horrified. How did this guy find his way here? The nucleus of the divine realm is actually fluctuating. Hanvu was stunned for a moment, then burst into a delighted laugh as if he had figured something out. Ho-Hai looked at him, his eyes a storm of unreadable emotions. As the black energy sliced through the stone, Hanvu was still smiling. "I didn't expect you to lend me a hand." Hohai instantly understood and roared in fury. "Impossible, he used my power." As the stone exploded, Hanvu silently calculated that escaping now would teleport him to Hohai's location. "I'm still sealed, so I can't face him head on. It's better to find a hiding place first." He climbed onto Hokam's back and smiled. "You've worked hard. Thanks for buying me time." He suddenly remembered that today was the day the Tigerkin offered a divine artifact. "I'll grab it first and figure things out later." Having a divine artifact will make escaping easier. The scene changes to the offering ceremony for the Wind Blossom shoes. A divine artifact with 3 effects: wind treading, swift movement, and the wind walking art. The accompanying divine art allows the user to summon a wind eagle that gives absolute obedience. Its strength dependent on the amount of divine power channeled by its master. Taking advantage of the Tiger King's distraction, Hanvu rushed forward and snatched the shoes. Enraging him, the king roared, "You reckless thief, if you don't return them, I'll tear you to shreds." He glanced at them contemptuously, bit his finger, and dripped blood onto the shoes. "Let's see what you can do." The shoes immediately began to glow, radiating a brilliant golden aura. Hanvu floated in midair, then turned to leave. Hohai gave chase at top speed. Eager to see how he would escape, Hanvu gritted his teeth. He couldn't fight back, so his only option was to run. The sky suddenly flashed. Thunder boomed, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the air. Hanvu gave a faint smile. The coordinates of the Blood Crystal Arena are truly overpowered. It can teleport you back from anywhere. The system displayed a notification successor. "You have received a challenge from the demigod Hoa Fong. Do you accept refusing 3 times or losing will result in the loss of your successor status?" Hanvu immediately refused. "I'm sealed and can't use my abilities. I need to think of another way." The system chimed again, this time with a challenge from Bak Bang. He snapped in frustration. "Decline." It wasn't over. Another challenge appeared, this time from Amda. Hanvu was exasperated. Is this ever going to end? Forcing someone into a corner after just 3 times? He gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll take the gamble." The arena was instantly bathed in a gloomy red and black light. A girl appeared, her voice clear and confident. "I am Amda. What is your title?" He looked at her and scoffed. "Just a greenhorn daring to challenge me." But he still answered calmly. "Huangta." Amda gave a mischievous grin and unleashed a swarm of red bats, saying, "Huangta, die." This made Hanvu laugh. Just my type of opponent. One who likes to play the numbers game. She chuckled. "Scared. Are you? This is my true power. If you don't want your clan to be drained dry by my bats, give up now and save us both some time." Seeing a good opportunity, Hanvu activated the wind-walking shoes, vanished, and reappeared behind his opponent with a faint smile. "You're the one who should be withdrawing from this match." He glided around to get behind Amda. She spun around and kicked him hard. Hanvu was sent flying into a wall, leaving a deep crater. She boasted, "I've trained in close combat for years. Trying to get near me is just asking for trouble." He immediately recalculated. Sneak attacks are useless, so the only option left is to target the swarm of bats around her. The swarm of bats rushed in to bite and tear at him. Their sheer numbers were a real nuisance. Hanvu activated Gene Combination, countering by biting back at one of the now transformed bats. Amda was horrified. Is he really insane? The power within Hanvu gradually began to recover. She realized it too late. Panicking, "He's absorbing the bat's power," she began to chant, and the air in the arena turned as red as blood. "Ah, Majestit." Silver-haired man appeared. "Summon Eternal Blood Clan, the Lifeform Lord." He opened his blazing red eyes, revealing a pair of fangs that confirmed his identity. The vampire wrapped tightly around Hanvu, draining his blood frantically. He struggled but couldn't break free, as his blood was being sucked dry. He could clearly hear the chilling, sharp click of fangs against each other. Without hesitation, Hanvu struck back, biting into the vampire's neck. If he can drink blood, so can I. He activated his gene combination, and a surge of power erupted. The vampire collapsed, turning to ash. Hanvu turned to look at Amda with cold eyes and asked, "What do you have left to fight me with now?" She waved her hand, commanding a swarm of bats to charge forward and drain him dry. Each bat transformed into a blood demon and swarmed him all at once. As Amda sneered, "Let's see you run now." The red aura around Hanvu swirled violently into the air, then it suddenly contracted and vanished in complete silence. A new source of energy erupted from his body. His eyes flashed, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. Emda's face paled with fear, her voice trembling. What in the world is happening? She quickly raised her hands in surrender. I concede. Hanvu still charged forward, stopping right in front of her and said softly, Good thing you know your place. Emda asked in confusion, Are you really a high school student? He answered nonchalantly, A high school student. Yes. But the college entrance exams were a long time ago. Emda nodded, speaking softly. That's right. It's been 10 days. Hanvu froze. He was screwed. He'd been so busy fighting in the divine domain that he'd forgotten about his exams and missed the assessment for the Imperial Capital's preparatory class. He quickly teleported away, certain his name had been removed from the list. Emda watched him go, a challenging smile on her face. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. At the gates of the Imperial Capital Academy, a guard stopped him. Halt, who are you? Hanvu explained. I'm a preparatory student here to see Miss Lena. The guard frowned. A new semester prep student, don't think you can get through just by dropping Ms. Lena's name. Just then, a voice called out. Hanvu. Kang Nguyen ran over, bunting heavily. Where have you been these past few days? We've been looking for you like crazy. Hanvu quickly replied. Something urgent came up. I need to see Ms. Lena. But I can't get in. Kang Nguyen opened a teleportation gate. Simple enough. I'll take you straight to Ms. Lena's office. Hanvu nodded gratefully. Before leaving, Kang Nguyen reminded him, Don't forget to let Tan Song know you're back. In the office, Hanvu recounted the entire story to Lena. On the ancient battlefield, Ho Hai and Truong Quang captured me. I escaped, but the seal is still on me. Lena slämmel hier deskenanga. How dare they mess with the Imperial Capital Academy? Don't worry. I'll make them pay for this. She continued. The seal was left by a true god. Even though I'm also a true god, I can't break it. We'll have to ask Teacher Hua Hai for help. Hanvu nodded in thanks. Lena immediately made contact. Teacher Hua Hai. My student needs help. A teleportation gate opened. Hua Hai stepped out of the portal, his demeanor calm and composed. He looked at Hanvu and said in a gentle voice, You've suffered. He praised him, saying it was a miracle he could return despite his divine domain authority being sealed, and promised to speak with the Academy's headmaster to demand justice. Lena interjected, and help him get back into the Academy. He missed his final exam. Hua Hai's voice turned serious. The Academy has its rules. Even if your abilities are outstanding, you cannot be considered if you didn't participate in the assessment. But rest assured, you are the student I trust the most. I will do everything in my power to help you. Hanvu bowed his head in gratitude. He patted his shoulder. We're family. No need for formalities. First, I'll restore your access to the divine domain. We'll deal with the rest later. Hanvu was surprised to feel the connection return. Lena smiled. That spell cost the teacher 300 million divine power points. Hua Hai just gave a faint smile. Hurry back to your divine domain. I'm sure there's much waiting for you. Hanvu bowed in thanks. Yes. Thank you. Teacher. Ms. Lena. The scene changes. In the divine domain, monsters were locked in a fierce, chaotic battle. Hanvu stared blankly. What the hell is going on here? He looked around but couldn't see his locust tribe anywhere. Then, from behind him, thousands of locusts flew towards him in unison. Hanvu couldn't believe it. Their numbers had increased, but their strength had plummeted. They were so weak, they barely resembled heroic life forms. He acted immediately, sacrificing all the useless individuals and keeping only those that still had value. After the purge, only a few remained. He observed them. Only this many left at the transcendent rank. Just then, the battling monsters abruptly stopped and turned to look at him. They all knelt in unison, shouting to welcome the return of their god. The system presented sacrifice options: 1. An Imperial Ice Emperor body, with a level 1 divinity. 2. 50 divinity points. 3. Level 5. Destruction divinity. Hanvu immediately chose option 3. Divinity was what he needed most. He smiled in satisfaction. Once my rebellion divinity is perfected, I'll absorb the destruction divinity, add the death token, and it'll be perfect. Suddenly, the ground shook, the tremors coming from the palace at the core of the divine domain. Hanvu was startled. Who dares to touch the core of my divine domain? He immediately rushed over, shouting, Stop. Do not destroy the core of the divine domain. Before him was a roaring black dragon, and next to it stood a skeleton lord of the monarch rank. Hanvu charged in, his voice heavy. I treated you well. Why would you betray me and destroy the core of my divine domain? The skeleton lord's eyes glowed eerily as he spoke. The god only needs me. No other races are necessary. Seeing its crazed expression, Hanvu froze. He had no choice. He opened a spatial gate and threw it out. You are no longer worthy of being here. Go to the city of many dragons. The skeleton overlord was sucked into the spatial gate, which closed immediately after. Hanvu stood silently, gazing at the core of the divine domain for a long time. Lost in thought, he closed his eyes and channeled the green energy in his hand. Regretting his misplaced trust in his kin, he had to strengthen the divine domain's defenses. A beam of light spread out, enveloping the core. That stream of energy continued to expand, covering the entire city. Zaying him, his kin immediately knelt, pledging their absolute loyalty to their god in unison. An image of Dien Van suddenly appeared in his mind, making him anxious. The matter of the divine domain was settled, but his teacher and his tribe were still on the ancient battlefield. He couldn't just leave them. The sword in his sea of consciousness immediately lit up, as if calling to him. The scene shifts back to the academy. The moment Hanvu appeared, he said urgently, Ms. Lena, I need to discuss something with you. But before he could finish, he froze. Tan Sang was also in the room. She turned around joyfully. You're finally back. She rushed over and hugged him, speaking in a rush. I came as soon as Kanwin told me. Ms. Lena told me everything that happened to you. I was so worried. Hanvu laughed, reassuring her. I'm fine now. The sight of the two of them made Lena clear her throat lightly. They both blushed and quickly let go of each other. Tan Sang suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Teacher Lacthian has left. Hanvu wasn't very surprised. He rubbed her head to change the subject. Do you still have a ticket to the ancient battlefield? I want to bring Teacher Dien Van back? Hearing this, Tan Sang gripped his sleeve, her eyes determined. I'm going with you. Faced with her determination, Hanvu could only nod slightly. The two of them teleported to the ancient battlefield. Arriving at the camp, Hanvu quickly pulled back the tent flap, calling out for Teacher Dien. There was no answer. He went inside to check. There were no supplies left. Only fragments of divinity. No one could survive here for long. He immediately summoned his locust swarm, ordering them to spread out and find any trace of Dien Van. At the same time, a massive pillar of light shot up from a distance. He recognized it instantly. It was the resonance of the iron-cutting sword style. He immediately ran towards it. Tan Sang also pointed. The energy is coming from underground. The two quickly reached the location, and Hanvu ordered his locust swarm to investigate. The swarm of locusts poured down, entering the deep, dark hole. When everything fell silent, Hanvu and Tan Sang cautiously approached the edge of the pit. After confirming it was safe, they slowly descended. The deeper they went, a brilliant golden light appeared, and a giant door blocked their path. He placed his hand on it and tried to push, but it didn't budge. The spatial power was too immense. He was sure the iron-cutting sword style and his kin were trapped behind it. Just then, golden energy surged out from within. Tan Sang frantically ran up, saying, Let me do it. She activated her ability, and an eerie light flashed in her eyes. The beam of light from her eyes collided violently with the golden energy, creating a shockwave that shattered the barrier. When the energy dissipated, she placed her hand on the door and pushed lightly. The golden gate slowly opened before them, just as they stepped inside, before they could even notice. The door behind them began to close slowly. A few seconds later, it was completely sealed shut. From the darkness emerged large claws and a sharp, swinging tail. A horde of monsters rushed out and surrounded them, causing them to cry out in alarm. Powerful attacks were immediately unleashed, wiping out the monsters in an instant. A few fragments of divinity drifted down through the air, but before they could rest, new monsters crawled up from the ground. Tan Sang tensed up. Hanvu said grimly, It seems like they're intentionally coming here to be killed. Only then did she realize. She reported in a panic. The door behind us has vanished. Our escape route is gone. Hanvu clenched his fists in anger. They're clearly trying to wear us down. Without a divine domain and no supplies, we'll die here if this drags on. Tan Sang summoned her Thunder Sparrow, reminding him to keep watch of their surroundings. Then they both climbed onto its back, leaving the monsters below. Once they were safe, she directed the Thunder Sparrow to fly deeper inside. After crossing a vast desert, Hanvu looked around and sighed. We've been flying for so long, but there's nothing but sand. Are we really trapped here? Just then, a familiar aura washed over him. and he immediately recognized it as the resonance of the steel-slicing swordwind. It was nearby. Soon after, the Thunder Sparrow brought them to the location, where a strange silhouette stood waiting in the middle of the sands, not far away. The clansmen were in a defensive stance, ready for battle. Hanvu didn't hesitate. He leaped down and launched a direct attack on the opponent, and after the strike, only a fragment of divine consciousness was left to fall into his hand. The steel-slicing swordwind joyfully exclaimed, "Great true God, you have returned." He pressed for answers. "Did you see Teacher Dean Van Kneeling?" The being recounted, "We were still together. But 3 days ago, a sand god appeared and captured the teacher. We couldn't save him in time." An image of his teacher being captured flashed through his mind. Hanvu calmed himself and said, "You remember the direction they went. Right, lead me there to rescue him." The steel-slicing swordwind pointed with a serious expression. That way, they went in that direction. Following the tracks, they soon arrived at a colossal city made of sand. Upon arrival, both of them immediately jumped off the Thunder Sparrow and hid behind a rock to assess the situation. There were many sand giants. The teacher was definitely there. As they were observing, a cactus emerged from the sand and unexpectedly began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it swelled up, grew eyes and a mouth, and flew in to close the distance. Without hesitation, it shot out a volley of sharp spines. Hanvu pulled Tan Sang aside to dodge and immediately erected a magic shield to block the attack. But the number of cacti kept increasing, prompting Tan Sang to report in a low voice, "There are more and more of them." Hanvu wasn't fazed at all. Instead, he gave a faint smile, trying to challenge me with numbers. "Are you?" He waved his hand, summoning a swarm of locusts that charged in to attack. One side was shot to shreds, while the other relentlessly pierced through. Once the cacti were cleared out, Hanvu commanded the locust swarm to scout the path inside. At the same time, he activated his vision-sharing ability to observe what the swarm of locusts could see. Seeing a giant wolf, Hanvu frowned. It resembled a werewolf, and the other creatures were terrified of it. Then, he discovered Teacher Dien Van tied to a stone pillar. His eyes widened, and his voice dropped. "This is bad." Seeing his unusual demeanor, Tan Sang quickly asked what was wrong. He replied gravely, "They intend to sacrifice him. We can't wait. I'm charging in now. You provide support from the outside." Before she could react, she could only watch Hanvu's retreating figure as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "There are too many dangerous factors. I can't let her come with me." He commanded the locust swarm, "Level this city for me." Receiving the command, the locusts immediately split into groups and attacked the entire area, but it wasn't long before a flock of birds swooped in from the sky, diving straight into the locusts and devouring them. Seeing the situation turn against him, Hanvu's expression changed as he whispered, "It's over." Right at that moment, the Thunder Sparrow unexpectedly dove down from above, scattering the flock of birds. Tansang appeared, sitting on its back with a sharp glint in her eyes. "I'm not the type to be easily left behind," she said, poking his chest with her index finger. She wagged her hand, her voice filled with reproach. "We promised to save the teacher together. How could you go back on your word like that?" After hearing her, Hanvu took Tansang's hand and pressed it against his chest, saying softly, "Yeah, let's continue on together." Up above, the Thunder Sparrow was fiercely slashing a bird with its sharp talons, while below, Hanvu's locusts had just finished off another one. But in another direction, a few locusts were ambushed by a sand giant, completely unable to fight back. Fortunately, the steel-slicing swordwind rushed in just in time, slashing horizontally from behind to end the fight. The sand giant disintegrated into dust. Hanvu quickly realized that the wolf pack was growing larger, meaning fewer remained around the altar, which increased the chances of rescuing his teacher. He immediately popped a sparkling green seed into his mouth. Right after, he activated his gene lock, and his body began to emit a powerful light. Now, Hanvu had transformed into the ultimate monarch life form, activating his Black Dragon King transformation and life drain field. He immediately charged towards the altar, calling out, "Teacher, I'm here." He leaped straight into the wolf pack as thorny vines shot up and swelled into a protective wall, completely blocking the attacks from the demonic beasts. Without stopping, he controlled his phantom shadow slash and commanded the vines to attack, quickly crushing the wolf pack. After clearing the battlefield, Hanvu descended, retracted the vines, and then unleashed a powerful slash that shattered the chains binding Dien Van. Freed from his bonds, the teacher was still in disbelief, uttering, "Is this a dream?" He wrapped his tail around his teacher, his voice steady. It was a nightmare, and I've come to pull you out of it. With that said, Hanvu flew straight towards Tansang, reached out his hand to pull her along, and said, "He's safe now. Let's retreat." The two held hands as he flapped his wings, escaping the dangerous city. Once they reached a safe place, Hanvu began to heal his teacher. Tansang asked after him with concern, but Dean Van just smiled reassuringly. "I've recovered. You two have reached the demigod level. Haven't you? Excellent." Tansang happily shared. "It's all thanks to Hanvu that I was able to level up, but now we have to find a way out of here." The teacher said, "I heard those gods say their king possesses a spatial mirror that can help us escape this secret realm." The teacher believed it was the only way out. Hanvu worried. They've activated the highest level red aura. Just how strong is their king? Tansang's gaze grew heavy. If this drags on, our clansmen will be completely wiped out. Dean Fan didn't answer, but quietly took out a bag. He explained softly, "My clansmen have all been killed. All that's left is this divine vocation, and these fragments. Perhaps they'll be of some help to you two." Hanvu took the bag and then waved his hand, causing a series of divine vocation fragments to appear. He said, "We've also collected a few. Now, let's work together to find a way out of here." Tansang placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him, "With so many fragments, we still can't assemble a complete divine vocation. We can't sell them, and our current mythic level isn't high enough to absorb them." Hanvu suggested, "Let me try fusing them." No sooner had he spoken than he got to work. The fragments converged in midair, creating a scene so beautiful that Tansang's eyes widened in astonishment. In just a moment, a level 5 divine vocation had formed in the palm of Hanvu's hand. Dianvan was stunned. A level 5 divine vocation actually appeared. "It's miraculous." Hanvu smiled and said, "I'll quickly fuse the divine vocations that suit me, and then go find that mirror." All three of them cheered. All right, 2 days later, the three of them returned to the Sand City, with their clansmen following behind them. As soon as they arrived, a sand giant burst forth, its colossal form an intimidating presence. But Tansang was unfazed. She leaped high into the air with a radiant smile. "Time to test out my new divine vocation," she declared, drawing her staff. Divine Vocation Spear of the Thunder Peak. 3 fire phoenixes immediately appeared, soaring through the air. Below them, black smoke slowly coalesced into a humanoid figure. Hanvu reminded her, "Don't throw the Spear of the Thunder Peak just yet. The divine giant has regenerative abilities, so a direct hit will be useless." Tansang asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" Hanvu replied, "Let me strike first. I need to add some ingredients for my rebellious divine art." He commanded his technique. "All right, release it." The entire volley of spears shot forward in unison. They pierced through the smoke body, creating a large hole from which a torrent of water gushed down onto the sand. The smoke figure dissipated along with it, and his spell gradually faded. Next came a pack of gray wolves with blazing red eyes. Growling menacingly, they charged forward in unison, and Dianvan immediately stepped up to intercept them. He created a series of sharp spikes that impaled the wolves, flinging them high into the air. Tansang took the opportunity to launch an attack from a distance. Her thunder bombardment rained down, with lightning striking and exploding amidst the spikes. Flashes of red light flickered for a moment before disappearing. She turned to him and smiled lightly. "Thanks to the new divine vocation you made, we don't have to be afraid of them anymore." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as sand and black smoke swirled together, forming a giant humanoid creature. It was none other than the great Emperor Mahayat. Unmistakable, both scared and curious. Tansang asked in a low voice, "What in the world is that thing?" Mahayat looked down from above at the 3 people standing in the sand. As the swarm of birds and insects in the sky began to hurl rocks at them, Hanvu immediately transformed to shield his teacher, and Tansang, shouting, "Get behind me." Quickly, he drew his weapons, ready for battle. Activating Empowered Body, the Art of Rebellion, the Rebellion Sword, and the Soul-Reaping Scythe. Great Emperor Mahayat didn't say a word, directly launching his weapon towards Hanvu. The impact sent him stumbling backward. The two exchanged blows, their powers clashing like giant dragons dueling in midair. Tansang called out worriedly, "Hanvu." He remained calm, redirecting the flying sand towards himself. Mahayat laughed sinisterly. No human has ever been able to block this attack. But he suddenly swung his tail, sweeping it directly at him. Hanvu gritted his teeth to block the attack, his movement space completely sealed off by wasps and rocks. His eyes darted around, searching for an opening, and then he immediately counterattacked with a phantom shadow lunge. He faltered for a moment, surprised that his attack had been dodged. The two continued to charge at each other, but this time, Hanvu unleashed an even stronger force than before. Ma Hyatt couldn't block in time. His body was slashed open, the blade cutting him in two. Even though he was decapitated, his body continued to writhe as if in defiance. One of his legs even tried to attack Tan Song. All three realized it at the same time. It can't see charge. 3 attacks were launched simultaneously. Dien Van's spikes, Hanvu's blade, and Tan Sang's lightning. Ma Hyatt panicked as his body parts disintegrated one by one, until his entire form vanished completely. Hanvu and Tan Song were overjoyed. It's finally over. But in the distance, a few wolves remained. Hanvu warned, "Don't let your guard down. They haven't left yet." The moment he glared at them, 2 of the wolves turned and fled without looking back. Dien Van asked if they should give chase, but Hanvu shook his head, saying to forget it. There were too many to catch anyway. Suddenly, Hanvu collapsed in pain. Tan Sang cried out in alarm. "What's wrong with you?" He forced a reassuring smile, saying, "I'm fine. Just exhausted from overusing my divine power. You two go ahead and check the godhood fragment first." Tan Song immediately took it out to examine it. The level 5 godhoods for Golden Spear, Emperor, Starburst, and the Scorpio Pond Lord appeared. Sparkling brilliantly, she called out joyfully, "Hanvu, look, we found a real treasure," he asked. "You like spears that much?" She nodded excitedly. Hanvu smiled generously and said, "Then it's yours. The spear complements the lightning attribute, so it's perfect for you." Tan Sang was stunned with happiness. "Are you really giving it to me? A godhood that's also a divine weapon? Fusing with it will increase my power significantly." Hanvu smiled confidently. "I have the Sword of Rebellion. Absorbing souls from other races is enough for me to wield countless different weapons." He turned and respectfully offered another to Dien Van. "Teacher, this Starburst godhood is a perfect fit for you." The man accepted it happily. "Thank you, my student." The 3 of them headed toward the ancient city up ahead. Their goal was to find the mirror in the sacrificial altar, and a desolate scene unfolded before their eyes. Hanvu began to channel his power, concentrating his energy. He unleashed a powerful strike straight down onto the altar's platform, creating a deep pit right in the center. They prepared to enter, and soon found the ancient mirror amidst the rubble. Hanvu commanded his swarm of insects to move forward and scout the path. Everyone watched intently as a small butterfly flew straight through the mirror, completely unharmed. Tan Song cried out worriedly. "There's something strange about this mirror," Hanvu reassured her. "It's stable. The thread of faith is still connected. So we're fine." Before stepping onto the mirror's surface, the 3 of them jumped in together. It was time to return to the real world, just as they'd hoped. They arrived back at the academy, finally safe and sound. A cold voice rang out. "Hanvu, I sense your presence. Come to my office immediately. We have something to discuss." He scratched his head and smiled, bidding farewell to Dien Van. "Ms. Lena seems to be in a hurry." His teacher called after him. "Go on. Then, I'm going to get some rest myself." The scene changes to Hanvu sitting in Lena's office. She informed him that the investigation into his kidnapping by the true god Hohai was complete, and the true martial god Vuong had sent an apology along with a special gift. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his curiosity. A gift from the true god Vuong was certainly something to look forward to. Hanvu observed the 2 golden cards closely. Isn't this the thing that bankrupt God King spent 100 billion divine power on to build a mutant beast farm before it all collapsed? He burst out laughing, amused. Now that's generous, gifting an entire divine domain. But when he looked at the other card, Hanvu's expression suddenly turned serious. Seeing this, Tan Sang asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" On the card was an image of a man lying motionless, and above him floated a fragment of purple divine aura. He wondered, "This is..." Lena frowned. "That's Hohai. The true god Vuong said he had to be dealt with severely for imprisoning you on his own authority." Hanvu frowned and sighed softly. After a lifetime of dedication to the God King, all he gets in the end is a simple apology. How bitter. He contemplated the card. Could this really be Hohai's divine domain? Lena warned in a serious tone. "A complete true god's corpse is extremely valuable. You absolutely must not waste it." Hanvu quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am. I was just thinking." Tan Sang nudged him and whispered, "That true god's corpse. Can you refine it?" Hanvu turned to Lena, asking for her advice on how to use the corpse without wasting it. She lightly tapped his forehead. You little rascal. Trying to use this trick to get special lessons from your teacher again. Are you? She suggested. The best method is to refine it into a clone of an equal level. If you're willing to invest in it, that clone can also grow stronger alongside you. Hanvu nodded eagerly again and again. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you so much. Miss Lena. Lena produced a magic scroll, saying, This apology officially closes the case on your kidnapping. However, your admission isn't guaranteed yet. As some teachers feel you've caused too much trouble before the semester has even begun. Hanvu took the scroll from her hand. He clenched it tightly, his eyes shining brightly. Don't worry. Ma'am, I'll prove with my own strength that everyone who opposed me was wrong. Lena stroked his hair and smiled softly. I believe in you. Now go and refine your clone. I'll be waiting for your good news. Hanvu and Tansang arrived at an old, dilapidated building. She asked worriedly, Are you really planning to live here? He was optimistic. Since I was rejected from the dorms, I had to find another place. It'll be fine as long as I can successfully refine the clone. Tansang ruffled his hair. All right. I'll be waiting. He promised he wouldn't keep her waiting long. The scroll was unfurled, and Hanvu's soul was immediately pulled into a magical space. He reached out to a ball of light before him, where a person identical to Hanvu floated with his eyes closed. He extended his hand and began the refinement process. When the process was complete, the figure bowed his head to acknowledge his new master. Signifying his loyalty, Hanvu gave him a name. From now on, you will be called Hanvan. I am proficient in both scholarly and martial arts. So now, show me your strength. Han Van, true god level, possessed the divine talent wind, forest, fire, and mountain. His physique doubled with each level up. His skills included wind walk, forest protection, fire attack, and mountain collapse. He had 42 divinity points and the martial path godhood. With a series of skills unlocking and divine might progress at 40%, Hanvu was astonished. Truly a true god. 42 points of divinity, and so many incredible skills. He raised his hand to transfer techniques to Han Van. Let me help you fuse the godhood and skills. Han Van tensed as he absorbed the power. The skills immediately fused, creating the divine martial stone, the martial god's shield bash, and the ability to summon Chaos Saint Fallen Butterfly Emissary. Two saints materialized in a flash. They were of the Elder Elemental race, Emperor-level lifeforms, with wind, forest, fire, and earth skills all at level 5, and Chaos Strike at level 6. Their divine fusion art could create the Tiger Martial True God state. Hanvu commanded excitedly. Quick, use the Tiger Martial True God trait on me. Without a word, Hanvan immediately cast the ability. Hanvu laughed in delight. The trait is activated. I've comprehended 3 new skills, Pulverizing Claw and Piercing Claw Strike. He shouted excitedly. Hit me. Hanvan transformed into a gigantic monster, and the two of them clashed in a fierce battle. After a few exchanges, Hanvu ordered him to stop. Hanvan immediately retracted his attack. Hanvu thought to himself, with this skill, I wouldn't even need the Black Dragon King transformation to easily defeat the Emperor. In his hand was a brightly shining card. The clone refinement was complete. Now for this divine domain. Even though its core is destroyed, it still has value. He thought about the monsters within, especially the Tigerkin. They could still provide a decent amount of faith power. Hanvu held up a green card and commanded, transform into Ho-Hai. Enter the divine domain and subjugate the followers. Han Van immediately transformed as requested. He landed on the ground, creating a violent tremor. In the form of Ho-Hai, Han Van appeared amidst a thick cloud of black smoke. Hanvu appeared as an illusion, asking worriedly, Are you okay? Han Van replied succinctly, I'm fine. A fox spirit and 2 of his subordinates approached from a distance. His voice filled with caution. Who's there? Han Van glanced at them coldly, not deigning to answer. The fox spirit stared for a moment, then roared. The true god has returned. It took me so much effort to win over the Tigerkin. I can't let him ruin everything. He immediately ordered his men to seize him. The 2 henchmen didn't hesitate, lunging forward to attack Han Van together. Hanvu's angry shout sent a chill down their spines. You dare call him a false god? He is your one true god. The fox spirit roared. False gods are masters of deception. You absolutely cannot believe his words. Hearing this, his 2 subordinates regained their morale and charged forward again. Hanvu quickly reminded his clone. Don't engage them directly. Summon the Chaos Saint. Han Van immediately obeyed the command without a moment's hesitation. He summoned the projected cyclone, its massive shadow looming over the entire sky. Seeing this, the fox spirit's face turned pale. The ground trembled violently as the projected cyclone began to unleash its power. The two subordinates dropped to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground and begging the divine being for their lives. Hanvu glared and commanded, "Go find the Tigerkin King who stole my faith. I must punish him." The projected cyclone began to move toward the royal city. The panicked fox spirit ordered his subordinates to block its path. Han Van floated before the projected cyclone, advancing with a majestic and imposing aura. The two subordinates were frozen, stiff with fear, not daring to move a muscle. The fox spirit waved his hands to draw a magic circle, but the projected cyclone retaliated instantly. Its overwhelming imperial pressure flooding the area, it opened its maw, and a gigantic vortex of energy began to gather in mid-air. A blast of dark energy shot forth, completely obliterating a nearby castle. The fox spirit was still roaring. "If I can kill him, I will become the god of this land." From behind, Hanvu commanded, "Hold him down." Han Van immediately rushed forward and unleashed his attack, activating the level 6 skill, Martial God's Shield Bash. The fox spirit took a heavy blow, managing only to let out a pained cry. A thunderous crash echoed as the fox spirit was slammed hard against the city wall. In excruciating pain, his subordinates collapsed to their knees, begging for forgiveness and pledging their lives to their god. Hanvu appeared and gave a signal. "Quickly, bring them into my divine domain to strengthen my faith." Han Van acted at once. A brilliant green orb of light expanded, enveloping everyone. The others were astonished as the aura of a true god washed over them, and then they were all sucked into the green space. Everything settled down, and the sky became peaceful again, as if the chaos had never occurred. A brown fox flying in the sky was startled as it sensed the true god's aura. Unable to believe it, Han Van looked down at it and smiled faintly. When the fox landed, he pointed to the green portal before them. "Go and meet your god." The moment the brown fox stepped through, it came face to face with Hanvu. Too surprised to speak, Hanvu stepped forward joyfully. "It's so good to see you're still alive and well," but then a voice called out, "Hanvu, get to my office right now, it's urgent." In her office, Lena informed Hanvu that the school had decided to show leniency, allowing him to enroll if he could pass a special trial. Hanvu clasped his hands earnestly, his voice firm. "Any trial is fine. I accept," Lena explained thoughtfully. "You will be sent to a fringe civilization with an undetermined danger level. Your mission is to gather intelligence for 1 year. If you succeed, you will be officially accepted into the academy." Hearing this, Hanvu was stunned. "You mean you're throwing me into an unknown region to be a guinea pig?" Lena touches his shoulder. "This trial is extremely difficult. Your divine realm powers will be sealed. The choice is yours." Hanvu smiles. "If there's a chance to enter the academy, I'll go." He thinks confidently. "Even with sealed powers, I'm a level 3 superclass gene warrior. I have enough ability to survive." Lena pleads with concern. "Why take such a risk? With your resources, you can just train and apply to the Imperial Capital Academy next year." Hanvu blushed and answered softly, "Because there's someone waiting for me." Hearing this, Lena immediately understood. Thinking of Tan Sang, she nodded. "All right then. Though as you wish." She wished him a safe journey and told him to pack his things for departure the next morning. "Henvu affirme. I will definitely complete the mission." In the sky, a giant rock plummeted toward a dark land. The surface of the rock cracked open, and a faint blue light flashed from within. From within the crack, Hanvu stepped out. Before him was a pack of wolves stalking their prey. So this is the uncharted outer world civilization. They're just common creatures. The sound of my landing must have drawn them here. In just a moment, Hanvu had defeated the entire pack. On the ground, glowing essences began to float up from the wolves' corpses. They drifted into Hanvu's body, and he could clearly feel a new energy. A system panel suddenly appeared, making him pause. It displayed level 10. Title: Wolf Slayer. Rank: Black Iron. Obtained by killing 10 wolves. Effect: increases damage to wolf-type creatures by 10%. Initial friendliness: hostile. Equip. Hanvu frowned. Could this be the core power of this civilization? As the text appeared, he chose to accept. Instantly, a stream of blue energy rushed into his body, glowing faintly. He wrinkled his nose in discomfort. What a strange smell. I wonder if other wolf packs can smell this. The system indicated that the title could be upgraded by defeating bronze rank wolves. Hanvu laughed. Is it that simple? Alright, let's get started. 3 hours passed. Hanvu sat amidst a field of corpses. I've killed over 300 gray wolves, but I still haven't seen a single bronze wolf. The bronze wolf must be an evolved version of these, he thought as he raised his hand. Let's try one more time. The wolves in front of him were tightly bound by his gene fusion skill. They howled as their bodies were lifted into the air. One lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite. Hanvu kicked it squarely, his voice low. You dare to resist. The wolf collapsed. The system announced Level 16. Title Bronze Wolf Slayer. Increases damage to wolf-type creatures by 20%. Default friendliness hostile. Hanvu nodded. Not bad. As dawn broke, he leaped onto a large nearby tree. With his sharp gaze, he observed many creatures in the distance moving toward a large gate. He could also sense human auras being teleported inside. He surmised this place was a hunting ground, where humanoids came to kill wolves to level up and upgrade their titles. But why did his actual strength not increase, despite all the killing? Could it be that only titles affect one's power here? Hanvu jumped down. Having made a decision, I need to find someone and get some answers. Passing a long-haired guy who was making a strange signal, Hanvu immediately became wary. Something's not right with this person. He turned around and noticed two dark figures rapidly approaching him. Both of them lunged at the same time, attacking without any warning. Hanvu dodged in an instant. The brown-haired guy yelled, trying to run. Are you? He didn't answer, instead using a secret art to awaken his black dragon form. In the blink of an eye, Hanvu's body vanished from his spot. He reappeared in the air in his black dragon form and launched a fierce counterattack, causing the robbers to panic and flee in disarray. Hanvu chuckled softly. So weak, and yet they dared to make a move. Further down the road, the three robbers hadn't given up. They were plotting to steal all of his equipment. Hanvu hid behind a boulder. Observing them, they move fast. They must specialize in hunting people for their loot. This place really is a killing field for leveling up. He landed beside a victim's corpse and reverted to his normal form. He picked up an identification plate from the corpse. Hanvu decided to follow them, thinking he could use this opportunity to gather more intelligence. He finally followed their trail to a large cave. The pitch-black scene made Hanvu curious. What are they doing here? Suddenly, a brilliant, blood-red light tore through the silent darkness. Immediately, 3 giant spiders rushed forward, surrounding and attacking Hanvu. One shot a web at him with incredible speed. He dodged quickly, stunned to realize it could smell him, just like the wolves. Hanvu immediately counterattacked. You dare to attack me, you spiders are still too green. A punch as heavy as a hammer blow struck the spider, causing it to explode on the spot. It was an easy victory. Hanvu opened the system and saw a new title, Black Iron Spider Slayer. Just as he was smiling, a tragic scream shattered the silence. It turned out the scream belonged to those 3 pathetic robbers. Hanvu thought quickly. They can't die yet. Not until I find some other meat shields. Taking the opportunity, he decided to test his new power and conveniently wiped out the remaining spiders. The system responded instantly. The Spider Slayer title had been upgraded to bronze rank. Hanvu nodded in satisfaction. Pretty effective. But right after that, the fire in his hand went out as if it had never been there. The system explained that the skill had a 1-minute cooldown. Hanvu was annoyed. It's on cooldown already. Suddenly, a spider tried to launch a sneak attack from behind. He reacted with incredible speed, throwing a fatal punch that sent it back to its maker. The system popped up again. The title was upgraded to silver rank, and he had unlocked the wolf spider summon. Hanvu was satisfied. Not bad at all. He looked at the cocoons hanging from the walls and thought to himself, even if I save them, I can't reveal my identity. It's too dangerous. Hanvu immediately used his fire to burn away all the thick spider webs. The cocoons fell to the ground with thuds, kicking up clouds of dust. The 3 robbers woke up one by one and pulled off the webs. The short guy immediately noticed a wolfman stirring nearby. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and killed the man, muttering, "This guy's gear is great. Kill him, and it's all mine." The brown-haired guy pointed into the distance and warned, "There are many others trapped here." Hanvu was secretly furious. Sukh wicked hearts. They need to be taught a lesson. He suddenly appeared, terrifying the white-haired man, who was yelled at before he could even react. "Shut up." A flame from Hanvu's hand shot towards the white-haired man like a shooting star. The brown-haired guy and the short guy immediately split up and fled in opposite directions. But when the short guy turned his head, he saw his accomplice fall. He was utterly terrified. Just then, Hanvu appeared right in front of him and warned coldly. Do you want a more painful death than they had? He trembled uncontrollably. Stammering his assent, Hanvu asked him directly, what the hell is this place? Not daring to hide anything. The man confessed that this was the title civilization realm, where you get titles for everything, from black iron to diamond. He explained that this walled area was a place to upgrade those titles. Hanvu asked harshly about the rules. The man explained that you just need to kill creatures like wolf spiders to upgrade, and reaching level 100 qualifies you to rank up. Hanvu frowned in thought. If I can get a diamond title, I might be able to complete the mission, but I'm only at level 40-something right now. It's still a long way off. The short guy suddenly added that killing monsters wasn't the best way. The high-level titles were actually held by the major families, and commoners didn't stand a chance. Hearing this was a shock. It sounded like a world run by untouchable elites. Hanvu noticed the iron tag on the man and asked what it was. The man explained it was an identification card. The higher its rank, the more freedom you had. His was a black iron card. Hanvu thought, if I can get a high-ranking card, moving around would be much easier. Hanvu let his guard down for a moment, and the short guy seized the opportunity to run, but after only a few steps, he was suddenly and forcibly logged out. Hanvu was annoyed. I told him to behave. He deserved that. He casually picked up the white-haired man's card. He walked towards the gate, planning to find a way out of this place. Suddenly, a series of glowing red characters appeared, blocking his path. A group of giant men landed from the sky and demanded, "Where did you steal this card?" Hanvu turned and ran, telling himself, I can't fight here. I have to hide my true strength. The muscle-bound men were hot on his heels, and there were others blocking his path up ahead. Hanvu unleashed his power, knocking the entire group away. He quietly approached the gate. Behind him, the fire was still blazing. It was clear he couldn't leave just yet. I need to find more information first. His eyes lit up with determination. The Imperial Capital Academy is waiting. Hanvu came up with a cunning plan. If he couldn't go through the main gate, he would just create chaos and use the opportunity to escape. Standing amidst the monster corpses, Hanvu gently channeled his power, and a fierce energy radiated from him. He activated his gene combination power, and pieces of the corpses fused together to form a hybrid creature with a wolf's head and a spider's body. Hanvu commanded it, "Go. Teach them a lesson." The monster received its command and charged forward. Smashing through the thick wall, he took the chance to jump through. The system chimed with an upgrade notification. Bronze rank achieved. Please select your next teleportation destination. Hanvu was stunned. That was fast. He immediately confirmed his choice. All right, I'll pick this destination. Hanvu's body began to blur before vanishing in a flash of teleportation light. He appeared in the middle of a dense forest as the system announced, "Welcome to the Bronze Rank Greenland Forest." A mocking voice sounded from behind. A newbie. Huh. All by yourself, Hanvu snapped his head around. On high alert, a blonde-haired man stepped out. Our party has a warrior, an archer, and an assassin. We're just missing a mage. You're the final piece, so join us. A hand was extended as a hoarse voice spoke up. Hey, kid. The thug-like man offered to form a party, but Hanvu coldly refused. Not interested. In this unfamiliar place, he had no intention of being bait for anyone. He noticed a small stall displaying a pair of decomposition gloves, which came with a decomposer title and could be used to extract materials from monster corpses. Hanvu was delighted. This is really convenient. Since I don't have any storage space, this will have to do for now, he said quickly. I'll take this. The seller smiled and quoted a price of 2,000 gold coins, which made Hanvu jump. That's so expensive. I only looted a little over 1,000 coins from that 3-person team. He haggled. I only need 1 glove. Is that okay? The seller was taken aback. No one had ever made a request like that before. Hanvu skillfully persuaded him. If a pair can decompose things, a single one can too. Selling them individually is more profitable for you. At 1,000 gold per glove, you'd still make a profit. The seller pondered for a moment, thinking he might have a point. He took the glove and left, heading deeper into the Greenland forest. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise, and his eyes immediately scanned the area. Something was coming. 7 small figures appeared behind him, goblins. Hanvu let out a contemptuous laugh. Such small fry dare to provoke me. He then released his overlord's aura. The goblins froze in place, their eyes filled with fear. Not daring to take another step, Hanvu wanted to test out a new skill. His wolf spider title granted him a summoning ability, so he decided to give it a try. He activated the summon, and a wolf spider materialized. Lunging forward to annihilate the goblins in the blink of an eye, the system displayed a notification: killed over 10 goblins. Acquired the title Black Iron Goblin Slayer. Unlocked the Summon Wooden Club ability. Initial goblin affinity is now hostile. The title appeared clearly above his head. Hanvu frowned. Why haven't I gotten a card yet? Immediately after, the system announced, Black Iron card activated. Hanvu muttered, alright. Then, he put on the glove. I'll just salvage what I can. It might be useful. Hanvu used the glove and began to decompose the pile of goblin corpses. When he was done, he nodded in satisfaction. The effect was quick and efficient. Just then, a few more goblins charged out, and Hanvu decided to test his Summon Wooden Club skill, but all that appeared in his hand was a short wooden club with faint golden patterns. He was momentarily disappointed. I thought it'd be something grand, but it's just a toy. A goblin charged at him from behind, and Hanvu casually swung the club toward its head. The swing made half of the monster's head vanish, and it collapsed instantly. Hanvu's lips curled into a slight smirk. Now this feels more like it. The remaining goblins were terrified and began to back away, their piercing screams echoing throughout the forest. With the job done, Hanvu leisurely continued to decompose the pile of corpses. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. Not a bad haul, kid. 4 people stepped out from the woods. Hanvu glanced over them. One wore a silver card, while the other 3 wore bronze ones. The silver-ranked man drew his blade and pointed it at Hanvu's face. Hand over your stuff and get lost. Or D. Hanvu frowned. This group wasn't to be underestimated, he calmly replied. Do you have any storage spaces? The man with the silver card boasted arrogantly. I'm a silver rank expert. I have a personal space of 10 cubic meters. I bet you've never seen one before. Hanvu sized it up. It was small, but still valuable. While the man was still gloating, Hanvu seized the opportunity and lunged forward to attack. It was small, but better than nothing. The silver-ranked man reacted extremely quickly, roaring in fury. You audacious brat. The entire group immediately rushed in to surround and attack him, shouting, a mere black iron rank dares to be so insolent. Hanvu raised his wooden club to block the gleaming blade that was hurtling toward him.